Chapter 1 A Million Years of Idleness. My goodness, the Yephemalea has actualicus anoslis personas the patriarch. Then a patriarch of the Yephemalai collapsed from sheer excitement during Thesarum and Yandramates and this day. The greatest yokin the history of Funcia city. Thenig twisaster casink. Yesufinga woke fromkus, his min clouded and muddled. Have finally succeeded? With each faint breath, Hezen said the vital nergeofthiral world surrounding him. In that moment, tears swelled dupen Yesufin's eyes. Dans benavi brantant ambitious out hom blue star. Thenonade, huas bound toa bay no nas the strongest diddle system, leading Hymen a journey of transmigration. Little did note during this process, certain and known forces would interfere, causing him till his eyes went the void. Even his consciousness began to fade. After an indeterminate amount of time, Heffinally felt a long forgotten freshness of the air. Another memory, a different life, was crashing through his soul. Eventually, he began to calm down. Yes, we think soon understood his current predicament. His predecessor was thinly appointed head of the Familia city. However, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Duetto his lackluster abilities, he became a target of ridicule from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, his arch nemesis presented him with a large box of vitalotypal say sagift. Vitalotypals were the most basic cultivation elixirs, suited beyond the forthosi and their listed soft chirofining. This weighs a blatant mockery of Yesuafing. Moreover, the former patriarch was not in it to withstand great tribulation under such provocation, has suffered a heart attack indeed. Why must Dozless person be made death patriarch? Yesufing pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, he delved into his predecessor's memories. To his surprise, the Yephemalai seemed keep different from traditional families. This clan was soon, precedentedly united. They did not treat Thime different Lijuito, his low cultivation level, nor did Thine engage in Themala Drame observance rebelling against their masters. In fact, because he was the inheritor of T main lineage, they supported his ascension to the position of patriarch. Unfortunately, these individual hater author per capacity for psychological endurance. Quite interesting, hey Moost. After sorting through he tangled memories, Yesufin go pinned hizes. Before him student and Sientan for grand residence. Thesoft din jek sudi de soothing aroma, asif infused with a medicinal herbs fornituring the body. Nearby, Ayu girl say tin grossed inheriting. Sensing the movement beside her, Thegirl turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance. Father, you're awake. Shawasnonia Thurthan Yesufin's Somli daughter, named Yi Huang, aged 14. Yi Suifeng chuckled inwardly had never been married, yether he was with a daughter of considerable age. Moreover, his wife had tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to be alone? Yi Suifeng smiled, think kinjit mattered little ace longasha livid life edith fulest. However, his mullen early caused Yi Huang to draw for John astonishment. Father, you actually smiled. Yi Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. This predecessor had worn a perpetual expression of deep sorrow since Sethalasaf's wife, and Smilesh had vanished from his lexicon. Yi Suifeng found it amusing life had its trials, and Other's bore burdens far heavier than his. To move forward with as my Louis decency of survival. Ding! Today's leadus gaspin completed please collect the outward leerward sinatime limiter. Suddenly, a crisp voice resonated in Yi Suifeng's mind. Vital system is still operational? Yi Suifeng was taken aback. This system had been something he acquired before his transmigration. Its functions were remarkably simple, coppersing and latoidums. Idle mining extracting grass sources from supermines, yielding considerable cultivation resources daily. Idle cultivation gaining gade swert hof cultivation each day. He activated both functions upon transmigrating. Little did he expect the unforeseen events would occur during the process, plunging him into chaos. In that void, time ceased to exist, and he had no idea how long he had been idling. Yi Suifeng gopinet the system panel, Egerton's pecthesed legans. In an instant, he nearly exploded with excitement. Xiao Huang, please step outside for a moment. Yi Huang blinked in confusion. Father, what's wrong? Just outside, Yi Suifeng stone turnstern. Though bewildered, Yi Huang obediently exited the room. Once his daughter was gone, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, histamine or becoming solemn. Hey then returned Ed to E system interface. 1, 2, 3. 13 digits? My math isn't great how much is that? He started at Teeb 30 large numbers, struggling to organ his composure. After a lengthy period, Heffinalitali edthimal. Lograta spirit stones 10 house and pieces minedali, currently possessing 356 trillion pieces. Mid-grade spirit stones 1000 pieces minedali, currently possessing 36. 5 trillion pieces. High-grade spirit stones 100 pieces minedali, currently possessing 3. 65 trillion pieces. Spirit crystals 10 pieces daily, currently possessing 365 billion pieces. Immortal stones 1 piece a mind daily, currently possessing 36. 5 billion pieces. Immortal crystals 1 piece a mind daily, currently possessing 3. 65 billion pieces. These so are realther words from meaning. In truth, these figures were in integers. Yi Sui Feng had drowned dead thimof to avoid being chastised for excessive verbosity. Heavens above, such wealth could not possibly fitina wallet. Yi Sui Feng was overjoyed. He would never again have a tari about financial matters. Next, he turned edother words from middle cultivation. These was rather straightforward dato talo phone a trillion years off cultivation, current lie waiting extraction. Yi Sui Feng and template ted for amament, thinsolent limerd, extract Tony of cultivation. Instantly, a tremendous force surged into his body. The energy weighs exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities, racing through Yi Sui Feng's being. Originally a third of Kyre finding, he broke through 5 levels in Onigo, ascending direct light a thief level. All from just stony of cultivation. Yi Sui Feng, invigorated, continued to extract cultivation power. His strength soared adasive fewer reboard Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring through the heavens. Kyre finding, transforming chi, foundation building, golden body, golden core, primordial infant, out of body, transforming spirit, merging, tribulation crossing. In Thebrief Spino facing a line sense a stick, Yi Sui Feng greed chet the pinnacle of T tribulation crossing stage. When he tempted to extract cultivation power again, his vast spiritual power sensed theshifting wind sand cloud syntheski, gathering a terrifying energy lightning. He was about of tribulation. Tounder go tribulation and he sown homu as far from ideal. Yi Sui Feng has daily halteth the extraction process, causing Thebrewing Hunder's tribulation dissipate. Oh, how amusing. He tried extracting cultivation power on some more, Anthiamina slouds above began taco lsi again, accompanied by distant trembling soft hunder. Each time he interrupted, the impending tribulation wooed scatteranyo. Hee. Yi Sui Feng suddenly found a light in the gam, repeated lie extracting gond interrupting, engage in jin fist back and forth multiple times. Ah? No solitary tribulation? Just a game. After toying with Thethendra's tribulation for a while, Yi Sui Feng finally ceased his provocations. Glancing at his cultivation reserves, he realized it had done like consumed around 5,000 years worth. Not even a fraction. After some thought, Yi Sui Feng decided to remain at the pinnacle of T tribulation, crossing stage thought would suffice. After all, if memory served, the strongest individuals in Yunxiao City were emerged at the golden core stage. It weighs a clear dimensional suppression. Having completed these tasks, Yi Sui Feng chuckled. The family warmly welcome Yerna Patriarch. By no, it was late night. In the midst of flatum, the nights in Yunxiao City were exceedingly cold. Yi Huang crouched outside the door, her face shed with deep melancholy. Her mother had giving birth to her, leaving Gonli her father as family to accompany her through life. Although she was genuinely happy that their father had been chosen as the next patriarch, she never anticipated that it would become the final straw that broke him. If dem coldrevert, she would undoubtedly advise her father to relinquish the position of patriarch. Fourth is ever fart a great a burden. Her father was simply unable to withstand it. It's sao me fault if I were just a bit more capable. I could surely help father share his worries. Yi Huangsilent lamented. Suddenly, the door creaked a pin behind her, and Yi Sui Feng's tall figure appeared. Father. Yi Huang quickly stood up. Yi Sui Feng, puzzled, asked, why are you still here? Why haven't you gone atoped? It was just. A bit worried about our health, Yi Huang replied softly. Yet, upon glancing at Yi Sui Feng, her radiated vitality and exuded denim pressivera, she saw no signs of illness whatsoever. In fact, he appeared far healthier than before. What had transpired? Haha. Yi Sui Feng laughed heartily. There is no need to worry, father. I zine excellent the Althan feel great. Yi Huang was left astonishment at her father's demeanor. Noticing her confusion, Yi Sui Feng assured her, these experiences has led me to some realizations. Rest assured, this same misfortunes will not befall us again. With a warm smile, Yi Sui Feng playfully refled his daughter's share. Yi Huang stu dazed but eventually no deed in agreement. Do go to beat if I recall correctly, you have anal chemic class tomorrow, so do not, delightedly. It ways'll readith the latter half off tonight. However, Yi Huang's expression darkened. Father, you were unaware of that today, the family alchemists, artifact masters, and era master Shavial departed. Yi Sui Feng was taken aback, not anticipating such an event. The family was substantial in size, counting Governandradung members winning, including both direct and collateral ends. Thus, many masters from various fields were invited as service instructors. Yet, the occurrence of FMS exodus was indeed shocking. It was evident that they had left upon hearing of Yi Sui Feng's assassination to head off the family, believing the family had no promising future. There are always those who perfect limits the express train of historical development. Father, what do you mean? Yi Sui Feng chuckled softly. What I mean is that their departure is thy own loss. Now, you should return Andras to Emerau, it shall resolve this matter. Chapter 2 Family Crisis. The following day. In the family council hall, Yi Sui Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll of fancient text and thule. It contained the 3 ironcladral soft family. Those who betray the family without cause, shall be executed. Those who disrupt family unity, shall be executed. Those who intentionally oppress Thirkin, shall be executed. Thesa 3 erong cladra les were ethiker principles the tina bled thiefamal to maintain nunitian face external collinges together. Such a famal yevok dosens afon nisani sway fong. Suddenly, Thedor Softy council hall swung open. For authoritative a mid league edman intered in succession. Once he sway feng turnadan tukist, the followed sudsut, settling into the respective places. They were the principal figure soft he family, as well as ye sway feng scuzzensby blood. On the left sat he sway yun and d sway yu, that will from Misicandunkel's family, primarily responsible for managing the family's internal and external enterprises, overseeing finances and dresser On the right were ye sway Juan d sway bao, that will from Mr. Dunkel's family, mainly tasked with the family's martial forces and the contention and protection of external resources. Yi Sway Feng had a fourth uncle, but this and wastel Kwaidian Gon lacked that qualification to become a family decision maker. His second, third, and fourth uncle should retreated behind the scenes, Reverdas Familders, own Limergen for decisions so futmost importance. Indeed, it was a large family. Yi Sway Feng cleared his throat note that a variones present, let us commence today's meeting. Yi Sway Yun, seated nearby, expressed concern elder brother, is he a well? It is fine, and moreover, he have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Yi Sway Feng surveyed the remar family shall fear noon, nor any challenge. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them, and we shall address them collectively. Up in hearing this, Theater sex change edge lances, momentarily at a loss for words. After brief silence, Yi Sway Feng turned to inquire Sway who, he have heard that severe low four instructors departed yesterday. Yi Sway united, his voice deep indeed. Those ingrates, we have never treated them poorly, yet the awful. From no one, is shall strike them whenever I see them. Beside him, Yi Sway Yun side these incidents orchestrated with Lifamali they lured away or masters with Morganaris compensation. The Lifamali was the sworn enemy of Tiefamali. In Yunxiao City, the three major clans are Tiefamali, the Lai family, and the Tang family. The Tang family was the most powerful, often remaining aloof from the fray. Meanwhile, the Yin Li familia had been embroiled in continuous conflict, evolving into a bitter rivalry. This time, poaching the instructors was akin to kicking Simeon Iwara down. What are your plans? Yi Sway Feng gasped. Yi Sway Bao spoke up currently, we should hast and to find other master store place them otherwise, I twilinder Thegrothof the injure generation within the family. Astronjoth in Charissa strong family. Thegrothof the injure generation must not be delayed. It will be difficult. Yi Sway you interjected in recent days, duet older brother Sassinchin, min a rumor shaves your facade in the city. E heavy attempted toriachauto so me master soft similar caliber, but the all maintain a watchful stance. Even if Fu reiterates the hiring price, the situation remains unchanged. Once again, the council hall fell in tussleance. The group furrowed their brows deply tissus wuis indeed quite troublesome. If else fails, women need to lower its standards for range instructors, Yi Sway Yun suggested. Surely Summion woldcome. This was a last resort. However, Yi Sway Feng was determined not to its situation eris. If I am not mistaken, the three masters will left Torialo of T5th rank, correct? Alchemy master Sara categorized in Tonina ranks, from lowest to highest. A 5th rank master is already considered among the elite in Yunxiao City. What is fearing fee? Yi Sway Feng inquired. Well, theory quite similar, around 10,000 spirit stones per month, Yi Sway Yun replied. This referred specifically to low-grade spirit stones. However, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones constitute a remarkably higher word. It was sufficient to support day-like cultivation and enjoy a comfortable lifestyle in Yunxiao City. Yi Sway Feng glanced at this purse. There were at one digit soft low-grade spirit stones. It showed suffice. Have you made contact with an master above the 5th rank? Yi Sway Feng gasket again. Theater swear taken aback. Elder brother, there are in life you 6th rank masters in Yunxiao City their main aloof and will not accept an employment. Moreover, even if the Werato agree, the exorbitant price would be beyond Dormians, Yi Sway Yun explained. Yi Sway Feng smiled and responded as long as the reciprocity, it can be negotiated. Rest assured, I shall present them with an offer they can refuse. Theater sex change edge lances, yet ultimate, let us dead to trust their family head. Is theory any thin gel seaside from this matter? Yi Sway Feng inquired. The Reese. Spoke Yi Sway Yu, will primarily manage resource allocation for the family, appearing somewhat troubled at them amid. Elder brother, regarding the cultivation resources for the injured generation, it may be subjective for the reductions. Yi Sway Feng grazed Danny brow what is Therius and Forthus? Yi Sway Yu side in recent years, the family's enterprise shave been struggling, and the lithomally has been continuous sabagangus. Currently, our financial situation is insufficient to support internal expenditures. The Yefamali's enterprises consist of 12 parts external resources site sand shops. In recent years, their sources sites outside the city have veiled dead per harvests and have been frequently harassed and damaged with lifamily, leading to significant decline in profits. Relying solely on the shops for income for adequate. What is the current allocation now for sources for the injured generation? Endowment Teachment, Yi Sui Fin gasped. Yi Sui Yu pondered for a moment. Let's start with Chi Refinement Stitch. Direct descendants receive a 50 spirit stones, 10 bottle soft Chi Refinement pills, and in bottle soft bone strengthening pulseachment. Collateral descendants receive a 30 spirit stones, 5 bottle soft Chi Refinement pills, and 5 bottle soft bone strengthening pulseachment. Considering reward Sandother factors, their total monthly expenditure rex 100,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, resources required for alchemy, artifact crafting, array formation, and talisman making are even more extensive. Additionally, there are techniques, spiritual tools, and training venues. Overall, the expenditure for nurturing the younger generation alone stands in million spirit stones each month. A staggering figure. This is the reality of Falarga family. Behind their strength is the accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Sui Feng, financial matters were a theliast office concerns. Very well, Harriswat Washaldo. The family heads voice command to mediate attention from theathers. The younger generation is the future reefed, he family. Only be ensuring Thea bust growth can further relevate our family stature. Therefore, starting today, almond flyer source allocations will be doubled. Moreover, shall invest in additional cultivation conditions, such as chemical materials and crafting supplies, to meet an unlimited supply standard. What do I think? As Yi Sui Feng finished speaking, theater four were left in top bewilderment. What had the just heard? They had prepared to cut family expenditures, yet the Hadarek proposed to increase benefit several fold. Was his digging thy grave? Elder brother, Yi Sui Yu's expression was near lion tears, feeling as if Yi Sui Feng was merely jesting. If the truly followed this plan, monthly expenditures would increase by at least 5 times. Thought would amount to 500,000 spirit stones. Even at the family's wealthiest moment, they had never spent so extravagantly. Huan Teto conveyed his elder brother how absurd Saida was. However, Yi Sui Feng grazed his hand, then took out tasterage bag from his robes and tossed a ditto beside him. Don't worry heavy on 100,000 spirit stone chura. Use a them for now, and if I need more, just ask him. Yi Sui Feng smiled. Yet Yi Sui Yu still wore Yape in that expression, saying elder brother, did he know clearly? Even with 100,000 spirit stones, it's still not enough. Before a cold finish, Ash strong hand suddenly grasped his arm, shaking with fervor. It was Yi Sui Yun beside him. His face flushed, he trembled as he held the storage bage in front of Yi Sui Yu, then slowly opened it. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated their faces, casting a radiant glow. The tis not in a million inferior spiritual stones. Rather, it is in a million superior spiritual stones. When converted, it amounts 100 billion inferior spiritual stones. That why individuals as students stun excellence of how they managed the family finances, they had never whiteness said, Chavez sumo spiritual stones in an instance. It mentioned that he have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Yi Sui Feng spoke with unerring nonchalance, tapping light lion thittable. Remember this from today onward, the Yefamila shall fear none.
Chapter 3 He gave too much. As the meeting concluded, Yi Sui Yun and his companions wandered dreamily out of the conference hall. They had anticipated a reduction in the family resources following this gathering, expecting everyone to tighten their belts for the days ahead, yet who could have imagined that not only would there be no decrease, but a substantial increase by several folds. Yi Sui Yun's generosity was indeed unparalleled, exuding a lavishness that was simply astonishing. Could it be that he had given too little? Standing by the window, Yi Sui Yun pondered. 0.1 million top-grade spirit stones was hardly a significant sum. Nevertheless, he considered it prudent to proceed cautiously. After all, every transition follows a process. Moving from frugality to extravagance is no exception. Bestowing too much at once may not necessarily be beneficial. It would be wiser to allow them to acclimate to the improved conditions before further adjustments. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji. Yi Sui Yun gazed at the information sheet in his hand. These 3 individuals were among the very few 6th-grade masters in Yunshao City. Their remarkable strength placed them high above, often adopting an aloof demeanor even towards the 3 prominent families, displaying an air of haughtiness. He hoped they would not be unappreciative of his overtures. Yi Sui Yun crumpled the information sheet and discarded it. Today he intended to pay them all a visit. After a brief rest, he exited the Yi family residence. The Yi family was situated in the heart of Yunshao City, and just a short distance away lay the bustling commercial district. Yunshao City was indeed a grand metropolis, with a permanent population nearing 1 million. The streets bustled with activity, alive with the sounds of people seated in an opulent carriage. Yi Sui Yun advanced slowly through the thoroughfare. Gazing out the window, the rich tapestry of urban life enveloped him, evoking memories of his past life. If time permitted, he resolved to savor the culinary delights of this world. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage halted before an extravagant loft. Why Isui Wind alighted. Danfeng Pavilion. How reminiscent it sounded of an establishment of ill repute. This was the residence of Zhong Ziming, a sixth-grade alchemist. He had resided in Yunshao City for over a decade. Maintaining an air of detachment, various factions sought to forge favorable relations with this esteemed alchemist, aspiring to acquire some exquisite elixirs from him. No one would dare to offend him lightly. Why Isui Wind entered. The first floor of the loft was dedicated to the sale of ordinary elixirs, teeming with patrons and bustling with activity. Why Isui Wind held little interest in the potions and sought out the floor manager. Stating informed Zhong Ziming that Isui Wind, the head of the Yi family, has come to see him. His demeanor was nonchalant. After all, a sixth-grade alchemist was hardly worthy of pretense before him. However, this attitude incited the manager's ire. Throughout his years at Danfeng Pavilion, regardless of who came to meet the master, they always displayed a demeanor of utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family treated him with deference. What of the head of the Yi family? The manager cast a sidelong glance at Isui Wind and replied, "Our master is currently refining elixirs. I must kindly ask you to leave." Why Isui Wind was not surprised by this response. When one occupies a high position for too long, peculiarities often emerge. An immense wave of spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire pavilion, and Isui Wind quickly discerned an elderly man with flowing hair sitting leisurely at the highest level of the loft. Indulging in translucent grapes. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Take me to see Zhong Ziming, or do not blame me for being impolite, Isui Wind declared. The manager's expression turned icy, and with a wave of his hand, a group of imposing figures at the Golden Body realm surrounded him. Isui Wind, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are merely a waste of the Qi refinement stage. Let us see what you can do. His tone was filled with bravado. Why Isui Wind smiled slightly. Then you shall see. With that, he extended his hand and seized the manager by the collar. The surrounding Golden Body practitioners, witnessing this, swiftly launched their attacks to subdue Isui Wind. Begone. Yet, with a mere sharp command, Isui Wind unleashed a tremendous force. The several Golden Body cultivators felt as though they had been struck by a rampaging ancient beast. Instantly hurtling backward, crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs, the crowd in the first floor hall erupted into chaos, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at Isui Wind. How audacious to cause a ruckus in Danfeng Pavilion. Such formidable strength, capable of overwhelming even the Golden Body realm warriors in one blow. I remember now, that is Isui Wind, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. The manager was equally stunned. Wasn't he? It said that Isui Wind was a waste of the Qi refinement stage. How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet Isui Wind remained unfazed. Now, do you see clearly? Let us proceed together. As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted the manager and ascended to the loft. Danfeng Pavilion consisted of 5 levels, each selling elixirs of varying grades. As Isui Wind climbed, he encountered numerous attempts to obstruct him. However, none could match his prowess. Merely the faintest release of his aura sent them sprawling, blood spouting from their mouths. Soon, he reached the top floor. Why Isui Wind pushed open the door. Zhong Ziming sensed the intrusion. Yet, as both a 6th-grade alchemist and a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, he felt no fear in Yunshao City. You are being rather presumptuous. Zhong Ziming's face darkened. Why Isui Wind casually discarded the manager and entered. Your subordinates are too arrogant. I am merely here to educate them on their manners. Arrogant, Zhong Ziming exclaimed furiously. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? With that, he brought his fingers together, directing them at Isui Wind. A resonating sound echoed as a flying sword, gleaming with golden light, pierced the air, propelled by a torrent of energy, hurtling towards Isui Wind. This was Zhong Ziming's life-bound treasure. He intended to crush Iswewind in one fell swoop, however, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the face of the incoming blade, Iswewind merely flicked his finger. An invisible ripple emanated from his fingertip, spreading outward. The powerful life-bound treasure, upon encountering this wave, abruptly altered its trajectory, swiftly turning back to stab at Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before his brow, suspended in mid-air. In an instant, everything in the room, save for the furniture by the window, was reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened, paralyzed by fear. The might of the individual before him far exceeded his imagination. Senior, let us speak civilly. His voice trembled. Iswewind chuckled and stepped forward, taking a seat opposite Zhang Ziming. The life-bound sword gently descended, resting on the table. Iswewind, a golden core treasure could be obliterated with a mere thought. But he refrained from doing so. His purpose today was to recruit Zhang Ziming as an instructor for the family's younger members. Destroying his life-bound treasure would only bring backlash upon himself, necessitating a lengthy recovery period, an unnecessary course of action. Observing the perspiration-soaked, tense Zhang Ziming, Iswewind remarked, "Now, can we converse properly?" Zhang Ziming nodded vigorously. "Senior, please feel free to speak. I shall do my utmost." He was genuinely frightened. Iswewind's display of power was unlike anything he had ever encountered, far surpassing even his master, who was at the out-of-body stage. What manner of person was this? Zhang Ziming's heart raced with trepidation. Iswewind plucked a grape from the table and savored its cool, fragrant essence. The fruits of the cultivation world indeed possessed extraordinary flavors. It is quite simple. My family currently lacks an alchemist to instruct the younger generation. I wish for you to take on this role, Iswewind stated. Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a cold sweat. He had thought there was a more pressing matter. It turned out he was being invited to serve as a guest elder for the Yi family. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? Wiping his brow discreetly, Zhang Ziming replied, "Of course, it would be an honor to serve under you, senior. When would you like me to begin?" Iswewind wore a playful expression. "So agreeable, shouldn't we first discuss the matter of compensation?" Zhang Ziming awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, senior, you flatter me. This is a rare opportunity. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters?" Internally, he grumbled, "You come in and thrash me. How could I possibly ask for remuneration?" Iswewind waved his hand dismissively. "I am not a bandit. I shall not act out of a sense of superiority. This is a formal employment as a guest elder of the Yi family." "Name your price." Zhang Ziming hesitated, studying Iswewind for a long while, trying to gauge his intentions, suspecting a trap. Yet Iswewind remained calm and collected, betraying nothing. Eventually, with no other option, Zhang Ziming nervously extended his palm. "Senior, though my strength is limited, I am still a 6th-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, my monthly remuneration would be at least 500,000 spirit stones. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. 500,000 spirit stones a month was not an insurmountable burden for the families of Yunshao City. Yet it was hardly deemed necessary given their various expenditures. Iswewind nodded, replying, "I shall provide you with 1 million spirit stones monthly, but you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the instruction of the Yi family's younger generation." Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated Iswewind would negotiate downwards, yet he was astonished to find the offer had doubled. "Just how wealthy are you, senior? You cannot be jesting." Zhang Ziming was still somewhat incredulous. "I do not jest." Iswewind placed a storage bag on the table and rose. "This contains 3 years' worth of remuneration. After 3 years, should you wish to depart from the Yi family, you may do so at any time. I will not retain you against your will. Remember, you must teach with diligence, otherwise you understand. If there are no further issues, you should report to the Yi family today and seek out Iswehu." After speaking, Iswefeng tossed aside a note and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, gazing blankly at the vast array of spirit stones within his storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived. Inquiring about the situation, upon learning that his master intended to visit the Yi family as a guest, he was immediately taken aback. "Master, did you not refuse family invitations?" Zhong Ziming remained silent for a long moment. The price he had given was indeed excessive. Chapter 4. All resolved. Yi Suifeng had employed Zhong Ziming for 3 years. In truth, he had similar intentions for the other two individuals as well. With his presence, the Yi family would undoubtedly flourish over the course of 3 years. Moreover, he would become acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. By then, even if the three chose not to remain, he could find even more exceptional candidates: Master Hu Chuang, a master blacksmith, and Master Dong Tenji, a master formation specialist. Yi Suifeng glanced at their respective positions and decided to visit Dong Tenji first. As he was closer, Dong Tenji's residence was situated on the outskirts of Yunshao City. After approximately 15 minutes in a carriage, Yi Suifeng arrived at his destination. Unlike the bustling Danfeng Pavilion, this place appeared more akin to a commoner's abode, albeit on a larger scale. Yi Suifeng knocked on the door. "The head of the Yi family is not receiving guests. Please leave." A distant voice replied, "I have come today to invite you to join the Yi family as a guest elder." Yi Suifeng responded, "My price is beyond your means. Begone." The voice inside remained cold and unyielding. "Name your price, and we can negotiate," Yi Suifeng suggested. "Get lost." However, his politeness was met with a curt dismissal. Yi Suifeng sighed, having no desire to resort to force, yet these individuals were simply too arrogant. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Behind the door lay a desolate expanse, suffused with a malevolent aura. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked soil, howling as they charged toward Yi Suifeng. It was akin to a purgatory, bitterly terrifying. The formation, perhaps, Yi Suifeng discerned this with ease. It was a killing formation. Even a golden core cultivator would likely suffer greatly if they carelessly ventured within. Had the former Yi Suifeng entered, he would have sustained permanent injuries in mere moments. A flicker of anger ignited within Yi Suifeng. "Since you treat me thus, do not blame me for what follows." He took a step forward, unleashing an enigmatic aura that caused the blood-red world to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the sky shattered like glass, revealing intricate fissures. Then, it shattered completely. As the world shifted, Yi Suifeng reappeared inside the house. Before him stretched a wide passageway leading into a wasteland. At its end lay a middle-aged man. An expression of disbelief on his face, sprawled on the ground with blood seeping from his mouth. Yi Suifeng advanced, coming to stand before Dong Tenji. "You, how is this possible?" Dong Tenji exclaimed, panic etching his features. Rendered utterly incapable of resistance by Yi Suifeng's might. "I prefer to reason with people." Yi Suifeng casually pulled up a chair and sat before Dong Tenji. "Now, shall we discuss your remuneration?" "Unless absolutely necessary." He had no desire to bully the weak. It would be far more pleasant for everyone to be amicable. Yet at that moment, Dong Tenji's mind was in turmoil. How could Yi Suifeng be so powerful? Hadn't the Li family proclaimed him a worthless individual? He wanted to curse. "Have you ever seen a worthless person who can shatter their own purgatory killing formation with a single kick? Then breach multiple defensive formations, injuring themselves? Damn the Li family for spreading falsehoods." "Senior, I may have been quite rude earlier, I hope." Yi Suifeng waved his hand, interrupting Dong Tenji. He had no interest in engaging in pleasantries with someone of his ilk. "As I stated, I have come to invite you as a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your remuneration." Dong Tenji's lips twitched as he hesitated for a long time before cautiously replying. "Senior, my teaching methods require considerable formation materials, which is quite costly, so I need at least 500,000 spirit stones each month." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Suifeng tossed him a storage bag. "You needn't worry about the materials. The family will provide everything. 500,000 spirit stones per month covers your remuneration for 3 years. I require your undivided commitment to instruct the Yi family's disciples. Pack your belongings, or report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. After speaking, Yi Sui-fong similarly tossed a note and turned to leave. He was untroubled by the prospect of Dong Tenji fleeing. In Yunshao City, no one could escape his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. After Yi Sui-fong departed, Dong Tenji stood dazed for a long while, gradually regaining his senses. The experience he had just undergone felt akin to a dream. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that 500,000 spirit stones each month, without the burden of providing materials, surpassed the remuneration offered by those large families. Moreover, the strength of the Yi family head was utterly terrifying. Working under such a person did not diminish his own status. He began to organize his belongings. At that moment, Yi Sui-fong had already arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant, without imparting some lessons. Even if he managed to recruit them, there was no guarantee they would perform their duties diligently. He wondered if Master Hu Chuang would be the same. Why Yi Sui-fong stepped inside. This was a blacksmith shop. Many young apprentices, bare-chested, were hammering away at the glowing coals, the atmosphere vibrant with energy. The air was thick with the scent of coal and sweat. Puzzled, Yi Sui-fong noted that this blacksmith seemed more akin to a traditional smith than a master craftsman. "Hello, how may I assist you?" A young man clad in clothing approached him. "I am the head of the Yi family, seeking Hu Chuang," Yi Sui-fong replied. The young man clasped his hands together respectfully. "Please wait a moment, I will inform the master." Why Yi Sui-fong nodded, finally encountering someone somewhat reasonable. After a short while, the young man returned. "Head of the Yi family, the master is in the back, please follow me." "Very well." Why Yi Sui-fong followed the young man to the back courtyard of the blacksmith shop. Within the yard stood 3 massive iron furnaces, and several older apprentices were diligently adding materials to them. Behind them stood a middle-aged man in modest attire, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. "Indeed, this resembles a true place of craftsmanship. Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived," the young man announced to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. It appeared he was indeed Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang inclined his head respectfully toward Yi Sui-fong. "Please, this way." Subsequently, the two entered the parlor, where attendants had prepared fragrant tea for them. "You are Hu Chuang?" Yi Sui-fong inquired. He appeared quite unassuming and slender, making it difficult to associate him with the only 6th-grade master craftsman in Yunshao City. "Indeed, that is I," Hu Chuang replied in a cultured tone. "You must be Yi Sui-fong, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. What brings you here today?" Yi Sui-fong nodded, stating, "I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Yi family, imparting knowledge of crafting to our younger disciples. What are your thoughts on this?" Recognizing Hu Chuang as a reasonable person, Yi Sui-fong naturally maintained a polite demeanor. Upon hearing Yi Sui-fong's proposition, Hu Chuang chuckled wryly. "I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot abandon this group of rascals." Anticipating rejection, Yi Sui-fong inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Hu Chuang gestured to the group of young apprentices outside, saying, "You must have noticed upon your arrival. My blacksmith shop has a considerable number of apprentices, and their sustenance relies entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would all be left to fend for themselves." "Ha ha," Yi Sui-fong queried. "Why is that the case? Do their tuition fees not cover expenses?" In this world, education was a costly affair, particularly for someone like Hu Chuang, a 6th-grade master. It was utterly impossible to become his disciple without sufficient financial backing. Hu Chuang chuckled, taking a sip of tea. "These kids are all orphans I took in during my travels. They possess determination and talent but lack the opportunity to shine on a grand stage. Hence, I offered them this chance." Understanding dawned on Yi Sui-fong. It was no wonder Hu Chuang felt such attachment to them. Crafting was indeed an expensive endeavor. Without Hu Chuang, these young talents would likely revert to their previous circumstances, brimming with potential yet leading unremarkable lives. Why Yi Sui-fong clasped his hands, expressing, "I sincerely admire your character." Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing to speak of, therefore I shall decline your invitation to be a guest elder," he concluded with a laugh. Why Yi Sui-fong shook his head with a smile, asserting, "No, if that is the case, I believe you should indeed accompany me. Hu Chuang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Yi Sui Fong replied, tell me, what are your monthly expenses for supporting such a large group of young apprentices? This, Hu Chuang had not anticipated that Yi Sui Fong would persist. After pondering, he answered, considering all the crafting materials consumed. This entire group requires at least 2 million spirit stones each month. Crafting was notoriously expensive. Why? Yi Sui Fong raised 5 fingers. If I were to become a guest elder of the Yi family, I could provide you with 5 million spirit stones each month. Moreover, if you desire, we can move this entire blacksmith shop into the Yi family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices will still be under your guidance. And I shall grant you complete autonomy. Your only responsibility will be to mentor the young scions of the Yi family. Additionally, all materials for refining will be fully supplied by the Yi family. Simply inform me of your needs. Why? Yi Sui Fong laid out his terms. Hu Chuang was left in a state of shock, momentarily doubting his own hearing. 5 million spirit stones per month, along with all refining materials. Was he truly prepared to sustain such an expenditure? Even the prominent families of the South might struggle to bear such costs. Most crucially, he was being offered complete autonomy. This level of generosity was beyond description. Why would you do this, with such wealth? You could easily employ a more advanced refining master, couldn't you? Hu Chuang asked, his mind racing. Why? Yi Sui Fong smiled and replied, there are many refining masters, but one like you is exceedingly rare. I admire your spirit and will support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunshao City, the 3 major families sought to invite him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that he intended to care for so many impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew their offers. After all, family interests come first. Yet Yi Sui Fong was the first to express his intent to support him and offered an astonishing remuneration. Is this truly your intention? Hu Chuang inquired. Why? Yi Sui Fong nodded, providing him with a definitive answer. Very well, Hu Chuang declared, then as you propose, I shall relocate the blacksmith shop to the Yi family. However, rest assured, I will cover all expenses for those unruly youngsters. Furthermore, 5 million is too much. I only require enough for daily expenses. 50,000 will suffice, not a penny more. Why? Yi Sui Fong replied, you must cultivate as well, and I hope you will take in more talented impoverished youths. That truly is excessive. Then how about 499,000? This, all right. Yi Sui Fong rose, stating, money, when spent wisely, holds the potential to yield the greatest value. Please make your arrangements. It would be best to proceed to the Yi family today. I will ensure the family's affairs are in order. With that, Yi Sui Fong produced a letter and clasped his hands in farewell. Only Hu Chuang remained, his heart in turmoil, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 5, The Disordered Yi Sui Hu. How on earth should I spend such an abundance of spirit stones? Yi Sui Hu sat in his study, staring blankly at a storage bag overflowing with spirit stones. His elder brother had gifted him 100,000 superior spirit stones, and subsequently, Suiyun, who managed the finances, allocated him 5,000, equating to 50 million inferior spirit stones, purportedly for this month's cultivation expenses. Good heavens, previously he had only 100,000 and now it had suddenly multiplied 50-fold. He was at a loss as to how to distribute them. First, let us consider the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the family's younger generation. As my brother suggested, let us increase the spirit stones by a factor of 2, and likewise double the quantities of Qi cultivation pills and blood vitality pills, but even that would not exhaust the funds. Perhaps I should procure medium-grade Qi cultivation pills and blood vitality pills as well. These mischievous youngsters are truly fortunate. As for other cultivation resources, my brother mentioned unlimited supply. Let us see. The lower-grade spirit herbs have always been insufficient. I shall increase the purchasing amount tenfold for refining materials, formation materials, and talisman-making materials. let us increase those by tenfold as well. Our provisions should also be upgraded, incorporating higher grade ingredients to assist in everyone's cultivation progress. After much calculation, Iswehu realized he had spent 20 million spirit stones, but there remained 30 million. What should I do now? For the first time, he lamented having too much money to spend. I shall purchase higher grade cultivation resources. Iswehu stilled his resolve, and his brush danced across the paper once more. Cleansing pills, body refining liquids, yellow grade martial arts manuals, yellow grade spiritual artifacts, chi cultivation pills, he wrote for an extended time. His mind spinning until he had expended the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Why Iswehu collapsed into his chair, exhaling deeply. At last, he had outlined the expenses for the month, gazing at the lengthy list of purchases. Iswefu felt somewhat dazed. With such financial investment, how could the Yi family fail to prosper? What of the Li family, or the Tang family? Sooner or later they would be supplanted by the Yi family. While lost in thought, a sudden knock on the study door disrupted him. Come in. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's attire entered. Steward Wu, is there something you need? Iswehu inquired. Third master, someone seeks an audience. Steward Wu replied. Why Iswehu, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully called third master within the clan. Who is it? Iswehu asked. Steward Wu hesitated before saying, he claims his name is Zhang Ziming, and he has come at the behest of the family head to serve as the master of alchemy teachings. Who? Iswehu nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Yi family, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, was pacing anxiously. After receiving the payment, he hastily packed his belongings, entrusted Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple, and brought along his 2 favored disciples to report to the Yi family. He moved quickly, fearing to incur Iswefu's displeasure. Zhang Ziming. Suddenly, the familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to discover it was Dong Tianji, a 6th-tier formation master from Yunshao City. They were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both inquired simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, with a glint in his eye, replied, I was invited by the head of the Yi family to be a guest. And you? Dong Tianji scoffed, saying, don't play coy. You're here to serve as a guest elder for the Yi family, aren't you? Their mutual understanding allowed them to perceive each other's circumstances at a glance. Likewise, Zhang Ziming chuckled. It seems you may have offended Elder Yi. Haven't you? His keen eyes noted the flash of chi and blood on Dong Tianji's face, clearly indicating recent injury. Given his understanding of Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully before Iswefu and thus faced repercussions. The thought made him secretly grateful that Iswefu had shown mercy. Dong Tianji, with a dark expression, coldly retorted, it was merely Elder Yi assessing my formation prowess, and he provided a few pointers you could not possibly envy. He was not one to lose in verbal exchanges with Zhang Ziming. Each harbored their own thoughts, subtly at odds with one another. At that moment, Iswehu emerged from within. Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Iswehu clasped his hands repeatedly, suddenly noticing Dong Tianji beside him, leaving him momentarily stunned, before quickly adding, Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here as well. He felt a bit weak in the knees. 2 masters had come together. Were they both sent by his elder brother? Brother, you truly outdid yourself. Zhang Ziming, with a smile, said, no need for such formalities. I am here in accordance with the head of the Yi family's instructions. Indeed, Dong Tianji similarly chimed in. The Yi family head is highly esteemed. To be invited as a guest elder is a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Iswehu gazed in astonishment at the 2 masters, who were usually quite proud. He found it difficult to comprehend their sudden humility. What has come over you two? Why the sudden change in demeanor? He was puzzled, yet he warmly welcomed both men into his home. Seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji produced a letter each, presenting them to Iswehu. Those were tokens left by Iswefu, and both men, being perceptive, refrained from opening them. Why Iswehu reached out his spirit sense to glean the information within. Suehu, this is the instructor I secured. payment has been rendered and the contract is for 3 years. Please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely a bunch of baggage. Do not feel overly courteous. Y Iswehu was taken aback. Glancing up at the two imposing masters, wondering how the term baggage could possibly apply to them. He could not fathom why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, and the information regarding the family's younger disciples, along with the teaching schedule, will be delivered to you shortly. Naturally, Iswehu did not genuinely consider them to be mere baggage. Speaking politely. No need for concern, Shang Ziming smiled. The disciples of the Yi family are clearly exceptional. Rest assured, I shall impart my knowledge generously. Yes, I possess unique insights in my teaching which are bound to surpass the methods of certain individuals. Dong Tianji added, what do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the two masters suddenly at odds, Iswehu scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is happening? After some time, Iswehu finally managed to arrange accommodations for the two masters. With the alchemy master and formation master settled, he wondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements for the blacksmith master as well. Just then, Steward Wu hurried back in. Third master, a large group of people has arrived outside, claiming to come in accordance with the family head's instructions. Who are they? Hu Chuang. Y Iswehu hadn't even settled into his chair when he sprang up again. Another 6th-tier master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunshao City far surpassed that of the previous two. He rushed to the entrance, only to be dumbfounded. Indeed, a vast crowd had gathered, numbering no less than 100. You have brought the blacksmith shop with you. Greetings, Third Master Yi. Hu Chuang clasped his hands in respect. No need for such formality. Iswehu quickly returned the gesture before inviting everyone inside. I and the parlor. Hu Chuang produced a letter as well. Suehu, this is the refining master I have engaged. The remuneration for the past 3 years has already been settled. You shall provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop, where no one shall disturb the operations of the forge. Remember, any requests from Hu Chuang must be fulfilled without delay. This letter stands in stark contrast to the previous two. Clearly, the elder brother holds this 6th-tier artifact master in high regard. Master Hu, I shall arrange accommodations for you shortly and present you with a teaching plan. If you have any additional requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Iswehu respectfully stated. Hu Chuang smiled and replied, you are too kind, Isanyi. I have no other demands, simply placing that group of rascals together will suffice. I appreciate your assistance. Y Iswehu promptly responded, not at all, it is my duty, please follow me. Soon, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were well settled, with resources and facilities for cultivation being prepared with great urgency. The gaps left by the departure of the 3 masters of the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6, I want it all. Upon exiting Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop, Isweifeng did not hurry home. Instead, he wandered through the bustling streets of Yunshao City, savoring the local customs and flavors of this world. Naturally, he indulged in the local cuisine, a tofu dragon-fished, green bamboo phoenix fluff, and a northern banquet. From street vendors to the city's finest tavern, Isweifeng sampled delicacies wherever he went. His astonishing appetite left the carriage drivers wide-eyed in disbelief. After a lengthy exploration, Isweifeng arrived at the towering structure known as Wanbeige. As its name suggests, Wanbeige is a place for the sale of various treasures. It is rumored to be an immensely powerful entity, with stores spread across the continent boasting remarkable strength and scale. He intended to procure some cultivation techniques and gain an understanding of the cultivation system in this world. Although Isweifeng had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation realm and possessed an astonishingly powerful spirit, he lacked a systematic understanding of specific techniques. However, this was not a significant concern. With his immeasurable divine consciousness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After some contemplation, Isweifeng entered Wanbeige. He wandered around the first floor and discovered an abundance of items, techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs and fruits and materials for cultivation, everything one could desire, yet most of it was below the yellow grade. The lowest tier among the 4 grades of heaven and earth. Naturally, Isuefeng looked down upon these offerings. He approached the counter and found the person in charge of the first floor. Then opened a storage bag before him. Inform your master that a significant business opportunity has arrived, Isuefeng stated succinctly. The person in charge stared wide-eyed at the overflowing spiritual stones. Goodness, this must be over 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. This truly is a substantial business. He did not delay, promptly inviting Isuefeng to a private room where fine water and tea were served before swiftly departing to find his master. Moments later, a stunning woman entered the room. She appeared youthful, with a curvaceous figure, and her every smile and frown was enchanting. I apologize for not welcoming the head of the Yi family properly upon your arrival, she said, her voice melodious and pleasing, evoking a sense of fondness. Are you the master of Wanbage? Isuefeng inquired. The woman sat down opposite him, smiling. Indeed, I am Gu Wanxin, the head of Wanbage in Yunshao City. Master Gu. Isuefeng clasped his fists in greeting. I have come today to procure some treasures to take back. I trust that with Wanbage's strength I shall not be disappointed. He wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand. The head of the Yi family is indeed a forthright individual, Gu Wanxin said with a flirtatious smile, producing a jade slip from her robe and placing it on the table. I assume you wouldn't be interested in yellow-grade treasures. Here is our list of Xian-grade treasures. Do take a look and see if anything catches your eye. Any item at even the lowest tier of spiritual herbs is valued at over 10,000 spiritual stones. Gu Wanxin clearly regarded Isuefeng as a wealthy patron. However, she was correct. He indeed was a man of considerable means. Why Isuefeng picked up the jade slip and extended a strand of his spirit. Instantly, a plethora of names and descriptions of treasures appeared before his eyes. The selection was similar to that on the first floor, encompassing a wide variety of items, truly befitting the reputation of Wanbage. Isuefeng focused on browsing through the techniques, martial skills, and cultivation manuals, sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement techniques, alchemy, artifact forging formations. Aside from certain specialized paths, everything one could expect was present, perfectly suited for Isuefeng to understand this world. However, upon completing his review, Isuefeng discovered that only Xian-grade mid-tier techniques or lower were available. Do you have anything of a higher grade? He asked. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. The mid-tier of the was already considered high-end in Yunshao City. And he was still unsatisfied. Head of the Yi family, treasures above the Xian-grade upper tier are exceedingly rare. I do not mean to offend, but their value is extraordinarily high. Money is not an issue. Isuefeng waved his hand dismissively. Bring out any high-grade items you have. Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Had it not been said that the Yi family was on the verge of decline? Why was this new head so extravagant? However, recognizing the business opportunity, she would not turn him away. Once more, she retrieved a glowing jade slip from her robe and placed it before Isuefeng. These are our Xian-grade upper tier treasures. Please see if there is anything you require, Gu Wanxin stated. Why Isuefeng nodded and again extended his spiritual energy. This time, the list was noticeably shorter. After all, items of the were not commonplace. Why Isuefeng quickly finished reading through it. The items were indeed exceptional, including a Xian-grade superior spiritual sword, which was beautifully crafted and possessed remarkable power, making it quite suitable for his daughter. Yihuang. I should inquire what my daughter likes once I return. Due to my previous stubbornness, this child has endured much hardship. Do you have anything even more advanced? Isuefeng inquired, setting down the jade slip. More advanced? Gu Wanxin was at a loss. What was the matter with Isuefeng? Was he not satisfied even with a Xian-grade superior? treasure. Beyond this tier, there existed earth-grade treasures which were the prized possessions of Wanbage. Did he truly possess the financial means for such items? Gu Wanshin could not help but doubt whether this head of the Yi family was merely jesting, yet, observing his calm demeanor, she felt he was not the type to waste time. Gu Wanshin shook her head internally. No one dared to offend Wanbage lightly, so showing him the treasures was no issue. She then produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Yi Suifeng. Head of the Yi family, this is our prized possession. If you remain unsatisfied, I have no further recourse, Gu Wanshin said deliberately. Oh, very well. Is earth grade the highest tier available? Then let us proceed with this for now. Yi Suifeng's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Gu Wanshin, however, was increasingly bewildered. As a keen observer of people's expressions, she clearly sensed Yi Suifeng's dissatisfaction. You are not satisfied even with earth-grade items. Good heavens, what sort of wealthy individual have I encountered? At this moment, Yi Suifeng had already probed into the contents of the jade slip. The prized possession naturally contained only a few items, 2 techniques, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. The Kanglen skill earth-grade low-tier technique, the God-slaying 9 swords earth-grade mid-tier martial skill, a low-grade earth talisman capable of generating a sturdy defensive shield, and a mid-grade earth alchemy furnace that could autonomously produce alchemical fire, allowing the alchemist to work more persistently. The highest tier item was the blue stone, the calming stone earth-grade upper-tier treasure that soothes the spirit, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in comprehending techniques. Yi Suifeng nodded inwardly, recognizing these as indeed commendable items. Are there truly no higher-tier treasures? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanshin, looking embarrassed, replied, there truly are none. Our branch is relatively small. So these 5 items are our prized possessions. Very well. Yi Suifeng ceased his insistence and asked, now, shall we discuss the pricing? Gu Wanshin's eyes brightened. They had finally reached the topic of price. It seemed this head of the Yi family was not here merely to cause trouble. Which item do you have your eye on? Gu Wanshin inquired. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss them all. As you wish. Gu Wanshin contemplated before speaking. You are aware that treasures of the earth grade are exceedingly rare. Even in Sioux City, the Kanglen skill requires 2 billion spiritual stones. The God-slaying 9 swords costs 100 billion. The fortune pendant is 10 billion. The ancient alchemy furnace is 50 billion, and the coming stone demands 500 billion spiritual stones. Such staggering prices. In the past, the expenses for the Yi family, covering the daily needs of family members, cultivation resources, business investments, land maintenance, and so forth, amounted to roughly 10 billion spiritual stones annually. Their annual income was approximately the same. They could not even afford the cheapest fortune pendant. In all of Yunshao City, only the most powerful Tang family could purchase a single one of Wanbage's more affordable priced possessions. Yet, if the Tang family did acquire one, their members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which one do you wish to purchase? Gu Wanshin's face was filled with anticipation. The 5 prized possessions had remained untouched since her arrival. If she could sell even one, the commission would be a substantial income. More importantly, it would earn her considerable prestige with the main branch of Wanbage in Sioux City. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. Bring them all to me. I want them all. Gu Wanshin was left speechless. She once harbored doubts about her hearing. In her view, Yi Suifeng was most likely to purchase that volume of Kanglen Gong, as it was relatively inexpensive and of great significance to the family. Little did she expect that he would desire everything. Is this truly the case? Gu Wanshin felt compelled to confirm. Yi Suifeng chuckled and replied, of course it's true, but you must provide me with a few larger storage bags, otherwise I won't be able to accommodate so many spirit stones. This time, Yi Suifeng intended to spend some of the low-grade spirit stones, as having them piled up was hardly practical. they were quite an ISO. Gu Wenxin, feeling a bit dazed, realized that having reached this point, she no longer worried that Yi Sui Feng was jesting. Moments later, Gu Wenxin returned with a stack of storage bags and handed Yi Sui Feng a beautiful ring. Within this storage ring lay 5 treasured artifacts, the pride of their collection, rest assured. This ring is a gift for you, and from this moment on you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunshao City, Gu Wenxin expressed with utmost respect. To Yi Sui Feng was not merely a patron, he was her Avalokitesvara, guiding her to a higher status. The thought of how those at the main pavilion would react upon learning that she had sold so many items filled her with exhilaration. Yi Sui Feng accepted the ring and inspected its contents, confirming the presence of the 5 artifacts without issue. He then took the storage bags and began filling them with spirit stones. The storage bags Gu Wenxin provided were quite capacious, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. After filling them, Yi Sui Feng furrowed his brow. It still wasn't enough, Gu Wenxin exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion. Did you miscalculate? There are 14 storage bags in total, which can hold 700 billion spirit stones, while those artifacts only amount to 680 billion. A warm smile spread across Yi Sui Feng's face. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted everything, I wasn't just referring to the prized artifacts. I also wish to acquire the 2 jade slips listing the mysterious level treasures. Gu Wenxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 7. Yi Huang's thoughts. No one in Yunshao City was aware that Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly become impoverished, left with nothing but money. All the treasures above the mysterious level had been swept clean, transformed into 10 storage rings, now adorning Yi Sui Feng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wenxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from the Wanbao Pavilion to ensure his safe return to the family. Yi Sui Feng politely declined. No one could rob him of his possessions. He leisurely enjoyed 2 sumptuous meals before ambling back to his family, by which time the sky was nearly dark. First, he paid a visit to Sui Yun, dropping off 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study, feeling somewhat disheveled by the wind. Subsequently, Yi Sui Feng returned to his courtyard. Before he could enter, he had a series of thuds. Upon stepping inside, he discovered his daughter Yi Huang diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and before her lay a black force-testing stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of quickly recovering from dents, making it ideal for practice. While Yi Huang struck the stone with punch after punch, her demeanor exceptionally earnest, sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. What a diligent and ambitious young girl! Yi Sui Feng felt a surge of pride. In his memory, this daughter had always been exceptionally sensible, never causing him worry, and even shouldering many responsibilities. Indeed, a child from a poor family grows up fast. Shao Huang, Yi Sui Feng called out. Father, you're back. Yi Huang replied, her fists never pausing in their rhythm. Have you eaten dinner? Yi Sui Feng inquired. I've already eaten, she replied. Just let me finish 200 more punches to reach 1,000. This is my post-dinner training routine. Such a stubborn girl. Yi Sui Feng did not press her father, standing by as she completed her goals. Each punch was delivered with all her strength against the force-testing stone, clearly aiming to surpass her own limits. However, in Yi Sui Feng's eyes, her technique was lacking. With a minor adjustment, she could achieve far greater results. He would have to take the time to guide his beloved daughter. Upon completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang let out a long breath and smiled at Yi Sui Feng. Come inside. The two entered the room. Once seated, Yi Sui Feng intended to discuss Yi Huang's training but suddenly realized he did not even know her current cultivation level. What a negligent father! Shao Huang, what stage of cultivation have you reached? Yi Sui Feng asked her. Yi Huang's expression reflected shock. 4 years, her father had never inquired about her cultivation. Why now? I just recently broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement, Yi Huang said somewhat bashfully. With 12 levels in total for Qi refinement, and at 14 years of age, Yi Huang had only just crossed the threshold in Yunshao City, yet within the Yi family, several peers her age had already surpassed the Qi refinement stage. Reaching the transformation stage, compared to them, Yi Huang's abilities appeared rather frail, especially as the daughter of the clan leader. She must face considerable pressure. There's no need to feel disheartened. From today onward, I will personally guide your cultivation. And you will soon catch up, Yi Suifeng assured her. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed with joy. While she had little expectation for his guidance, the most significant aspect was that her father was finally showing interest in her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. Well, father went out today and brought back some gifts for you. Now, why don't you tell me what you like, or what your greatest wish is? Yi Suifeng inquired. With so many items he had acquired, it would be impractical to present them all at once. It was best to hear her thoughts first. Why? Yi Huang paused for a moment. A wish, my wish is to train hard and become a strong person so that I can. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, lowering her gaze. The desire to relieve her father's burdens had been a sentiment she kept hidden. Not easily articulated. So you can what? Yi Suifeng prompted. So I can participate in the upcoming Battle of Yunshao City, Yi Huang confessed, fabricating a small lie. The Battle of Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that such an event indeed existed. In Yunshao City, the three major families inevitably clashed in various aspects. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, they had agreed to hold the Battle of Yunshao City. This confrontation took place every 2 years, with each family sending 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would claim the shops of the defeated or resource territories outside the city. The Yi family had lost significantly in recent battles, resulting in a strained family fortune. The next Battle of Yunshao City was set for 6 months hence. It was unexpected to learn that his daughter harbored such aspirations. Wishing to bring honor to the family, what a good child, Yi Suifeng nodded. Cultivation was an essential path, and even if she did not mention it, he would assist her in progressing further along that journey. Aside from cultivation, is there anything else you enjoy? Yi Huang pondered for a moment before replying. Outside of cultivation, I would say alchemy. What draws you to alchemy? Yi Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Because, if one masters the art of alchemy, it is the most lucrative endeavor, Yi Huang said, scratching her head and laughing. Why? Yi Suifeng realized his daughter was indeed fearful of poverty before assuming the role of clan leader. While he enjoyed the family's allowances, they were not substantial due to his lack of contributions, merely sufficient for daily sustenance. No wonder his daughter was so concerned about finances. Very well, father supports you, Yi Suifeng declared. It was rare for young people to have dreams, and he would naturally lend his full support. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved the earth-grade alchemical furnace he had purchased that day from his storage ring. This is newly acquired and superior to your current furnace. Take it, Yi Suifeng said. The furnace his daughter possessed was of yellow-grade low quality, lacking significant utility. Father, you are so kind, Yi Huang exclaimed, grinning as she accepted the furnace. She was unaware that this item was a prized possession of Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, as long as it was a gift from her father, she was delighted. By the way, the family has recently hired a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend classes anymore. From today, I will personally guide your alchemical skills, Yi Suifeng announced. Oh, alright, Yi Huang blinked, surprised that her father would know how to refine peels. After pondering for a moment, Yi Suifeng asked, by the way, do you like swords? Yes, I quite like them. However, our family excels in fist techniques, so I chose to practice punches, Yi Huang replied. Now you have access to sword techniques, Yi Suifeng said, producing a top-quality mysterious-grade longsword from his storage ring and handing it to Yi Huang. Since you like it, begin practicing with the sword from now on. The elegant blade emanated a faint purple glow, and Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with delight. It's simply exquisite. I wonder what grade it is. As for the techniques, I will provide those tomorrow. And there's this. Yi Sui Feng then took out a tranquility stone. The upper grade earth tranquility stone was of immense assistance to cultivation and was coveted by all practitioners. Yi Huang stared in awe as she accepted the tranquility stone, still unaware of the significance of this seemingly unremarkable stone. All right, you should return to your room and rest early. The practice of cultivation necessitates a harmonious balance between labor and rest. It is not merely through relentless effort that one can achieve remarkable accomplishments, Wai Su Fing remarked. Wai Hu Ying nodded in agreement, her heart aflame with excitement as she rose to depart. Wai Su Fing, with a sense of resignation, understood that his daughter would undoubtedly immerse herself in her training until the late hours. It was not a matter of great concern, after all. The youth should strive diligently. After completing his evening rituals, Wai Su Fing reclined on his bed, retrieving the 2 tomes of earth-tier cultivation methods he had procured that day. Each of these texts, when presented, would undoubtedly incite a fervor in Wainexio City, such was their elevated rank, yet Wai Su Fing remained unsatisfied. He aspired to refine them further. There is a clear flow here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed in this manner. The pathways are incorrect as well. A couple of better alternatives would suffice. Countless millennia of cultivation had rendered Wai Su Fing's spirit immeasurably potent. Capable of discerning the very essence, such earth-tier methods he could effortlessly identify their vulnerabilities and enhance them. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent regarding his daughter's training. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Wai Su Fing completed his revisions on both tomes. Now, CNGL had been elevated from a low-grade earth-tier method to an exquisite one, while SHSHNGGN had ascended to a mid-grade heavenly tier. Capable of slaying true deities upon reaching mastery. Very well, for now, let us make do with these 2 for Shi O Hu Ying as a transitional period. In due time, I shall explore some celestial techniques or Taoist arts for her to learn. Chapter 8. The family in turmoil. Today marks the day when the descendants of the Wai family receive their monthly allowance. Young men and women, in pairs or alone, make their way to the family's steward hall. A young man clad in white, exuding an air of confidence, strides along the path with a golden spear slung across his back. El Ingu, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice calls from behind, prompting the youth to turn. A young man and woman, both of similar height and dressed in azure garments, rushed towards him. Wai Chien, El Ingu greeted. The girl approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, when did you emerge from seclusion? El Ingu, 3 days ago. El Ingu replied with a nod to both. How was your experience during this seclusion? Wai Chien asked. It went well enough. El Ingu responded, I have successfully broken through to the 3rd layer of Chi transformation, and I have also attained initial mastery in the Dragon Hunter Spear technique. That Wai Chien's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle at Wainexio City in 6 months, we must teach those detestable Li family members a lesson, she declared, shaking her tiny fist in indignation. El Ingu pressed his lips together. Among the younger generation of the Wai family, his prowess was indeed among the most formidable. If all goes as planned, he would certainly secure a place in the battle. However, he harbored little confidence in defeating the Li family. According to reliable sources, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qiu, had already advanced to the 5th layer of Qi transformation, and his skills with hidden weapons were nothing short of extraordinary. Facing him now would likely result in defeat. El Ingu clenched his fists unconsciously. Rest assured, I will strive to improve. I believe in you. Wai Chien cheered from the side. You both must also put in effort. The Wai family must not fall into decline during our generation, El Ingu stated earnestly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. El Ingu, I received word from father a few days ago that our allowance is set to decrease again. Wai Chien suddenly interjected. All 3 were children of Wai Su Yen, with El Ingu being the eldest at 15, while the twins Wai Chien and Wai Chien were 14. slightly younger than Y, who in Y Su Yn managed the family's resources, thus they were privy to certain information ahead of time. I am aware, El Ingu sighed softly, the family is currently facing difficulties. Which is why we must devote ourselves to cultivation and work together to help the family weather this storm. Y Chien pouted, saying, while that may be true, a reduction in allowance means it will be even more challenging for us to cultivate. Moreover, now that uncle has become the family head, I fear we shall not have many good days ahead. As she spoke, El Ingu suddenly halted. Slap, a resounding smack landed heavily on Y Chien's face. Quickly leaving a red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind their back? El Ing's expression was as cold as ice as he glared at Y Chien. Then turned his gaze towards Y Chien. Startled, Y Chien trembled and quickly added, brother, we were wrong, you know how it is, my sister just speaks her mind, speaking one's mind, that often leads to trouble. El Ingu scoffed, regardless of what uncle may be, he is our family head now, the highest authority of the Y family. To speak ill of him is to challenge the authority of the entire family. Have you forgotten the 3 iron laws of our clan? The 2 chastised siblings bowed their heads, refraining from further words. In this household, parents held the utmost authority, followed by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong. Y Chien said meekly as she covered her face. El Ingu shot her a glance before addressing Y Chien, when I am not present, you must keep an eye on her. She cannot run wild every day. Y Chien nodded vigorously in agreement. After receiving a reprimand, the 2 siblings became much quieter. Moments later, the trio arrived at the steward hall. Young masters, here are your allowances and cultivation resources for this month. Take them and cultivate well, the steward said with a smile. The 3 felt somewhat puzzled. Had they not heard that the allowances were to be reduced? Why did the steward appear so cheerful? However, they thought little of it and accepted the storage bags before turning to leave. Do you all have classes today? El Ingu inquired. Yes, Y Chien replied. The previous 3 instructors have departed. And I heard that the family head brought in 3 new ones yesterday. This alone shows that the family head is capable, El Ingu remarked. So, let us dismiss any unfounded thoughts and focus on our cultivation. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed Y Chien standing still, motionless. What is wrong? El Ingu asked. Y Chien lifted her head, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief, clutching her storage bag, which she had opened. She exclaimed, I think my allowance has been miscalculated. El Ingu furrowed his brow. Didn't they say the allowance would be reduced this month? What is so unusual about that? No. It's not that. Y Chien opened her storage bag wide. My allowance hasn't decreased. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? El Ingu and Y Chien rushed over, peering into their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they were originally entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of chi refinement pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills each month for their daily cultivation. Yet the quantities in their sister's storage bag were clearly amiss. After a careful count, they discovered a total of 100 spirit stones, with both the chi refinement pills and bone strengthening pills doubled. Furthermore, there were 2 additional items. 1 bottle contained a red elixir labeled body refining pill, while the other was a round porcelain pellet marked as marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, particularly the marrow cleansing pill, were high-grade elixirs. How could they have ended up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Y Chien stated. Such an abundance of resources does not seem to be intended for us. Let us check our own, El Ingu suggested suddenly. The 2 then opened their own storage bags, only to be left speechless. They're identical. What is going on? Did they all get mixed up? The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. After a moment of silence, El Ingu closed his storage bag and said solemnly, this must be a mistake. These items are undoubtedly meant for someone else. We cannot accept them. The other two nodded in agreement. They would not accept items that did not belong to them. They returned to the steward hall to return the storage bags to the steward Liao Gu NSH. It seems these items were not meant for us, El Ingu stated. Oh, a mistake in distribution. Liao Gu NSH took the storage bags, examined them closely, and then handed them back. Young masters, you are jesting. The contents are correct and intended for you. The three were once again left stunned, but the quantities. Liao Gu NSH waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Did you not see the family head's signal within? Ha! El Ingu looked puzzled, and upon opening the storage bag he discovered an unusual item inside. It was a small insignia, and when opened a bold line of text unfurled before them. Resources are plentiful. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9 Guidance in Cultivation. The Y family was ablaze with excitement. No one had anticipated that this month's allowance would increase so dramatically. Good heavens, the chi refinement pills this time are actually mid-grade elixirs. And the bone-strengthening pills are the same. Some who consumed the elixirs were immediately overwhelmed by the vast amounts of spiritual energy contained within. Compared to low-grade chi refinement pills, the cultivation efficiency of mid-grade elixirs is over 5 times greater. My goodness, the new alchemy instructor is Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th grade alchemist. Someone recognized Zhang Ziming during the alchemy class, astonished that the family could invite such a master as an instructor. In courses on weapon forging and formations, others also recognized 2 6th grade masters, leaving them in sheer awe. The family had truly invested heavily this time, coupled with the family head's conveyed message, cultivate diligently. Resources are plentiful. The Y family had officially embarked on a new era of collective cultivation. Such news swiftly spread, becoming known to the other two prominent families. Doubling resources, a 6th grade master. It seems the Yi family has wagered their fate on the Battle of Yuntian City 6 months hence. Haha, I told you so. The newly appointed head of the Yi family is nothing but a fool. This course of action is nothing short of undermining their own foundation. I wonder how those elders of the Yi family could allow him to act so recklessly. Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools themselves. The Yi family is truly not destined to go far. They are bound to be defeated at the hands of Yi Suifeng. The members of the Li family scoffed at Yi Suifeng's actions, ridiculing him for depleting their resources and harming the family's foundation, essentially courting their own demise. The Yi family possesses such financial prowess. Have they tapped into their family's reserves? That seems unlikely. Who knows? I've seen Yi Suifeng before. He lacks significant ability. Perhaps his mind has muddled, leading him to make such absurd decisions. Yet there is one issue. Those 6th grade masters are not easily summoned back to the family. So one wonders what immense price the Yi family has paid. Regardless, in the upcoming battle at Yuntian City, our Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other two families. The members of the Tang family were equally perplexed. Unsure of what Yi Suifeng's maneuvers truly represented, the entire Yuntian City trembled due to the Yi family's sudden substantial investment in training resources. However, as the orchestrator of this event, Yi Suifeng sat beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a thick ancient tome while sipping tea leisurely. His daughter, Yi Huang, practiced swordsmanship diligently beside him. Earlier in the morning, Yi Suifeng had given her 2 revised martial arts manuals. However, his daughter's foundation was rather lacking, so he decided to focus on her swordsmanship fundamentals first. Of course, Yi Suifeng had his unique approach. He had sifted through numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, culminating in a brand new swordsmanship style, the basic sword technique, a phoenix. Despite its seemingly frivolous name, this sword art far surpassed ordinary introductory sword techniques. It maximally facilitates a complete novice's entry into swordsmanship while also effectively honing their sword posture, enhancing their physical constitution and coordination. Most importantly, it was tailored specifically for Yi Huang's physique. After merely an hour of practice, Yi Huang already exhibited a semblance of proficiency, completely transforming from her earlier inexperienced demeanor. Once her training was on track, Yi Sui-fong resumed perusing the martial arts texts he had purchased the previous day. The book in his hands, titled Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method, was an upper-tier Shen-grade body refinement technique. This technique is quite commendable. Why? Yi Sui-fong nodded, plucking a crystal-clear apple and popping it into his mouth. Since he had decided to cultivate Yi Huang, he would naturally not be negligent. The martial arts, sword techniques, body refinement, and magical treasures should at least be satisfactory, if not the best. Relying solely on her own efforts would be utterly absurd. Firstly, Yi Huang was not an extraordinary genius, she was merely a practitioner with barely acceptable qualifications. Without his intervention, her future achievements would be severely limited. Secondly, what good is wealth if it goes unused? Why are hidden families, super sects, and descendants of sacred lands so powerful? Is it solely due to their own efforts? Nonsense, they are all built upon vast resources. In comparison, his investment in Yi Huang still fell short. Nevertheless, Yi Sui-fong remained unhurried, believing in a gradual and steady approach. After finishing the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method, Yi Sui-fong poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. The technique was commendable. After modifications, it transformed into a heavenly-grade body refinement method. However, Yi Sui-fong glanced at his daughter, who was earnestly practicing, and shook his head slightly. Cultivating multiple top-tier techniques simultaneously may not necessarily be beneficial. Never mind, I shall focus on developing a suitable body refining elixir based on this technique. That seems more direct. With this thought, Yi Sui-fong's formidable consciousness began to perform calculations, and in no time at all he devised a formula for a body refining elixir. This elixir may not be the strongest, but the materials at hand would suffice without the need to seek out rare heavenly treasures. He was merely missing one ingredient. Why? Yi Sui-fong looked up at the sky. The core of the Thunder Sound Body Refinement Method lay in thunder. The elixir derived from it required thunder as its main ingredient. What could be more powerful than the thunder of a perfected tribulation? Indeed, Yi Sui-fong had set his sights on the heavenly path he had toyed with a few days prior. It was merely a matter of borrowing something. He believed it wouldn't mind too much here. Undergoing tribulation would be too conspicuous. It would be better to find a more secluded place. After contemplating, Yi Sui-fong stood up. Xiao Huang, take a break, he said, observing his daughter drenched in sweat. It's all right, father, I can keep going. Yi Huang panted, her face flushed, yet she gritted her teeth, continuing to wield her sword according to her father's teachings. Yi Sui-fong's expression darkened slightly. Do as I say. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. When I tell you to stop, I mean for you to sit and cultivate the Kanglan technique. This is the best time to do so. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang quickly gathered herself, calming her breath before sitting cross-legged on the ground, preparing to practice the Kanglan technique. Before starting, she sneakily glanced at Yi Sui-fong. Her father had recently become quite authoritative. In the past, he never commented on her training. However, this more commanding version of her father brought her a sense of security. With these thoughts in mind, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate earnestly. Yi Sui-fong nodded slightly. Remember, for every hour spent practicing the basic sword technique, sit for an hour in meditation, then summarize where you encountered issues and how to improve. Each 3-hour cycle should be repeated twice daily. Not exceeding that. The remaining time is yours to arrange as you see fit. He cautioned her carefully. All right, take your time with your training. I will step out for a while and return in the evening. After speaking, Yi Sui-fong's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10, Crossing the Tribulation. The Qinggu Highlands, a formidable natural barrier, lies to the north of Yuntian City. Beyond it stretches the northern snowfields. Legend has it that the northern snowfields are barren, where life is exceedingly harsh, existing primarily in a primitive tribal state clad in animal skins and relying on slash-and-burn agriculture. In short, there is little culture to speak of. However, these notions are merely the speculations of those from the Lingnan region. Very few have crossed the Qinggu Highlands to witness the splendor of the northern snowfields. The Qinggu Highlands halt the progress of nearly everyone. Here, the mountains rise steeply, dense with ancient terrain rarely trodden by human feet. Countless great demons lurk within the depths of the highlands, and recklessly entering could result in instant demise. Yet, such circumstances also attract many practitioners seeking to hone their skills. The treasures found on demon beasts are abundant. Should one stumble upon a spirit herb of earth grade or higher, it could lead to sudden wealth, ensuring a life free from worry. At this moment, several young practitioners tread cautiously along the outskirts of the highlands. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, startling them. One long-haired youth immediately dropped to the ground, straining to listen. His expression changed drastically. "Run! A horde of fierce beasts is charging toward us," he shouted in panic, but he noticed his companions were frozen mouths agape, gazing skyward. The long-haired youth followed their gaze, his eyes widening in shock. The sky was shrouded in ominous black clouds, obscuring much of the heavens. It formed a swirling vortex, pulsating with azure and violet light, the oppressive aura causing him to feel as though his heart was about to burst from his chest. "What is that?" they trembled, their legs weakening. This scene felt like an omen of doom. At that moment, the booming grew louder, and they saw flocks of birds take to the skies in a panic from the nearby thicket. "It's a beast tide, we must flee," the long-haired youth reacted fast, shouting hoarsely, then turned and ran. The others quickly regained their senses, hastily following in his wake, racing toward the mountain's edge, atop a peak deep within the highlands. Feng observed the expanding tribulation clouds above, furrowing his brow. The commotion was unexpectedly loud. Had he known, he would have ventured further inside. He had chosen this location to draw out the tribulation lightning to avoid disturbing ordinary practitioners. Yet he never anticipated the clouds would spread so widely, nearly spilling over the mountain's edge. "Come on, hurry up," Feng said, looking up in displeasure. His tribulation lightning was the most fearsome of the 99 heavenly tribulations, comprising a total of 81 bolts, with each successive bolt exponentially more powerful than the last. Naturally, the quality also increased correspondingly. Why Feng sought to obtain the final bolt, which is why he had waited so long. As if sensing Feng's provocation, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to whirl faster. Boom! A bolt of azure-violet lightning descended from the heavens, carrying immeasurable celestial might, instantly arriving above Feng. Yet Feng merely waved his hand, and that seemingly invincible bolt of tribulation lightning was instantly shattered, scattering like petals in the wind, raining down upon the surrounding peaks. The mountains trembled and quaked, with several small hills collapsing under the force. "At long last, it seems right. Hasten, hasten." Feng appeared utterly unscathed. The tribulations of thunder crashed down in relentless waves, yet before Feng they seemed as soft as cotton candy. Completely unable to withstand his presence, finally the final trial of the 99 heavenly tribulation arrived. The ominous clouds of calamity in the sky began to contract, yet the ferocious energy contained within surged to an even higher level. As the tempestuous clouds shrank to a singular point, a resounding roar erupted. A brilliant purple lightning bolt descended with tremendous force. "I have awaited your arrival." Why Feng soared into the air, confronting the obliterating thunder with audacity. His right hand transformed various mysterious energies coalescing within his grasp. In his left hand, he surprisingly produced a white jade bottle made of sheep fat. In an instant, Feng clashed directly with the thunder. Yet, contrary to expectations, a colossal explosion did not ensue. Instead, it came to an abrupt halt, reminiscent of the final note of a piper. The tumultuous storm abruptly gave way to a clear sky. Why Feng's figure slowly descended. In his hand, a sphere of purple energy appeared, surging restlessly. "Behave yourself." With a gentle grip of his fingers, Feng diminished the purple energy until it transformed into a small droplet, suspended above his palm. Subsequently, he sealed this droplet into the jade bottle. At last, it is done. Why Feng gazed skyward, where a towering celestial gate materialized in the air, faintly visible. The gate gradually opened, enveloping Feng in a golden radiance. from which countless celestial melodies emanated. He had successfully traversed the 99 heavenly tribulation and was on the verge of ascension to immortality. However, there is no need to rush, you should return fast. Yi Suifeng dispersed his aura, his cultivation once again stabilizing at the pinnacle of tribulation. This world cannot accommodate immortals. To become an immortal, one must ascend to the higher realms. Yi Suifeng had no desire to depart just yet. He had only arrived a few days prior and had yet to fully experience the local customs and culture. Moreover, he had a lovely daughter waiting for his return after Yi Suifeng dispelled his immortal presence. The celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, momentarily pausing before gradually fading away. Task accomplished. Yi Suifeng stored the jade bottle back into his special compartment. The primary medicine was prepared. And when the time was right, he could concoct the body-refining liquid for Yi Huang. The last bolt of thunder from the 99 heavenly tribulation harbored both destructive and transformative energies. Even Yi Suifeng himself could not fathom the immense effects that the body-refining liquid he created would yield. Standing atop the mountain, aside from the peak beneath his feet, the surroundings lay in utter ruin, drastically eroded by the tribulation's fury. The terror of the heavenly tribulation was evident. He gazed toward the north, his formidable consciousness extending thousands of miles away, arriving upon a vast expanse of icy plateau. There lay the fabled northern snowfields, seemingly desolate indeed. As Yi Suifeng's consciousness wandered aimlessly, suddenly, another immense consciousness surged forth from the depths of the plateau. Rapidly approaching, this presence seemed to melt seamlessly with the entire northern highlands, nearly rivaling the fraction of consciousness Yi Suifeng had projected. Incredibly powerful. Are there cultivators of such caliber in this world? Upon sensing the incoming presence, Yi Suifeng swiftly withdrew his consciousness. He was not yet ready to engage with the pinnacle powers of this realm. That could wait. Yi Suifeng shrugged, the sun now reclining in the west. As the 99 heavenly tribulation had consumed far too much of his time, it was time to return home. In the extreme north, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opened, peering into the divine realm. Are they friend or foe? Another strand of fate lies hidden in the mists. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11, Saving Lives. A figure flashed across the sky. Beneath, the towering mountains stretched endlessly. Retreating rapidly. Yi Suifeng could have teleported back instantly, yet he chose instead to appreciate the scenery of this world. As he journeyed, he keenly sensed that many areas in the mountains had been ravaged by beasts, with some timid demonic creatures still exhibiting signs of panic. Clearly, they had been affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, he detected the essence of a struggle not far off, suggesting human presence. After a moment's thought, he altered his course and flew towards the source. Hovering in midair, Yi Suifeng beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in a fierce battle against a one-horned azure bull. The one-horned azure bull was a second-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a human in the late stages of chi refinement. The young fighters, however, were merely cultivators in the late stages of chi refinement, thus displaying a glaring disparity in strength. It was unclear how long the battle had persisted. Among the 4, 2 were already injured and moving sluggishly, leaving only a long-haired youth and the woman to continue the fight. Abruptly, the long-haired youth was hurled away by the bull's charge, yet he immediately lunged back, determined to restrain its forward momentum. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the previous blow had left him internally injured. His blood surging attacked its lower body. The long-haired youth shouted. The other 3 immediately soared upwards, brandishing their swords to strike at the azure bull. Yet the one-horned azure bull was not easily trifled with. As they approached, it erupted into a frenzy, swiftly neutralizing their attacks with a flurry of powerful kicks. One individual, already wounded, failed to evade in time and was struck by the bull's iron hoof, sent flying into a thicket, blood spewing forth, unable to rise again. Ma Fong, the long-haired youth roared, his eyes aflame with rage. Grasping a metal rod, he aimed a strike at the bull's head. However, that was the bull's most fortified area, yielding little effect and only causing him to stagger, further propelled by the bull's charge. Roar, the one-horned Azure bull repelled all four, letting out a thunderous roar. In that moment it appeared as an invincible ancient demon. The bull's hooves trembled the earth, creating a thunderous sound, and then it turned its gaze toward the fallen and bloodied Mafong. A glint of crimson flashing in its eyes before it charged forward. It had already attained sentience, understanding that eliminating a human combatant was paramount, the others would fall one by one afterward. The Azure bull moved with astonishing speed, its indomitable horn aimed directly at Mafong. No, the long-haired youth cried out in despair, would his companion perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Mafong lay on the ground, eyes closed, bracing for death's embrace. Suddenly a small sapling sprang upright from the thicket before Mafong. As everyone overlooked it, it swung its tiny branches and leaves, striking the bull's head. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Amidst the flying earth and stone, a colossal figure was sent hurtling from the blast, showering the air with crimson fluid before crashing to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly saw that it was none other than the once invincible one-horned Azure bull that had been sent flying. This moment, the beast that had nearly claimed their lives had its once mighty horn shattered. A significant portion of its skull caved in, blood flowing freely. It was irretrievably dead. What on earth just transpired? At that moment, a tall figure descended from the sky. Indeed, it was Yi Suifeng who had intervened. As a human, he could not bear to witness his kin perish unjustly. Moreover, it was evident that the one-horned Azure bull had fled from the depths of the mountains, frightened by the tribulation he had undergone. Thus, he bore some responsibility for the predicament unfolding before him. The young individuals had suffered an undeserved catastrophe. He could not stand idly by. What is your name? Yi Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. Fengji was still somewhat dazed. The figure before him was so powerful that he had effortlessly dispatched the second-tier demonic beast, the one-horned Azure bull. Could he be a formidable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? Quickly go check on your companions, Yi Suifeng urged. Fengji finally snapped back to reality, hastily rising from the ground and rushing to Mafong's side. At that moment, Mafong was examining a small sapling before him, a puzzled expression on his face. Mafong, how are you? Fengji called out. Mafong glanced up at him, then struggled to rise, offering a wry smile. It appears I've suffered greatly, I'll need at least half a month of recovery upon returning. Fengji breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of him. It's good that you are alive. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, asking Mafong, what is up with that sapling? Why do you keep staring at it? Mafong's expression was peculiar as he replied, Brother Feng, you might not believe this. Just now, it suddenly stood up and struck the Azure bull, saving my life. This sapling may very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we struck it rich. Observing Mafong's excitement, Fengji's expression turned grim. Brother, don't be foolish. It was that esteemed individual who saved us just now. He then carefully helped Mafong to his feet. The other two companions also gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris before respectfully bowing before Yi Suifeng. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them, Fengji declared earnestly. While Yi Suifeng casually toyed with the broken horn of the one-horned Azure bull and waved his hand, saying it was a minor matter. There is no need to take it to heart. This incident was already a consequence of his actions. He did not possess such audacity to demand any form of recompense. However, to Fengji and the others, it was a different story. The esteemed senior not only possesses remarkable strength and striking good looks, but also exhibits a remarkably gentle temperament. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. By the way, are you all from the vicinity? Yi Suifeng inquired. Fengji nodded, replying, yes, esteemed senior, the four of us hail from Qinggu Jieling, specifically from the town of Yunyan. Yunyan town, yes, it is a small town within the borders of Yunshao city. Feng Ji explained why Yi Suifeng became enlightened. Yunshao City is not merely a simple city, it wields its own sphere of influence. Why Yi Suifeng had a vague recollection that Yunshao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers. Roughly equivalent to the size of Chongqing municipality in his previous life. It is astonishing that a small city possesses such an extensive jurisdiction. However, from Yi Suifeng's understanding, this is still relatively small compared to other cities of similar status in the surrounding areas. What a coincidence, Yi Suifeng chuckled. I am the head of the Yi family in Yunshao City. He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal this fact, as there was no need to do so. I have met the head of the Yi family. The others bowed their heads even lower, for to them Yunshao City was akin to a royal city. The individual before them was undoubtedly a dignitary from the royal court. There is no need for formalities. Yi Suifeng said with a smile. It seems we are fated to meet. Should you ever find yourselves in Yunshao City, feel free to visit the Yi family and seek me out. I shall provide you with a splendid stage. The four were instantly overjoyed. A promise from the head of a family is indeed a precious gift. Very well, it is getting late, and there are many other beastly creatures around. You should hasten back to recuperate. Yi Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as his figure vanished. The four of them remained still in disbelief over the dreamlike encounter of the day. It is worth mentioning that before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking away a small sapling. Declaring it a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12, Yi Suifeng's plans. Dark clouds of destruction, a wave of beasts. In the study of the family head, Yi Suifeng sat face to face with Sui Yun. Listening to him report on the situation at the borders of Yunshao City. Yes, elder brother. Sui Yun's expression was anxious as he recounted, yesterday, many cultivators witnessed that the dark clouds nearly obscured the entire sky. Accompanied by ominous rumbling sounds, shortly thereafter, a beast wave erupted, with a multitude of beasts suddenly assaulting the outskirts of Jailing. Many adventuring cultivators suffered varying degrees of injury, and now they have broken through Jailing. Heading towards several human settlements at the borders, Yi Suifeng absent-mindedly touched his nose, remarking, even so, can this truly be termed a harbinger of destruction? Elder brother, you do not understand, Sui Yun spoke solemnly. The dark clouds appeared malevolent. Seemingly manifesting solely outside the borders of Yunshao City, some have concluded that either a great beast has emerged or malevolence has descended. People are already preparing to flee to other cities. And panic has ensued. Yi Suifeng wore a peculiar expression, as he genuinely did not know how to explain. It was merely a tribulation, yet it had triggered such a vast chain reaction. It truly echoes the ancient saying, the lower one's cultivation. The more peculiar phenomena one encounters in the world. The Li and Tang families have already begun mobilizing personnel to the borders. Sui Yun continued, they intend to provide support to the borders. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. Indeed, Sui Yun affirmed, if we remain idle, the area under the Yi family's management, along with our resource sites, could face significant issues. The governance of Yunshao City is quite unique. Its entire territory is primarily managed by three prominent families. Each family oversees its own designated area, the Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. The three families interweave, balancing and cooperating with one another. Most of the Yi family's income, including resources, is derived from its own sphere of influence. Should problems arise, the impact on the Yi family would be considerable. How many people are they planning to send? Yi Suifeng inquired. Sui Yun pondered for a moment, stating, it should not be too many. In previous similar situations, a portion of the family's mid-level personnel would be dispatched to oversee matters, and typically that suffices. I see, Yi Suifeng mused for a moment before saying, then let us also send some personnel. However, this time we shall not only dispatch mid-level personnel, we should also send those unruly youngsters from our family. Sueyun was taken aback, asking, "Why? The beasts are ferocious, and they are still too young. There could be unforeseen complications. Precisely because they are young, they must venture out to gain experience," Yi Suifeng asserted. "A fledgling that has not weathered storms can never soar high. Moreover, you must advise them well. Once they arrive, they should not flaunt their family's status. It is best to cultivate good relations with the cultivators from the bordering cities, additionally to bring ample resources along. If anyone is injured, we shall provide free medical assistance." Yi Suifeng's series of initiatives left Sueyun utterly bewildered. What is all this? While those places are indeed important to the family, it hardly warrants such extravagance. Making such a ruckus, establishing good relations, and providing free medical care, elder brother, while we may possess wealth now, it is not to be squandered in this manner. Observing Sueyun's bewildered expression, Yi Suifeng waved his hand. "Sueyun, let me ask you, what is the most crucial aspect for a major power?" "Wealth," Sueyun answered without hesitation. Yes, wealth is important, but if one seeks to expand influence, talent is the most essential. Therefore, for this reinforcement, we must not only do our utmost but also establish good relations with them, ensuring a smoother expansion in the future. Do you understand? Yi Suifeng's actions were indeed a plan for the future. Having no money is utterly untenable, yet money is not everything. Indeed, with Yi Suifeng's strength and resources, he could easily annihilate the Li and Tang families and attract a multitude of capable individuals. But then what? Excluding Yi Suifeng, the Yi family's members would be significantly weakened, akin to infants in swaddling clothes, utterly helpless. The Yi family is a clan, and a clan is a complex collective. If Yi Suifeng were to rely solely on his strength to protect the entire family, the Yi family would inevitably meet its demise. He aims to establish a truly formidable power. I have encountered several young cultivators from the borders. Their potential is not inferior to that of some of our family's offspring. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain. They merely lack resources. They are all untapped potential that the family can utilize. Yi Suifeng remarked. By the way, what is your current cultivation level alongside Hu and the others? Sueyun replied, "We are all at the golden core stage, and have been for many years. Since assuming family responsibilities, there has been little time to advance our cultivation, and our talents are rather average." Yi Suifeng shook his head. "I informed you previously that we should engage in collective cultivation, and that applies not only to the youth. From now on, you must also intensify your training. My ambitions do not merely lie within the confines of Yunshao City." Sueyun nodded heavily. If he could make further progress in his cultivation, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study thus reached a pause. Yi Suifeng's directives were swiftly issued and implemented. Within a day, nearly all members of the Yi family mobilized, equipped with substantial resources, to support the borders. This astounded the other two prominent families of Yunshao City. "Insanity, it is truly madness," someone exclaimed. "The style of the new head of the Yi family is indeed eye-opening. Not awarding him the title of Sage of Yunshao City would be an affront to his efforts. A rustic barbarian, what use is this? Does it require such grandiose efforts?" Some scoffed at the Yi family's actions, believing Yi Suifeng was merely indulging in a moment of naive altruism, resulting in such foolishness. However, the various rumors could not impede the Yi family's decisiveness. They exhibited absolute obedience to their head. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had returned to the courtyard to prepare body-tempering elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of lightning from the 99 heavenly tribulation possessed immense power, harboring both destructive and regenerative forces. Applying it to Yi Huang, who was still in the qi refining stage, not only would it be wasteful, but her body could not withstand it. Even the slightest contact could lead to her immediate demise. It required neutralization. Yi Suifeng extracted a drop of lightning tribulation liquid and repeatedly cast spells. The violent thunder gradually calmed under his soothing touch, ultimately transforming into a sphere of pure energy. Taking out the prepared materials, Yi Suifeng conjured a peel furnace from thin air and added all the materials. After a brief interval, the materials had transformed into a bottle of golden liquid. It is time for body tempering. Why Iswefong nodded. Suddenly, the door to his room was forcefully pushed open from the outside. A figure rushed in with great fervor. Father, why is my name absent from the list of those going out for training? Yihuang demanded indignantly. Chapter 13, Body Tempering. All my brothers and sisters have set off. Why am I not allowed to go? I too wish to contribute to the family's development. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Yihuang resembled an enraged little lion, unleashing her frustration within the room. Yisui-feng found it amusing, as it was the first time he had seen such a side of Yihuang. The young girl had finally mastered the courage to stand up for her rights. This is a positive development. However, when it is time to strike, one must indeed take action. Why Yisui-feng observed her with a detached gaze, his expression stern as he inquired, do you wish to go to the border as well? Absolutely, Yihuang replied with unmistakable determination. Well then, let me ask you, do you know what level of cultivation Yilong currently possesses? Yihuang hesitated for a moment before replying, he is at the 3rd level of the transformation stage. But then what about Yiqian and Yiqian's cultivation levels? They have both reached the pinnacle of the refinement stage. Alright, let me pose another question. What is the cultivation level of your 2 cousins from your 3rd uncle's family? And what about the 2 brothers from your 4th uncle's family and the 2 sisters from your 5th uncle's family? Yihuang fell silent among her direct siblings of the same age. The weakest had already reached the 10th level of the refinement stage, while her cousin Yilong and a cousin from her 5th uncle's family had even breached the transformation stage. She found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy. You, at the 7th level of the refinement stage, possess such feeble strength. What use would you be at the border other than to bring disgrace upon me and invite death? Yisui-feng delivered his harsh critique without mercy. Why Yihuang lowered her head, her hands twisting the fabric of her clothing, lips pressed together in silence. Strength was her greatest anguish. As the daughter of the clan leader, she was yet to surpass even some of the collateral descendants. Although no one had openly stated it, it weighed heavily on her heart. Looking at his daughter, Yisui-feng recognized that his words were indeed excessive and hurtful. He had anticipated that she would burst into tears, yet she bore it with resilience. You should remain at home and diligently cultivate. Only when you are no longer weaker than them should you think about contributing to the family. Yisui-feng huffed. Why Yihuang bit her lip, clearly affected by his words, but suddenly she raised her head and said softly, but if I stay at home, would that also bring shame to you? Yisui-feng was taken aback. This girl, so it turned out, was concerned about such things. With all the clan's descendants dispatched, it left only his daughter behind. She seemed worried that the clan might disapprove of such favoritism. Her thoughts were indeed intricate. After a moment of silence, Yisui-feng sighed lightly and beckoned to Yihuang. My dear Huang, I understand your feelings. However, no matter the endeavor, it cannot be accomplished in one fell swoop. If you truly wish to bring honor to me and contribute to the family, you must focus on cultivating and enhancing your strength. Why Yisui-feng stated. Why Yihuang nodded, yet it was evident that a sense of defiance lingered within her. Yisui-feng shook his head and declared, I promise you, if you can cultivate the sword technique I imparted to you to the minor completion stage, I shall allow you to go to the border and train alongside your siblings. Upon hearing this, Yihuang's eyes lit up. Really, you mustn't deceive me, Yisui-feng chuckled. Of course not. If Yihuang can reach the minor completion stage of the 9 styles of god-slaying, there will be no need for restrictions. Because by then her combat prowess will surpass that of all the younger generation in the Yi family. With full force, even Yilong would be unable to withstand her. But what if, by the time I succeed, they have returned? Yihuang questioned, her brows furrowed in concern. They will not. This training expedition will take at least 4 months. Do you lack confidence in mastering it within that time? I do not. Yi Huang exclaimed excitedly, having already grasped some of the intricacies under Yi Suifeng's guidance. Perhaps in less than 2 months she could perfect the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her siblings filled her with exhilaration. "I shall begin at once," Yi Huang declared, resolute in her intent to train. "Wait," Yi Suifeng interjected, exasperated. "Do not rush. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique is simply incapable of withstanding the power of the 9 styles of god-slaying." Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Yi Suifeng's chamber. Had there been a discerning individual present, their jaw would surely drop in astonishment, for this seemingly unremarkable vat was crafted from source stones. A material of mid-grade mystique, a precious component for formations, with a single small piece costing no less than several 100,000 spirit stones. Such a large vat would be worth at least 100 million. "It was an utter waste. Step inside," Yi Suifeng instructed. Obediently, Yi Huang shed her clothing and entered the vat. The deep crimson liquid threatened to overflow as Yi Huang felt an intense, searing heat, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy assailing her from all directions. While Yi Huang furrowed her brow, she had some understanding of the body tempering liquid. It was a rare elixir crafted from various spiritual herbs, and generally, the higher the grade of the tempering liquid, the more formidable the energy it contained. She promptly closed her eyes, circulating her cultivation technique, ready to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. It could not be wasted. Slap! Yi Suifeng struck her on the back of the head. "What are you doing?" Yi Huang rubbed her head, bewildered. "What do you think? Absorbing the body tempering liquid? I haven't even put the body tempering liquid in yet. And you are trying to absorb air, huh?" Yi Huang was even more confused, pointing at the red liquid in the vat. "Isn't this the body tempering liquid?" Yi Suifeng shook his head, thinking his daughter was becoming increasingly foolish. "That is merely some auxiliary medicine to facilitate the absorption of the body tempering liquid. What are you thinking all day?" He then took out a vial of golden liquid. "Listen, the energy within this body tempering liquid may be rather overwhelming for you. Henceforth, you must remain steadfast, operate the Kanglan technique, then no matter what changes occur externally, do not allow yourself to become distracted. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded earnestly, yet she was somewhat puzzled. If the red liquid was merely auxiliary medicine, then how potent could the actual body tempering liquid be? "All right, close your eyes and maintain your focus," Yi Suifeng instructed. Before uncapping the body tempering liquid, suddenly the golden dragon burst forth from the vial, soaring through the air. "Go!" Yi Suifeng pointed, and after circling, the golden dragon dove straight into the vat. In an instant, the spiritual liquid within the vat began to whirl rapidly around Yi Huang, forming a swirling vortex. "With golden light weaving in and out, cultivate," Yi Suifeng commanded, and Yi Huang hurriedly activated the Kanglan technique. Immediately, the golden dragon seemed to sense an unusual aura and suddenly burrowed into her body. Yi Huang let out a muffled groan, feeling a torrent of wild energy explode within her, surging throughout her limbs and nearly disrupting her cultivation technique. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. While Yi Suifeng nodded, adjusting his hand seals, causing the golden dragon to emerge once more, albeit with a faintly dimmed aura. The next part is simple. Once Yi Huang fully absorbs the energy from earlier, the golden dragon will once again enter her body. This cycle continued. An hour passed, and the golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, while the liquid in the vat had nearly become transparent. Once they had entirely vanished, Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them. Chapter 14, Unfair. "How do you feel?" Yi Suifeng inquired after her body tempering was complete. While Yi Huang's eyes were misty, as if still entranced by the process. "I feel invincible," she declared, delivering a powerful punch to the vat, sending a spray of water splashing onto Yi Suifeng. "Yikes, my apologies." Yi Huang stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. While Yi Suifeng wiped the water from his face, come out, this daughter was increasingly taking on the demeanor of a spirited young girl. Once she had donned her attire, Yi Suifeng meticulously assessed the effects of Yi Huang's body tempering, discovering that the results surpassed his expectations. Both her strength and physical resilience had undergone a remarkable increase, nearly tripling compared to before the tempering. Furthermore, the energy from the body tempering liquid had yet to be fully absorbed by Yi Huang. A significant portion remained hidden within her limbs, waiting to nourish her body with ongoing cultivation. Once that energy was entirely expended, they could consider a second round of body tempering. Unfortunately, Yi Huang's physical constitution was rather poor. He dared not apply too vigorous a remedy and could only advance step by step. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded enthusiastically, then dashed out in a blur. Soon, the yard was filled with the sound of slicing winds from her sword practice. Yi Suifeng leisurely approached the desk by the window, admiring his daughter's swordplay while retrieving a thick stack of books. These comprised various cultivation techniques, alchemy, and refining manuals, as well as some introductions to this continent. It was high time to understand this world. 8,000 miles beyond Yunshao City, there lay a vast expanse of plains. At the very center of this plain, a colossal city rose majestically, standing tall amidst the heavens and the earth. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, with towering pavilions and opulence abounding. The city walls soared to several dozen meters in height, their dark red hue indicating that they were forged from special materials. At the city gate, people queued in lines stretching hundreds of meters. Entering the city in an orderly fashion, above the gate, two powerful and imposing characters loomed, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Su City. Gu Wanshin sat leisurely within a horse-drawn carriage, meandering through the city gates. She lifted the carriage curtain and gazed at the bustling scene outside, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. Since being assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. On that occasion, she was harshly ridiculed by her colleagues due to her dismal business performance. Since then, she had refrained from returning to Su City for the annual Pavilion Master Conference, instead sending her deputy as her representative. The sting of being mocked was simply unbearable. However, this time was different. She cast a glance at the pile of storage bags in the carriage. The humiliation of 4 years was to be thoroughly washed away today. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the curtain of the carriage and inquired, "Pavilion Master, shall we take a moment to prepare before reporting to the main pavilion?" Gu Wanshin raised her head. The man was her deputy, Emochio, a formidable presence at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all the servants of the carriage team, including the driver, were skilled members of Wanbao Pavilion. All at the Golden Core level. She had taken such precautions solely because the wealth they were transporting was immensely substantial and warranted utmost caution. No need, we shall proceed directly to the main pavilion. Gu Wanshin replied, with hearts pounding. They finally arrived at Su City without incident. She was determined to avoid any last-minute mishaps. While the Golden Core stage was a pinnacle in Yunshao City, it merely represented a high-end power in Su City. After about half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering pavilion, 9 stories high, suffused with the aura of formations. Standing at its base, it was difficult to discern the view at the very top. Gu Wanshin disembarked and inhaled deeply. "Bring the items, let us enter." Moments later, Gu Wanshin found herself in a spacious room. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man, meticulously reviewing accounts, in his hands. To the side, a youthful figure with striking features leisurely sipped tea. "I pay my respects to Lord Luo," Gu Wanshin said respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the pavilion master of Wanbao Pavilion in Su City, who held the specific title of Lord Master within the pavilion's hierarchy. Wanbao Pavilion was vast, sprawling across the continent, with a clear division of roles such as Steward Master, Deputy Master, and Pavilion Master. Strictly speaking, among the higher-ranking positions, the Pavilion Master held the lowest status. This Lord Master Luo managed over a dozen cities, including Yunshao City. Luo Qing set down his account book and looked up. It is Pavilion Master GU. It has been quite some years since I last saw you. Gu Wanshin clapped her hands in acknowledgement. Due to my busy duties, I hope Lord Master Luo can forgive my absence. Suddenly a burst of laughter erupted from the side. If you are too embarrassed to say it plainly, just admit it. What busy duties could one have in a backwater like Yunshao City? The speaker was the young man Song Shuang, who lounged with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Gu Wanshin with a disdainful gaze. Gu Wanshin's expression darkened instantly. This young man was the one who had insulted her the most in the past. This is none of your concern, Master Song, she retorted. Song Shuang chuckled lightly. Wanshin, I fear you will soon be addressing me as Deputy Master Song. Gu Wanshin remained silent and glanced at Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled and said, indeed, in recent years Song Shuang has brought considerable profits to Wanbao Pavilion, and I intend to promote him to Deputy Master. He will manage Yunshao City in my stead. Gu Wanshin's eyes widened in disbelief. To have Song Shuang oversee Yunshao City, given their past enmity, this would surely spell disaster for her. Lord Master Luo, I believe this is rather inappropriate, Gu Wanshin exclaimed anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanshin faltered for a moment before hurriedly clarifying, and no, Wanbao Pavilion has always valued achievements. How could I dare to question your choices? I merely believe that Yunshao City is capable of self-governance without the need for a deputy master. Ridiculous, Song Shuang interjected with a smirk. You, Gu Wanshin, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years. And your annual profits are paltry, even less than those from a secondary city. On what grounds do you claim independence? Gu Wanshin was about to retort but was interrupted by Luo Qing. Pavilion Master Gu, though Yunshao City may not be prosperous, it is still a small master city. Your performance in recent years has been less than commendable. Meanwhile, Song Shuang's Huangya City generates nearly 10 billion spirit stones in profit annually. Having him manage Yunshao City would provide you with a valuable learning opportunity, Luo Qing stated coolly. Gu Wanshin's heart sank. It was evident that these two had reached some agreement, while her recent performance was lacking. It was widely understood that this was due to geographical limitations. Yunshao City was not affluent, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, its annual income remained meager, no matter the effort expended. In contrast, Huangya City was a grand master city, second only to Su City, filled with numerous influential families and bustling sects, leading to frequent conflicts and high resource demands. To be candid, generating a profit of 10 billion was something she could achieve too. Now, with Luo Qing comparing Yunshao City to Huangya City, she could hardly believe he was acting without ulterior motives. If Luo Qing did not have some hidden agenda, why would he allow Song Shuang to ascend to the position of Pavilion Master in Huangya City? It was clear they had set their sights on her, yet Gu Wanshin was not one to easily back down. Lord Master Luo, if I truly fall short compared to Song Shuang, I shall have no objections to your arrangements. However, Gu Wanshin gestured to Emochio, who understood her cue and presented a storage bag along with a jade slip. Just recently, I sold goods valued at 1438 billion spirit stones. With a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones, Gu Wanshin declared emphatically. The two across from her were momentarily taken aback. Luo Qing furrowed his brow, picking up the jade slip to examine it. Then scrutinizing the contents of the storage bag filled with spirit stones, his expression growing increasingly grave. This is impossible, Song Shuang shot to his feet. 1400 billion, unless you sold half of Wanbao Pavilion. There's no way you could have that much, Gu Wanshin smirked. Not half, Deputy Master Song. I sold every treasure above the Xian level, including 5 flagship items. Do not assume that other branches are as affluent as your Huangya City. You, Song Shuang's face flashed with anger. Silence, Luo Qing intervened to prevent further escalation. His brow knitted in thought. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanshin could sell such a vast quantity of goods. Yet with the spirit stones laid before him and the detailed accounts, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Pavilion Master Gu, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired kindly. Gu Wanxin felt a sense of caution rise within her as she replied, Lord Master Luo, Wanbao Pavilion does not operate in such a manner. If word got out that Yunshao City harbored a wealthy entity like Yisui, it wouldn't be long before I was inexplicably replaced by others. However, she still underestimated the depths of human greed. Luo Qing remained silent for a moment before a smile slowly emerged on his face. Pavilion Master Gu, you have indeed made a significant contribution to Wanbao Pavilion this time. I will report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, he continued, the matter of Song Shuang becoming deputy master is already settled. You shall operate under him from now on. Gu Wanxin's expression fell completely. She had not anticipated that despite presenting her achievements, she would still be manipulated by them. A surge of anger welled up within her. This is unjust, she shouted. Luo Qing responded with an indifferent gaze. Abundant resources should be managed by someone with more experience to maximize benefits. Pavilion Master Gu, do not throw a childish tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanxin protested. Luo Qing, he admonished sternly, considering your merits, I have allowed you to remain until now. Should you dare question my authority again, I will have you reassigned to a secondary city for proper training. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth, yet she truly had no better recourse. I will report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanxin declared. Do as you wish, Luo Qing retorted unperturbed. Gu Wanxin said nothing further and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, Uncle, what if she truly reports this, should we not? The glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a disapproving glance. How many times must I remind you not to resort to violence for every problem? Gu Wanxin is still a pavilion master. Should anything happen to her, the higher-ups will certainly investigate, leading to even greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Just focus on being a good deputy master. With me around, she won't stir up any trouble. Luo Qing scoffed to the higher-ups. Over $1 billion is not a significant issue. A person with no background is merely our plaything. You must accompany her to Yunshao City and take charge of that branch. Ascertain how she managed to sell such a vast quantity of goods in such a short time, then seize control for yourself. Chapter 15. If you cannot spend money, what use are you? A month had elapsed since Yisui arrived in this world. During this month, he had finally begun to grasp the geopolitical landscape of this continent and the overall cultivation methods. This was an immensely vast land, spanning countless miles. Even an ordinary cultivator could not hope to traverse the entire continent in a lifetime. The location of Yunshao City lies at the heart of the northern region of the continent, slightly to the north. This central area of the northern domain is under the unified governance of a formidable organization known as the Nine City Alliance. Su City is one of the members of this alliance, overseeing 5 principal cities, including Yunshao City, along with numerous subordinate towns. Every 3 years, Yunshao City is required to pay a substantial tribute of resources to Su City in exchange for protection. Akin to a protection fee, without these payments other cities would launch indiscriminate assaults on Yunshao City, and even Su City might intervene out of boredom. In such scenarios Yunshao City would face immediate annihilation. It is reasonable to enjoy the conveniences afforded by the organization. One must make sacrifices. Why Yisui harbors no objections to this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and rules, as they render life more intriguing. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal survival of the fittest, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it aligns closely with his expectations, the 12 stages of Qi refinement. Foundation establishment golden core nascent soul out of body transformation of the spirit integration and tribulation transcendence each comprising 9 levels. The tribulation transcendence stage represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there are rumors of certain extraordinary beings who have evaded tribulations, concealing their formidable strength beyond this stage and manipulating the world from behind the scenes. This is merely folklore, yet Yi Sui Feng knows it to be true. Firstly, he himself embodies such an anomaly. Secondly, during his last tribulation, he distinctly sensed a colossal consciousness in the northern snowfields that clearly surpassed the tribulation transcendence stage. It is inevitable that he will encounter it someday. Why Yi Sui Feng remains unhurried. His current objective is to elevate the entire Yi family into a leading force on the continent. Today marks another family meeting. Why Yi Sui Feng, alongside several family officials, is seated in the conference hall, discussing the family's affairs for the month. The beast tide along the northern border has been severe, impacting many of our resource areas. However, with significant investment of manpower and resources, the situation has eased considerably. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we can begin contemplating expansion. Thanks to resource investments, many of the younger generation within the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month are nearly equivalent to those of the past 3 months combined. Yi Sui-yun and others excitedly discuss, reveling in the comfort brought about by the 1 billion spirit stones provided by Yi Sui Feng. To describe it in 4 words, it would be prospering and thriving. After their discussions, Sui-yun hands the month's accounts to Yi Sui Feng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investments, this month's expenditures have also skyrocketed. Please take a look, he says somewhat sheepishly. No worries, money is meant to be spent. Yi Sui Feng replies as he takes the ledger and reviews it carefully. Suddenly, a surge of anger rises within him. He slams the ledger onto the table and glares at Sui-yun. Last month, you spent 15 billion spirit stones. The room falls silent in an instant. Sui-yun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, responds, Elder brother, it was my first time handling such a large sum of spirit stones, so there were some planning issues. But rest assured, I will allocate resources meticulously from now on, and next month's expenses will definitely be kept within 10 billion. Indeed, elder brother Isuehu chimes in, we purchased far too many resources this month. And even with the enhanced benefits, we only utilized a fraction. Things will surely improve moving forward. The other two nod in agreement, asserting that future expenditures will not be as high. Why Isuefeng looks at their expressions and sighs deeply. He understands that they have clearly misunderstood him. It is not that he believes they have spent too much, rather, he thinks they have spent too little, with 100 billion spirit stones given. They have only utilized 15 billion. Why Isuefeng glances at the 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones in his wallet, noting that just the change amounts to over 80 million trillion. How long would it take to exhaust that change? Truly a bunch of fools. Isuefeng wraps his fingers on the table. Sueyun, let me ask you, how long do you think the 100 billion spirit stones I provided you is meant to last? Sueyun blinks in confusion. Isn't it for a year? Of course not. Isuefeng slams his palm on the table. I gave you 100 billion to spend within a month, and you only managed to use 15 billion. What on earth were you doing? Faced with the patriarch's fury, the officials are left dumbfounded. Did they hear correctly? Was that truly meant to be a month's budget? Sueyun is particularly dazed, having never been reprimanded for spending too little before. Elder brother, are you serious? Isuefeng glares. Do I appear to be jesting? They exchange glances, unsure of how to respond. My elder brother, you are being extraordinarily extravagant. Only Sueyun wears a troubled expression, muttering, brother, spending that much in a month is actually quite a challenge. What makes it challenging? Isuefeng raises an eyebrow. Sueyun explains, the family's resource supply is finite. We are essentially at saturation point now, so any excess is of little use. He feels incredibly awkward, unable to believe that he would ever fret over spending too much money. Yi Suifeng shakes his head. You are merely constrained by your own limitations, still trapped within the confines of your previous mindset. Let me ask you, does only the younger generation require resources in the family? What about the family officials? What about you all? What about the elders? Don't they need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. Don't tell me that 100 billion spirit stones cannot be spent. Even those instructors and worshippers can be incentivized with rewards to ensure they work diligently. If that fails, we can absorb those talented individuals from the common populace. They lack nothing but resources. Honestly, if you cannot even spend money, why should I have you manage the finances? Confronted with Yi Suifeng's scolding, Suiyun instinctively shrinks back. Indeed, he had never considered such matters, as he had never approached them this way before. Previously, he had been so frugal that he would stretch a single spirit stone to its limits. He had never experienced such abundance, even if he truly did not know how to allocate the funds. Surely buying things would suffice. One page is right there, filled with treasures. That 100 billion is barely enough to fill the gaps, Yi Suifeng asserts. Suiyun scratches his head, saying, Elder brother, did you forget that one page was already cleaned out by you last time? Yi Suifeng furrows his brow slightly. Haven't they restocked? It's been a month. Their efficiency is rather lacking. No, Suiyun replies, perhaps they are encountering this situation for the first time and need time to prepare. Alright, Yi Suifeng concludes, let's not dwell on that for now, I will check on it later. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the border soon? Yi Suifeng inquires. Suehu nods. Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again until the beast tide is fully eradicated. Yi Suifeng remarks, perfect, you can adjust the resources based on their contributions during this mission. Those who excel must be rewarded handsomely. Furthermore, the various techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from one page should not be held back. They should be made available to all. What use is there in having excellent techniques if they gather dust at home? Also, encourage them to actively engage with the talented individuals from the common folk. It would be best to recruit them to bolster the family's strength. A series of commands are issued, and the officials quickly jot them down. Finally, Yi Suifeng tosses a storage bag filled with spirit stones onto the table. This is 100 billion. Along with the leftover spirit stones from last month. If you still cannot spend it all, I will seek out someone more adept in this area to manage the family finances. With that, Yi Suifeng rises to leave, leaving Suiyun staring at the two large bags of gleaming spirit stones, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang has been in Yunshao City for over 10 days. In pursuit of the mysterious magnate, he has visited several influential figures within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possess considerable economic strength, particularly the Tang family, which has long established itself in Yunshao City, amassing vast wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither of these families is the enigmatic magnate he seeks. The Li family, while not entirely weak, lacks the financial capability to procure such a significant amount of spirit stones in one go. As for the Tang family, there is no compelling reason for them to act in such a manner. His investigation has hit a snag. Deputy Envoy, how about we check out the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggests to Song Shuang. Frowning, Song Shuang ponders for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our intelligence, the Yi family has only recently risen to prominence within the last century. They have managed to join the ranks of the three major families through unity and determination, but their foundation remains quite shallow. It is utterly impossible for them to be the ones behind this. Moreover, from my conversations with the Li and Tang families, it is evident that they hold the Yi family in contempt, claiming that the new head of the Yi family is nothing more than a fool. There is no reason for us to waste our time there. The middle-aged man nods, refraining from questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They are well aware that a faction's foundation is a crucial criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many once glorious families and sects have faded into obscurity, but only those that endure truly possess strength. Then we shall have to pursue Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man concludes. Song Shuang nodded, letting out a scoff as she remarked, "This damned woman is far too cautious. Ever since her return from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the replenished goods have only seen a minuscule portion displayed, clearly indicative of her attempts to guard against us uncovering her sources." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said, "Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Cannot we employ force? After all, her actions have begun to disrupt the normal operations of Wanbao Pavilion." Song Shuang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "Of course not, though I serve as the deputy envoy. The one truly in charge of this branch is still Gu Wanxin, regardless of her actions. I cannot intervene directly, I can only report and await higher-ups to take action. Wanbao Pavilion has strict regulations that cannot be provoked. This is also to protect those without power or influence." With a sigh, Song Shuang continued, "Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can hide indefinitely. If new goods are not displayed within a month, I shall find a way to deal with her." Just then the door burst open, and a guard rushed in exclaiming, "Deputy Envoy, it's bad news. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished." Zue Meng Lu, the most luxurious tavern in Yunshao City. In a private room on the top floor. Yi Suifeng sat opposite Gu Wanxin. "Pavilion master, why conduct this transaction here?" Yi Suifeng inquired. After yesterday's meeting, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion today to ask Gu Wanxin why no new goods had been stocked. However, before he could even dismount his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid had approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at Zue Meng Lu, and then led him here. Gu Wanxin smiled and said, "As the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, it is only natural that I extend a warm welcome to you." With that, she clapped her hands, and a group of graceful maidens entered, bearing the finest delicacies and drinks from Zue Meng Lu. Filling the table. Yi Suifeng regarded Gu Wanxin, aware that matters were not as simple as she portrayed. There must be other underlying motives, yet he remained uninterested in such intrigues. He was merely there to procure goods. "Pavilion master, your efforts are appreciated. However, I am here solely to inquire if there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion." Yi Suifeng stated directly, "You are as forthright as ever, family head." Gu Wanxin replied with a smile before producing a jade slip from her bosom and handing it to him. "I have already retrieved the new goods, please take a look." Yi Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through it. The contents were largely similar to his previous purchases, with most items being of mid-grade mystic quality or lower, and only 4 treasures above the earth grade. This was even fewer than last time. Leaving Yi Suifeng feeling somewhat disappointed. "Is this all?" he asked, seemingly sensing Yi Suifeng's dissatisfaction. Gu Wanxin responded, "Please forgive me, family head. The supply of goods at the branch is assessed by the main pavilion. Although you made a generous purchase last time, acquiring nearly all the stock, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, hence they were cautious in releasing too many items." Yi Suifeng was at a loss for words. This was overly prudent. "Very well, please provide an estimate," he said. "You are exceedingly straightforward," Gu Wanxin exclaimed with delight. "The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 12 billion spirit stones. However, as you are Wanxin's most esteemed guest, I shall offer you a 10% discount, thus the total comes to 108 billion spirit stones. A 10% discount meant a reduction of 120 billion spirit stones, which was a substantial show of goodwill. Yi Suifeng nodded, not rejecting such sincerity. "Bring the storage pouch." He extended his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened as she promptly produced a prepared storage pouch. This one was exceptionally large, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. Before long, the two concluded their transaction efficiently. Yi family head, would you care to experience the specialties of Zue Meng Lu? Gu Wanxin gave Yi Suifeng a knowing glance. No, thank you, Yi Suifeng declined. I have but one request, please do tell. Gu Wanshin straightened her posture eagerly. I in the future do expedite the procurement of goods. Once they are ready, deliver them directly to the Yi family. Do not make me come here in person again. Additionally, please ensure a larger proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I want as many as you can provide. Furthermore, I require treasures above the earth grade. Inform your main pavilion that I have ample spirit stones and need not worry about my purchasing ability. Gu Wanshin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will return to the main pavilion today and within a fortnight. I shall bring back the resources. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, that shall not be a problem. However, I can only strive to secure treasures above the earth grade, as those are beyond my authority. Yi Suifeng nodded. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, Yi Suifeng rose to depart, casually taking a roasted duck on his way out, drawing side glances from Gu Wanshin. Some time later, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanshin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanshin crossed her legs and chuckled. Deputy Envoy, aren't you being a tad too nosy? Do you require a report on my every meal and drink? You, Song Shuang felt a surge of anger but could do little to Gu Wanshin. Humph, I merely came to remind you that as pavilion master you ought to be diligent rather than idling about while failing to stock goods. Should this continue, I shall certainly report to Master Luo. Gu Wanshin sipped her wine and stood. Then you need not trouble yourself, Deputy Envoy. As it happens, I too intend to return to the main pavilion today. Would you care to join me? Song Shuang furrowed his brow. What business do you have at the main pavilion? Gu Wanshin laughed lightly. Of course, to replenish the goods. The items I brought last time have all been sold out, netting me over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In just a month, selling over 2,000 billion worth of goods. I am certain Master Luo's attendant will find that intriguing. Leaning closer to Song Shuang, Gu Wanshin added with a smile, by the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved and the long journey to Su City, I hope the deputy envoy will fulfill his duty and send guards to escort me. With a playful grin she departed the private room. Song Shuang remained rooted in place, his expression darkening. How did this wretched woman manage to find such wealthy clients? He kicked the chair beneath him in frustration. Chapter 17. Returning from training. Yi family. A slender figure, accompanied by the glint of a sword, spun gracefully in midair. 80 times light as a swallow, at others formidable as an eagle, she twisted and turned with agility. Ha! She uttered a soft shout, striking at the black force measuring stone before her with a sword strike. Instantly, a massive wave of sword energy crystallized in the air, slicing swiftly at the stone. Boom! The remarkably resilient measuring stone instantly cracked, splintering into a shower of rubble. Excellent, excellent, Yi Suifeng observed from the side, nodding with satisfaction. Father, Yi Huang exclaimed upon spotting Yi Suifeng, dashing over with joyful lips. Her cheeks flushed and breathless, hair dampened by sweat clung to her face. Yet her spirit radiated vibrantly. I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying, Yi Huang said, striving to contain her excitement. While Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair, proud of her efforts and growth. Previously, he had promised her that upon mastering the 9 styles of god-slaying at a foundational level, she could accompany the clan's youths to the border for training. Since then, Yi Huang had devoted herself to intense practice, fully immersing herself in training aside from eating and sleeping. With the aid of the Tranquil Heart Stone, she had successfully cultivated the technique within just a month, breaking through 2 levels in her cultivation to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement. She had nearly caught up to the standards of the clan's elite youths, a remarkable advancement. Father, can I? Yi Huang looked at Yi Suifeng with hopeful eyes. Why long and the others will return tomorrow, you may go with him this time, Yi Suifeng replied, fully aware of his daughter's thoughts. I love you, Father, Yi Huang exclaimed, leaping with joy. All her hard work had been for this moment, and now it was all worth it. Look at how delighted you are, Yi Suifeng chuckled. Come here, I need to check on your body refinement. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, sending out his consciousness. During her previous body refinement, most of the energy had settled within Yi Huang, gradually nourishing her body as she trained. After a month, she had absorbed nearly all that energy, boosting her strength and physical qualities nearly tenfold compared to a month prior. Moreover, Yi Suifeng was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's training aptitude had also seen a slight enhancement. Likely thanks to the transformative energy from the calamity thunder. Rest for a while. In the evening, I shall conduct your second body refinement. After that, feel free to go wild, Yi Suifeng instructed. Thank you, Father. Yi Huang beamed with excitement. That evening, Yi Suifeng conducted her second body refinement, this time with a gentler approach. After realizing the body refinement liquid had the potential to enhance aptitude, he shifted his focus accordingly. Most of the energy was concealed, destined to gradually awaken her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Afterward, Yi Suifeng gifted the amulet he had purchased for the first time to his daughter. As for why he hadn't given it to her previously, the explanation was quite simple. He had forgotten. The following day, the Yi family suddenly became lively. The young members of the Yi family, who had been away for a month, returned invigorated after their experiences. They exchanged tales of their adventures and the peculiar sights they had witnessed along the way. Such opportunities had never presented themselves before. Brother, you are truly impressive. You took down that second-tier wolf demon with a single shot. The three siblings, Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, returned home together. Did you know, the name of young Master Long has already become renowned along the borders, and everyone speaks of him in glowing terms. Yi Qian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Long, however, remained relatively indifferent, stating such accolades are merely superficial. The true path lies in becoming stronger. Yi Qian nodded in agreement and added, by the way, I heard that Yi Shaoshao actually broke through to the Qi transformation realm a few days ago. Cousin from Uncle Wu's family, Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Uncle Wu, Yi Suibao, has two daughters. The elder, Yi Qiniao, is only a few months younger than Yi Long and has nearly achieved the Qi transformation realm. Currently at the third level of Qi transformation, making her another genius of the Yi family. Yi Shaoshao, however, is only 13 years old, and she has also managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm. The talents of these two sisters from Uncle Wu's family are indeed formidable. Yes, Yi Qian remarked, she's even younger than I am, and yet she is so accomplished. Moreover, Sister Qin Yao was also exceptional during this trial and earned the title of Yao Fairy. Yi Qian pouted, as her brother and idol Yi Long's name being compared to Yi Qin Yao's made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. This is a good thing, Yi Long chuckled, saying, do not be upset by the excellence of others. And certainly do not feel disheartened. You have been at the peak of the Qi refinement stage for some time now. With a bit more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian beside her and asked, Da Qian, what's wrong with you today? Why haven't you said a word? Yi Long also glanced over. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a slight sigh, saying, I was just thinking about those impoverished children. Throughout this trial, he finally grasped what life in remote areas entailed for those individuals. Survival was a constant struggle, teetering on the brink of death just to make ends meet. Coming from a life of privilege, he found it hard to fathom. Oh dear, your saintly heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian teased. No, Yi Qian quickly retorted, I was considering that for the family, people are also a form of wealth. If we had the means, perhaps we could take in some of those with good potential and nurture them. Given time, they could become assets to the family. You just feel sorry for them. It's all about your saintly heart. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I truly do not. Enough, Yi Long interjected, stopping their bickering. He turned to Yi Qian and asked, is this really how you feel? Yi Qian replied, indeed, I believe that for a force, talent is an indispensable element. Yi Long nodded, what you say is not without merit. To expand and influence, sufficient talent is essential. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor fraught with complexities. You might want to discuss your thoughts with Uncle and see how he would address them. Why Chen nodded seriously. Wow, brother, you are impressive. You even considered this connection. Unlike some people who are always overflowing with their saintly hearts, Chen praised. Why Chen immediately glared. Hey, I was discussing the same matter with my elder brother. No, my brother is thoughtful, you are just sentimental. Chapter 18 The family head's golden token. Yi Feng sat in his study, somewhat astonished as he gazed at his refined nephew before him. No, it's not merely about adoption, Chen said, appearing somewhat reserved. I wish to transform them into a future strength for the family. Why Yi Feng stroked his chin. This nephew was rather intriguing, as his thoughts aligned with his own. That sounds feasible, Yi Feng remarked. Why Chen was momentarily taken aback, wide-eyed as he asked, Uncle, you agree? Yi Feng smiled and replied, Indeed, why wouldn't I? This is a commendable endeavor. Why Chen was speechless. He had come prepared, fully aware that such ideas would be considered unconventional in a ruthless world. The notion of squandering family resources to cultivate unrelated individuals would likely invite scorn. He had mentally braced himself for a harsh reprimand. But unexpectedly, Uncle had readily agreed. The ease and tranquility with which he did so left Chen momentarily dazed. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this? Chen still could not believe it. Of course not, Yi Feng reaffirmed. Why Chen inhaled deeply, saying, Uncle, your support inspires me greatly. Amidst the opposition of everyone else, Yi Feng's endorsement bestowed upon him immense confidence. Yi Feng chuckled. All right then, go ahead and pursue it. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me out. Adopting orphans and nurturing affection is, in truth, a highly intricate matter. Resources are secondary. The true challenge lies in managing people's hearts. This is an art. Chen is still quite young, yet Yi Feng would grant him ample space and time. Thank you, Uncle, Chen said earnestly. I will begin working on this forthwith. Very well, Yi Feng nodded. But whatever you undertake, it is best to formulate a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many do you intend to take in first, and how will you cultivate them? Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. During this trial, I encountered many individuals, many of whom hold significant potential for cultivation. I plan to take in the 3 with the best talents and highest cultivation levels. We will then enter the highlands for training and to garner substantial benefits. Once we have accumulated enough resources, we can gradually expand. Uncle, what do you think? He swiftly provided his answer. Why Yi Feng secretly nodded. Generally speaking, this arrangement was indeed commendable and had a high margin for error. However, I find it rather absurd, Yi Feng stated flatly. Chen blinked, taken aback by such an assessment. Your vision is too limited. Yi Feng shook his head. If you proceed with your plan, how long will it take to truly scale up and benefit the family? 10 years? 20 years, I cannot afford to wait that long. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Chen's expression turned pained as he replied, Uncle, if I broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources simply cannot sustain it. This endeavor is exceedingly costly. Why Chen had only dared to propose this idea because he had seen the recent increase in available funds. The thought of scaling up was something he had never even dared to consider, yet Yi Feng merely laughed, saying, What a foolish boy, do you think my support is merely verbal? Isn't it? Chen blinked in confusion. Certainly not. Yi Feng shook his head. There is something you all are unaware of. The family has already decided to support you in acquiring external strength to integrate into the family. Furthermore, resources will be provided based on the situation. After returning, draft a plan, then prepare a list detailing how many spirit stones you will need and what type of resources you require. Present it to me directly. Since you were the first to propose this idea, any future needs should be reported directly to me. I have just one request, pursue it vigorously. Chen stumbled out of the family head study. Feeling somewhat dazed, outside Yilong and Yichen awaited him. So, did uncle agree? Yilong inquired. Why? Yichen turned back to him, appearing as though he were in a daze. Observing his demeanor, Yichen scoffed. Humph, I knew uncle would never agree to such an outrageous request. It's not like we have money to burn, uncle agreed. Yichen interrupted her, then retrieved a light, golden token from his pocket. The token gleamed with a golden hue, prominently engraved with the character for wind. The family head's golden token. Yilong was instantly taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, they were well aware of the significance of this item. The family head's golden token has but one effect: it allows for the unconditional withdrawal of family resources. Be it spirit stones or techniques and spiritual artifacts, anything at all. Such a token could only be possessed by a few of the family's direct officials, yet now it had been bestowed upon Yichen. Had the family had lost his mind? Yilong was greatly shaken. Yichen, what exactly did you say to uncle? Nothing much, Yichen replied. I merely shared my thoughts with him, and he expressed his support. And then, he gave me this golden token. Why? Yilong and Yichen stared at each other, both at a loss for words. This is rather hasty, isn't it? Aren't they afraid that Yichen will squander his gold medal recklessly? If that is the case, will we no longer have to worry about resources in the future? Yichen gazed at the gold medal, her eyes almost glazing over. For them, it symbolized boundless resources. However, Yichen put away the medal, his expression solemn as he stated, to me, my uncle's support is the most crucial thing. I must handle this matter well and must not betray my uncle's trust. I will not use this gold medal for personal gain. With that, he strode away with resolute steps. One can only hope that the lad does not remain so rigid and can utilize the medal to enhance himself. In the room, Yi Feng shook his head and muttered to himself. His conversation with Yichen today revealed a problem. The young people in the family are quite remarkable, yet they have one flaw: they are too obstinate. Alas, it is a challenge. These children are accustomed to frugality. It seems that we must strengthen our policies further. Chapter 19, Contribution Points. What is the dream of a cultivator? A suitable and excellent cultivation method. A high-quality spiritual weapon and ample resources for training. Most conflicts and struggles arise from these necessities, with many even paying the ultimate price for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, most cultivators are quite impoverished. The Yi family of old was indeed very poor, lacking in cultivation resources, with a singular and inferior array of techniques. The existence of spiritual weapons above the Shen level was something they dared not even dream of. Such poverty significantly restricted people's potential and limited their strength. Yi Feng's thoughts were simple: to eliminate these constraints and allow everyone in the Yi family to fully unleash their talents in a resource-rich environment. Yun, design a contribution point system and open the technique hall, spiritual weapon hall, and treasure hall. Everything within should be linked to contribution points, allowing all family members to exchange their points for desired items. Yi Feng summoned Yun to his study. Yun took careful notes and said, I understand, this is quite similar to the practices of major sects, and it can serve as an incentive for the clan members. Yi Feng nodded. Precisely, but as we are a family, our specific practices must differ from those of sections. The sects do this primarily for their cohesion and sense of identity, and secondly to leverage their numerous disciples to gain more benefits. However, we do not require such motives. My aim is to alleviate the worries of our clan members regarding resources, allowing them to focus more on their cultivation. Therefore, we must carefully consider how contribution points are earned. Breaking through cultivation levels should count as a contribution. Achieving accomplishments in specific areas should also count. Assisting fellow clan members should count, and even marrying and having children should be counted as contributions. Yan's eyes widened. Having children counts too, why shouldn't it? Yi Feng replied with a snort. A thriving population is a hallmark of a flourishing family. Not only should it count, but we should also allocate additional points for it. In summary, all beneficial actions for the family must be included in the contribution system. After you return, consult with Sui and the others to thoroughly discuss the specific evaluation criteria. Yi Sui Fong delegated the detailed matters to the family officials. He only needed to propose policies and provide financial support. After returning, Sui Yun and the others discussed overnight, swiftly drafting a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. The Technique Hall, Spiritual Weapon Hall, and Treasure Hall were announced to be permanently open to the clan. The Yi family members soon learned how to acquire contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems most people's initial contribution points are around that. The young people gathered to study the newly implemented policies, pondering how to earn contributions. Breaking through each level in the Chi refining stage grants 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through the transformation stage directly awards 3,000 contribution points, while becoming a first-grade alchemist also grants 3,000 contribution points. Assisting an elderly lady across the street earns 10 contribution points. Recruiting a genius for the family earns 500 contribution points. Having a child earns 5,000 contribution points. As they continued to read, they found the criteria shifting unexpectedly. Some were familiar with the contribution point standards of sects, which typically involved task systems where one had to complete specific tasks to earn corresponding points, yet the Yi family's rules were astonishingly comprehensive. Never had they heard of childbirth counting as a contribution. They could foresee an unprecedented population surge in the Yi family in the near future, but let's not celebrate too soon. We still don't know how many contribution points those precious resources will cost. Someone doused their enthusiasm with cold water. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, if the costs were too high, it would be of little use. Let us go take a look. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can exchange for a mid-tier yellow-grade martial skill. Everyone began to surge towards the newly opened 3 halls. Upon seeing the marked prices, they were left dumbfounded. What the heck? The low-tier yellow-grade technique only costs 10 contribution points. My goodness, there are even Xian-grade techniques available for 1,000 contribution points. But alas, each person can only exchange for 2. Consider yourselves fortunate, such opportunities were never available before. Besides, one shouldn't be greedy. A low-tier yellow-grade spiritual sword is only 50 contribution points. I finally own a spiritual sword. The entire gathering was in awe. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly affordable. It felt almost like they were being given away for free. Everyone began to sing praises for the family and their beloved head. Yi Sui Fong, sister, our uncle is truly too dashing. Outside the spiritual weapon hall, the girl with 2 long braids exclaimed excitedly. She held a radiant long sword, gently caressing it as if it were the most exquisite item in the world. Shao Shao, that is Asian-grade spiritual weapon. Be careful not to injure yourself. Another slightly older girl said helplessly. Dear Yao Fairy, I wouldn't. Before she could finish, Shao Shao let out a startled cry as a droplet of bright red blood appeared on her finger. She hurriedly put her finger in her mouth. Yi Qinyao shook her head in exasperation. We only have 1,000 contribution points, and you just spent them all. That is quite wasteful. Yi Shao Shao, still sucking on her finger, whimpered. It's not wasteful, it's destined to be mine, and it will surely shine with the greatest brilliance in my hands. It's just a pity I broke through too early. If I had waited a few more days to break through the transformation stage, I could have earned 3,000 contribution points. But that doesn't matter. I am Yi Shao Shao, and I can still make rapid progress in the transformation stage. Accumulating plenty of contribution points, Yi Shao Shao rumbled on, while Yi Qinyao listened quietly. By the way, sister, Yi Shao Shao finally said, her finger no longer bleeding. I heard that Yilong has a great reputation at the border, and many clan members have gathered around him, forming a significant force. It's just the 2 of us. Should we recruit some allies, or we will surely be overshadowed by him? Yi Qinyao glanced at her. Shaking her head. We are fighting for the family, why must we compare ourselves with him? We should simply focus on doing our best. Hearing this, Yi Xiao pouted, saying, you are just too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Yi family, a nunnery might suit you better. Forget it. If you want to seek help, I will. I think we could first try to win over Sister Huang, although her strength is lacking. She is still the head's daughter. With Uncle's current generosity, we might even manage to get another Shen-grade spiritual sword from her. Sister Zihon from 4th Uncle's family is also impressive. She reached the 10th level of Qi refining at just 13, almost half as accomplished as I am. We could form a Yi family girls team to overshadow Yi Long and his crew. But let us leave Yi Qian out. She is just infatuated with her brother and can't break away from Yi Long. Chapter 20, Primordial Skill. After a few days of rest, the younger generation of the Yi family set out once more for the border of Gaoling. Yi Huang also accompanied them on their journey. A few days prior, Yi Sui Bao's daughter Yi Xiao had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang and had sworn before Yi Sui Feng that she would ensure Yi Huang's safety, reassuring him that he need not worry. She even remarked that Yi Sui Feng was becoming increasingly handsome, showering him with compliments. Of course, Yi Sui Feng understood the young lady's intentions and did not expose her. Instead, he gifted both her and Yi Qinyao a high-quality Shen-grade bracelet. Yi Xiao was almost ecstatic to the point of bursting with joy. Afterward, Yi Sui Feng pulled them aside and advised them not to let Yi Huang's status hinder her. They should allow her to do whatever she needed to gain better experience. After the group departed, Yi Sui Feng returned to his study to peruse various texts. Having conducted 2 transactions with Gu Wanxen, he had acquired a wealth of cultivation techniques and insights. He had developed a general understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals basked in the light of the sun and moon, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming the first humans to possess extraordinary powers. In that era, talent was the sole measure of worth. Subsequently, through the arduous battles against the demonic beasts and malevolent spirits, our human ancestors gradually discovered a path to self-cultivation. They emulated the training methods of these beasts, absorbing the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth to fortify themselves. It was from that moment that the extraordinary essence of spiritual energy officially entered the realm of human awareness. As development progressed, the path of cultivation became increasingly refined, with distinct and meticulous classifications of cultivation levels emerging. Moreover, the professions that sprang from cultivation also witnessed significant advancement, encompassing alchemy, formations, talismans, and more, a veritable blossoming akin to a sky full of stars. However, amidst this flourishing, a grave issue arose: the sheer variety and complexity of methods, lacking a universal standard suitable for all seekers of knowledge. Yi Sui Feng shook his head, remarking that every individual is unique. Practicing different techniques will inevitably lead to varying results. This necessitated that each person seek out the cultivation method most aligned with their innate nature. Should they succeed in finding it, they could unleash their fullest potential. Yet, should they falter or misjudge, they might languish in mediocrity for a lifetime. This predicament was exacerbated by the unequal distribution of resources, a common plight. If only a universally applicable method were to exist, enabling all to cultivate, then every individual would possess boundless potential, and this world would undoubtedly become more splendid. Yi Sui Feng pondered deeply, for he hailed from a different world, endowed with distinct perspectives and ideologies. In his time, there existed a system known as foundational education, where prior to high school, everyone received equal knowledge across diverse disciplines. It was only in high school that students were divided into the arts and sciences. Upon entering university, a further specialization ensued, culminating in a plethora of majors, with even more distinctions at the graduate level. Much like the myriad branches and leaves of a grand tree, each branch harbored infinite possibilities for the future. The essence of this tree lay in its trunk, and Yi Suifeng aspired to create such a trunk. He resolved to begin with the very essence of spiritual energy, with a flick of his hand. A gentle white aura materialized in his palm, morphing into various forms. At its core, spiritual energy is fundamentally a unique type of energy, one that any object can absorb should the absorbing entity possess sentience. It would harness this energy, transforming it into its own power. The initial stage of cultivation, known as the Qi refinement period, focuses on absorbing spiritual energy, opening the meridians, and initially tempering the body. The subsequent phase, the Qi transformation period, entails further refining spiritual energy, forming a cloud of energy in the dantian, and mastering the power of spiritual energy. Yi Suifeng intended to initiate changes from these two stages. All cultivation methods essentially represent the various modes of spiritual energy operation within the body. The subtle differences in meridian pathways, even in minute details, can yield drastically different outcomes. Some techniques are rigid and domineering, while others are gentle. Some possess unique attributes altogether. Furthermore, the meridians within each individual exhibit slight variations, culminating in an extraordinarily intricate system. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly. Complexity was the greatest taboo in the pursuit of universality. Though human meridians resemble an intricate web, there are 9 principal meridians that every individual possesses. By basing his method on these 9 principal meridians, there exists a significant probability of creating a technique suitable for all practitioners. Each of these 9 meridians is exceptionally broad, akin to a grand thoroughfare, capable of accommodating myriad energies. However, such accommodation also implies that the absorbed energies may be diverse and chaotic, necessitating a pure and coherent system. Yi Suifeng contemplated, waving his hand to conjure a massive luminous screen before him, revealing the 9 principal meridians of the human body. Above them connected the center of the human spirit, while below lay the dantian. Behind them a faint green energy pulsated, representing the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is why none had dared to simultaneously target all 9 principal meridians. Yet Yi Suifeng was different. His immeasurable spirit allowed him to perceive the most fundamental truths with clarity. The first stage would be to open these 9 principal meridians, aligning with the traditional cultivation system's Qi refinement period. He would then utilize the principal meridians to nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, corresponding to the Qi transformation realm. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng's eyes shimmered with brilliance, resembling a resplendent galaxy in flux, continuously extinguishing and rebirthing. He had commenced his theoretical deductions. Time flowed slowly. Yi Suifeng remained in the family study for nearly 2 months, the last time he elevated the 9 swords of Godslayer. It took merely a brief moment. This demonstrated the immense challenge he was currently facing. During this interval, Suiyun visited him several times, and Yefeng returned once to see Yi Suifeng, but an invisible force barred their entry into the study. They speculated that Yi Suifeng had entered seclusion. After 2 months, the starlight in Yi Suifeng's eyes gradually dimmed, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, gently closing its final page. With a sigh of relief, he realized that he had not anticipated the time it would take to create this cultivation method. Now, to bestow a name upon it. Yi Suifeng smiled as he regarded the tome. Akin to a parent gazing upon their child, this method represented a fresh paradigm of cultivation. The energy it harnessed was not confined solely to spiritual energy, the essence of heaven and earth, the fundamental sources of all things, and even demonic and malevolent energies could be absorbed and utilized. After contemplation, Yi Suifeng inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome: Yuan Shagong, Chapter 21, The Art of Business in the Family Study. Suiyun was reporting the recent developments to Yi Suifeng. During the 2 months of seclusion, there had been no significant events within the family. The beast tide in the border regions had mostly subsided. With the core members having returned, only the younger generation remained, diligently clearing out the demonic beasts and fostering good relations with the ordinary cultivators, adhering to Isuefeng's directives. As no one had undertaken such efforts previously. The results were markedly evident. Within a mere 3 months, the towns under the Yi family's management had significantly elevated their perception of the family, with some even venerating the Yi family as a sacred entity. Sacred, I have no desire to transform the Yi family into some holy ground. Y Isuefeng scoffed, his ambition being to establish a sufficiently powerful force, with reputation being a secondary concern. Have any cultivators chosen to ally with the Yi family? What is their strength? What of their talents? Isuefeng inquired. Oh, there are quite a number, Sueyun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have independently arrived in Yunshao City, seeking to join our family. Most are at the Qi refinement stage, though their talents vary. Y Isuefeng waved his hand dismissively. Variability is acceptable. We are not a sect that must rigidly assess talent. This world equally requires the less powerful to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are well defined and strive to place everyone in their rightful position. Sueyun furrowed his brow. Elder brother, do you mean we should accept them all? Absolutely, we shall accept them all. Isuefeng affirmed, provide them with a conducive environment for cultivation and do not skimp on resources. A strong start will pave the way for future success. Sueyun understood and smiled, saying, then I estimate that in the coming years, the overall population of the family could multiply several times. From what I gather, certain young members have been quite successful in gathering followers. Certain young members, Isuefeng chuckled, you must be referring to your little one. Before the family announced this policy, Yiqian had approached him expressing similar aspirations. Y Isuefeng held a favorable view of this nephew. Ha ha ha, Sueyun laughed heartily. It's not just Yiqian, Yilong and Yiqinyao have also garnered many followers due to their exceptional strength. Oh, and let us not forget Yihuang. Y Yihuang, Qinyao, Shao Shao, Zihon, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization known as the Tian Lon Hall, which currently wields considerable influence and a stellar reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tian Lon Hall are Qinyao and Yihuang, though as you know, the child Yiqinyao is inherently disinterested in fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yihuang who manages affairs. Their remarkable strength has attracted a substantial following of rogue cultivators. Y Isuefeng was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young women in the family possessed such a competitive spirit. The fact that his daughter could become their leader suggested that, aside from her status, her own strength had also seen significant improvement. Elder brother, I wish to inquire as well, how did Xiao Huang suddenly enhance her strength so dramatically? In just over 2 months, she has already broken through to the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, which is quite astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I've heard that even Yilong cannot guarantee victory against her. It seems that she must be considered in the upcoming battle for Yunshao City in a few months. Sueyun's expression reflected disbelief, for Yihuang's performance had indeed been extraordinary. Great talents often emerge late. Remarked Isuefeng. Is that truly the case? Sueyun chuckled, playfully raising an eyebrow at Isuefeng. Perhaps some of our kin possess the potential for late bloomers as well. I believe you should keep an eye on them. It was evident that he did not wholly trust Isuefeng's words. After all, Yihuang's transformation was far too conspicuous. One would be hard-pressed to believe it was not due to Isuefeng's influence. Look at you, resembling a monkey, Isuefeng said, shaking his head. Let us wait until the trials conclude. It will be the perfect opportunity to discern who among them is worthy of cultivation. At that time I shall treat them accordingly. Sueyun chuckled heartily, satisfied with this arrangement. After all, his eldest son, Yilong, would undoubtedly secure a place. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and could not provide you with this month's spirit stones. Has any issue arisen? Yi Sui Feng inquired. Oh, no, not at all, Sui Yun responded quickly. You had given me a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion, or else I truly would not have managed to spend such a vast sum within a month. Yi Sui Feng had tasked him with depleting those spirit stones during the month, which had caused Sui Yun considerable distress. There is simply nowhere to spend it. Look at you, lacking ambition, Yi Sui Feng remarked. Deciding not to press him further, taking it slow would suffice. However, this situation did raise a concern in his mind. Should he suddenly enter a lengthy seclusion again, the family's financial chain would undoubtedly falter. It would be impossible to develop according to his vision. After considering this, Yi Sui Feng handed Sui Yun a storage bag. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Take good care of them and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request, to provide the family with an excellent cultivation environment within reasonable limits. Cultivation and expansion will be our primary focus for the foreseeable future, so you must be vigilant in your oversight. Yi Sui Feng emphasized earnestly. Sui Yun trembled slightly as he accepted the storage bag. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones amounted to a staggering 100 trillion spirit stones. He had never encountered such immense wealth in his lifetime. Rest assured, brother, I will utilize it to the fullest, Sui Yun declared with utmost seriousness. He understood that this storage bag of spirit stones represented not only wealth but also Yi Sui Feng's trust in him and the heavy responsibility that accompanied it. Yi Sui Feng nodded lightly. By the way, has that person from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, been in touch with you recently? Yi Sui Feng asked. They had previously agreed to have supplies sent every half-month. But he had entered seclusion just after their last arrangement. She has indeed come, Sui Yun replied, producing 3 rings. She left these for you, saying they were to be passed on. I couldn't break the array seals on them. Yi Sui Feng accepted the rings, casually dispelling the seals. Inside were numerous treasures along with their corresponding prizes. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Yi family head, a playful thought from Gu Wanxin echoed within. How intriguing, Yi Sui Feng mused, a smile playing on his lips. They had made an agreement for her to send resources every half-month, and he had unexpectedly sequestered himself for 2 months. It was impressive that she adhered to their pact and delivered the goods early. As a mere pavilion master, the pressure from above regarding such a vast amount of resources, which had yet to be converted into spirit stones, must have been immense. She certainly knows how to conduct business, Yi Sui Feng noted, glancing at the price list, which still reflected a 10% discount, amounting to over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied one of his storage rings and crafted a new array, one that only she could unlock. He then handed the ring to Sui Yun. These 2 contain resources. You may manage them as you wish. Additionally, arrange for someone to deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin at Wanbao Pavilion. Sui Yun nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon witnessing the immense resources within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such wealth, and he had grown accustomed to it by now. After discussing a few other trivial matters, Sui Yun prepared to leave. However, he soon returned. I almost forgot, over a month ago, 4 young individuals suddenly came looking for you, claiming that you had encountered them at the outskirts of Chingu jailing, Sui Yun mentioned. Did I? Yi Sui Feng pondered. Oh, right. On the day of my tribulation, I casually saved a few young people who were nearly crushed by a bull. Feeling a connection, I made them a promise. Please arrange for them to come see me. In the courtyard, beneath the willow tree, 3 young men and a woman stood obediently before Yi Sui Feng, their faces marked by nervousness. Have you adapted to life here? Yi Sui Feng inquired, leisurely sipping tea at the stone table. We have adjusted well, there are no issues, the long-haired youth, Feng Shi, stammered. The Yi family has treated us exceptionally well, providing us with accommodation and meals. Recently, while working within the family, we received ample cultivation resources. Why? Yi Sui Feng smiled. There is no need to be anxious. I realize I do not yet know your names. I am Feng Ji, he quickly replied. This is Mo Feng, the one who almost perished last time. He is Yupeng, and she is Lu Hong. The four bowed respectfully. We have met Yishenbei. Yi Sui Feng waved his hand dismissively. Our encounter at Jailing signifies a bond. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I have summoned you today is to request your assistance with a task. Feng Ji clasped his hands together, declaring, I owe my life to you, and I am at your service. Senior, command us as you wish. We would brave mountains and seas for you. Their gazes were resolute, exuding the spirit of adventurers. Well said. Yi Sui Feng paused before continuing. All of you are in the Qi refinement stage, correct? Feng Ji nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I possess a cultivation method known as the Yuan Sha Gong. It represents a completely different path from the current cultivation system. I have high hopes for its future. However, as no one has practiced it before, the specific outcomes remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals willing to serve as test subjects. Consider this carefully, if you are inclined. I shall personally guide you on your cultivation journey. Rest assured, if you prefer not to participate, you may remain in the Yi family and continue with your current endeavors. Yi Sui Feng candidly shared his intentions. He saw no need to conceal anything from these Qi refinement youths. Even if they declined, he could find others within the family. Transparency was key. There was no requirement for schemes or deception. However, in response to his honesty, Feng Ji and the others fell silent. Transitioning to a new cultivation method was an immensely weighty decision, particularly since Yi Sui Feng had explicitly indicated that it was an entirely different path. The risks were substantial. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Yi Sui Feng remained patient, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a prolonged silence, unexpectedly, one stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the youth named Mo Feng. Senior, you saved my life, yet I am of humble status and do not know how to repay your kindness. Now that you require assistance, I cannot hesitate. I am willing to try your new cultivation method. Mo Feng's expression was resolute. Having made his decision, following suit, Feng Ji stepped forward, stating with a smile, a man of honor must keep his word. I have just declared my willingness to risk everything. How could I go back on my word? Senior, I too am willing to try. After they spoke, Lu Hong and Yupeng joined them, standing shoulder to shoulder in solidarity. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Yi Sui Feng smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie from these four young individuals. They embodied a spirit of loyalty that was often rare among the aristocracy, but do not come to regret this decision. He warned. We shall not, Feng Ji affirmed with unwavering conviction. Very well, let us commence at once. Yi Sui Feng rose, releasing his vast consciousness to envelop the four, revealing all the secrets within their bodies. Feng Ji, Qi Refinement Level 8 Moderate Talent. Ma Feng, Qi Refinement Level 6 Low Talent. Lu Hong, Qi Refinement Level 6 Low Talent. Yi Yupeng, Qi Refinement Level 7 Moderate Talent. Feng Ji and Lu Hong displayed a solid foundation, while the other two were somewhat weaker. Nevertheless, in Yi Sui Feng's eyes, they all appeared disorganized and chaotic, characteristic of scattered cultivators. Their cultivation methods were hard to come by. They could hardly afford to be picky about suitability. Feng Ji and Ma Feng, you two shall disperse all your cultivation and begin anew. Lu Hong and Yupeng, you will maintain your original cultivation methods while simultaneously practicing the Yuan Sha Gong. Yi Sui Feng instructed. I will impart to you the essence of the Yuan Sha Gong. Initially explore and cultivate it on your own. Fear not, I shall oversee your progress personally, so you need not worry about any life-threatening dangers. Yi Sui Feng quickly organized the arrangements. He divided the four into two groups, one to start from zero and the other to integrate traditional cultivation methods. There would be no explanations for starting from zero. While the fusion of cultivation was intended for future transitions of others, for the initial stages of their cultivation, Yi Sui Feng did not plan to intervene. They would explore the path independently. In this manner, one can acquire experimental data with greater precision. Subsequently, Yi Sui-feng conferred a divine enlightenment upon the four individuals, instilling within their very souls all the profound truths of the foundational principles of the primordial arts. This act eliminated the need for the arduous process of comprehending the techniques on their own. Thereafter, the four commenced their initial practice within the courtyard. While Yi Sui-feng stood guard nearby, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various transformations occurring in their bodies during their cultivation. Based on these observations, he further confirmed and refined the intricate details of the primordial arts. This new path of cultivation became increasingly clear and discernible. It was not until nightfall that their first session of practice came to a close. Upon returning, he advised them to rest well and reflect on any issues encountered during their training, cautioning against hasty attempts that could lead to complications. I will arrange a more convenient location for you as soon as possible. Yi Sui-feng instructed. Everything proceeded smoothly. However, that evening, Sui-yun rushed in, urgency etched across his face. Elder brother, trouble has arisen, he declared gravely. You instructed me to send someone to the Wanbao Pavilion for trade, and I sent Suehu. Yet, after the transaction was completed on their return journey, they were ambushed by a group. All the supplies brought back from the Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Suehu is gravely injured and unconscious. The unexpected news caused Yi Sui-feng to furrow his brow. It seemed that the dealings with the Wanbao Pavilion had drawn the attention of certain individuals. The vast resources, amounting to hundreds of billions, had certainly piqued their covetousness. Where is Suehu now? Yi Sui-feng inquired. At home, Sui-yun replied. His dantian is shattered and all his meridians have been severed. Master Zhong Ziming has already examined him and stated that his soul is damaged, making recovery exceedingly difficult. We must find the assailants. Sui-yun exclaimed, his expression filled with rage. He is the backbone of our family, our closest brother. Hold on, let us first ascertain the situation, Yi Sui-feng said. As long as there is breath remaining, there is a chance to save Suehu. As for the perpetrators, if they dare to show their fangs, they must be prepared for annihilation. Chapter 23, Awakening. In the Chongsheng Hall of the Yi family, a multitude of family elites gathered. Some wearing solemn expressions, while others were filled with fury. Who did this? Damn it, I will take them on. Is it not obvious? It must be that pack of scoundrels from the Li family. I will not rest until they are brought to justice. Calm down, we cannot yet ascertain who the culprit is, nor do we understand why they targeted fourth master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you not afraid? I merely wish to clarify. Who said I am afraid? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. What is all this commotion? At that moment, Sui-yun and Yi Sui-feng entered, silencing the assembly. Reign in your reckless fervor. The specifics shall be determined by the family head. Sui-yun admonished with a glare, before proceeding with Yi Sui-feng into the inner hall. Inside, Yi Sui-yun and Sui Bao were present, while Suehu lay upon a bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him, Suehu's wife had red-rimmed eyes. Clearly having wept upon seeing Yi Sui-feng enter, Zhang Ziming immediately rose. Family head Yi, he greeted respectfully. While Yi Sui-feng nodded, signaling him to step outside. Elder brother, family head. Several others spoke up, but their expressions were filled with sorrow and indignation. The impulsive Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What are you all doing? You act as if someone has died, Yi Sui-feng remarked with exasperation. Rest assured, I will bring him back. Apart from Yi Sui-yun, the others were momentarily taken aback. Having already prepared themselves for the worst, Sui Bao blinked and said, Elder brother, Master Zhong just mentioned, a mere 6th grade alchemist, hardly a formidable threat. Yi Sui-feng interrupted. Sui Bao was left speechless. A 6th grade alchemist was the most formidable in Yunshao City. Yet, in Yi Sui-feng's words, he seemed insignificant. After stating this, Yi Sui-feng ignored him and sat beside Suehu. He extended a finger and pressed it to Suehu's brow, probing with his consciousness, quickly discerning the dire state he was in. It was tragic indeed. His dantian lay shattered, his meridians completely severed, and even his bones were broken into fragments. Most alarmingly, his soul had suffered grievous injury, with over half of its vitality depleted. It was evident he had encountered an adversary of considerable strength. One above the nascent soul stage. The fact that he still clung to life was miraculous. Why Isuefong shook his head and pressed his finger to Suehu's brow once more, silently intoning, "Return to your soul." Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, radiating outward in an overwhelming wave that spread far and wide. Suddenly, an ethereal melody seemed to permeate the air as azure and white light flickered incessantly. Sueyun and the others stood dumbfounded, witnessing wisps of azure smoke emerging from the void, swiftly converging into Suehu's brow. This method was utterly unprecedented, as the last wisp of azure smoke entered Suehu's brow. He abruptly opened his eyes, gasping as he regained consciousness. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Suehu, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Sueyun and the others stood in shock, after Master Zhong had declared hope was lost. Yi Suifeng had miraculously revived Suehu in mere moments. What extraordinary power this was! Yi Suifeng, how formidable he must be. After some time, Sueyun pulled Yi Suiyu aside, whispering, "Go outside and inform them that third brother is safe. Let them proceed with their affairs." Why Yi Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a secret he wished to keep from being revealed too swiftly. Why Yi Suiyu nodded and departed. At that moment, Suehu had completely regained consciousness. "Suehu, do you recall what transpired?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Suehu took a sip of water, recollecting the events. He had brought 3 rings to the Wanbao Pavilion, where he met Gu Wanxin. The transaction was swiftly completed, and he acquired the resources she had brought. As he was about to depart, Gu Wanxin offered to send someone from the Wanbao Pavilion to escort him, but he declined. He believed that a larger entourage would only expose the secret of his valuable possessions. Thus, he chose to travel alone. However, he had not anticipated the ensuing trouble. The attackers were 4 formidable cultivators above the nascent soul stage. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against them. In mere moments, he was utterly overwhelmed and lost consciousness. "Elder brother, it was my fault. I should have listened to Pavilion Master Gu and allowed her to send an escort," Suehu lamented, guilt evident on his face. "After all, it was a matter of resources worth hundreds of billions. Do not speak foolishly. The important thing is that you are alive," Yi Suifeng reassured him. "Point for nascent soul cultivators, who in Yunshao City possesses such formidable power?" Sueyun frowned deeply. The pinnacle of combat strength in Yunshao City was the Golden Core stage. Perhaps a family concealed 1 or 2 ancient monsters who had broken through to the nascent soul stage. But such beings typically remained sequestered in meditation and would not intervene, let alone form a group of 4. Therefore, the assailants could not be from the Li family or the Tang family. Could it be the Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suiyu speculated. The Wanbao Pavilion had always been a mysterious force, its actual strength was uncertain, and it was indeed plausible they could dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" Sueyun asked. "If it truly is the Wanbao Pavilion, then we are in serious trouble." "What to do?" Yi Suifeng stood up. "Do you recall what I once told you? The Yi family fears no one. If they dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws." He glanced at Suehu and declared, "Leave this matter to me. You all must use the best resources to restore Suehu's health when the time comes. I will help him repair his dantian and regain his strength." With that, Yi Suifeng prepared to depart. "Elder brother, are you truly going alone?" Sueyun still harbored reservations. Why Yi Suifeng nodded. "Do not worry, just focus on your own responsibilities." Regardless of who the adversary may be, he was now akin to a cornered cat. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng waved his sleeve and vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Second brother, has elder brother changed too drastically?" Yi Suiyu whispered. "First, there was the staggering wealth that could induce fainting, and then he effortlessly revived Suehu from the brink of death. Now, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Dismissing even 4 nascent soul cultivators with ease, was this still the taciturn elder brother they once knew, who was merely a chi refining stage cultivator? No matter how much he changes, he remains our elder brother. Yi Sui-yun said sternly, we have all witnessed the family's transformations over the past few months. Without him, everything would revert to its former state, so, he turned to Yi Sui, speaking in a grave tone. In the future, do not let me hear such remarks again. Chapter 24, Pursuing the Perpetrators in the Sky. Yi Sui-fong traversed through the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back. A grey line guided his path. A manifestation of the causal law he had extracted from the energy of Suehu. With this causal law, he could trace the location of the conflict. Soon, he arrived at a secluded pathway in Yunshao City, where the signs of battle were unmistakable along with remnants of array formations. The concealment formation indicates that the adversary has come prepared. Oh, why is she here as well? Along the path, several figures appear to be searching for something, one of whom is none other than Gu Wanxin, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Sui-fong descends gracefully. Who goes there? A few cultivators at the Golden Core stage immediately assume a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Yi Sui-fong, Gu Wanxin hastily intervenes. Head of the Yi family, she approaches, her expression somewhat complex. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would act within Yunshao City and harm Third Master. She bows in apology. So you know who is responsible? Yi Sui-fong raises an eyebrow. Gu Wanxin passes her lips and replies, I am not entirely certain, but based on the circumstances at the scene, it appears that only 4 formidable Yuaning stage cultivators could mobilize such a powerful formation. Speak freely, Yi Sui-fong states, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, evidently indicating that Gu Wanxin has some involvement in this matter. Gu Wanxin sighs, confessing the recent events to Yi Sui-fong. It turns out that after their last transaction she established a connection with the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. The steward's rank surpasses that of the initiator. Thus, upon meeting the steward, Gu Wanxin reported the indiscretions between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Due to the significant profits Gu Wanxin had recently generated, the steward took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward directly revoked Song Shuang's deputy qualifications and warned Luo Qing not to engage in similar antics again. Consequently, Gu Wanxin's crisis was averted, and both Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their deserved punishments. Yet they were not satisfied. Although Song Shuang was stripped of his deputy position, he remained active within Yunshao City. Gu Wanxin knew his intentions well. His goal was to locate that mysterious benefactor. As for what would happen after that, Gu Wanxin was uncertain and could not intervene, as it fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client was taken away, it merely indicated her insufficient strength. However, Gu Wanxin never anticipated that Song Shuang would choose to take a reckless risk, directly eliminating Yi Sui-hu, who had come to trade, and seizing the vast resources in his possession. Such audacity, a mishap involving a client on her territory, left Gu Wanxin unable to absolve herself of responsibility. In this situation, the partnership they had just established would likely shatter instantaneously. Head of the Yi family, I failed to protect Third Master. This is my responsibility. Rest assured, I shall employ all my means to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanxin vowed earnestly. While Yi Sui-fong remained silent. He had not anticipated that Yi Sui-hu's attack was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wanbao Pavilion. It was a case of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffered. This individual named Song Shuang acted with such ruthless dominance, showing complete disregard for the lives of others. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Yi Sui-fong asked. Gu Wanxin's face contorted with distress as she replied, Head of the Yi family, you must understand, behind Song Shuang is Luo Qing, the initiator of the Wanbao Pavilion in Sacheng, who possesses powerful guardians at the transformation stage. I am unable to disclose this to you. I can only do my utmost to navigate the situation with them. While Yi Sui-fang's expression bore a hint of sarcasm, you merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanxin was fundamentally a merchant. Driven by profit, she concealed the conflict with Song Shuang to protect her own interests, which led to Isuehu's unwarranted calamity and near demise. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one trading with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang. For Yi Suifeng, however, he only required resources. The identity of the provider was of little consequence, thus Gu Wanxin bore an inescapable burden of responsibility in this matter. Why Yi Suifeng comprehended her intentions but would not offer forgiveness. I genuinely apologize ahead of the Yi family. Given the circumstances, I do not wish to argue. I can only exert my utmost efforts to provide you and the departed third master with an explanation. Gu Wanxin asserted resolutely. Why Yi Suifeng locked eyes with her. Frankly, this woman was remarkable. She had managed to navigate her way through the intricacies of power dynamics without a background and had even triumphed over her superiors. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the weight of absolute power. Third master is not dead, Yi Suifeng said flatly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it myself. However, there must not be a next time. Whatever happens that could jeopardize the Yi family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Do you understand? He opted not to cast blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanxin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and she was quite proactive. He still required someone like her. Secondly, should he replace her, he could not guarantee that another individual would not present additional complications. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Gu Wanxin appeared taken aback. Head of the Yi family, I do not fully grasp your meaning. There is no particular meaning, Yi Suifeng replied. Our agreement continues. As for Song Shuang, I will deal with him personally. Gu Wanxin opened her mouth, saying, Head of the Yi family, please reconsider. Given the immense wealth Song Shuang has acquired, he is sure to have returned to seek Luo Qing. On Luo Qing's side, there are numerous Yuaning cultivators for protection, along with formidable guardians at the transformation stage. How do you intend to deal with them? She simply could not fathom how Yi Suifeng dared to utter such words. The highest combat strength in Yunshao City was only at the Yuaning stage. Yet Yi Suifeng shook his head dismissively, stating, Yuaning transformation, mere ants. Very well, come with me, lest you hesitate to inform me of any future occurrences. With that, Yi Suifeng reached out, grasping at the void. Suddenly, the entire world shifted in hue. The great Tao resounding, and a dazzling river of stars manifested before everyone's eyes. Time reversed, the heavens and earth transformed, the scenery around them began to whirl chaotically. In Gu Wanxin's astonishment, it froze upon a singular figure. It was Yi Suehu, striding purposefully along the path. Suddenly, 4 silhouettes descended from the sky, blocking all his paths. One of them was slender, adorned with a magnificent jeweled longsword at his waist, his sword-like brows sharply outlined and highly conspicuous. He was Song Shuang. Gu Wanxin gasped in surprise. Chapter 25. Kneel before me in Sacheng. Within the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Qing sat across from Song Shuang, casually toying with a delicate ring in his hand. Uncle, rest assured, I have already lifted the mental seal on that little wretch Gu Wanxin. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing, Song Shuang declared triumphantly, having spent months lurking in Yunshao City and finally reaping substantial rewards. An immense sum of over 1,000 billion resources, which would take him a century to amass otherwise, had suddenly fallen into his lap. He had truly become an overnight millionaire. Moreover, with this action, the relationship between Gu Wanxin and the Yi family would undoubtedly shatter, potentially branding Gu Wanxin as incompetent in her management, causing her to revert to her original status. A commoner who rose from humble beginnings had no qualification to contend with him. Luo Qing, having stored away the special ring, inquired, Are you certain the Yi family is not a significant clan with considerable power? Of course, Song Shuang replied with confidence, having spent nearly 3 months in Yunshao City. I have thoroughly investigated the local power dynamics. The most formidable cultivators there are merely at the Yuaning stage, and most are in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest among the 3 prominent clans of Yunshao City. perhaps lacking even a single Yuaning cultivator, and their head is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. Song Shuang spoke with conviction, having conducted discreet inquiries in Yunshao City and even locating the alchemists and artifact crafters of the Yi family. According to them, they were only there for the lucrative rewards. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush, seizing the vast resources for himself. But if the Yi family was so weak, how could they possess such wealth? Luo Qing questioned. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. The world is vast, and wonders abound. It is not uncommon for someone to stumble upon treasure while walking. From my perspective, the Yi family is likely in a similar situation. They inadvertently acquired a substantial fortune but failed to exercise restraint, opting instead for extravagant spending. Even if I had not intervened, others would have targeted the Yi family. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly. Sharing the same sentiment, the Yi family's actions appeared as nothing more than the behavior of upstarts. He had seen many such individuals, and none met a favorable end. Haha, you performed admirably this time. Rest assured, once this blows over, I will find a way to restore your deputy position. As long as that Yi family does not find you, everything will be fine. Luo Qing chuckled. Song Shuang laughed heartily. Naturally, I will absolutely not be found by the Yi family. He laughed exuberantly, but suddenly noticed Luo Qing's expression stiffening, frozen in shock. They found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Song Shuang turned around and nearly fell from his seat in terror. Before him, a pitch-black portal materialized in the void, slowly widening as several figures emerged. Gu Wanshin, Song Shuang recognized the woman, and in a fit of fear, he let out a shrill scream akin to that of a woman. You all, how is this possible? His face was awash with terror as he attempted to tear open a portal in the void. What kind of power was this? What a formidable cultivator, to achieve such heights. He felt his legs weaken slightly. At this moment, Yi Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanshin, had already stepped through the void gate, standing before Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanshin nodded. Still appearing visibly shaken, she could hardly fathom that Yi Suifeng had grown so powerful, effortlessly opening the river of time and tracing back to its origins, with merely a casual wave of his hand. He had traversed through an unknown great trajectory, directly breaking the void to locate Song Shuang himself. It was utterly terrifying. Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the kind of terrifying existence you have entangled yourself with. Who are you? Song Shuang trembled, recognizing that this person before him was not to be trifled with, and he was evidently targeting him. Head of the Yi family. Yi Suifeng. Why? Yi Suifeng said flatly, attacking my clan's core members and seizing resources. Who granted you such audacity? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Yi family. The heads of the Li and Tang families assured me with utmost certainty that the new head of the Yi family is just a useless cultivator at the Qi refining stage. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize them by the collar and demand, how could a Qi refining cultivator open the void gate? Let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to say something, but Yi Suifeng did not afford him that opportunity. He raised his hand and struck, a force reminiscent of divine wrath descending upon him, landing a resounding blow to his face. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swelling grotesquely. Teeth and blood scattering everywhere. Why? Yi Suifeng's expression remained impassive. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Song Shuang. He was here to enact judgment today. He had come to take lives. Bang! Yi Suifeng stepped down forcefully on Song Shuang once more, a torrent of spiritual energy surging violently into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered in an instant. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Song Shuang. His face drenched in blood, Luo Qing watched in horror, his body involuntarily trembling. He hesitantly spoke. The master, let us converse calmly. Yi Suifeng cast a cold glance at him. Who are you to address me as master? With that, he took a step forward. A terrifying aura enveloped Luo Qing's head, followed by an explosive eruption. Boom! A tremendous energy exploded outward from Yi Suifeng, shattering the protective formations as if they were mere paper. Debris and splinters flew in all directions. The topmost structure of the Wanbao Pavilion was obliterated, transforming into an open-air platform. Heavens above, what is happening? Everyone flee. Below, numerous cultivators and customers who had come to purchase goods were taken aback by the sudden explosion. Scattering in panic to escape the Wanbao Pavilion, they stared in shock at the now exposed rooftop above. Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. It was utterly terrifying. Had that energy been directed at him, he would have surely been vaporized. Reduced to nothingness, Song Shuang, what kind of existence have you provoked? The head of the Yi family, he is our master, and also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanxin whispered. Yi Suifeng glanced over. Oh, you are implicated as well. Luo Qing's eyes widened, and he hastily exclaimed, no, I have no involvement with Song Shuang. Yet before he could finish, Yi Suifeng pressed down slightly, and Luo Qing felt as if a divine mountain had crashed upon him, causing him to spit blood and collapse to his knees. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly a powerful presence erupted from the depths of the Wanbao Pavilion. An elderly man in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression solemn and his demeanor extraordinary. It was the aura of a transformation stage cultivator. However, a mere glance from Yi Suifeng nearly caused him to soil himself in fear. It's me. What can you do about it? Yi Suifeng stated coolly. Senior, let us speak amicably. The elderly man of the transformation stage hurriedly clasped his fists. Yi Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel fast. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sacheng is one of the most iconic buildings in the city. Standing 7 stories high, it is surrounded by formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost floors emit a hazy purple light, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet today, its top level has been utterly destroyed. Fragments of wood and tiles exploded, littering the ground. A solitary figure stood calmly, while the prominent figures of the Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have all submitted, kneeling before him. Who could this be? Could it be a higher-up from the Wanbao Pavilion? To call him a fool would be an understatement. Why would one demolish their own house if they were on the same side? Clearly, this was someone with a vendetta against the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens, did he not realize how deep the waters were behind the Wanbao Pavilion? How dare he act so forcefully? People murmured among themselves, their curiosity piqued about the figure cloaked in white. What could possibly be his backing? Yi Suifeng's only backing was himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the mightiest of deities. Senior, the transformation stage elder from the Wanbao Pavilion knelt, fear evident in his gaze as he looked upon Yi Suifeng. I did not permit you to speak. Close your mouth, Yi Suifeng replied coolly. He then clenched his hand, causing 3 grey threads of causality to drift from his palm. 2 floated down to the lower levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, while 1 ascended toward the distant horizon. They fled far, but it won't matter. Yi Suifeng's cold smile widened as he tightened his fist. Suddenly, 2 cries of alarm echoed from below. Crash! The lower level's wall burst open, and 2 figures shot upward at breakneck speed. Accompanied by screams, they crashed onto the floor, joining Song Shuang and the others in a hasty kneel. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. Those 2 were none other than the assailants who had attacked Yi Suifeng's brother. But why were there only 2? There had been 3 other nascent soul cultivators at the time. Just as she pondered this, a terrified voice echoed from the distance. Gazing into the sky, she spotted a small black dot soaring toward Yi Suifeng. Following the last grey thread of causality, bang, it landed at his feet. It was the final nascent soul cultivator. He wore a bewildered expression, panic written all over his face, with his upper body completely bare and only a pitiful scrap of cloth below. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in some unsavory business. only to be unceremoniously dragged back by Yi Suifeng. Such a method was simply too terrifying. Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng's silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, as the man before her seemed to tower to the heavens. Beyond her comprehension. Enough. Why Yi Suifeng coldly regarded them and slowly declared, "You, blinded by greed, brazenly attacked my clan's primary personnel, resulting in his meridians being shattered and his life hanging by a thread. I end my capacity as the head of the Yi family. I hereby sentence you to death." With that, Yi Suifeng raised his hand slightly, and in the terrified gazes of the others, he decisively slashed downward with his palm as if it were a blade. Splat! 4 heads soared into the air, accompanied by torrents of hot blood tumbling down from the Wanbao pavilion and landing amidst the crowd on the street. Sacred heavens, the onlookers were taken aback, and upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, they were filled with dread, scattering in all directions, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. After eliminating the 4 principal culprits behind Song Shuang's actions, Yi Suifeng turned his attention to Luo Qing. Luo Qing could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Senior, I had no prior knowledge of their actions, I only learned of it afterward. Had I known sooner, I would have certainly stopped them. Please spare me." He truly feared for his life. The head of the Yi family before him possessed unfathomable strength and acted with ruthless decisiveness. He could kill without hesitation. He did not wish to lose his life due to Song Shuang's foolishness. Yi Suifeng remained silent, merely extending his hand to summon a smooth ring that floated from Luo Qing's possession. Upon seeing the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's face. The stolen goods were in his possession. There was no way to clear his name now. "Check it. Is everything still inside?" Yi Suifeng handed the ring to Gu Wanxin. She nodded eagerly and took the ring, inspecting it closely. "They erased my spiritual imprint," she huffed, carefully examining its contents before nodding slightly at Yi Suifeng, head of the Yi family. "Everything is here. It seems they did not have the chance to use it." Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement and then turned his gaze back to Luo Qing. "In this world everyone has their desires. I can understand that. However, your mistake was provoking me." Yi Suifeng's gaze sharpened, 2 piercing beams of light penetrating Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan as blood streamed from his eyes. In that instant, all of Luo Qing's meridians shattered, his dantian turned to dust, and even his soul was cleaved in half. He had been rendered completely powerless. Luo Qing's expression turned ashen, his eyes lost their luster, and he opened his mouth slightly, his voice hoarse. Yi Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invoke the retribution you deserve. You have no idea what kind of terrifying power lurks behind the Wanbao pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is due to your actions. As he spoke, blood flowed from his mouth. Yi Suifeng gazed at him with a sense of indifference, suddenly breaking into a smile. "So you've struck the young one." Is the elder coming to intervene? He chuckled. "I do adore such dramatic narratives. I offer you a chance. Hurry and reach out to your ancestors. Or perhaps to your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I shall have a heart-to-heart with them." Yi Suifeng released the pressure he had exerted on Luo Qing, eager to witness the caliber of individuals Luo Qing would summon. It would serve to suppress them all at once, sparing him the inconvenience of future troubles. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain such individuals. "You will regret this," Luo Qing almost howled in desperation. "Go ahead, call for them," Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. "No need to call, I am already here." Suddenly a mellifluous voice resonated. A young man of remarkable elegance, clad in a purple robe and holding a pristine jade fan, gracefully descended beside Luo Qing. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze toward him, noting that this young man exuded a certain poise. "Are you his ancestor, or perhaps the ancestor of his ancestors?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "Head of the Yi family, this is the individual I mentioned to you, the steward of Wanbei, Lord Shen Tianming," Gu Wanxin elucidated, bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. "Lord Shen, this man is exceedingly arrogant. He came here and destroyed our Wanbei. ruthlessly killing Song Shuang and others, and has even crippled my cultivation. You must avenge me." Upon seeing Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing clung to him like a lifeline, shouting desperately, "Hush, hush!" Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder. Speaking softly, "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with impartiality." With that, Shen Tianming turned his attention to Yi Feng. Crack! A streak of crimson appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, with disbelief etched across his face, collapsed to the ground. "A worthless being has no right to make such insolent demands." Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. "Head of the Yi family, would you not agree?" Yi Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back. "Why should I care?" Chapter 27, Intensifying efforts. Although Shen Tianming appeared quite youthful, he had already attained the cultivation of the transformation stage, a quintessential genius. Unlike the other elder at the same stage, Shen Tianming maintained an air of composure when facing Yi Feng, as if he had some form of backing. While Yi Feng's gaze drifted to the distant void, where he could distinctly sense a formidable presence lacking just beyond sight, observing the unfolding events. "Just a late-stage harmonization cultivator, is that your support?" Yi Feng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, "If you are here to stand up for Luo Qing, then do so swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon more people." Shen Tianming pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside and chuckled. "Head of the Yi family, you misunderstand. I am not here to advocate for anyone. Wanbei has always upheld justice, adhering to principles both externally and internally, especially concerning our guests. It is a grave transgression to target Wanbei's clientele. And the demise of someone as arrogant as Song Shuang is hardly regrettable." While Luo Qing did not directly participate, he bears culpability for harboring such behavior, and given his previous unscrupulous competitive tactics, he has been expelled from Wanbei. Therefore, Shen Tianming shrugged. "I must thank you, head of the Yi family, for ridding us of these nuisances." While Yi Feng responded with an uninterested "oh," realizing that this fellow possessed a modicum of discernment. "In that case, feel free." He then prepared to open a portal to the void. "Wait," Shen Tianming quickly called out to Yi Feng. "What is it?" Yi Feng inquired. Shen Tianming smiled. "Your wealth has attracted the attention of Wanbei's upper echelons. Previously, I heard from Gu Pavilion Master that you seek rarer and more precious resources and treasures." Yi Feng nodded. "Indeed, very well." Shen Tianming continued. "I came today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we can find a quiet place to deliberate in detail." Shen Tianming's smile, coupled with his handsome visage, easily endeared him to others, yet Yi Feng had no desire for further discourse. He found such seemingly amiable yet inherently malicious individuals distasteful. Luo Qing's fate was a prime example of this. I reiterate, regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, feel free to bring them forth without concern for my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the specifics, discuss them with Gu Wanxin. I merely wish for the goods." With that, Yi Feng waved his hand and turned away, vanishing from sight. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, but no words emerged, leaving him to awkwardly smile. "What a character," he mused, turning to Gu Wanxin. "Pavilion Master Gu, it seems he regards you as his spokesperson." "I am honored," Gu Wanxin replied, maintaining her composure. While Yi Feng's parting words served as a protective cloak, imparting significant information to her, Shen Tianming nodded. "In that case, you shall remain in Yuntian City, acting as the liaison between Wanbei and Yi Feng. I must caution you, should this be the case, according to Wanbei's regulations, you shall forever be merely a branch pavilion master. Gu Wanxin passed her lips, stating earnestly, "That is of no consequence. Today's events have clarified certain matters for me. Remaining in Yuntian City is, in a sense, a blessing, whether as a deputy envoy, principal envoy, or steward. What does it matter? To individuals like Yi Feng and Shen Tianming, life and death are but trifles. Only strength serves as the foundation in this world." She had seen through it all. "Very well, I respect your perspective," Shen Tianming replied. "Let us proceed as Yi Feng suggested. We shall find a suitable location to discuss the resource allocation in Yuntian City." Thus, the incident came to a close. The deceased were treated with the same disregard as lifeless hounds disposed of at Shen Tianming's whim. The damage inflicted upon one badge was swiftly rectified with the collective efforts of numerous cultivators, restoring it to its former glory within the span of an hour. Everything unfolded with an air of tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the restored upper chamber. Beside him stood a diminutive elder. "Elder Mu, what are your thoughts on that Yisui Feng?" Shen Tianming inquired softly. "He is inscrutable," Elder Mu replied, his expression slightly grave. "That individual appears unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection he is profoundly enigmatic. His every word and deed seems to resonate with the principles of the Tao. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon among the other elders. Young master, I advise a calm approach. Do not engage with him for the time being." Shen Tianming nodded in agreement. A mere Yuntian city has produced such a figure. No wonder those ancient monstrosities claim that this world is on the brink of tremendous upheaval. I wonder if this rumored upheaval pertains to the one we just encountered. I sincerely hope not, for I have no desire to become the epicenter of a storm, a tragic pawn in the machinations of others. After dealing with Song Shuang, Yisui Feng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Yisui Feng's chamber. Having successfully dispersed the family officials waiting outside, "Elder brother, how did it go?" Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. "It has been resolved," Yisui Feng replied, glancing at Yisui who lay in bed. He produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Sui Yun. "Inside are some elixirs. Administer one every 10 days, and after 100 days his health will naturally recover." This vial of elixirs was concocted by Yisui Feng during his return journey. In truth, he could have fully restored Yisui's injuries within mere breaths, but such methods were far too unsettling. Moreover, he did not wish for others to perceive his presence as a means to act recklessly without regard for life and death. Allowing Yisui to lie incapacitated for 100 days served as a small reprimand for his careless actions. "Thank you, head of the family," Yisui's wife wept gratefully. Subsequently, Yisui Feng summoned Sui Yun to his study. "Tell me, what caliber of genius does a 20-something transformation stage cultivator represent in this world?" he inquired while meeting Shen Tianming. Yisui Feng had discreetly assessed his born age, merely 27. This revelation sparked thoughts within him. If the major powers of this world were filled with prodigies akin to Shen Tianming, the youth of the Yi family paled in comparison. Faced with this query, Sui Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can such a genius exist? That is absolutely impossible." Her reaction spoke volumes. With Sui Yan's perspective and experience, she could not fathom such levels of talent. Why? Yisui Feng shook his head. "Very well, I understand. From today onward you are to devise every conceivable method to accelerate the cultivation progress of our clan's youth. Whether it be training rooms, spirit gathering arrays, or body tempering liquids, procure whatever you can. Intensify our efforts. Do you understand?" Chapter 28, Struggles in the Forest. Indiana, the outskirts of the Chingu Jailing region. Deep within a secluded forest lay a serene emerald lake. Beneath the massive azure stones at the lake's edge, a colossal python coiled, basking in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. It lies in a state of feigned slumber. Yet, unbeknownst to it, several figures, concealed within the dense thicket, are stealthily advancing toward its position. They are 3 young cultivators, 2 females and 1 male, wrapped in a layer of translucent film. As one inadvertently dislodges a droplet of dew, it swiftly crystallizes into ice. This icy garment serves to insulate against temperature, possessing a notable freezing effect. Originally devised for the sweltering days of summer, the astute cultivators have discovered its peculiar efficacy in obscuring their presence from serpentine beasts. Even when in close proximity, detection proves exceedingly difficult. Clearly, these 3 practitioners intend to hunt the colossal python lurking beneath the green stone. Exercising utmost caution, they gradually draw nearer to the serpent, nearly able to discern its faint breaths. The foremost woman bears a solemn expression. She nods to her companions before springing into action, her sword slicing through the air with ferocity as it aims for the python's head. However, her movement alerts the serpent. It opens its eyes and narrowly evades the lethal strike while retaliating with a swift bite. Clang, the sharp fangs collide with the sword, and the force of the impact sends the woman hurtling backward. Yet a glimmer of determination ignites in her eyes. Now, she utters sharply, prompting the other two to leap from the underbrush, their swords descending upon the python's form. Thanks to the first woman's distraction, the python's body is mostly exposed, its vital point falling squarely within the strike range of her companions. It is a cunning ploy. Swoosh, the swords bite into the python's flesh, opening two deep gashes from which blood flows profusely. Wei Yuan, what are you doing? The other woman exclaims, her brow furrowed in discontent. I'm sorry, Hu Jie, I missed my mark. The young man replies, his face flushed with embarrassment. Their strategy was for the first woman to draw the python's attention while the other two would work in unison to sever its vital point, delivering a fatal blow. However, perhaps due to nerves, Wei Yuan's strike went awry, leaving the python wounded but not mortally so, merely adding two fresh injuries to its form. You, be careful, the woman named Hu, about to chastise, suddenly turns pale and rushes in front of Wei Yuan as the massive tail of the serpent swings toward them. Bang, Hu blocks with her sword but underestimates the python's strength, spitting blood as she is flung backward. Hujie, Wei Yuan cries in alarm, forget her for now, focus on evading. When the opportunity arises, strike down this beast, the first female cultivator urges urgently, flourishing her sword as she charges at the python. In a matter of moments, she lands dozens of strikes upon the serpent, inflicting a multitude of shallow wounds. The python lets out a deafening roar, its attention once again fixated upon the woman before it. Steady your mind, remember how we taught you, she shouts while continuing her assault. Hearing this, Wei Yuan draws a deep breath, momentarily setting aside concern for the injured Hu and directing his full focus on the python. At last he seizes a rare opportunity, darting forward with fury as his sword strikes true at the python's vital point, aligning perfectly with the previous wounds. With a resounding crack, the serpent is cleaved in two. Blood spraying all over Wei Yuan, the python thrashes violently, letting out a final, anguished cry, and the two leap away to safety, knowing it is doomed. When Wei Yuan suddenly recalls Huan and quickly searches the underbrush for her. He finds her spitting blood, one arm cradled against her chest, clearly broken. It's all my fault, I'm so sorry, Wei Yuan says, guilt etched across his face. At that moment, the other woman approaches, her face pale from the toll of battle, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm fine, your inexperience is normal in such situations. Huan manages a weak smile. It's just a broken arm. With a month's rest, I'll recover. It's all my fault. Wei Yuan continues to lament, enough, it's common to get injured in battle. The other woman interjects, helping Huan to her feet and gazing at Wei Yuan. Instead of wallowing in guilt, reflect on what you could have done differently. Otherwise you will never grow. Huan casts a helpless glance at her. Jiangfei, don't be too harsh, this is not Xiao Yuan's first battle. Jiangfei remains expressionless, letting out a quiet huff. I simply do not wish to lose another companion from the beggar temple. The group falls silent, taking a moment to regroup before returning to the edge of the pool. By now, the serpent lies still on the ground, blood pooling around it, utterly lifeless. Oh, there are some eggs here, Wei Yuan suddenly exclaims. Jiangfei and Huan rush over, discovering a cluster of white eggs nestled amidst the grass beneath the large stone, 7 in total. Giant python eggs, we've struck it rich, Huan cries in delight. In the market, a single intact giant python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is a tremendous fortune for us. Jiangfei's face also brightens. Quick, gather them up, we need to dispose of the python's carcass. The scent of blood will easily attract. Before she can finish, a voice interrupts. Giant python eggs, we are quite fortunate indeed. 5 cultivators emerge from the woods approaching Zhang Fei and her companions directly. Each is adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of distinction, clearly not mere rogue cultivators. Indeed, they are giant python eggs. Perfect, we were just missing this key ingredient. The foremost woman states with a smile, entirely dismissing Zhang Fei and the others. Zhang Fei's expression darkens as she steps forward, clasping her fists. Fellow cultivator, we killed the giant python and found these eggs first. Though her tone is polite, the woman pays her no heed. Striding forward, Zhang Fei frowns and prepares to confront her again, but another cultivator steps in her way, brandishing a red token. Hey, what are you? Wei Yuan begins to protest but is halted by Zhang Fei's grip. The token bears a prominent character. Li, the Li family of Yunshao City governs this region, and they are not to be trifled with. At that moment, the Li family woman has taken the giant python eggs and stands before Zhang Fei, her expression impassive. I am Li Qing, a direct descendant of the Li family, rest assured. I shall not take advantage of you. Someone give them 100 spirit stones. A small pouch is tossed at Zhang Fei's feet. A regular giant python egg is worth at least 50 spirit stones. Especially this one, which is of higher value, yet they are left with a mere 100 spirit stones, and the woman's demeanor suggests she is bestowing charity upon them. Zhang Fei and her companions can only swallow their indignation. They dare not offend a powerful family like the Li family. Li Qing, clearly accustomed to such dealings, prepares to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly her voice rings out. Li Qing, as a member of the Li family, how can you engage in such oppression of rogue cultivators? It is truly disgraceful. 4 figures leap from the forest, leading one clad in a purple cloak, exuding an aura of confidence, with a blue sword hanging at her waist. Tianluan Palace. Yi family. Yi Huang. Li Qing raises an eyebrow. Why, Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds. Facing Yi Huang, Li Qing shows no fear, leisurely stating, I do not care how renowned you are, this mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang crosses her arms. And what of it, what of it? Li Qing frowns. You are overreaching, you know, intruding into another family's territory and flaunting your might. This is the style of your Yi family. Yi Huang chuckles. The Yi family's style is to manage what we cannot tolerate. What can you do about it? Li Qing attempts to shift the conversation to family matters, yet Yi Huang is clearly unfazed. The Yi family has always been cautious and prudent. It is perplexing to see such boldness from them now. Why, Yi Huang, are you not afraid of igniting conflict between our two families? Li Qing's face darkens as she speaks sternly. Still hoping to leverage her family's influence against Yi Huang, but Yi Huang only laughs again. Are you foolish, or am I foolish? Do you think family disputes can ignite so easily? Yes, it is possible. Perhaps today I shall kill you, or you shall kill me, which would provide some grounds for war. Would you like to test that? Facing Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing's expression darkens. This person is not adhering to any expected norms. Moreover, she is pressing forward. In the past, Li Qing had never encountered a Yi family member behaving like this. Why, Yi Huang, don't think I fear you. Li Qing glances at Yi Huang's companions, coldly exclaiming, don't think I'm unaware that the Yi family's reputation is merely a product of Yi Qinyao's efforts. Now that she is absent, and with Yi Shaoshao also gone, what do you, a mere chi refining cultivator, think you can boast about in front of me? Recently, Li Qing had just broken through to the transformation realm. While she cannot defeat Yi Qinyao, she has some confidence against Yi Shaoshao, but Yi Huang is just a chi refining cultivator, after all. Moreover, it is rumored that she is quite similar to her worthless father. Lingering around the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement, how could Li Qing possibly fear such a person? Observing the grim expression on Li Qing's face, Yi Huang shook her head. So, you only bully the weak and fear the strong? Only when Qin Yao and Xiao Xiao are absent do you dare to issue a challenge. How pitiable. I shall demonstrate to you how the Yi family handles such situations. With that, she stepped forward. Advancing towards Li Qing. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? Why did she approach so brazenly? What did she intend? in her hesitation she inadvertently took a step back. This movement ignited her shame and fury. And she shouted, "What on earth do you want?" Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth, laughing as she replied, "Nothing much, I simply find you displeasing and wish to give you a beating." With that she launched a punch, the force of her blow creating a fierce wind that roared towards Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was utterly unprepared for her to strike so directly, hastily raising her arms to block. Her chi refinement aura surging abruptly, boom, a tremendous collision echoed, unleashing a powerful energy between the two, causing Zhong Fei and her companions, at the chi refinement stage, to almost lose their footing when they regained their senses. They were utterly dumbfounded. Yi Huang, at the chi refinement stage, remained completely unfazed, while Li Qing'er, at the chi transformation stage, was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep imprints of her feet in the ground. How could this be? Li Qing'er was horrified. After the earlier impact, her arms felt numb. How could this Yi Huang possess such formidable strength? The chi transformation stage was nothing of consequence. Yi Huang once more closed in. Launching a flurry of attacks, the wind from her punches howled, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. Clearly, her martial prowess had reached an extraordinary level. In her panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the blows. Continuously retreating, nearly being overwhelmed, those around them were left in shock. They had never witnessed a chi refinement cultivator overpowering a chi transformation stage cultivator so effortlessly. When did the Yi family produce such a prodigy? Bang! Li Qing'er, caught off guard, was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang, crashing to the ground, leaving a muddy footprint in her wake. "Stop, how dare you!" The companions Li Qing'er brought immediately surrounded Yi Huang, positioning themselves before her with fierce expressions, yet those behind Yi Huang also stepped forward, standing tall in opposition, exuding an imposing aura. Yi Huang waved her hand, signaling them to step back, asserting her presence at the forefront as she spoke, "I shan't say much. Simply return what you took from others, and I shall refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to spar with all of you." Yi Huang clenched her fist, which frightened the members of the Li family into retreating. They had witnessed the earlier confrontation. Even Li Qing'er at the chi transformation stage was no match for her, so how could they contend with this prodigy? Suddenly, Li Qing'er's voice, laced with fury, echoed from behind her companions. Her voice was hoarse, nearly gritting her teeth as she called out Yi Huang's name. "You have forced my hand," she shrieked. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, causing Li's companions to hurriedly evade. A grey whip, shimmering with a hazy light, darted towards Yi Huang at lightning speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened, and her sword was unsheathed with determination. As the crisp sound of the sword echoed, it clashed directly with the whip. Boom! Another surge of immense energy erupted, even more violent than the previous one. The large tree overhead was instantly stripped of countless small branches and leaves, which fell like rain. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Yi Huang's position, winding outward in all directions. One of the scars sliced through a large stone, cleaving it cleanly, its edge smooth as a mirror. The Asher sword buzzed in the air, while the whip lay shattered in several pieces, scattered across the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen, gazing in terror at the violet figure, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Li Qing'er lay half reclined on the ground, clutching the broken whip, her expression dazed, her eyes filled with disbelief. "How could this be? How could this be? My thorny whip is a profound grade spirit tool. Why?" she murmured to herself. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her sword. After more than 2 months of training and dozens of battles, she had come to understand that the spirit sword gifted by her father was no ordinary object. "Hand over the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a path of mercy," Yi Huang stated coolly. After a moment of silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground. Though she bore little physical injury, the pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang were far more painful than any bodily wound. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs. Tossing them to the ground, she cast a glance at Yi Huang and huffed, "If you have the ability, participate in this year's Yunshao City battle. At that time, my brother Li Qi will surely avenge me." with that she dared not linger and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured to herself, "So, the eldest son of the Li family. Li Qi, our paths will cross." Chapter 30, The Agreement Between Li and Tang. "Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance." Jiang Fei and Hu Wen approached Yi Huang, deeply bowing in gratitude. She never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family's disciples, someone would emerge to uphold justice for them. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this era. To speak candidly, such people generally do not enjoy long lives. However, she naturally refrained from voicing her inner thoughts. "It's nothing," Yi Huang replied. "I merely acted on what I wished to do." Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback. This statement sounded simple, yet in a certain sense it encapsulated what everyone continuously seeks. To desire is to act. What gave her the audacity to say this? To do this. "Here are the green python eggs. Take care of them. Each one can fetch 200 spirit stones," Yi Huang said, handing the eggs to Jiang Fei. An ordinary giant python egg is worth 50 spirit stones. However, the giant python they killed was actually a green python, imbued with a trace of primal energy. Thus its eggs are of considerable value. We only need to keep 3, Jiang Fei quickly replied. Yi Huang smiled. "Take them. I am not in need of such trifles. The current Yi family members are quite affluent. A few hundred spirit stones are nothing, and fostering a good relationship is always beneficial. By the way, where do you hail from?" Yi Huang inquired. Jiang Fei clasped her fists. "We are all from Daku town. Daku town is quite distant from here and has long been under the Li family's jurisdiction. I noticed that some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wutong town? There are professionals there who can tend to injuries at reasonable prices." Yi Huang glanced at Hu Wen and said. Jiang Fei hesitated. "But, we are under Li family's jurisdiction, and Wutong town is." The conflicts between the upper echelons often ripple downwards. The Li and Yi families have been in conflict for years, leading to some degree of discord among the jurisdictions below. Typically, cultivators from Li's domain would not easily venture into Ye's territory. Yi Huang shook her head. "What Li family? What Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunshao City. You may not be aware, given your distance, currently, many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families are beginning to merge, striving toward common goals. Almost half of the cultivators in Wutong town hail from the Li family's jurisdiction." Jiang Fei was left in astonishment. What was happening? When did cultivators become so harmonious? "Come, and you shall see for yourself," Yi Huang said, revealing her adorable little tiger tooth. In the Yi family patriarch's study, Yi Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his face. After a moment, he set down the paper and remarked, "Quite good," exuding an impressive aura, "truly befitting my style." Opposite him, Sui Yun also wore a beaming smile. "Brother Shao Huang's recent prominence is remarkable. The name of Tenluan Hall has nearly eclipsed that of Yi Long. Such childish antics are nothing more than play. Yi Suifeng leisurely sipped his fragrant tea. Judging from the contents of the letter, his daughter was no longer the girl burdened by worries. This was, after all, anticipated, as he knew that within Yi Huang lay a phoenix merely awaiting its rebirth through fire. He had merely ignited that flame. The recent situation at the border has been exceedingly favorable, with the family's activity and policies attracting many rogue cultivators from other regions. Several exceptionally gifted individuals are contemplating joining us, Sui Yun remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded. This was one of his objectives. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family truly evolve into a formidable power, otherwise it would merely be regarded as a hidden family. Lacking significance, he had no desire to remain hidden. However, after the initial joy, Sui Yan's expression shifted to one of concern. "Brother, I wish to mention that due to our recent heightened activity, a large influx of cultivators has converged. Among them are many from the jurisdictions of the Li and Tang families, particularly the Li family. There are even several small sects that have entirely relocated to our side. Is this not Somewhat problematic, Sui Yun said. Why? Sui Feng raised an eyebrow. What is problematic about it? The mass exodus of monks has led to potential schemes from the Li and Tang families, as Sui Yun remarked. Sui Feng set down his teacup and beckoned him with a gesture. Come now, let me ask you, are you pleased with the current situation of our clan? Sui Yun paused momentarily before responding. Of course, the younger generation is vibrant and full of energy, and our family's reputation is well known. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then all is well, Sui Feng replied with a smile. As Yi Huang said, if you wish to achieve something, then go ahead and do it. As long as we do not deviate from a righteous path, there is no need to worry about trifles. The Li and Tang families, having been born in Yunshao City, have already sealed their fates. If they behave themselves, we shall grant them a gentler outcome, but should they dare to start trouble, well, they will soon realize that the Yi family of today is no longer what it used to be. Sui Yun nodded. Over the past few months, Sui Feng's actions had instilled in him an unwavering confidence. Even if Sui Feng were to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us think long-term, Sui Feng continued. Do you recall the 27-year-old genius in the transformation stage I mentioned previously? Let us set a modest goal for our clan's younger members to strive towards that level. Moreover, we, the Yi family, should aspire to become a formidable force capable of nurturing such talents. Do you understand? Listening to Sui Feng's modest ambition, Sui Yun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Such a scene had never graced even his dreams. Was there truly a possibility of realization? He glanced at the leisurely Sui Feng and nodded inwardly. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family would undoubtedly become a super clan that leaves its mark in history. Your current task is to spend wisely, and to manage the allocation of resources to provide our family members with an abundant environment for cultivation. Of course, do not neglect your own cultivation. I hope that within a year you, along with Hu and the others, can break through to the Golden Core stage and officially step into the nascent Soul Realm, Sui Feng instructed. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. They then discussed some trivial family matters before Sui Yun took his leave. While Sui Feng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly catching a glimpse of a lovely figure blossoming at the borders of the jailing. I simply wish to strike you. What can you do about it? He chuckled. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, he hoped they could perceive the situation clearly. For now, Sui Feng had no desire to engage with those two clans. There was simply no need. Both the Li and Tang families were too weak, so weak that he could hardly be bothered to glance their way. Engaging in conflict with them would be nothing but a waste of time. However, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Such are the peculiarities of the world. A few days later, Sui Yun returned to the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations requesting your presence at the Zui Menglu for a gathering. In the elegant chamber of Zui Menglu. Only two individuals occupied the space, Sui Feng and Sui Bao. Initially, Sui Feng intended to come alone, but Sui Yun insisted on bringing a few more people for the sake of appearances. Ultimately, they sent the most powerful cultivator, Sui Bao, to serve as his bodyguard. It was uncertain what protection a late-stage Golden Core cultivator could offer to someone who had survived a heavenly tribulation. I say, since it was the Li and Tang families who invited us, why are we the ones waiting for them? Sui Feng remarked. All the guests have arrived, yet the host has yet to show up. It is simply too disrespectful, elder brother. Those two families have always been this way. They look down upon us, Sui Bao fumed, his voice rising in indignation. As he appeared on the verge of smashing the table, Sui Feng quickly interjected, calm down, fifth brother. It would be better to wait until they arrive before getting riled up. What? Sui Bao responded, bewildered. At that moment, the door finally opened, revealing two figures, one stout and the other slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman exuding poise. While Sui Feng observed that both of the men were in the Golden Core stage. While the 4 women following them were also at the same stage, albeit their auras were rather unstable, indicating they had likely been artificially boosted by medicinal pills. Look at their display, and then compare it to us, a rugged man with a face full of stubble. The difference is glaring. I truly apologize for making you wait, Yilaudi, the plump middle-aged man said with a smile. Why? Iswefong cast a glance at him and thought, and who might you be? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing that Iswefong was not jesting, the corners of his mouth twitched as he replied, Yilaudi certainly has a sense of humor. Elder brother, this is Liliosu, the head of the Li family. Iswebao interjected from the side. Why? Iswefong acknowledged with a casual "oh." He had not intended to cause trouble, he simply did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families. While his family possessed their portraits and profiles, he had been too apathetic to review them. Then you must be Tang Zheng. Iswefong directed his gaze toward the other man. Tang Zheng snorted but said nothing. Sitting down with a flourish of his sleeves, witnessing this reaction, Iswebao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Hey, my elder brother is speaking to you." Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he stared at Iswebao. Seemingly offended. Her fifth master's temperament remains as straightforward as ever, Liliosu chuckled, attempting to smooth over the tension. Tang Zheng huffed again, unwilling to continue the discussion. Meanwhile, Iswefong sat back, leisurely observing their performance. In just a few minutes, he gleaned several insights. In Yunshao City, the Tang family held the strongest power and foundation, and Liliosu was evidently keen on fostering a relationship with the Tang family while subtly undermining the Yi family. This echelon was rife with personal connections, intrigues, and schemes, and it was clear that Liliosu was well versed in such matters. However, Iswefong held no interest whatsoever. You have summoned me here today for a reason? Iswefong inquired directly. No rush, no rush, Liliosu replied with a smile. Let us first serve the dishes. I must tell you, the cuisine at Zui Menglu is exceptional. No need, Iswefong interrupted his feigned enthusiasm, stating coolly, if you have matters to discuss, speak now. I am rather busy and do not have the luxury of time. Liliosu found himself momentarily speechless. Was it not a basic courtesy and etiquette to discuss matters over a meal? Why did this Yi family patriarch seem like a reckless youth? Iswefong, is it? At that moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down at Iswefong as he said, you are the most intriguing 4th-generation patriarch of the Yi family that I have ever encountered. Tang Zheng's introduction was laced with condescension, as if he were somehow superior by mentioning the previous 3 patriarchs of the Yi family. I find little of interest in you, Iswefong replied. If you have something to discuss, please expedite it. Do not waste our time. He saw no necessity for civility with these 2. After a brief silence, Liliosu chuckled. In that case, I shall be forthright. Yilaudi, your Yi family has been rather active along the borders recently, has it not? Iswefong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, we have been quite active. He readily admitted. Liliosu paused before continuing, since you do not deny it. Might you provide me and my brother Tang with an explanation? Iswefong scratched his head, feigning confusion. What does my family's activity along the borders have to do with you? Why should I provide an explanation? Liliosu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course it is relevant. Are you not aware that your Yi family's hand has extended into the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware, Iswefong replied casually. Then why do you claim it is unrelated? Liliosu exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. Why? Iswefong's demeanor remained unfazed, sipping his tea slowly. He remarked, and what of it? Liliosu's expression darkened, and he spoke in a low tone. Iswefong, are you toying with me and brother Tang? The wrath of 2 major families is something you may not be able to bear. As Liliosu finally dropped his fade, revealing his menacing side, Iswefong waved his hand and said, first, allow me to inquire what actions our Yi family has taken along the borders. Liliosu was momentarily taken aback. Are you pretending to be ignorant? Your Yi family has taken advantage of the recent jailing beast tide to recruit numerous wandering cultivators, causing chaos in our territories as they flock to your side. What is your intention? To recruit an army, to challenge the Li and Tang families? As Li Liusu pressed, Yi Suifeng shook his head and asked, let me ask you again, what means have we employed? Forget it, let me enlighten you, Li Liusu replied. As soon as the beast tide occurred, we dispatched a considerable number of personnel to aid the border cultivators in resisting the rampaging beasts. Following that, we invested significant resources to offer free medical assistance to those cultivators injured during the beast tide. Subsequently, we provided generous compensation to the wandering cultivators, uniting our efforts to weather this fierce beast tide together. I ask you, which of these so-called means violates the Yunshao Agreement? The three prominent families of Yunshao City once established a codex known as the Yunshao Agreement, a set of treaties designed to prevent serious conflicts among them. The actions of the Yi family at present do not, in fact, contravene this agreement. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that someone would squander their resources so recklessly, setting their sights on the vast number of wandering cultivators. I am a person who adheres strictly to the rules. Therefore, since I have not violated any regulations, why should I provide you with an explanation? Yi Suifeng inquired. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng both wore grim expressions. This Yi Suifeng appeared utterly impervious to reason. The dynamics between the great families are not akin to that of children. A mere piece of paper cannot govern all matters. Why, Yi Suifeng, if you truly insist on this line of thinking, then we cannot proceed with our discussion any further, Li Liusu stated solemnly. Why, Yi Suifeng rose to his feet. Difficult to negotiate, then let us cease our discussion. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table and declared, our Yi family operates in this manner. If you possess the capability, invest your resources to persuade those wandering cultivators to return voluntarily. If funds are lacking, I can extend you a loan. In short, I am acting in accordance with the rules. Should anyone dare to breach these regulations with underhanded tactics, do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Yi Suifeng signaled to Sui Bao and departed from the private room. Li Liusu's face was filled with displeasure as he glanced at Tang Zheng, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. However, Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. It is what it is. We are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities. They cannot stir up much trouble. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses enough spirit stones to satisfy that insatiable horde of wandering cultivators, Tang Zheng remarked. Li Liusu sighed. I know, but his persistent behavior is utterly exasperating. Tang Zheng sipped his tea and replied, a small lack of patience will disrupt a grand strategy. Look at that Yi Suifeng, he is merely a naive youth. Appointing him as the family head is a sure path to self-destruction. Soon, the battle for Yunshao City will commence, and at that point, the Yi family will either need to replace their leader or face their demise. Li Liusu paused before speaking, but the Yunshao agreements are lifeless. Tang Zheng stated, his eyes as calm as a still pond. For the powerful, there has never been a notion of breaching agreements. It is merely a modification of the rules. Chapter 32, Preparation and Progress. Elder brother, you are truly formidable. On the way home, Sui Bao, displaying a broad grin, began to exuberantly express his thoughts beside Yi Suifeng. Those two families are a pair of insufferable dogs. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other maintains an air of superiority. It is infuriating to behold. Today was truly satisfying. Sui Bao was unusually animated. Calm down, little brother, this is merely a minor skirmish, Yi Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. I cannot remain calm. Sui Bao's face flashed with excitement. You have no idea, during my time with the former family head, every encounter with those two families was a source of frustration. As Sui Bao spoke, he quickly realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate and promptly closed his mouth. The former family head was Yi Suifeng's father, Yi Zhongguang, who had met an unfortunate end at the jaws of a beast earlier in the year while venturing deep into the Qinggu highlands. With Yi Zhongguang's brothers having retreated from the forefront, Yi Suifeng ascended to the position of family head in accordance with ancestral teachings. Elder brother, I apologize for my indiscretion, Sui Bao said, his face filled with embarrassment. There is no need for concern. Yi Sui-fong waved his hand dismissively. He had little memory of his father, and thus there was no profound emotional bond, yet ultimately he was still a close relative of this body. How is the investigation into that incident progressing? Yi Sui-fong inquired. Since Yi Zhongguang's demise, the Yi family had been diligently probing into the details, but due to the treacherous terrain of the Qinggu Highlands and the presence of formidable beasts, the investigation had proven to be quite challenging. Useful information remained scarce. Based on the remnants at the scene, it appears the former family had encountered a blood slaughter tiger, which led to his demise. The blood slaughter tiger, a 6th-grade superior beast, possessed strength comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, Yi Zhongguang, at the Golden Core stage, was no match for it. Moreover, such a beast could not have been summoned by the Li or Tang families. They lacked the capability to control a blood slaughter tiger, thus the incident seemed to be a mere accident. What was peculiar, however, was that the location Yi Zhongguang had ventured to was typically not an area where blood slaughter tigers could be found, prompting the Yi family to continue their investigation into the specifics. Forget it, what is done is done, Yi Sui-fong remarked. I shall personally visit the site one day to ascertain the truth, elder brother. Please reconsider. We've finally begun to see some progress. You must not take any risks, Sui Bao exclaimed loudly. Why? Yi Sui-fong replied with a hint of resignation. Do not worry, it is merely a blood slaughter tiger. To prevent Sui Bao from continuing, Yi Sui-fong quickly changed the subject. By the way, Sui Hu is currently bedridden, so you must keep a close eye on the training of those young ones at home. Oh, certainly, Sui Bao responded eagerly. A few days ago, second brother sent us a wealth of training supplies. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with spirit gathering arrays, a plethora of battle puppets, shadow training dummies for agility training, a 10,000 sword killing formation, and a heart refining illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, the Yi family is on the brink of becoming a sacred ground. Yi Sui-fong scoffed. A sacred ground is not so shabby. Let us proceed with our plans. In just over a month, the issues at the border will be resolved, and we cannot afford to let them idle around. I expect rigorous training. Sui Bao's lips curled into a grin. Rest assured, elder brother, I will not go easy on them. The two individuals responsible for the Yi family's martial prowess, Yi Sui-hu and Sui Bao, effectively complemented each other, with one playing the role of the strict enforcer while the other took on a more lenient stance. With the enforcer now bedridden, the young ones returning home would likely face a harsh training regimen. Haha, what a delightful scene that will be. As time passed, Yunshao City grew increasingly lively. A multitude of cultivators flocked to the streets, creating a cacophony of voices. Every tavern and inn was brimming with patrons, and businesses flourished. Even the brothels and underground gambling dens were teeming with visitors. A vast wealth circulated within Yunshao City. Many were puzzled, as this period was not marked by any special occasion. Why then had so many cultivators suddenly arrived? Some, privy to certain insider knowledge, directed their gaze toward the Yi family. It turned out that the Yi family's activities in various regions had attracted the attention of these cultivators, who sought to carve out their fortunes within the Yi family. This maneuver by the Yi family was ill-advised. I harbor doubts regarding their prospects. Indeed, a single misstep could lead to ruin. Throughout history, few have squandered spirit stones so recklessly. Once their financial resources dwindle, those cultivators who initially came seeking refuge may swiftly turn into adversaries. Yes, the young head of the Yi family is still inexperienced and has underestimated the treachery of human nature. Many expressed skepticism regarding the Yi family's actions, while others held differing opinions. What do you know? The grand vision of the Yi family is beyond the comprehension of your short-sighted minds. This was the perspective of a fervent supporter of the Yi family. Ahem, my friend, do not engage in empty flattery. The greatest advantage of the Yi family's approach is the acquisition of a resounding reputation, winning the hearts of the people even if they cannot gather all They can still select a few talented individuals from among them. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. This was the viewpoint of a rational observer. In any case, I am grateful to the Yi family. My family deals in spirit herbs, and last month, our sales nearly doubled. This was the perspective of a speculator. In summary, opinions varied widely, and the names of Yunshao City and Yisui-feng were now burning hot in everyone's discourse. Of course, two other names were also gaining notoriety, Tianluan Hall and Zhonglong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qinyao, and Yi Long, the three leaders, were frequently mentioned. The purple phoenix soars to the heavens, divine might overwhelming. The fairy Qinyao plays her ethereal melodies. The true dragon descends graceful as jade. These three were hailed as the hope of the new generation within the Yi family, after Yisui-feng conducted a third round of body tempering on Yi Huang. She successfully broke through to the Qi transformation stage. The transformative power of the thunder tribulation liquid ignited a divine flame within her dantian. Once unleashed, it would scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. In terms of true combat prowess, Yi Huang could be considered the strongest among the younger generation. Naturally, Yisui-feng did not withhold his guidance from his two nephews, Qinyao and Yi Long, providing them each with a session of body tempering to further solidify their foundations. Additionally, he paid special attention to Yi Shaoshao, Yi Qian, and the siblings Yi Zihong and Yi Haoran from the Suiyu family, as well as the brothers Yi Wei and Yi Bo from the Suihu family. This group of direct descendants received particular care from Yisui-feng, resulting in significant power boosts. They represented the future of the Yi family. Over the course of a month, the Wanbao Pavilion finally delivered the first batch of resources above the heavenly grade. 3 items were procured: a low-grade heavenly ruler with numerous marvelous functions, which Yisui-feng entrusted to Sui Bao for disciplining the younger generation of the Yi family, 10 pieces of azure gold stone, reputed to be top-tier construction resources, and a small vial of Chilean blood, a premier material for body tempering that Yisui-feng allocated to the construction of the body tempering pool. Just these few items were worth 20 trillion. Yisui-feng's stock of low-grade spirit stones suddenly diminished by 0.00005. He hardly noticed any change in the figures. Beyond this, Yisui-feng's experiments finally yielded preliminary results. Feng Ji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yupani. In their cultivation of the primordial technique, the 4 individuals made varying degrees of progress. Chapter 33, The 4 Guardians. In the courtyard, 4 figures, each representing a distinct direction, sat cross-legged facing one another. Their eyes were tightly shut, exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding them was an inverted, bowl-shaped translucent light barrier, enveloping them completely. Outside the barrier, 2 figures stood side by side, observing them intently. It was Yisui-feng and Yi Huang, who had returned from her training. "Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you were planning to take them as your adopted sons," Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the group. "What?" Yisui-feng responded, bewildered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone is saying it," Yi Huang replied. "They say you are the reincarnation of a sage with a benevolent heart, which is why you are so kind to the wandering cultivators outside, even leading by example and taking in 4 impoverished orphans." Yi Huang spoke earnestly, yet Yisui-feng's expression grew increasingly dark. "Who are these people? Their imagination is far too vivid." He had merely acted on a whim that day, and his care for the wandering cultivators was merely a strategic move for future expansion of influence. How had it transformed into the notion of him being a reincarnated sage? "Your father is no sage, and this world has no room for such benevolence," Yisui-feng remarked. "Little Huang, remember this: you can be kind, but do not be foolish. You can engage in slaughter, but do not lose your core values. Yet everything is built upon strength. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded, though her comprehension was still somewhat nebulous. She was still too young, having not yet experienced the myriad complexities of right and wrong. Why Yisui-feng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. "Father, what is that?" Yi Huang asked, pointing at the translucent dome. That is the spirit-seizing illumination array. Yi Feng explained. It is an ancient formation that can effectively accelerate the cultivation process. Yi Huang looked up. Can I use it? The array certainly sounded impressive, however Yi Feng shook his head, stating, there is no need, this formation has its flaws, just proceed steadily in your practice. The spirit-seizing illumination array was in truth a pseudo-temporal array, with subtle loopholes in the heavenly laws. Such risks might manifest upon achieving great success and ascension, and he had no desire to subject his daughter to such uncertainties. After hearing this, Yi Huang nodded, yet a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Father still loves me. By the way, how has your training been during this time? I have heard your reputation has grown quite illustrious, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Not at all, Yi Huang replied. I merely did not wish to tarnish your name, Father. Yi Feng smiled, for although he was at home, he was well informed of the various matters at the borders. His daughter's actions could be described as that of a relentless warrior, consistently at the forefront of every challenge. The reputation of the Tianluan Hall had been forged by Yi Huang's own fists. It was also due to this that Yi Shaoshao and Yi Qinya had nominated Yi Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage at the time, to a leadership position. The reason behind Yi Huang's relentless efforts was simply to avoid bringing shame to her father. Truly, she was an endearing little one. After exchanging a few more casual words, Yi Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. They have emerged. As his words fell, the translucent barrier gradually dimmed, and the four seated figures slowly opened their eyes. An extraordinary aura emanated from them. Master, Miss, they greeted respectfully upon noticing Yi Feng standing nearby. During this time, they had grown accustomed to their roles as Yi Feng's attendants and had met their young mistress, Yi Huang, on several occasions. While Yi Feng raised his hand signaling them to remain seated. He then extended his immense spiritual power, revealing the secrets of their bodies. Feng Shi had already opened 9 main meridians, his muscles solid and radiating a star-like brilliance, concealing immense strength. Ma Feng had opened 8 main meridians, his aura deep and prolonged. Lu Hong and Yupanyi had completely transformed their spiritual energy, both having also opened 9 main meridians. However, in Yi Feng's view, Yupanyi's overall condition was far superior to that of Lu Hong. Over a month of cultivation had granted Yi Feng a more thorough understanding of the primordial technique's effects. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, the primordial technique proved to be more comprehensive and formidable. It allowed for the direct absorption and transformation of various resources, elixirs, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, as well as the inner cores and blood of magical beasts, and even malevolent and demonic energies, into usable primordial force. This significantly liberated the limitations of resource acquisition inherent in traditional cultivation practices, making it more suitable for the general populace. Furthermore, the enhancement of physical attributes through the primordial technique was unparalleled by traditional methods. Its overall efficacy had met Yi Feng's expectations. Additionally, both Lu Hong and Yupanyi had transitioned to the new technique smoothly, without encountering backlash. This would facilitate future promotions of the technique. While Yi Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the results, it seemed that his 2 months of seclusion were not in vain. The primordial technique was now fully ready to be promoted as a foundational method. However, the timing was not yet right. Yi Huang, engaged them in combat, Yi Feng suddenly instructed. What? Yi Huang was taken aback. Although the 4 individuals emitted a peculiar aura, their exact cultivation levels remained unclear. Based on experience, they seemed to be at most at the late stage of qi refinement. Now at the transformation of qi stage, would she not be fighting against children? Limit your cultivation to the qi refinement stage, Yi Feng directed. While Yi Huang acknowledged, though she still doubted that the 4 could be her opponents. Soon the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when restricted to the qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to fight above her level. Moreover, her practical experience was exceptionally rich after her training. Logically speaking, for ordinary chi refinement experts should not be able to match her, yet Feng Zhi and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were profound, and their spiritual energy robust. Although their strength did not match Yi Huang's, they far exceeded ordinary cultivators of their level. Under the relentless assault of the four, Yi Huang found herself struggling to defend. Continuously being pressed, after several intense exchanges, Feng Zhi seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to seize Yi Huang's ankle, restricting her movements. Although he was swiftly kicked away by Yi Huang, the attacks from the other three arrived simultaneously. With a long sword poised threateningly at her throat, the outcome was clear. My apologies, Miss Lu Hong retracted the sword. While Yi Huang was momentarily stunned. After months of training, she had faced countless battles, even against cultivators at the transformation of Qi stage. Without ever facing defeat, though she did not show it, she felt a twinge of pride within her, yet she had not anticipated that not only would she be defeated, but so swiftly. It's all right, Yi Huang said. Her expression a mix of complexity. While Yi Suifeng observed from the side, a faint smile playing at his lips. Young people should occasionally face setbacks, otherwise they might truly believe themselves invincible. All right, Yi Suifeng stated. Feng Zhi, you four continue practicing the primordial technique and strive to break through to the meridian opening stage and enter the Dan Mansion stage as soon as possible. Furthermore, starting today, you will follow Yi Huang as her guardians. Is that acceptable? Understood, Feng Zhi and the others replied in unison. While Yi Suifeng then turned to Yi Huang. I have a task for you as well, defeat them in combat at the same cultivation level. Can you do it? Yi Huang pressed her lips together, determination etched on her small face. I will. Chapter 34, Integrating the Family. The Highland Beast Tide lasted approximately 5 months. With its conclusion, the younger generation of the Yi family returned home. Before their departure, they were a pampered group, unaccustomed to the trials of adversity, yet upon their return they had transformed into fierce beasts. The entire Yi family was imbued with a spirited vigor. I end the study. Sui Yun, his face aglow, reported the recent developments within the family to Yi Suifeng. Those boys have changed dramatically. They used to tremble in fear at the mention of the fifth brother, but now they charge forward with wild enthusiasm. Some even mock the fifth brother's training methods as being fit for women, which has left him fuming and contemplating even harsher training techniques. The youthful exuberance of the younger generation was something the family heads welcomed wholeheartedly, as it symbolized a vibrant future. Let them settle for a while. After enduring prolonged conflict, it is natural for them to carry some aggression, Yi Suifeng advised. Sui Yun nodded, well aware of the principle of moderation. And they had already prepared appropriate measures. How about the items in the training room? Yi Suifeng inquired. They are basically operational now. Spiritual gathering arrays, meditation chambers, training rooms, puppet spaces, heart refining arrays. I find myself a bit envious of them. Sui Yun lamented. During his youth he had to carefully consider how to maximize the use of a single low-grade spiritual stone. Such luxurious training resources were beyond his wildest dreams. Only the body tempering pool remains closed for now, as the tempering liquid is exceedingly precious, and we are still deliberating on the usage standards. By the way, brother, are you truly planning to use that vial of Chilean blood? Sui Yun asked, somewhat pained. Chilean blood was a heavenly grade resource worthy of being treated as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Of course we will use it. It's merely ordinary mortal blood. Should we keep it as a treasure? That would be ridiculous, Yi Suifeng replied dismissively. While Yi Suifeng remarked, however, the blood of the Chilean can only be utilized by the direct descendants of the Yi family. Should there be any surplus, it shall be regarded as a reward for those who have made significant contributions to the clan. I must remind you, the more affluent a family becomes, the more crucial it is to delineate the various hierarchies within. Chaos must be avoided at all costs. The direct lineage forms the foundation of the family and must have their resources prioritized. Resources signify strength, and strength denotes status. The position of the direct lineage must not be easily challenged. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family ought to be promoted with emphasis. We should not be stingy. And a clear system of rewards and punishments serves as a commendable incentive. Lastly, let us apply some pressure on the collateral branches. With so many wandering cultivators entering the family, we should pay attention to those with potential, integrating them into the core, thereby stimulating some of the lethargic members of the collateral branches. The larger a family grows, the more intricate it becomes, with roots intertwining and intermingling. Thus, the distinction of status is exceedingly important. Overstepping boundaries is a grave taboo. If even servants dare to bully their masters, the family is truly at an end. The direct lineage is foundational and must maintain a transcendent status. The Yi family excels in this regard, adhering to stringent ancestral teachings, resulting in remarkable internal stability. However, due to the substantial proportion of collateral branches, certain issues persist. Some individuals overestimate their capabilities, harboring grand ambitions to infiltrate the core of the family or even to usurp certain direct lineages. Others feel secure in their connections, oppressing outsiders without merit, flaunting their supposed prowess. Why Iswefong will not allow such circumstances to arise. I am aware that certain individuals indeed require reprimanding, said Sueyun. He was well aware of the family's circumstances but had previously refrained from taking action. By the way, elder brother, recently there have been some disconcerting rumors circulating in Yunshao City. Sueyun's expression turned serious as he continued. Some claim that the Yi family has depleted its coffers and will soon reveal its true nature. Others assert that the Yi family lacks strength yet behaves ostentatiously, destined for eventual ruin. There are even whispers suggesting that our recruitment of wandering cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these cultivators intended as sacrifices. These rumors have rapidly spread throughout the city, dissuading many cultivators who initially wished to join the Yi family. Elder brother, should we investigate or clarify the situation? Sueyun expressed his concerns, knowing that such rumors could impact the Yi family's current plans. However, Suefong merely chuckled softly and shook his head. No need for investigation. It's undoubtedly the doing of those two families. I never expected they would resort to manipulating public opinion to affect us. Sueyun furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Li family and the Tang family are deliberately slandering us? Yi Suefong nodded. Who else could be so petty? However, we can utilize this opportunity to discern those truly wishing to ally with us, which is fortuitous. Sueyun nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, in a month, the Battle of Yunshao City will commence. I suspect that their underhanded tactics are intended to influence this upcoming conflict, Sueyun remarked. The Battle of Yunshao City is a contest concerning the distribution of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete in ranking battles, with benefits allocated based on overall rankings. This method is astute. It resolves familial conflicts in a relatively peaceful manner while igniting the competitive spirit among the younger generation, creating a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Yi Suefong inquired. Discussions are still ongoing, Sueyun replied. Yi Huang, Yi Long and Qin Yao are highly likely to participate, while 2 others are still being assessed based on their performance. Yi Suefong nodded. Expedite the process. Once selected, have them come to me for special training. It is time to alter the Yi family's current standing. Sueyun beamed, aware of his elder brother's capabilities. This upcoming Battle of Yunshao City is bound to be a turning point for the Yi family. Very well, you may return to your duties ensuring the new members of the Yi family are well settled. Zhang Fei and her companions had been at the Yi family for 5 days. After encountering Yi Huang at Jieling, they had proceeded together to Wutong Town. The situation in Wutong Town far surpassed her expectations. She had never witnessed cultivators from different regions standing united, working collaboratively. She had never seen a scion of a prominent family receiving such fervent support from numerous wandering cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her in awe. Following discussions, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's ranks and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunshao City. The first few days had indeed been pleasant. The abundance of resources invigorated everyone, creating an almost utopian training sanctum. However, just yesterday, her concerns materialized. The younger Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, clashed with a young man from the Yi family named Do Hua, who was said to be connected to the family's second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Hu Wan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Do Hua, who claimed that Wei Yuan had disrespected the Yi family and intended to hand him over to the enforcement team. Individuals like Do Hua were not someone they could contend with. Fearing for Wei Yuan's fate, Jiang Fei internally regretted involving herself with a prominent family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's trial, and both Jiang Fei and Hu Wan arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall. Their moods heavy as they awaited the outcome. They could only hope that Do Hua would show mercy and spare Wei Yuan's life. Sister Fei, should we seek out Fairy Huang? Hu Wan suggested. No, Jiang Fei shook her head. He is connected to the second elder's household, and Fairy Huang may find it difficult to intervene without causing trouble. It's best to avoid burdening her. Hu Wan fell silent. Realizing the depths of the family's complexities, a seemingly trivial matter could impose significant consequences on Yi Huang. They could only blame themselves for being overly protective of Wei Yuan. He had no understanding of the world's perils. The two anxiously waited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour when a plump figure emerged. It was Do Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurriedly approached and implored, "Young Master Do, we acknowledge our faults. Please show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we shall leave the Yi family this instant and never set foot in Yunshao City again, young Master Do. We truly beg you." As Jiang Fei pleaded, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning, she saw Hu Wan gazing at Do Hua with a peculiar expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and looked over. Instantly rendered speechless, Do Hua, once merely round, now resembled a swollen sphere. His eyes were red, clearly having cried, and a trail of snot lingered on his lips, while a prominent handprint marred one side of his face. Jiang Fei was bewildered. What had transpired? While they were in shock, Do Hua opened his mouth to utter an apology before rubbing his eyes and fleeing. The two stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? At that moment, two figures exited the enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, followed closely by a stern-looking middle-aged man. Jiang Fei rushed forward, inspecting Wei Yuan anxiously. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine. I told you I was in the right," Wei Yuan replied with a grin. Jiang Fei, her expression complex, suddenly slapped him across the face. "Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Do you have any idea how worried we were? If you act impulsively again, you're on your own." Wei Yuan covered his face, looking at the furious Jiang Fei, and murmured, "Sister Fei, I understand my mistake. I've been too spoiled by you." Jiang Fei remained incensed. Youthful exuberance and a pure heart are commendable traits, but suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed. "A pure heart is often the key to one's demise. If he continues this way, he will inevitably lose his life." The middle-aged man remained silent, stroking his beard with a slight smile. "I haven't yet had the pleasure of knowing you," Jiang Fei said, cupping her hands in respect. "I am the adjudicator for Wei Yuan's trial," the middle-aged man responded. Jiang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your leniency. However, Do Hua's status is significant. He is said to have deep ties with the second elder of the family. Please exercise caution." The middle-aged man paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "I am merely acting impartially. It is not a matter of leniency. Furthermore, I am the second elder of the Yi family." Jiang Fei. Chapter 35. Above the nine heavens. Recently, two significant events transpired within the Yi family. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following his altercation with Dohwa, the majority of the wandering cultivators quietly mourned for him, for they had witnessed similar situations far too often. An outsider, newly entered into a prominent family, offending a powerful figure, such an act seemed a direct invitation to disaster. Yet no one could have anticipated that Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while the domineering Dohua, who had relied on his connections, faced severe repercussions. It was rumored that even his allowance for 6 months had been revoked. This has utterly shattered their values. It is simply unprecedented for the Yi family to prioritize principles over kinship. Furthermore, in the aftermath of Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches of the Yi family faced severe repercussions due to certain outrageous actions. In stark contrast, some exceptionally performing external cultivators have been prominently promoted within the family, rising to high positions. In a short span of time, many wandering cultivators fervently aligned themselves with the Yi family. Taking pride in their newfound association, another significant event looms on the horizon, the Battle of Yunshao City. Scheduled for a month hence, the Yi family will select 5 of the most outstanding young individuals under the age of 20 to represent them in this contest. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qinyao have been undoubtedly chosen. The remaining 2 slots ignited fierce competition within the family, as no one wished to relinquish this honor among the young members of the Yi family under 20. Those in the Qi refinement stage were temporarily disregarded, while a total of 19 at the transformation stage were considered. Most of them had broken through during this recent trial, including Yi Shaoshao and the 2 sons of Yi Suiyu. Yi Wei and Yi Bo. After intense battles, the final 2 candidates were determined. One was Yi Shaoshao, who had remarkably broken through during the initial trial. With exceptional talent and strong comprehension, she has now reached the 3rd level of transformation, defeating all challengers with overwhelming ease. The other candidate, however, took most by surprise. Yi Qian. His talents and abilities had never been particularly remarkable. He had only just managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His only claim to fame was his character, which attracted a significant number of wandering cultivators to his side, almost rivaling the scales of Tenluan Hall and Shenlong Pavilion, establishing him as the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. Known for his cultured and genial demeanor, he typically shunned the limelight, yet, for reasons unknown during this selection, he fought with remarkable determination, narrowly defeating Yi Wei of the 2nd level of transformation to claim the final spot. Thus, the 5 competitors from the Yi family were finalized. At this moment, they stood together in Yi Suifeng's courtyard. The young gentleman, Yi Suifeng, mused as he regarded the 5 before him. They would be the first cohort of soaring dragons of the Yi family. Their cultivation levels were evident to him at a glance. Yi Huang, 3rd level of transformation. Her progress has been remarkable. It is no wonder she has been dining daily at Yi Suifeng's hearth. Yi Long, 5th level of transformation, with a solid foundation. Yi Qinyao, 5th level of transformation, exuding an ethereal grace. Yi Shaoshao, 3rd level of transformation, her eyes darting with a quirky charm. Yi Qian, 1st level of transformation, bearing bruises on his face, seemingly nursing internal injuries. Why do you push yourself so hard for merely a selection? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian's gaze remained steady. Father informed me that the participants would receive your personal guidance, uncle, thus, I cannot let this opportunity slip by. I do not wish to be known for a lifetime merely as the orphanage director. Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Father, Yi Huang interjected. During this trial, many of the individuals Yi Qian took under his wing were orphans, hence, others behind the scenes have taken to calling him that nickname. Yi Suifeng understood. A few months prior, this nephew had approached him regarding the matter, and he had supported him then, as he still does now. Then strive earnestly. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts, Yi Suifeng advised. He then turned his attention to the 5. From this day forth, I shall provide specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I must clarify one point, no matter what you encounter. Do not panic, and refrain from asking too many questions. simply focus on enhancing yourselves. Yi Sui Fong delved directly into the matter. Uncle, won't you offer me some encouragement or pressure, such as only victory is permitted? Defeat is unacceptable, Yi Xiaoxiao jested. Yi Sui Fong chuckled. Why would I say such things? My father trained us in this manner, urging me to defeat cousin Yi Wei and my sister to surpass brother Yi Long. Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Yi Qiniao and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances. This girl certainly knows how to pick her moments. Yi Sui Fong laughed heartily. With such a bold nature, it was no wonder both of his daughters excelled. I shall not utter such words, for after this specialized training, when facing the Li and Tang families, you shall surely triumph, Yi Sui Fong declared. The group suppressed laughter, intrigued by his choice of words. How can one describe others in such a manner? I only ask that you never forget, regardless of what lies ahead, your roots are here. Yi Sui Fong gestured to the ground beneath them. Now let us commence. He first looked towards Yi Huang, well aware of her circumstances. Yi Huang had taken a small step forward in her swordsmanship. Her foundational sword techniques were seamlessly integrated, and she had achieved minor success with the god-slaying 9 swords. What she lacked now was intent, sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly take the first step in her sword path. There are numerous ways to refine sword intent, such as sparring with sword experts or training within formidable sword formations, a method employed by many great powers to nurture their co-disciples. However, Yi Sui Fong would not resort to such crude tactics. Yi Huang, come with me. The rest of you, please wait a moment. Yi Sui Fong waved his sleeve, and instantly the two vanished from the courtyard. No one noticed that their figures had appeared tens of thousands of miles above the ground. From a previous life's perspective, this was indeed within the atmospheric layer. At that altitude, the winds howled with ferocity, slicing through the air like blades. Even a golden core cultivator would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A translucent barrier enveloped the two, standing firm against the tempest, unyielding. This is the first heaven, Yi Sui Fong proclaimed. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never reached such heights before. Father, will we be cultivating here? Yi Huang inquired, marveling at the prospect of training high in the sky. Of course not, this is merely the beginning, Yi Sui Fong replied, raising his hand slightly as they continued to ascend. Along the way, they traversed vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying regions fraught with lightning storms. Eventually, they arrived in a resplendent world of vibrant colors. It resembled a fairy tale realm, with an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of celestial lights, akin to a scene from a dream. Father, where is this place? Yi Sui Fong smiled gently. The 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond this lies the boundless chaos. Yi Huang gasped. This was indeed the world's edge. Ancient texts spoke of its infinite expanses, void of anything but endless destruction and disorder, yet it appeared to be more akin to an immortal realm. The brilliance before you may not be as enchanting as it seems. Yi Sui Fong chuckled. Then with a flick of his hand he captured a streak of purple light within his palm. The purple glow floated quietly, seemingly harmless. Next, Yi Sui Fong retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was an exquisite weapon of earthly grade, forged from the heart of black gold, reputed to be indestructible and impervious to damage. Observe. Yi Sui Fong tossed the black staff into the special void of his palm, allowing it to gently touch the purple celestial light. Upon contact, the staff hesitated for a brief moment before, to Yi Huang's horror, it disintegrated into countless fine particles, vanishing from sight. This is the power of annihilation, Yi Sui Fong explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her mouth agape. Father, I won't have to use such a thing for training, will I? That is absolutely terrifying, Yi Sui Fong beamed. You will, however, rest assured. I will reduce its power to 1 in a billion according to your strength. As you grow, so too will its potency. I sincerely hope to witness the day you conquer and master them. Yi Huang's expression was complex as she remained in a daze for quite some time before finally nodding. I will never let you down. Chapter 36, The Ancient Arena. After ensuring Yi Huang was settled, Yi Sui-fong returned to his courtyard. Only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained there waiting for his return. Only Yi Xiaoxiao had been sneaking bites of the grapes Yi Sui-fong had placed beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing him return, she hurried back to her spot, standing obediently with her head down. Why Yi Sui-fong couldn't help but chuckle at her lively spirit. Nonetheless, he bore no ill will. Everyone has their own personality. And if they all behaved like Yi Chen, a silent and compliant life would be rather dull. Do not be too reserved. We are all family here. Feel free to be yourselves, Yi Sui-fong encouraged. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately packed up, grinning as she nudged Yi Qinyao beside her. I told you, uncle is very easygoing. Why Yi Qinyao wore an expression of resignation. All right, Yi Sui-fong scanned the group before finally settling his gaze on Yi Long. For a long time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His character was resilient, he trained diligently, acted prudently, and was quite handsome, making him the most dazzling new star of the Yi family. He had been the family's sole pride until recently, when Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's reputations began to catch up, putting Yi Long's top position to the test. However, according to Yi Sui-feng's observations, this younger generation did not harbor feelings of jealousy or any other negative emotions. Rather, he became significantly more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future leader bore not only accolades for him but also a considerable burden. Now, with someone to share the pressure, Yi Long's mindset underwent a notable transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation was closely related to this change. Why Yi Long, your foundation is commendable. You have embarked on the right path in your cultivation journey. Therefore, I do not wish to interfere excessively with your own path. Please tell me what kind of training method you desire. Think big. Yi Sui-fong stated. Why Yi Long possessed his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive external involvement would be counterproductive. Thus, Yi Sui-fong decided to grant him the autonomy to choose, clearly taken aback by this unexpected response. Yi Long momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxiao, watching anxiously from the side, desperately gestured to him. Eventually, she rushed over to Yi Long, playfully punched him, and exclaimed, "Stop being foolish, quickly ask for a technique. Your low-grade Shen-level spear technique is already outdated." Hearing this, Yi Sui-fong couldn't help but chuckle. Is the spear technique you are currently practicing a low-grade Shen level? Yes, Yi Long nodded. The Dragon Hunter spear technique was arranged for me by my father a year ago, and I have now mastered it. You should have mentioned it earlier, Yi Sui-fong replied. I recall that there is a high-grade Earth-level spear technique in the family's treasury. You can go and retrieve it later. Just mention that I sent you. Your father is quite unreasonable. He clearly knew about this matter but didn't inform you. Such a lack of foresight. That technique should have been the one sent by Gu Wanxin last time. Yi Sui-fong had a vague recollection. Thank you, uncle, Yi Long exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Who would desire a high-level technique? A high-grade Earth-level technique was something he had never dared to envision. With that, Yi Long headed towards the door. Hey, where are you going? You haven't even stated what you want yet, Yi Sui-fong called out to him. Why Yi Long paused, slightly bewildered. Isn't that technique sufficient? Of course not. That's not a particularly valuable item. Yi Sui-fong shook his head. I told you to think bigger. The group fell silent, astonished that a high-grade Earth-level technique was deemed non-precious. What, then, was truly valuable? Yi Long found himself at a loss for words again. Yi Xiaoxiao leaned over, peering at the spear in his hand. It was a top-grade yellow-level spear, which had once been regarded as a treasure within the Yi family. Spirit weapons aren't counted either, Yi Sui-fong interjected, preempting her thoughts. I will procure something more formidable for you another day. Just think carefully about what you currently lack in your cultivation. Consider it well, Yi Sui-fong advised, prompting everyone to reflect on their paths. After a brief silence, Yi Long finally spoke. Uncle, I actually have a dream I've held on to for a long time. Go on, Yi Sui-fong encouraged. A wistful look flickered in Yi Long's eyes as he reminisced. When I was very young, I once read a book titled Biographies of Remarkable Individuals. It chronicled the many top-tier geniuses who emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their extraordinary prowess left me in awe. And I often pondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I possibly triumph over them? Long tightened his grip on the spear, continuing, childhood dreams often seem so ludicrous. As I grew older, I came to understand that the chasm between me and them was insurmountable. No matter how hard I pursued, I could never glimpse their backs, yet I refused to relinquish my aspirations. Even if I cannot catch up, I wish to discover where my limits lie. I want to fight, to the bitter end. Long raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Uncle, if possible, I desire a puppet of the same level as myself, yet with strength far exceeding my own. When I defeat it, perhaps I will be one step closer to those legendary figures of antiquity. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that this seemingly flawless older brother harbored such an obsession. But could the type of puppet he described truly be realized? Yes, I promise you, Yi Sui-fong swiftly provided an answer. Why Long was astonished. Really, do such puppets truly exist? Yi Sui-fong smiled and shook his head. They do exist, but a puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you conquer it, you cannot guarantee victory over an equally skilled cultivator. Why Long's expression grew complex. But you said you would agree to my request. I did agree, Yi Sui-fong affirmed. However, it is not about finding a puppet for you, but rather, fulfilling your first wish. To battle legendary figures from antiquity is a monumental aspiration. Why Yi Sui-fong was more than willing to assist in this endeavor. Yet the others were already dumbfounded. Such a wish was simply unattainable. All right, let us depart, Yi Sui-fong declared, waving his hand as he and Yi Long vanished from sight. Once they had left, Yi Xiaoxiao inched closer to Yi Qinyao and murmured, "Sister, uncle is just joking, right?" Yi Qinyao bit her lip and shook her head. I don't know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps we will understand when our time comes. A silver river flowed endlessly from an unknown origin to an infinite destination, unchanged since time immemorial. Suddenly, two black dots materialized above it, Yi Sui-fong and Yi Long gazing at the boundless river beneath them and the vast expanse of void surrounding them. Yi Long's heart raced with curiosity. He wished to inquire about their location, yet he recalled Yi Sui-fang's previous admonition against asking too many questions and forcibly suppressed his bewilderment. We meet again. Yi Sui-fang spoke softly. I noticed something peculiar about you last time. It seems you belong solely to this realm. Nevertheless, it suffices. The talents of this world are ample. With that, Yi Sui-fang flicked his fingers, and the surrounding world instantaneously transformed. Beneath their feet appeared a colossal arena inscribed with countless intricate runes that nearly caused Yi Long to faint from the overwhelming sight. Fortunately, Yi Sui-fong quickly executed a hand gesture, causing the formation's runes to glow and vanish, leaving only a vast expanse of bluestone platform. From today onward, you shall engage in battles and cultivate here, Yi Sui-fong instructed. Why Yi Long furrowed his brow. And my opponents, right here, Yi Sui-fong replied with a slight smile, extending his fingers and gently grasping. In an instant, numerous grey lines erupted forth, all surging towards the shimmering silver river. Shortly thereafter, one of the grey lines began to tremble. Then a white figure emerged from the other end of the grey line, as if hooked like a caught fish landing on the arena. It was a young man emanating a chilling aura, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seemingly unaware of the circumstances, upon turning he finally laid eyes on Yi Sui-fong and Yi Long. Why Yi Long instinctively took 2 steps back, plopping onto the ground wide-eyed and pointing at the young man as if he had seen a ghost. Stammering, "Be black-clad spear god, Bufeshue," his voice quivered, for Bufeshue was a paragon from a millennium ago, renowned for defeating all adversaries with a single spear. Once, he had charged into a millennia-old sect single-handedly, causing carnage overnight. leaving a trail of bloodshed that would forever echo through history. Later, Bufeshue challenged the strongest tribulation in history, enduring until the very end, yet the might of heaven was insurmountable, the final bolt of lightning was simply too overwhelming. And Bufeshue ultimately perished, leaving nothing behind. But why was he here? Ilong's mind buzzed with confusion. What had his uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bufeshue's icy gaze bore down, exuding an overwhelming aura of spear intent, yet Isuefong merely waved his hand and a thin veil of mist enveloped Bufeshue's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. It is not your turn to speak yet. Isuefong turned to Ilong with a smile. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge them? Why are you so frightened upon meeting them? At these words, Ilong snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to suppress the tumult within him, and slowly stood up. That's better, Isuefong remarked, gesturing with his fingers as one figure after another was drawn from the Silver River and placed onto the arena. To prevent a repetition of earlier events, they were immediately subdued upon their arrival. Divine Realm's prodigy, Xia Yuan, the night-killing god Tongmie, the world's #1, Furuhua, the son of heaven's will. Jin Lin, the eternal myth, Long Aotion. Ilong gazed at the familiar faces, murmuring to himself as his mind went blank. Uncle really brought all the prodigies from the biographies of remarkable individuals here. Even more astonishingly, there were many he did not recognize. Only when hundreds of figures had materialized did Isuefong finally halt. Make do with them for now, he instructed. In this ancient arena, their cultivation levels will match yours. If you wish to battle someone, simply think of them in your heart. Should you achieve a breakthrough, their levels will increase accordingly. Hone your combat will diligently. I will come to retrieve you in a month's time. Having spoken, Isuefeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37, The Old Turtle. This lad possesses an air of masochism. In the void, Isuefeng leisurely soared along the expanse of the galaxy above. Surprisingly, he had not anticipated that Ilong's desire was for battle. However, given Ilong's current prowess, engaging in combat with those legendary figures from ages past would only amount to seeking torment, and he would undoubtedly suffer a humiliating defeat. One can only hope that this young man does not emerge from such trials bearing psychological scars. The River of Time feels somewhat peculiar. It seems to lack a certain vitality. This galaxy embodies the River of Time in this realm. The last time Isuefong traversed the threads of causality to pursue the assailant of Isuehu, he briefly harnessed the power of the River of Time, yet that instance was merely a fleeting glimpse. This time, he had come in person. Logically, the River of Time should be an inert entity, eternally flowing through the void, unchanging since time immemorial. Yet Isuefong sensed an absence of life within it, rendering it eerily lifeless. Suddenly a peculiar energy wafted into Isuefeng's awareness, prompting him to furrow his brow before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black peak loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly immense, its height and depth unfathomable, resembling the very wall of the void, obscuring all vision. How could such a thing exist here? Isuefong was at a loss. The realm where the River of Time resided was a true void, devoid of anything save the passage of time itself. How could a mountain be situated here? This defied the principles of the Great Tao. No, that is not correct. Why? Isuefeng's brow furrowed deeply. The entity before him did not seem to be a mountain. He distinctly sensed a faint life force emanating from the black mass. But what kind of life could be so colossal? After some contemplation, Isuefong extended his index finger and gently touched his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far exceeding the limits of this world, erupted. His spirit solidified, transforming into a shadow of his true self, rapidly expanding from the center of his body, 1-fold, 10-folds. Soon the shadow of Isuefeng's soul had grown to over 1,000,000 times the size of his physical form. Through this spectral vision, he finally discerned the true nature of the black peak. Good heavens, it is a toe! Isuefong exclaimed, utterly astonished. The sight before him was simply bewildering. It turned out that the colossal entity was not a mountain at all, but rather an oddly shaped toe. Beside it were 4 other toes, and above lay an immeasurable expanse of foot. 80 present, Yi Suifeng's shadow was merely level with the toe itself. Indeed, what in the world is this creature? It is nearly the size of the world itself. I must see what your true form is. Yi Suifeng steadied his emotions, and the shadow of his soul swelled once more. After an indeterminate expansion, he finally beheld its appearance. An old turtle, he widened his eyes. Scrutinizing its shape, ultimately, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a grotesque, enormous black turtle. Its neck was retracted, leaving only a smooth head exposed. Its limbs naturally dangled in the void, with the river of time flowing beneath its abdomen. Appearing as a barely perceptible white line from this vantage point, most striking was its tail, which was short yet forked at the tip, as if it had been forcibly torn apart. Yi Suifeng felt a sense of bewilderment. What being could inflict harm upon such a fearsome old turtle? Such a bizarre existence should not be present in this world, except, of course, for himself. It seems this world holds many secrets yet to be uncovered. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. This is rather intriguing. Otherwise, over time, one would grow bored enough to ascend to the immortal realm and engage in battles with the celestial emperors. This old turtle is indeed rather extraordinary. Yi Suifeng's soul had surveyed the entirety of the old turtle's body. He discovered that every corner of the turtle was intertwined with the principles of the great Tao, with each breath. The rules resonated. A truly fearsome sight. Given your immense strength, why would you choose to self-seal? Upon first encountering the old turtle, Yi Suifeng had thought it merely slept. However, upon closer inspection he realized that it had sealed all of its essence within this massive shell. With only the occasional flicker of life force suggesting it was not a mere lifeless entity. Let me take a closer look. Yi Suifeng extended a large hand and placed it atop the old turtle's head. Attempting to delve into its depths with his soul to uncover the truth, suddenly Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow as the shadow of his soul gradually dissipated, vanishing from sight. Immediately, several powerful consciousnesses crossed the void and intruded. They hovered before the head of the old turtle, seemingly perplexed by the recent events. Yi Suifeng counted. There were 5 consciousnesses. Without exception, their power far surpassed the limits of this world. Among them, one was familiar to Yi Suifeng. After transcending the tribulation driven by curiosity, he had ventured his consciousness into the northern snowy plains. Just as he entered, a consciousness that spanned the entire plateau surged forth from the far north and charged towards Yi Suifeng. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 consciousnesses transformed into 5 orbs of light, silently suspended in opposition. Do you seek to break the rules? The consciousness from the northern snowy plains boldly posed the question. As this communication occurred on a spiritual level, it was impossible to discern gender, or even if they were human. Shouldn't you be the one most eager to break the rules? After all, you are close to losing. Another voice chimed in. If you wish to fight, let us fight. I am most vexed by such trifling games. The third voice, clearly more irritable, interjected. Remain calm, the shattering of the world benefits no one. A more composed voice cautioned. Friends, the pressing issue is what transpired moments ago. Someone has acted upon it. The final voice redirected the conversation. After a round of discussion, they all claimed innocence, yet this was peculiar. If it were not one of the 5, who else could possess the capability to enter this realm? A heavy silence fell among them. Yi Suifeng, merging with the void, stifled a yawn. What are you all doing? Why the sudden silence? Perhaps it was that entity, suggested the one from the northern snowy plains. A strange occurrence indeed. Not long ago, I entered the realm of fate and discovered a small fragment that suddenly concealed itself within the mists. I too noticed, a new star has risen in this world, one that does not belong here. I was asleep and unaware of anything. The irritable one was always so tempestuous. 3 of them mentioned recent minor abnormalities. Yet the entity from the northern snowy plains claimed not to have noticed anything. At that moment Yi Suifeng had boldly entered the snowy plains without a hint of concealment. He was certain they had sensed it. Nonetheless, they chose to remain hidden, their intentions unclear. After some time, the group still found no anomalies and subsequently turned to depart the void. Once they left, Yi Sui-fong also dissipated his soul shadow, his true self appearing above the river of time. An injured old turtle. 5 individuals, each with their own agendas. A game, or perhaps a chess match. Congratulations to all participants, someone has activated a cheat. Chapter 38, The Slaying of the Immortal Gate. Yi Sui-fong departed the void. Having inadvertently stumbled upon a secret of this world, however, he chose to set this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying his time in Yunjiao City, when he finally encountered those individuals. He would discuss the matter of cheats with them in depth. 3 Adorable ones awaited him back home. After a while, Yi Sui-fong returned to his courtyard due to his extended excursion in the void. He had taken longer than expected, and Yi Qinyao and the others were seated beneath the willow tree. Upon seeing Yi Sui-fong's return, they quickly stood to attention. So, what do you wish for? Have you made up your minds? Yi Sui-fong inquired. All right, I want heaps of spirit stones, a mountain of spirit stones, so I can buy whatever I desire. Yi Xiaoxiao was the first to jump up and shout. Her eyes seemed to almost spell out the word money. Not your turn yet. Let Qinyao speak first. Yi Sui-fong directly bypassed her. You're being mischievous. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted and returned to her place. Qinyao smiled and said, Uncle, I have also made up my mind. You may find it amusing. But I do not possess grand aspirations like cousin Yilong. Even in my cultivation, I lack significant motivation. Had it not been for my father's stern requirements, I might not have been standing here at all. Yi Qinyao candidly expressed her thoughts, unafraid of inciting Yi Sui-fong's ire or forfeiting her qualification for the Yunjiao City battle. After all, this represented the family. Without the will to fight, how could one achieve victory? However, such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Well, every individual's worldview is different. Your calm demeanor and thoughts are not surprising. Yi Sui-fong remarked, humans are creatures rich in emotions, vibrant and diverse. If everyone were identical, how would they differ from mass-produced tools? Now, do tell, what is it that you desire? Yi Sui-fong prompted. Yi Qinyao hesitated for a moment before saying, Uncle, my notion may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it inappropriate, I can change it at any time. Please share. Very well. Yi Qinyao took a deep breath and said, I desire a direction. Upon hearing this, the other two were momentarily taken aback. What is this? Yilong at least articulated his childhood dream. While you merely present an abstract notion, Yi Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, thinking to herself, dear sister, are you intentionally trying to perplex uncle? She struggled to comprehend. However, Yi Sui-fong could nonetheless grasp Yi Qinyao's sentiments. Her demeanor was serene, aspiring to tranquility and depth, yet she was born into a prestigious family with a father who regarded cultivation as paramount and was exceedingly strict. From a young age, she was compelled to adhere to her father's expectations, engaging in relentless cultivation to surpass Yilong and defeat all adversaries. For someone averse to conflict, this was indeed a significant psychological strain. Thus, feeling lost was an inevitable consequence. Fortunately, Yi Qinyao was still young. If this continued for a few more years, the emergence of inner demons could not be ruled out. Such occurrences were not unheard of, yet the path of life is something one must seek for oneself. Qinyao, let me ask you, do you believe I can provide you with a direction that will satisfy you? Yi Sui-fong countered. Yi Qinyao fell silent. Being intelligent, she understood that what she sought, while seemingly simple, was profoundly challenging. Your future can only be determined by you, Yi Sui-fong stated. However, I can offer you an opportunity for choice, though it may exact a significant toll. After much contemplation, Yi Qinyao eventually nodded. I am willing to try. If I continue to drift aimlessly, I fear I will truly disappoint my father. Yi Sui-fong nodded. Some Yi Qinyao's thoughts might appear naive, yet who has not experienced naivety, especially when ensnared in a state of confusion? Then follow me. With that, Yi Suifeng led Yi Qinyao, vanishing into the courtyard. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a lush mountain peak. The mountain was verdant, yet curiously, the adjacent mountain appeared as if struck by lightning. Riddled with deep ravines and charred earth. Yi Qinyao was astonished. What transpired here, uncle? Is this not the burial ground of a great demon? She recalled a scenario from a certain fantastical tale. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. Bemused by the child's choice of words, this is merely where I underwent tribulation. Did you forget my words? Do not inquire, he replied sternly. Yi Qinyao immediately ceased her questioning, though her eyes brimmed with curiosity. Yi Suifeng paid her no heed and instead gazed upward at the sky. Gradually a profound aura emanated from him. Moments later a grand portal materialized in the heavens, a golden light cascading from within, illuminating Yi Suifeng's shoulder. From beyond that door a magnificent celestial sound reverberated, shaking the very soul. We meet again. Indeed, the portal in the sky was the celestial gate that appears after a cultivator undergoes tribulation. That beam of light served as the bridge of ascension. After Yi Suifeng's previous tribulation, he had no desire to ascend, thus dissipating his immortal aura, causing the celestial gate to vanish without a target. This time, he actively summoned the celestial gate, for something contained within the celestial sound was vast. It was not merely a melody but the murmurs of all beings. It possessed not only the essence of ascension but also the power of creation. Along with a remarkably unique force, the essence of the mortal realm. After enduring the ninefold heavenly tribulations, the celestial gate emanated this power in its most potent form. Yi Suifeng required this essence as a material. Therefore, my apologies, but I am not inclined to ascend just yet. With a slight smile, Yi Suifeng pointed his finger like a sword and decisively waved toward the celestial gate. The entire world seemed to pause for a moment. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, and the very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled violently. The colossal celestial gate in the sky quaked, emitting a resounding rumble akin to a lament. Moments later the golden light upon Yi Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. Following this, the celestial gate, after a vigorous shake, plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow enveloped Yi Suifeng's head. From a distance, the area obscured by the celestial gate spanned the expanse of several dozen mountain peaks. Yi Suifeng was astonished. He had not anticipated the gate's actual size to be so immense. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao was utterly flabbergasted. What is this? How could there be a door in the sky? How could there be light within the door? Such an absurd phenomenon, and uncle merely flicks his finger to bring it down. Who am I? Where am I? She was completely bewildered. Yi Suifeng extended his palm, and the colossal celestial gate swiftly shrunk, transforming into a petite golden door floating in his palm. He then gestured with his fingers, playfully reshaping the celestial gate until it lost its distant form, ultimately morphing into a splendid mirror. I shall name you the mirror of the mortal realm. This mirror was crafted primarily from celestial sound, supplemented by the celestial gate, and fused with the principles of the great Tao. Its primary function was to refine the heart once one gazes into the mirror. It is as though entering an entirely different world, experiencing a completely distinct life. Yi Suifeng looked at the dazed Yi Qinyao and lightly tapped her, restoring her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, he said. Yi Qinyao gazed at the mirror before her and earnestly nodded. Then let us embark on this journey. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. After Yi Suifeng spoke, the surface of the mirror of the mortal realm suddenly rippled like water. Subsequently, Yi Qinyao's figure gradually vanished. Your path must be walked by you alone, Yi Suifeng mused, turning his gaze toward the heavens. The world had returned to tranquility. The location where the celestial gate had appeared was left with only faint traces of golden light, which quickly dissipated. I seem to have gone a bit too far. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the power of the ninefold lightning tribulation. Next I teased the celestial gates, and now I've outright severed it. They seem to have no enmity with me. Yi Suifeng blinked and then chuckled, well, the heavens are meant to be defied, otherwise it would appear one cannot keep pace with the trends. At worst, once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall make amends. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng suddenly froze, and his expression darkened. Oh no, I severed my own celestial gate, how shall I ascend to the celestial realm in the future? Chapter 39 The aggrieved Yi Shaoshao with the mirror of the mortal realm hewn from his own celestial gate in hand. Yi Suifeng returned home with a grim countenance. This time he had truly acted hastily, inadvertently severing his path to ascension. What to do now? Should he find someone who successfully underwent tribulation and seized their celestial gate while they prepared to ascend? That doesn't seem entirely out of the question, albeit somewhat lacking in martial ethics. Forget it, such matters can be dealt with later. Yi Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. Now, only Yi Shaoshao and Yi Qian remained. Settling Yi Huang and the others had consumed nearly an entire morning. Reflecting on it, he felt quite the burden, having fretted over their well-being. All right, next is your turn. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, pointing at Yi Shaoshao. Yi Shaoshao's face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to shift, veering off and ultimately pointing at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you may speak. Yi Qian was evidently taken aback to find himself chosen first. Among them, he was the weakest, yet he made no attempt at modesty, stepping forward to say, Uncle, my choice is to entirely follow your guidance. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. These young individuals were indeed diverse in their choices. Each one had a different answer. Why? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian quickly replied, I merely wish to grow stronger, but in terms of knowledge and experience, I am far too lacking, thus having you decide is the best choice for me. Yi Suifeng nodded. His decision was not without merit. It wasn't the most correct answer, but it was certainly the most prudent and intelligent choice. Very well, Yi Suifeng said. However, if I am not mistaken, you not only wish to strengthen yourself but also desire to empower those who follow you. Correct? Yi Qian scratched his head and smiled, not denying it. Educating the masses is no simple task, Yi Suifeng remarked. I am willing to put in the effort, Yi Qian declared emphatically. Then Yi Suifeng contemplated. You must enjoy reading. Am I right? Indeed. What is your favorite book? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching, Yi Qian replied. He was lying. At that moment, Yi Shaoshao suddenly exclaimed, I heard from cousin Yi Qian that he actually enjoys reading tales of the supernatural. Especially those about folk spirits and scholars falling in love. How embarrassing. With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face flushed crimson as he murmured, I also like the Tao Te Ching very much, and that book isn't solely about folk spirits. Such a feeble defense was utterly unconvincing. Yi Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. Let me see what novel it is. Yi Qian hesitated for a moment but ultimately obediently retrieved a thick book from his storage pouch. Shanghai 2LU.AS. Yi Suifeng casually leafed through the pages. He discovered an abundance of tales featuring folk spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons. Such stories, while whimsical, were not overly outrageous and could easily pass scrutiny. Even in the realm of tomatoes, moreover, those narratives constituted merely a small fraction of the collection. The majority comprised the records of strange wonders, recounting bizarre events and deriving moral lessons for living. These were indeed serious writings. After a brief moment, Yi Suifeng settled himself at the stone table beneath a willow tree, book in hand. He then conjured a brush from thin air, accompanied by a blank tome, and began to write with remarkable speed. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, a brand new atlas of mountains and seas emerged fresh from his efforts. Yi Suifeng rose and presented both books to Yi Qian, saying, since you have an interest, feel free to explore them. I believe you will learn much, though the extent of your improvement ultimately hinges on your own diligence. Yi Qian accepted the books with a look of confusion. He understood that reading could impart knowledge, but how could it enhance his strength? Did the volumes conceal some unparalleled techniques? He placed the two tomes side by side, noting that their covers were identical. With not a single alteration, the only distinction lay in Yi Suifang's calligraphy, which appeared far more vigorous and powerful than the original. As Yi Qian examined them, he suddenly noticed that the characters for mountains and seas on the new book began to distort. Almost immediately, an unending gale seemed to howl in his ears, carrying with it a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. While Yi Qian stood frozen, bewildered by the phenomenon, suddenly, the tempest subsided and the scent of the sea vanished. His gaze gradually cleared, revealing that Yi Suifeng had merely been blocking the characters with his finger. Take your time to ponder this when you return, Yi Suifeng smiled. This tome, transcribed by his own hand, was no ordinary item. It was a product of the fusion of profound truths. Each character, each sentence, every tale within was a portal to a different world, a unique path of cultivation. This book was, in essence, a supreme guide to enlightenment. If categorized by the hierarchy of techniques, it would certainly qualify as a top-tier celestial art, infinitely close to true Taoism. Regrettably, due to time constraints, he could only achieve this level of completion. For now, let it suffice. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle. Yi Qian, having grasped the extraordinary nature of the book after their earlier encounter, bowed respectfully before departing the courtyard. With him gone, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained. Evidently unable to contain her impatience, Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Could you grant me some? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, attempting to charm Yi Suifeng with her innocent demeanor. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Yi Suifeng inquired. For everything. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot accomplish? If there is, it surely means I lack enough spirit stones. Yi Suifeng could not help but give a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Then you agree? Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. No, I refuse. However, the response caught her off guard. Why not? You clearly agreed to their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao's face fell, feeling as though Yi Suifeng was intentionally singling her out. You're different. They possess a clear understanding of their paths. As for you, it's all just play. If you can successfully navigate this trial, I may reconsider rewarding you with some spirit stones. Yi Suifeng stated. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and in an instant the environment around them transformed dramatically into a grey expanse. Countless grey insects scuttled about, and occasionally a dark shadow would dart by swiftly. Where are we? Yi Xiaoxiao asked in amazement. The dream void realm, a world straddling the line between reality and illusion, where you may frolic at will. Yi Suifeng had actually devised this plan for her on their journey. Since she loved to play, he would permit her to indulge. After all, having fun could also be a form of skill. But what is there to enjoy here? Yi Xiaoxiao questioned. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide the answer. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to play here. Now, do your best. With that, he slipped away, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao alone, staring blankly at the distant grey insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. A visitor. After investing considerable effort, Yi Suifeng finally managed to settle the 5 new stars of the family. If all went well, their future accomplishments would at least rival those talented individuals chronicled in the annals of heroes. Ultimately, how far they could go would depend on their own fortunes. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Yi Suifeng treated himself to a delicious meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. During his time in this world, he had spent the majority of his hours within the confines of the study, poring over texts on techniques, biographies, geographical wonders, and ancient legends. He had begun to form a general outline of the continent's composition. The continent bore numerous names, with various regions referred to differently. However, one designation had persisted through the ages: the Great Universe Realm. This world spanned an unfathomable expanse, and no soul had ever traversed its entirety from one end to the other. Even the tales of distant lands were but fragments of whispers. Through extensive reading, Yi Suifeng discerned that the location of Yunshao City lay in the northern part of the continent, a region abundant with sects and powerful clans. Most areas revolved around a major city, supplemented by numerous smaller towns. An organization known as the Nine-City Alliance dominated this territory, with the city of Sioux as one of its members. To the north of the alliance lay an immense chasm stretching for 1,000,000 miles. Known as the Chingu Highlands, beyond that lay the northern snowfields. The eastern border of the alliance was a cluster of small nations embroiled in perpetual conflict, yet when faced with external threats, they banded together to resist their foes. According to the texts, the cultural and linguistic landscape there starkly contrasted with that of the Nine-City Alliance. Yi Sui-fong resolved that, in his leisure time, he must explore that region. In the west of the alliance sprawled a vast, desolate, arid land, sparsely populated yet steeped in mystery. Rumor had it that the inhabitants there were particularly fond of wrapping themselves in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. Quite intriguing. In the south of the Nine-City Alliance lay a markedly different scenario. The culture there bore similarities to that of the alliance, yet the organizational structure was entirely inverted. While the alliance was centered around cities, with powerful clans governing them and sects enjoying minimal presence, the southern regions featured a plethora of super sects nestled within the Ling Mountain range. Clans and nations were subservient to these sections. A disciple of a sect venturing forth was akin to a prince from a vast empire, wielding tremendous influence. Yi Sui-fong silently vowed that when time permitted, he would explore these locales. Having arrived in the great universe realm, it would be a disservice not to traverse every corner of it. Through his readings, he had garnered a foundational understanding of the organizational structure of the great universe realm. Additionally, by studying various techniques, Yi Sui-fong had gained a profound insight into the cultivation system of this world. He had come to fully comprehend the essence of martial arts. Any technique could be mastered upon a single reading, and he could even modify it, enhancing its power. Indeed, he was quite extraordinary. Calmly suppressing his hubris, Yi Sui-fong prepared to refine the Yuansha technique further. Through experiments conducted with Feng Ji and the three others, he had identified several subtle issues that required adjustment. However, this time, the process would not necessitate 2 months, nor would he need to seclude himself. Within 3 days, he completed the new technique and imparted it to Feng Ji and the others through a transmission of enlightenment. In the days that followed, Feng Ji and his companions did not disappoint him. They all broke through to the second major realm of the Yuansha technique, the Donfu realm, which corresponded to the traditional Qi transformation stage. The focus of this realm lay within the Dantian, though the Yuansha technique was more domineering and versatile. To acknowledge their efforts, Yi Sui-fong, in a moment of joy, taught them a swordsmanship technique, the heaven-tier low-grade martial art, the extermination of immortals sword formation. Exterminate immortals, slay immortals, entrap immortals, annihilate immortals. Once mastered, it could slay even immortals. Of course, this was merely a lesser version. The true extermination of immortal sword formation could not possibly be wielded in this world. Yet, even as a counterfeit, it was a formidable art. Yi Sui-fong's decision to impart such a technique was not solely for recognition, it was also for Yi Huang. After all, Feng Ji and his companions currently served as Yi Huang's guardians and sparring partners. The stronger they became, the more effective their training would be for Yi Huang. My dear daughter, don't blame me, this is all for your benefit, Yi Sui-fong said with a mischievous grin days after Feng Ji and his companions made their breakthroughs. The family received long-awaited good news. Yi Sui-jun and Yi Sui-bao, two key figures in the family, had finally advanced to the nascent soul stage. Several months prior, Yi Sui-fong had earnestly advised them to diligently cultivate their abilities, cautioning against the decline of their skills. He had even set a goal for them to achieve a breakthrough within a month. However, reality often defies our wishes due to the recent activities of the family. Matters had become exceedingly burdensome, and several key members were occupied from dawn till dusk, leaving little time for serene cultivation. Fortunately, they still kept this matter close to their hearts. The breakthrough of Sui-yun and Bao into the Yuan-ing stage undoubtedly served as a reassuring balm for the other family members. After all, the strength of Yi Suifeng was not easily perceived, yet these two were individuals they interacted with daily. It could be said that, aside from Yi Suifeng, just these two Yuan-Yin practitioners would render the Yi family no longer fearful of the Li and Tang families. Nevertheless, after deliberation they decided to keep this under wraps for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal it. Yi Suifeng had no objections. As long as they were content, that was sufficient. As time gently flowed by, the days swiftly approached the 10-day mark before the Battle of Yunshao City. It was then that the Yi family suddenly welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41, A Gesture of Goodwill. The head of the Yi family is becoming increasingly handsome. Haha, I do enjoy your straightforward flattery. Please, take a seat. In the family's reception room, Yi Suifeng and Gu Wanxin sat side by side. As several maidservants presented fragrant tea. I am being entirely sincere, Gu Wanxin said with a smile. I feel as though each time we meet, you appear to grow younger. Perhaps it is merely my illusion. Or perhaps you have encountered some joyous event recently. Yi Suifeng smirked and shook his head, saying, what joyous event could there be? I am bogged down with the abundance of spirit stones, constantly fretting over this matter. Gu Wanxin chuckled, saying, Master Yi, your words truly insult my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Yi Suifeng picked up the ring and glanced inside. It was still filled with an abundance of cultivation resources. And the quality was even higher than last time, with a total of 8 items classified as celestial grade or above: techniques, materials, holy medicines, spiritual artifacts, an array of treasures. A price list had also been prepared. But Yi Suifeng disregarded the detailed breakdown and focused on the total price, 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This price, one could say without exaggeration, could purchase several cities similar to Yunshao City. Bring me a storage bag. Yi Suifeng wasted no time requesting a supersized storage bag from Gu Wanxin to store the 32 trillion spirit stones in one go, even after witnessing such scenes multiple times. Gu Wanxin could not help but marvel, just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a bountiful vein of spirit stones? In truth, the higher-ups of Wanbage had conducted extensive analysis regarding Yi Suifeng. This superclient, yet they still could not ascertain the source of his wealth. The most plausible explanation was that he had fortuitously stumbled upon a secret realm containing a high-grade vein of spirit stones. However, such a possibility seemed utterly absurd, leading Wanbage to abandon further investigation. Major clients are rare, and they did not wish to offend Yi Suifeng out of curiosity, jeopardizing their partnership. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. By the way, Master Yi, she began, due to the staggering amounts involved in our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbage would like me to inquire whether it would be possible to conduct exchanges using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Naturally, if that proves unfeasible, it is entirely acceptable. It is merely for convenience. Each transaction amounts to trillions, then merely counting it necessitates the presence of individuals at the Qi transformation stage or above. If we were to trade using high-grade spirit stones, the quantity per transaction could be reduced by 10,000 times, making it manageable for those at the golden core stage. I will consider it after I exhaust my low-grade spirit stones. Replied Yi Suifeng, that would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded with delight. For each transaction they had always used low-grade spirit stones, and she believed Yi Suifeng's reserves could not be substantial. A few more transactions should exhaust them. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea, observing Gu Wanxin, unsure of what she found so amusing. By the way, I have a question for you. I have noticed that your Wanbage seems to be a relatively pure commercial organization. Does it not? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the first tenet of Wanbage is to maintain neutrality at all costs, refraining from involvement in the conflicts of other factions. We are solely interested in spirit stones. That piques my curiosity, Yi Suifeng remarked. If you do not partake in conflicts, what do you require so many spirit stones for? This question indeed perplexed Yi Suifeng. Wanbage is tremendously vast, with its presence felt in nearly every corner. The staggering amount of spirit stones that flow through such a formidable organization daily must be an unfathomable number. This raises the question, where does all the spirit stones they earn ultimately go? And for what purpose? This was a matter of great concern for Yi Suifeng, as he was currently facing a similar dilemma. Money left in one's wallet remains merely a number, it is the money spent that holds true value. In response to Yi Suifeng's inquiry, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily at a loss for words. Master Yi, I must admit that I have not pondered this before, however, regardless of the means by which we acquire spirit stones, I assent it all for the sake of expenditure. Yi Suifeng gently shook his head. Indeed, how money is spent may seem a rather ludicrous question, yet once the numerical value of money surpasses a certain threshold, one may indeed find themselves troubled by how to spend it. He felt a genuine headache over this. Using it all to purchase resources felt somewhat trivial. Perhaps I should inquire about some unusual items that consume spirit stones excessively, Gu Wanxin suggested. Certainly, that would be most appreciated, replied Yi Suifeng. It would be my utmost honor. Gu Wanxin agreed to this matter. After a pause, she added, Master Yi, in addition to our transaction, I have brought you some news today. Oh, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, this is complimentary. She was inwardly sweating. He truly has an abundance of money. This pertains to news regarding the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin stated. Yi Suifeng nodded. Very well, please share. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Yi Suifeng and said, Master Yi, in 10 days, the biennial grand event of Yunshao City, the battle, will commence. The roster of participants from the three major families was recently unveiled. You are certainly aware of the contenders from the Li and Tang families, correct? Yi Suifeng's expression turned grave, for he was unaware Suiyun had brought the list days prior, leaving it on the desk in the study, yet he had been too lazy to examine it. As the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the enemies were seemed rather foolish. This sudden topic from Gu Wanxin baffled him, as he was unsure how to respond. However, in Gu Wanxin's eyes it appeared otherwise. It seems Master Yi has heard the news. After all, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced an explosive surge in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th layer of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoqing, the prodigy of the Tang family, has also achieved 4 breakthroughs in a mere 3 months. Now standing at the 10th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Suifeng nodded gravely. It was indeed true that he had been unaware, but now he was informed. What is it that you wish to convey? He was uncertain of Gu Wanxin's point. Gu Wanxin leaned closer once more, whispering, Master Yi, their cultivation is not merely as rumored outside. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone into a frenzy, pouring vast resources into their respective combatants. The extent of investment is comparable to nurturing a golden core practitioner. I have reason to suspect that this time, the Yunshao City battle holds extraordinary significance for them. Or they are entirely targeting your Yi family. Therefore Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have managed to gather some background information on the 10 participants. Gu Wanxin regarded Yi Suifeng, a knowing smile gracing her features. Yi Suifeng smiled slightly, picking up the jade slip. So that is how it is. Gu Wanxin is extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. Did you not mention that Wanbage never intervenes in the conflicts of other factions? Yi Suifeng remarked with a playful smile. Haha, how can there be such things among friends? Gu Wanxin replied with a playful grin. Yi Suifeng nodded gently. He accepted Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After concluding their matters, Gu Wanxin departed contentedly. Yi Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turning it over a few times before tossing it into the nearby trash bin. The Yi family no longer required such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42, Emergence. As the date of the Battle of Yunshao City drew ever closer, the city itself became increasingly lively. Numerous young talents from other cities flocked to witness this biennial grand event, eager to gauge their prowess against that of others. Li Chi is truly remarkable. Having just turned 18, he has already reached the 8th layer of Chi transformation. In our Haiyan city, he would undoubtedly be among the top contenders. The dark-skinned youth from Haiyan city expressed such sentiments. Truly a person hailing from a remote and impoverished region, although achieving the 8th level of Chi transformation is commendable. Were he to find himself in the illustrious Huangya city, he would scarcely be considered for the leading position. A noble young lady from Huangya city looked on with disdain, akin to observing a rustic fool. Nevertheless, among the cities under the jurisdiction of Su City, Huangya City undeniably stands as the most prosperous and formidable, possessing the audacity to look down upon others. The young master of the Tang family, Tang Shaoqing, has reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at the tender age of 17. What significance does that hold in Huangya City? A voice from Yunshao City expressed a sense of bitterness. Eager to reclaim some dignity through the more accomplished Tang Shaoqing, however, the young lady merely scoffed twice. Let me say this, in Huangya City, there are at least a handful of individuals who broke through to the foundation establishment stage at the age of 16. An unsettling silence fell over the crowd. 16 years old, at the foundation establishment stage, what a prodigy that is. It is no wonder Huangya City is lauded as the closest rival to Su City. In comparison, Yunshao City and Haishi City still have considerable gaps to bridge. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke once more. Aren't there 3 prominent families? Why do I only hear of the Li family and the Tang family? What of the talents from the other family? She had come out for leisure, fortuitously passing through Yunshao City and learning of the biennial grand event, prompting her to witness the spectacle. Yet, in the past few days, the news had solely revolved around the young talents of the Li and Tang families, while the other family appeared scarcely mentioned. That would be the Yi family, the weakest among the 3 prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot rival the families of Huangya City, then the Yi family stands even less chance. You're talking nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, our Rhyme Fairy, and even the Dragon Hall Master are all in seclusion. If they were to emerge, they would certainly leave Huangya City in utter disarray, retorted a newly joined cultivator from the Yi family, his voice ringing out loud and clear. Haha, with only 3 days until the Battle of Yunshao City. They remain in seclusion. Are they waiting until the event concludes to make their appearance? Indeed, tomorrow marks the Zui Meng gathering. If the Yi family members have yet to arrive, I suspect they are preparing to forfeit. The Zui Meng gathering is a grand assembly for young talents preceding the Battle of Yunshao, organized by the proprietor of Zui Meng Tower, designed to facilitate early encounters among the youths of the 3 prominent families and to build anticipation for the impending contest. They will certainly return, exclaimed the Yi family cultivator, leaving behind a harsh remark before slipping away, provoking laughter from those nearby. However, the noble young lady from Huangya City revealed a glimmer of interest. Phoenix Fairy, Rhyme Fairy. It seems the women of the Yi family are rather exceptional. Let us see their caliber in the future. Perhaps I might find a suitable candidate for a consort. Consider yourselves fortunate. The discussions regarding the Yi family's combatants in Yunshao City grew ever louder. Yun Su personally visited Yi Suifeng several times, inquiring about the current state and cultivation levels of several individuals. Much to Yi Suifeng's annoyance, finally, having deemed their initial training sufficient, he decided to check on their progress. With that resolution, Yi Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the 9 heavens, where he beheld Yi Huang still immersed in her cultivation. Within the bubble surrounding the bubble were ever-changing resplendent rays of light, each infused with unfathomable power and rules. These rays slowly seeped into the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Yu Huang's form. At that moment, Yu Huang wore a solemn expression, her eyes tightly shut, as she gradually inhaled the purple mist into her body. It seems she still has a particular affinity for the color purple. The 7 radiant lights each contained different energies. Purple signifies destruction. As Yu Huang continued to exhale and inhale the purple mist, a slender petal-like purple mark flickered at her brow. Not bad, not bad. She has already forged a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament, lest her fury inadvertently obliterates Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction is truly terrifying. Its might resides at the pinnacle of all offensive techniques. Even the most elite techniques are rendered insignificant in its presence. Reaching the 7th level of Qi transformation has been somewhat slower than anticipated. It appears that her training this month has predominantly focused on the path of destruction. In just 1 month, Yu Huang advanced from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this represents merely the effect of the purple mist's essence. Were she to concentrate solely on her cultivation, she would likely have already reached the foundation establishment stage. That is sufficient. She could easily overpower her peers. Yi Suifeng's figure flickered, and he appeared before Yu Huang, gently rousing her from her meditation. While Yu Huang opened her eyes, the purple petal at her brow gradually fading, leaving behind barely perceptible traces. Father, Yu Huang rose, her face alight with joy as she gazed at her father. Having witnessed the highest echelons of power in this world, she now appeared more composed and steady compared to a month prior. Her once keen edge now tempered. Time is up, Yi Suifeng announced. Very well, does that mean our training here has come to a close? Yu Huang's expression reflected a hint of reluctance. She fully understood the immense benefits of cultivating in this space. What are you thinking? Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle, then produced a colorful floral ribbon, presenting it to her. Since you enjoy it, this shall be your exclusive training chamber. This ribbon is a key. As long as you silently recite it in your heart, you can come back anytime, Yi Suifeng explained. Having invested so much thought, it certainly wasn't a one-time affair. He had long prepared the key. Thank you, father, Yu Huang exclaimed with delight, instinctively wanting to leap into Yi Suifeng's embrace as she used to, but ultimately refrained. The half-year of training had indeed matured her. She understood that to truly attain independence, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's embrace. While Yi Suifeng sighed softly, stepping forward to wrap Yu Huang in his arms. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Stride boldly ahead. I will always watch over you. While Yu Huang nestled her head against Yi Suifeng's chest, nodding gently. Moments later, they released each other, and Yi Suifeng took out a pale purple velvet robe embroidered with a golden red phoenix. Draping it over her shoulders, now go forth and carve out your own brilliance. Chapter 43, Heart's Desire. In the void space, an expansive river of time stretched infinitely, originating from the ancient past and flowing toward an endless future. Above this river floated a grand arena, entirely composed of dark blue-black stone slabs suspended in midair. Within the arena, 2 white figures were engaged in a fierce battle, both wielding long spears. They clashed with great vigor, each impact resonating powerfully. Bang! One of them was struck hard and sent flying. He crouched down, struggling to regain his balance as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I told you. You can never be my match. Give up, Bufeshue declared, standing with his spear, his demeanor indifferent. Ever since he had inexplicably arrived at this place a month ago, he had been locked in combat with this young lad. This lad possessed commendable comprehension and had grown rapidly in battle. Alas, their strengths remained on different tiers. I have already stated that I will never give up. Yi Long wiped the blood from his mouth and stood tall, his gaze resolute and his fighting spirit aflame. Let us continue, he shouted, charging forward once more. Yet a beam of light halted his advance. While Yi Suifeng slowly descended before him. Uncle, Yi Long queried, a hint of confusion surfacing as he realized the time must have come. Well, it seems you've made considerable gains, Yi Suifeng assessed him. Over the course of a month, Yi Long's transformation was even more pronounced than Yi Huang's. Firstly, his cultivation had surged from the 5th level of Qi transformation to the 8th level. More importantly, he now resembled a divine spear, his aura soaring, radiating an insatiable desire for battle. It appears my earlier concerns were unwarranted. Uncle, could you grant me just a bit more time? I'm on the verge of success. Yi Long implored, a sense of urgency in his voice, fearing he might not return after this trip. Yi Suifeng chuckled, producing a small token and handing it to Yi Long. Do not be so hasty. Progress steadily, this is a key to enter the ancient arena. In the future, whenever you wish to cultivate, you may come at any time. Yi Long trembled as he accepted the token, exhilarated at the prospect of battling legendary figures through the ages. Thank you, uncle, Yi Suifeng nodded. Then let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bufeshue beside him and raised his hand to seal him once more. Senior, Bufeshue called out loudly. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Pausing in his actions, Bufeshue exhaled, saying, if I am not mistaken, this is your place for cultivating successors, correct? Seeing Yi Suifeng's silence as acknowledgement, he continued, your methods are truly awe-inspiring, leaving the younger generation in admiration. Yi Suifeng replied coolly, skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Bufeshue cleared his throat. Senior, I simply wish to inquire when I might be allowed to return, having been inexplicably brought to this place to accompany a foolish young lad in his training. It was a blow to his pride to say he wasn't irritated, yet throughout the month he had awakened each time, seeking a way to live, only to discover he had found nothing. Gradually, Bufeshue came to understand that the creator of this arena possessed extraordinary powers that far surpassed his imagination. If he wished to live, it could only depend on him. There was no turning back. However, Yi Suifeng provided an answer that he found utterly unacceptable. Bufeshue's expression darkened. Senior, is this truly necessary? Is it not somewhat excessive to imprison another at your whim? Are you not afraid of the consequences that may arise? Yi Suifeng chuckled lightly. Oh, so you are familiar with the concept of cause and effect. Of course, Bufeshue retorted with a cold snort. I once read an ancient text that stated those of great fortune are intricately tied to profound causes and effects. Should one forcibly interfere, even the mightiest may not escape unscathed. Moreover, I must inform you that I am not without support behind me. He threatened in a chilling tone, yet he was not wrong. The higher one's cultivation, the more entangled their fate becomes. Between these causes and effects lies great terror. Thus, those powerful enough to wield dominion over the heavens often remain in the shadows, manipulating pawns to orchestrate their grand designs. Bufeshue indeed possessed considerable knowledge, but this time he had miscalculated. Yi Suifeng spoke slowly. I care not who stands behind you. My refusal to let you return does not invoke any cause and effect. It is by releasing you that I would attract it. Since you claim to comprehend the path of cause and effect, you should understand the meaning of my words. Bufeshue furrowed his brow. While Yi Long beside him was left in a state of bewilderment, suddenly, Bufeshue's expression changed dramatically, and he stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. He pointed at Yi Suifeng, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed, you have already perished. I merely extracted your memories and cultivation and reshaped another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you step outside, chaos will ensue. Do you understand? The one behind you has already forsaken you. Panic washed over Bufeshue's features. He simply could not fathom that he had already met his demise. Yi Suifeng observed him quietly. In truth, these words should not have been spoken to Bufeshue. They bore little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, uttering them posed no great issue. He could simply erase this segment of memory. Yi Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, came a hoarse voice, could you do me a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I will do my utmost to assist your successor in becoming a true paragon of the world. Bufeshue fixed his gaze and spoke, after a moment of silence. Yi Suifeng nodded. Speak. He was curious to see what a deceased individual longed to achieve most. Bufeshua lifted his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia, murmuring, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. Is that permissible? Yi Suifeng and Yilong were taken aback, not expecting Bufeshua to make such a request. I thought your wish would be related to Shui Yena, Yi Suifeng remarked. Shui Yena is merely a woman. She is not worthy of such lingering affection, Bufeshua replied, but you once slaughtered an ancient sect in a fit of rage for her, Yilong exclaimed. The Chongshao sect, Bufeshua chuckled softly. If they killed my woman, do you expect me to spare them? Yilong's face was one of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There was no gallant spirit or heart-wrenching love story. The downfall of the Chongshao sect was simply a consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I grant you your wish, Yi Suifeng declared. This matter is but a trifling task. Primarily, he found Bufeshua to be quite intriguing. Thank you, Senior. Bufeshua bowed deeply. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, plunging him into a deep slumber. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, vanishing alongside Yilong on their return journey. Yi Suifeng noticed that Yilong appeared taciturn and inquired with a smile, what is it? Has the image of your idol crumbled, leaving you somewhat unsettled? Yilong scratched his head. It is a bit surprising, but I cannot say it is something I cannot accept. I only care about his strength. About whether I can defeat him, Yi Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Bufeshua possess unwavering resolve and a life of brilliance. If he could remain by your side, it would greatly benefit your future path. Yilong murmured in acknowledgement. Suddenly, he raised his head, shock evident in his gaze. Uncle, do you mean? Yi Suifeng offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Was it not simply a matter of resurrecting the deceased? Was it not the work of the hidden hand? Was it not the path of cause and effect? As long as he wished to act, no one could stand in his way. Chapter 44. The 5 members of the Yi family, Yi Huang and Yilong, were personally escorted back by Yi Suifeng. Yi Qinyao need not venture out, as she was within the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Yi Suifeng took out the red dust mirror and gently tapped its surface. A flash of light illuminated the area, and Yi Qinyao's figure gradually materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as though she had yet to fully return from her trials. It took a considerable time for her to regain clarity. Uncle, Yi Qinyao spoke softly. How did it go? Have you found your direction? Yi Suifeng inquired. While Yi Qinyao remained silent, simply nodding gently. She stood there, serene as a celestial being. Her bright eyes were extraordinarily clear yet unfathomably deep, like an ancient well, tranquil and undisturbed. Clearly, she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I may need to further my studies in that place, Yi Qinyao stated, being the first to proactively express a desire to continue her cultivation. Is your direction still unclear? Yi Suifeng asked with keen interest. No, Yi Qinyao replied, in the first layer of time I already understood the path that lies ahead. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time. Oh, Yi Suifeng was taken aback. The red dust realm consists of 3 layers of time. In the first layer, 1 day equals 1 year. Why Yi Suifeng's original intention was for her to undergo a month of trials in the first layer, equating to 30 full years, ample time to discover her direction. Yet he had not anticipated that Yi Qinyao sought more than that. In the second layer of time, 1 day equals 10 years. Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my red dust melody. As she spoke, Yi Qinyao extended her delicate fingers. A phantom of an ancient zither gradually coalesced before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an enchanting melody instantly filled the entire courtyard. The willow trees overhead began to sway gently, responding to the music. Even a leaf drifting down to land upon Yi Qinyao's shoulder, the once yellow leaf, under the influence of the melody, began to regain its verdant hue, ultimately bursting forth with vitality. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yi Qinyao, her cultivation soaring violently, instantly breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer, it was only upon reaching the 12th layer of Qi transformation that it gradually subsided, retreating into stillness. Observing this spectacle, Yi Suifeng smiled and nodded. He did not inquire what direction Yi Qinyao had found. That was inherently an elusive concept. Discovering one's true heart was of utmost importance. The red dust mirror possesses many functions. Ponder its significance after your return. Yi Suifeng gifted the red dust mirror to Yi Qinyao as it was originally intended for her. I must remind you, do not hastily enter the third layer of time unless you are fully prepared. A moment's carelessness may lead to becoming lost within. Yi Qinyao nodded. Rest assured, uncle, I am aware. Then that is sufficient. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, returned to reflect and prepare well for the battle in 3 days. After dismissing her, Yi Suifeng contemplated briefly before vanishing from sight. He then found himself in a realm of grey, a dreamlike void. He wondered how the young girl, Yi Xiaoxiao, was faring in this place. Yi Suifeng mused, noticing that Yi Xiaoxiao's figure was nowhere to be seen, only countless grey worms squirmed endlessly around him. Suddenly, a blue light ring appeared behind Yi Suifeng. A delicate hand, wielding a colorful dagger, emerged from within the light and aimed at his back. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the colorful dagger shattered upon contact with Yi Suifeng's body. The little hand seemed startled and quickly withdrew, causing the blue light ring to shrink and disappear. However, at that moment another light ring appeared above Yi Suifeng's head. A brick painted with a pig's head came hurtling toward him with great force. Yi Suifeng shook his head, caught the little hand, then tossed aside the brick, saying, "Enough, let us cease this play." "Humph," came a petulant voice as the blue light ring expanded, gradually enveloping Yi Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed completely. Here was a wondrous world. The flowers and grass on the ground resembled candies, and the nearby stream exuded the rich aroma of fruit juice. Before him stood a small house made entirely of pastries. Beneath a colossal gardenia, Yi Xiaoxiao swung languidly on a swing, surrounded by plump, white rabbits hopping playfully about, adorably comical, and in Yi Suifeng's grasp was an exceedingly ridiculous-looking monkey. Yi Suifeng carelessly tossed aside the monkey and approached Yi Xiaoxiao with a smile, saying, "Very well, it seems you have learned how to play the dream void realm, a space straddling the line between illusion and reality. In this realm one can create anything their heart desires." Evidently Yi Xiaoxiao has grasped the basics. "Humph, what a deceitful little rascal." However, in the face of Yi Suifeng's praise, Yi Xiaoxiao clearly did not appreciate it, indignantly turning her head away. Yi Suifeng looked at her with amusement. After spending a month here, Yi Xiaoxiao had indeed undergone a transformation. Her twin pigtails had evolved into a lush cascade of bluish-purple hair, nearly as long as her petite frame, slightly curled and swaying rhythmically with the swing. A hint of gem-like blue graced her lips, giving her an alluringly mischievous appearance. "All right, once we step outside, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money." Yi Suifeng chuckled. This little girl was surely still thinking about spirit stones. Yet, having made a promise, he would not go back on his word. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao tumbled off the swing, looking up at Yi Suifeng with wide eyes. "How much?" 100 million. Yi Xiaoxiao sprang up with enthusiasm, throwing her arms around Yi Suifeng. "Uncle, you're so handsome. I adore you." Yi Suifeng, devoid of sentiment, pushed her away. "Enough of that. Just a moment ago, you were planning to hit me with a brick." "I was just teasing you. That was made of candy." Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. "Enough." Yi Suifeng rolled his eyes. "The Battle of Yunshao City is about to commence. Muster your energy, for I have rewards to offer. No problem. As soon as I return, I'll stealthily raid the Li family's treasury and see what they have to fight with, and that insufferable Tang Yingying from the Tang family. If I encounter her, I'll strip her of her pants and see how arrogant she remains." Yi Xiaoxiao excitedly rattled off her grand plans. Yi Suifeng, with a hand to his forehead, suddenly regretted allowing her into the dream void realm. He had unwittingly nurtured a little demon. After returning home, Yi Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian resembled a true scholar. Of course, the mountain and sea chart that Yi Suifeng had personally penned had brought about a qualitative change in Yi Qian's abilities. His cultivation had already advanced to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang was at the 7th layer of Qi transformation, Yi Long at the 8th. Yi Qinyao had achieved the 12th layer of Qi transformation, and Yi Shaoshao was also at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A storm was imminent. Chapter 45, The Dreamy Gathering. The Dreamy Garden is a vast amusement park constructed by the Dreamy Pavilion, strategically located at the heart of Yunshao City. On ordinary days, the individuals who frequent the Dreamy Garden are all of notable status and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a larger crowd, for instance, during the biennial Battle of Yunshao City. Countless young talents are granted entry into the Dreamy Garden 3 days prior to the competition. Over time, this has evolved into a tradition known as the Dreamy Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Dreamy Gathering. A multitude of young cultivators flocked in, eager to catch a glimpse of the co-descendants of the 3 prominent families who are seldom seen in daily life. Naturally, establishing a connection with them would be most advantageous. Yet, the organizers had anticipated this scenario well in advance. To ensure that their esteemed guests were not disturbed, they divided the Dreamy Garden into 2 zones. The outer layer was designated for ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer was reserved for those of higher birth or with some degree of renown, including exceptional talents arriving from other locations. Among them were a dark-skinned youth from Haishi City and an arrogant maiden from Huanya City, both making their presence felt. Accompanied by friends and attendants, they each occupied a pavilion, indulging in leisurely conversations. Suddenly, a voice rang out in surprise, "The Li family has arrived." Everyone turned to see several young cultivators ambling in. Leading the group was a striking figure exuding an air of confidence. He was Li Qi. Accompanying him were Li Ren, Li Ming, and Li Xueping. All 4 of the Li family's combatants were present, save for Li Shanga. Some recognized them. Just days prior, the 3 prominent families had announced their respective combatants, a customary practice aimed at generating excitement and showcasing their family's influence. The 15 participants had long been familiar to the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the Li family strolled to their reserved pavilion. Good heavens, Li Qi's aura is overwhelming. He must have received some fortuitous encounter, someone exclaimed loudly. The youth from Haishi City nodded gravely, sensing a significant pressure emanating from Li Qi. However, the young maiden from Huanya City merely cast a dismissive glance before turning her head with a scoff. "Not impressive at all," she stated unapologetically. Some cultivators from Yunshao City felt incensed but were unable to refute her. After all, Huanya City was indeed superior to Yunshao City. "Look, the Tang family has arrived, that's Tang Shaoqing." Moments later, another voice shouted, seemingly directed at the maiden from Huanya City, yet it did capture her attention. The Tang family had all 5 combatants present. Leading them was a round-faced youth, shorter in stature, wielding a folding fan and donning a warm smile. The other 4 were Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, then Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females in total. "Our Tang Shaoqing is a prodigy at the 10th layer of Qi transformation," someone purposely remarked toward the maiden from Huanya City. "Just average," she retorted unimpressed, yet such cultivation still failed to sway her. No one expected that after settling in, Tang Shaoqing would approach the young maiden directly. The young men beside her quickly stepped forward to block his path. "Don't misunderstand, I merely wish to exchange pleasantries," Tang Shaoqing said, unfazed, with a light chuckle. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nye family from Huanya City, Nye Shaoyin." "Right, you know me." Nye Shaoyin raised an eyebrow. "Only by hearsay," Tang Shaoqing replied. "Half a year ago, I had the fortune to encounter your sister, Nye Fangfei, and have since been anticipating another opportunity to meet." Upon hearing this, Nye Xiaowen narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to pursue my sister? No, I merely, don't be ridiculous, Nye Xiaowen sneered. Do you have any idea how many people in Hongye City are queuing up to pursue her? Among them are exceptional geniuses who broke through to foundation establishment before 18. What do you think you are? Faced with Nye Xiaowen's blatant mockery, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth but ultimately just shook his head with a smile. We are merely friends. When you return, you can remind her that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing cupped his hands and took his leave. Nye Xiaowen huffed, her expression radiating pride. This scene further infuriated the cultivators of Yunshao City. Was it possible that even Tang Xiaoqing could not earn the regard of this little girl from Huangye City? Then who could? Where are the Yi family members? Why haven't they arrived yet? What good would it do if they did? Even the Li and Tang families are inadequate. Can the Yi family truly reclaim their dignity? Indeed, perhaps the rumors were true. The Yi family intends to forfeit this battle of Yunshao City. The crowd debated passionately. Just then a group slowly made their entrance. They have arrived, but why are there only two of them? Yi Huang and Yi Long led the way, followed by a throng of their loyal followers. The group casually found a pavilion and settled down. The others whispered among themselves. This was the dreamy gathering, a moment for each family to showcase their influence. Why had the Yi family sent only 2 representatives? Where is Qinyao? I came here specifically for her. Alas, I had hoped the Yi family would help us regain some pride, but this is utterly disappointing. Nye Xiaowen wore a look of dismay. She had come to see the 3 young women of the Yi family, hoping to gauge their suitability as her attendants. Instead, only one had shown up, and apart from her looks, there was nothing particularly impressive about her. Utterly disheartened, the reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head, saying, Qinyao is wise. She wisely avoided such scenes. It feels like we've become rare exotic beasts on display. Yi Long chuckled. You'll get used to it. People like us often encounter such situations. The title of young prodigy is both an honor and a shackle. Yi Huang nodded, having experienced this feeling herself as Tianluan Palace gained notoriety, yet she still wasn't quite accustomed to it. Qinyao's transformation is remarkable. She seems to have suddenly become like an older sister. Yi Huang remarked. Is she planning to steal your sword? Yi Long laughed. I encountered her too. She attempted to pilfer the long spear that uncle just gifted me, but I caught her in the act. After a month of specialized training, everyone had changed significantly. As for you, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Yi Huang smiled. The feeling is mutual, Yi Long replied. The two shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups. Suddenly, Yi Long was astonished to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. Within the Yi family, especially among the co-disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and debauchery. Cousin Yu, it was a gift from my father, Yi Huang said, taking a delicate sip, savoring the flavor. He said, I've grown up. I envy you, Yi Long exclaimed, looking at his cup of tea, which suddenly lost its appeal. Just then an exquisite wine flask was pushed toward him. Father remarked, we have all grown up. Yi Huang responded with a smile. Yi Long, understanding his cousin's sentiment, chuckled softly, pouring out the tea and filling his cup with wine, clinking it again with Yi Huang's. The exquisite wine flowed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. This is truly a top-tier spiritual liquor. Yi Long felt a jolt of realization within, but it quickly faded. After all, how could a gift from his uncle be anything ordinary? By the way, a brother Long, Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink, what exactly is this drunken dream gathering for? Are we merely to sit here idly? Yi Long let out a burp, reluctantly setting down his wine cup. Certainly not. Each drunken dream gathering is essentially a demonstration of the influence exerted by various families. How is this influence showcased? It varies each time, Yi Long mused. Sometimes it's a contest of wealth. Other times it's about treasures, or perhaps the abilities of one's followers. We shall see how it unfolds. Yi Huang pouted slightly. How utterly dull. It sounds like a child's game. Yi Long laughed. Who could argue otherwise? Yet this is what everyone relishes, there is no helping it. We merely await the proceedings. At that moment, a young cultivator approached the pavilion of the Yi family. Feng Ji dutifully obstructed his path. What business do you have? Feng Ji inquired. However, the young man, with an air of arrogance, disregarded Feng Ji entirely, gazing upward, and declared, "You must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My lady requests your presence." Yi Long furrowed his brow and replied, "May I ask about your family?" But before he could finish, a loud bang echoed as Yi Huang slammed her palm on the table, without turning around. Her voice was icy. "This is Yunshao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person." Chapter 46. I am arrogant in the drunken dream garden. When one of Nie Xiaoyin's followers approached the Yi family, nearly all eyes turned towards him. They were unaware of Nie Xiaoyin's intentions, nor how the Yi family would respond when the follower invited Yi Huang over. Everyone's hearts raced. Would it end in humiliation for this proud young lady? Akin to the previous encounters with the Li and Tang families, yet Yi Huang's reaction defied all expectations. "This is Yunshao City. If she wishes to see me, she must come herself." How utterly domineering. The cultivators of Yunshao City felt a rush of fervor surge within them. This was the voice of our city's elite, yet some grew increasingly concerned. If they angered Nie Xiaoyin, trouble would surely follow. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding situation. After Yi Huang's refusal, the young follower stood momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend. "What did you say?" he stuttered in disbelief. Since entering Yunshao City, they had faced no opposition. No one dared challenge their authority, yet now they were publicly disregarded. "Was my statement unclear?" Yi Huang replied nonchalantly, still not sparing him a glance. Clang! Feng Ji stepped forward, drawing his sword slightly, a powerful aura erupting forth. Under Yi Suifeng's guidance, the cultivation level of the four protectors had reached the 6th level of the Donfu realm, equivalent to the 9th level of the transformation stage, but they needed to be even stronger. Nie Xiaoyin's follower had only just entered the transformation stage. He could not withstand such pressure. Instantly, he staggered back several steps. "Impressive. Haha, it seems he has met his match. Let us see how he maintains his arrogance." The crowd erupted in applause. The young cultivator's face was a tumult of colors, his embarrassment palpable. "I hope you understand, my lady is the princess of the Nie family from Huangye City." He attempted to leverage Nie Xiaoyin's name to intimidate Yi Huang. At that moment, Yi Huang finally turned, her gaze sweeping over him. He puffed out his chest, prideful, believing that the name Nie Xiaoyin would once again hold sway. "I too hope your lady understands that this is not Huangye City. And her status here is worthless," Yi Huang retorted before turning her back, returning to her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. "I hope you won't regret this," he spat out before storming away. Yi Long observed Yi Huang's calm demeanor with a complex expression. "Cousin, are we not being a tad arrogant?" Yi Huang chuckled lightly. While Yi Long nodded, aware of his cousin's reputation, having witnessed many similar scenarios. Typically, in such situations, there is an unspoken understanding. Even if enmity exists, both parties maintain decorum. While Yi Huang's blatant disregard was a rare occurrence. He assumed Yi Huang lacked experience. The Nie family from Huangye City he had was an immensely powerful clan. There was no need to make enemies over trivial matters, he explained. However, Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. "Cousin, the times have changed. Have you not noticed the recent shifts in our family's activities? Father's intent is to enhance our strength and expand our influence and territory to the fullest extent. In such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient?" Yi Long fell silent, recognizing the rapid changes within their family that were difficult to grasp. Yet he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable adversary. While Yi Huang sighed softly, "Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Yi family fears no one. Do you not believe him? Or do you merely wish to live safely without seeking revenge?" Yi Long paused, contemplating who would not want to seize opportunities for vengeance, yet reality often does not allow for such whims. One misstep could lead to ruin for oneself and one's kin, unless, of course, one possesses an unyielding and formidable backing. As Yi Long pondered, a spark of realization ignited within him. His uncle was precisely that. His power was incomprehensible. Even someone as strong as Bufeshua was merely a pawn in his hands. What was there to fear? A long-dormant spirit, that of a youth, began to rise within Yi Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for enlightening me, with a smile. He raised his cap to Yi Huang. Yi Huang replied, no matter who Nie Xiaowin is, we have no reason to fear, otherwise we would greatly disappoint father. The two drank the exquisite wine, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out nearby. What a worthless fool! Nie Xiaowin slapped her follower across the face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. My lady, that Yi Huang is utterly arrogant. I mentioned your name and she disregarded me completely. The young cultivator spoke with a trembling voice. Nie Xiaowin's eyes glinted with cold fury. Are you implying that my reputation is insufficient, leading to your mistreatment? The young cultivator shivered, hastily kneeling, repeatedly insisting, no, it is my incompetence. Nie Xiaowin snorted disdainfully and stepped down. Regarding her kneeling follower with disgust, she raised her hand, and two other followers helped him to his feet. Let us go. I want to see just how arrogant this small Yi family can be. With that, they headed toward the Yi family's direction. The crowd gathered, eager to witness the confrontation and the outcome of this encounter. Soon, Nie Xiaowin and her entourage arrived at the Yi family's vicinity. Catching the attention of Yi Huang and Yi Long, as they stood their ground, Nie Xiaowin suddenly struck her follower in the back with great force. The blow was heavy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Hey, Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve? Nie Xiaowin bellowed. The onlookers erupted in outrage. To frame someone so openly was beyond audacity. Having a powerful background is impressive, but this is infuriating. I've never witnessed such behavior, the crowd murmured, their anger palpable. They turned their gazes toward Yi Huang, wondering how she would respond to this blatant provocation. See, this is how the scions of powerful families behave. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long. Rising to her feet, she looked down upon the diminutive figure before her, just a mere second-level transformation cultivator, yet he commanded the respect of those with far greater prowess. Such privilege truly permits one to act with impunity. Is he your servant? Yi Huang inquired. Nie Xiaowin squinted at the composed Yi Huang and replied, indeed. So what will you do? Yi Huang chuckled softly. Since you acknowledge him as yours, very well. She slowly descended, saying, your man is arrogant and disrespectful, his every word and deed utterly repugnant, so much so that it has robbed all the cultivators of Yunshao City of their appetite. Therefore, since he is your servant, you shall compensate him for his misdeeds. 100,000 spirit stones, as a payment for emotional distress, otherwise you shall not live today. With that, Yi Huang waved her hand, and Feng Ji and the others surged forward. Surrounding Nie Xiaowin and her group, swords drawn and exuding a murderous intent, Yi Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This maneuver was a tactic of returning the favor in kind. You accuse me publicly, then I shall extort you publicly. I am unapologetically audacious. What can you do about it? Chapter 47, The distinction. Surrounded by a group of fierce and intimidating figures, Nie Xiaowin found herself momentarily at a loss. From childhood to adulthood, she has always had the power to declare anyone guilty at her whim. She had never encountered someone so audacious that they would immediately resort to extortion. This left her in a state of disbelief. Yi Huang, how dare you slander me? Nie Xiaowin shouted indignantly. Slander, how so? Yi Huang shrugged nonchalantly. I believe everyone present can attest to your reckless arrogance and your blatant disrespect towards the cultivators of Yunshao City. Would you not agree? Yi Huang surveyed the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, absolutely, it's utterly disgusting. Yes, we can all bear witness. They echoed her sentiments, enraged by Nie Xiaoyin's recent behavior, which had long been a source of simmering frustration waiting for an outlet. With Yi Huang standing boldly before them, they felt emboldened to chastise Nie Xiaoyin loudly. Yi Huang smiled faintly. You see, this is the voice of the people, therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot live. Listening to the clamor of the crowd, Nie Xiaoyin's face fluctuated between shades of anger and humiliation. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone so brazen. 100,000 spirit stones were not a significant sum for her. But to concede here would be an irreparable blow to her pride. Yi Huang, are you serious? Nie Xiaoyin said in a low voice. What do you think? Replied Yi Huang, drawing her sword and pointing it menacingly at Nie Xiaoyin. The blade gleamed ominously in her eyes. If you dare to harm me, I shall ensure that your Yi family is forever erased from this realm, Nie Xiaoyin declared loudly. Then let us see. Yi Huang retorted, her smile fading as she stepped closer to Nie Xiaoyin. With each step she took, the pressure emanating from her grew stronger, a palpable sword intent descending upon Nie Xiaoyin. In that instant, Nie Xiaoyin felt a chill run down her spine. This girl was truly prepared to fight. Panic surged within her as she produced a delicate jade talisman and crushed it forcefully. Elder Wu, come quickly, Nie Xiaoyin screamed. Meanwhile, in a luxurious chamber on the upper floor of the dreamy drunken pavilion, an elderly man with a benevolent expression savored his drink, enjoying the graceful dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, a flicker of cold light passed through his eyes. Who dares to harm my lady? He exclaimed, rising swiftly into the air. However, as he just exited his line of sight, he slowly descended again alongside him. Another figure landed, placing a seemingly weightless hand upon the elder's shoulder, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of dread. Let the children handle their own affairs, the newcomer stated, revealing himself to be Yi Suifeng. The elder's expression turned to one of horror. He could never have imagined such a formidable cultivator existed within the small Yunshao city. His own out-of-body realm strength felt utterly insignificant before this individual. They returned to the viewing platform, where Yi Suifeng casually picked up a spiritual fruit from the table, continuing to watch the dance below. Elder, the old man stammered, struggling to swallow. The young man before him, seemingly youthful, was beyond his comprehension. He could not discern his origins or affiliations. Those are the four renowned courtesans of the dreamy pavilion, performing simultaneously. You rarely get to see such a spectacle, so do enjoy. Yi Suifeng pointed out, indicating the enchanting dancers below. The elder was anxious. He had no mind for the artistry. Nie Xiaoyin had shattered her protective talisman, undoubtedly encountering a formidable adversary. If anything were to happen to her, he would also face dire consequences. Elder, I must intervene. I am her protector, he finally insisted, steeling himself. Yi Suifeng glanced at him, smiling lightly. I advise against it. The presence behind that person is elegant, dignified, and unfathomable at times. They can be quite temperamental. Should you approach, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, it would be wise for you to remain here and enjoy the dance. The elder looked at Yi Suifeng with skepticism. Are you certain you are not speaking of yourself? Yet, regardless of his doubts, he was indeed too fearful to act. What if the young man truly was prone to fits of rage? On the other side, after shattering her protective talisman, Nie Xiaoyin awaited the arrival of her protector. However, time dragged on without any sign of him. As Yi Huang approached her with measured steps, her aura peaked, suffocating Nie Xiaoyin's breath. That girl exuded murderous intent. In that moment, Nie Xiaoyin genuinely felt fear, trembling uncontrollably. When Yi Huang was just 3 steps away, Nie Xiaoyin finally broke, collapsing to the ground. Wow, you're bullying me, she cried openly. Yi Huang was taken aback, her hand instinctively touching her nose in awkwardness. What happened to your earlier bravado? If I were to strike you now, would it not seem like I was picking on a young girl? But I am merely 15 myself, she mused, shaking her head and sheathing her sword. This Nie Xiaoyin was simply a spoiled child at heart. I will not bully you. Produce 100,000 spirit stones. And you may live. Through her sobs, Nia Shawin fumbled for a storage pouch and handed it over. This is all my pocket money. Ye Huang inspected it, discovering it contained over 100,000 spirit stones. Truly a wealthy family indeed. It was no wonder she behaved so recklessly. Unbeknownst to her, somewhere far away, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times. Ye Huang took out 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remainder. Very well, since you have compensated me for my emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. Now, be off. Keeping her head down, Nia Shawin rose from the ground, daring not to say another word. She turned and squeezed through the crowd, disappearing from sight. Her followers, equally embarrassed, quickly followed suit. Haha, what a relief. Now hurry back to Hongya City. Yunshao City is no place for your arrogance. Is this truly the pride of the Yi family? Remarkable indeed. The surrounding cultivators erupted in cheers. Many praised Yi Huang, acknowledging her resilience in the face of humiliation from the Li and Tang families, as she valiantly restored Yunshao City's reputation with her decisive actions. This was the true young hero in their eyes. Compliments filled the air continuously. Seeing this, Yi Huang waved her hand, declaring, "These 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you, therefore, all expenses incurred today will be charged to me." Yi Huang. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, expressing their admiration for the Yi family's co-disciple. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared dismal, with only a few familiar faces remaining in their circle. After concluding these matters, Yi Huang returned to her seat in the pavilion, observing the lively atmosphere around her. He long chuckled. It appears that this year's dreamy gathering will conclude ahead of schedule. How so? Yi Long gestured towards the surrounding cultivators. Did I not mention that the dreamy gathering is a contest of family influence? The victor is already clear. I must say your handling of the situation was truly magnificent. You're too kind, cousin. I merely relied on my father. Fundamentally, I am not much different from that Nia Shawin, Yi Huang replied, shaking her head. Nay. Yi Long pointed towards a wounded follower of Nia Shawin, then glanced at those standing beside Yi Huang. This is where you differ. Chapter 48. He is so handsome. In the dreamy pavilion, as one performance concluded, the hall erupted in applause. Yi Suifeng joined in the clapping. The dance of this world was indeed a marvel to behold. Several naturally beautiful maidens moved with grace, captivating every onlooker with their every gesture and expression, effortless yet mesmerizing, subtle yet deeply enchanting. See, I told you their dance was remarkable, Yi Suifeng remarked. The elder beside him hurriedly agreed. Though he was already drenched in sweat, restless and unable to appreciate the beauty around him. Boring fellow, Yi Suifeng muttered, shaking his head. All right, you may take your leave now. The elder, as if granted a great reprieve, fled the dreamy pavilion, soaring toward Nia Shawin's location. Yi Suifeng shifted into a more comfortable position, continuing to enjoy the next dance. With him present, none could harm his daughter in the dreamy garden, due to Nia Shawin's presence. This year's gathering had transformed into a showcase for the Yi family. The vast majority of Yunshao City's cultivators rallied behind them, indicating goodwill and optimism for the Yi family's future prospects. Meanwhile, the other two families languished in isolation, their gatherings reduced to mere self-indulgence, devoid of any interaction. As the day drew to a close, a minor incident unfolded. Tang Yingying of the Tang family, 18 and possessing an alluring figure, was known for her bold attire, often wearing garments crafted from minimal fabric. Today, however, a commotion erupted among the cultivators, who gasped and pointed in astonishment. Some daring souls even whistled. Tang Yingying looked down to discover that her delicate undergarment had inexplicably vanished, nearly exposing her entirely. Shocked and humiliated, she seethed with anger, vowing to catch the pervert who had stolen her clothing. After a thorough search, however, she found nothing. As the evening approached and everyone prepared to leave, Li Qi stood up, only for a colorful piece of lingerie to tumble from his embrace. It was indeed that particular garment belonging to Tang Yingying. At this moment the thief was uncovered. Tang Yingying's fury erupted instantaneously. And she was ready to confront Li Qi with all her might, nearly staging a prelude to the Battle of Yunshao City had it not been for Tang Shaoqing's timely intervention. Li Qi, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, desperately attempting to prove his innocence. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Yi family, a girl with long crimson-purple hair was laughing heartily. "You vanish all day, and this is what you're up to?" Yi Huang remarked, speechless. "Indeed, how amusing," Yi Xiaoxiao said, blowing a large bubble with the candy in her mouth, unabashedly admitting her actions, her gaze wandering indiscreetly towards Yi Huang's budding bosom. "You might want to try." Yi Huang replied, her expression darkening. Pop, the bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. "No, no, we are united as one, standing together against the world." Beside them, Yi Long unconsciously tightened his belt. This cousin of his had become astonishingly eerie. Her skills were so elusive that one could only wonder what her uncle had taught her. After the first day, the dream-drunken assembly had essentially come to an end. The co-disciples of the three great families had not returned. Only the other practitioners gathered to discuss the events of the first day and the impending Battle of Yunshao City. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, the Battle of Yunshao City finally commenced. The city was teeming with practitioners, as numerous cultivators from nearby towns flocked in, eager to witness a contest of talents from great families. "Does it have to be this way?" Yi Suifeng pondered. Gazing at the pile of luxurious garments before him with a headache, Suiyun and Yi Huang stood beside him. "Brother, this is a grand event, everyone is watching, you must endure," Suiyun urged. "In the Battle of Yunshao City, the patriarchs of the three families will all be present." Yi Suifeng had always favored simple attire, and if he were to show up in his usual garb, he would undoubtedly attract pointed stares. While some might consider him unconcerned with detail, most would judge a person based on their appearance. Fine. Yi Suifeng ultimately decided to conform to local customs. It wasn't a significant matter. There was no need to present himself in a disheveled manner or play the role of the underestimated. Moments later, Yi Suifeng emerged clad in his new attire. Yi Huang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Typically, Yi Suifeng embodied a casual demeanor, with nothing remarkable about him aside from his good looks. However, after carefully coordinating his outfit, he appeared as though he had transformed entirely, with his youthful vigor increasingly evident. Any claims of being the most handsome man in Yunshao City were now rendered moot. "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll march over bare-chested, gnawing on corn," Yi Suifeng said darkly. The crowd quickly averted their gazes, aware that their ancestor could very well act on his words. The thought of such a spectacle was too daunting to contemplate. As the sun reached its zenith, 5 magnificently adorned carriages set out slowly. The venue for the Battle of Yunshao City was the Tenyun Arena. Centrally located within the city, a mere 10-minute walk from the Yi family residence, taking a carriage was purely for show. Upon their arrival at the arena, the audience above was already packed to the brim. Their entrance immediately captured the attention of all. As was customary, the Yi family always arrived first. The Yi family is the weakest, they must wait for the other two families, or it would surely displease them. "And they would be dealt a severe blow," remarked a long-faced elder, stroking his beard. "Shut your mouth, who are you calling weak? Say that again." Suddenly, several sharp voices rebuked him from the surrounding area. The long-faced elder was taken aback. Glancing around, he saw numerous young practitioners rising, their eyes filled with rage, seemingly ready to charge at him. Startled, he wondered what was happening. Wasn't it customary to mock the Yi family each year? Why had today turned into a volatile situation? Recognizing the ire of the crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly clasping his hands in apology, too frightened to speak further. "Look, that is the new head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng," someone shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. All eyes turned to a young practitioner who was leisurely ascending the steps towards the arena's podium. He moved with an effortless grace, as if descending from a celestial realm. He is so handsome. Is this really the head of the Yi family? He seems far too young. I declare that I, from the village of Haitugua in Chitong town of Yunshao City, shall relinquish the title of the most handsome. In a corner of the audience, several young men clad in simple blue robes marveled at the bustling arena. "Indeed, this is a world that values appearances," one remarked. "You can't deny it. Yi Sui-fong does possess a certain charm and an exceptional demeanor. We should keep an eye on their talents. Perhaps we could recruit one or two for our academy. I doubt it. The chances of true geniuses emerging from this place are minuscule. We mustn't overlook anyone, lest we bring back a laughingstock. Fear not, with Senior Zhongdong here, we will certainly not miss anyone." Standing before them was a young man in deep blue robes, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage. At the highest tier of the Tengyun Arena, there was a lofty viewing platform offering a panoramic view, the ideal location for observing the battles. 3 plush chairs were arranged side by side, with a table beside them already laden with fruits and fragrant tea. This was the designated area for the 3 family heads. Yi Sui-fong frowned slightly. He did not wish to be so close to those two. With a gentle flick, the chairs adjacent to him slid several meters away. He then settled comfortably into the central seat. As for whether the other 2 family heads would have any objections, he thought, what do I care? As midday approached, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally entered the arena. Their display was far grander than that of the Yi family, complete with a ceremonial procession and an array of extravagant embellishments. Amid the clamor of the crowd moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu strode in together. Upon noticing Yi Sui-fong seated in the center, they paused momentarily. Tang Zheng's displeasure was evident, for that position had always been his. However, with so many people present today, they naturally would not let such a trivial matter spark a public dispute and become a source of ridicule. Li Liusu greeted Yi Sui-fong with a smile, allowing Tang Zheng to select his position first before taking her seat. With the resounding sound of a grand bell, the Battle of Yunshao City officially commenced. Such an event, of course, warranted an opening ceremony. This was also an excellent opportunity for certain individuals to make a name for themselves. Notable powers within Yunshao City, such as the Dream Drunken Pavilion, Huanbao Pavilion, and Honey Fragrance Garden, all presented their unique performances. Yi Sui-fong was somewhat taken aback to discover that Gu Wanxin was the host for this edition of the Battle of Yunshao City, faced with an audience of over 10,000. She remained unfazed, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, her exquisite beauty and graceful figure igniting tremendous enthusiasm among the spectators. After the opening ceremony concluded, the focus shifted to the main event. Gu Wanxin began to announce the rules of the Battle of Yunshao City. The rules were meticulously detailed, almost entirely ensuring fairness, with the final rankings determining the family standings. However, Yi Sui-fong found it tedious. The scions of the other 2 families were no longer a match for Yi Huang and her companions. After reading through the rules, Gu Wanxin raised her voice passionately, declaring, "Now, let us welcome the contestant from the Yi family, Yi Huang." With the most thunderous applause, the audience erupted in applause, a tidal wave of cheers. A figure clad in a purple robe gracefully ascended the arena, youthful yet composed in the face of countless gazes. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We met at the Dream Drunken Pavilion. Go for it, crush them." The crowd's enthusiasm surged. Following the events at the Dream Drunken Assembly, Yi Huang's name had become the most fervently celebrated among all participants. Yi Huang smiled gently, raising her right hand. The arena swiftly fell silent, all eyes fixed upon her gesture. Then, with a sudden clench of her fist, a surge of battle spirit erupted forth. The spectators around her erupted in fervor, their calls for Yi Huang nearly scattering the clouds above. "Haha, a little brother Yi, your daughter is quite imposing," Li Liusu remarked with a grin that barely concealed his amusement. The scene had even startled him. He had never witnessed a young person exude such a powerful aura and charisma. "Indeed, I find it quite gratifying," Yi Sui-fong replied cheerfully. Li Liusu's facial muscles twitched. According to custom, wasn't he supposed to feign modesty? Why was he admitting it so readily? How uncharacteristic of you. Overconfidence can lead to downfall. Interjected Tang Zheng. Indeed, but I remain unconcerned. Yi Suifeng shrugged nonchalantly. The two families shared a moment of mutual dissatisfaction, lapsing into silence. Uncle Wen, that is Yi Huang, a dark-skinned youth remarked to the middle-aged man beside him in the audience. Indeed, she is remarkable. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. She is, without a doubt, the most captivating woman I have encountered. The dark-skinned youth gazed at Yi Huang in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with infatuation. Haha, Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses, the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng's face flashed with embarrassment, but he quickly adopted a melancholic expression. But she is truly exceptional, Uncle Wen. I am not worthy of her. What are you worried about? The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. You are the son of the Lord of Haishi City, and you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation after only 3 years of cultivation. Regarding talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. However, Mi Feng still wished to say something, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Enough, this grand assembly has concluded. I shall seek out the head of the Yi family for a discussion, he declared. Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure on the stage, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor of the arena persisted for quite some time. Once it began to subside, Gu Wanxin, with a smile on her face, continued. Next it shall be the Li family, who ranked second last time, to determine who will challenge Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat. No need for that, Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She glanced towards the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. I choose to challenge Li Qi. Below, Li Qi was momentarily stunned. They had initially planned to send forth the weakest Li Xueping to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities. Little did they expect Yi Huang to take the initiative to challenge. Gu Wanxin also expressed mild surprise, saying, Are you certain? According to the rules, if one initiates a challenge regardless of the outcome, they must proceed to the next battle. It matters not, Yi Huang replied, her face adorned with a confident smile. Today, I aim to demonstrate to you that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. The tumultuous noise erupted once more. Opting for a series of consecutive battles requires more than mere courage. This is a fight that pertains to the future development of one's family over the next 2 years, or one cannot be too cautious. Observing Yi Huang's resolute expression, Gu Wanxin sighed softly. Very well then, let us welcome the pride of the Li family, Li Qi. Li Qi's expression shifted. Just days prior, although he had only caught a distant glimpse of Yi Huang in Zui Meng Yuan, he could sense that she was indeed extraordinary, leaving him baffled. However, recalling his own progress over the past few days, he tightened his grip on the sword and stepped onto the stage. Li Qi, brother, do your best and defeat this arrogant individual, Li Qing'a shouted. Recalling her previous misfortune against Yi Huang at Qinggu Gaoling, she had vowed to let Li Qi deal with Yi Huang. And today her wish was finally fulfilled. She held unwavering confidence in Li Qi. Feeling the encouragement from behind, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced. Let the battle commence. The first match of the Yunshao City battle commenced. Yi Huang and Li Qi stood facing each other, their auras rapidly escalating amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Yi Huang eventually stabilized at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi soared above the rumored realms, ascending straight to the 10th level of Qi transformation. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Qi is indeed concealing his true cultivation. This is bad. The Phoenix Fairy is in trouble. Concern for Yi Huang swept through the spectators. Yet, standing opposite Li Qi, Yi Huang remained as composed as ever. You've offended me, Li Qi declared, drawing his sword with a swift motion. His body flickered across the stage, creating numerous afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. This was the flickering shadow step, a mid-tier technique of the Xian level. Li Qi had employed such a formidable tactic right from the start. Recognizing the technique, several spectators gasped amidst the astonished gazes. Multiple Li Qi figures simultaneously drew their swords, attacking Yi Huang from all directions, seemingly aiming to secure victory with a very fast strike. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Li Qi's numerous afterimages gradually dissipated. Leaving only his true form. However, his assault was firmly parried by Yi Huang, who had yet to draw her sword. How ostentatious, Yi Huang remarked coldly with a smile. It is not over yet, Li Qi bellowed. And suddenly, the long sword in his hand erupted with intense flames, summoning 3 fire dragons that roared towards Yi Huang. This scene reminded Yi Huang of her training in the 9 heavens. The violet heavenly light appeared gentle, yet each inch was composed of countless tiny divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine entities, were akin to the disparity between a flea and a quanpang. She slowly extended her palm. Boom! A tremendous shockwave reverberated through the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly, yet in Yi Huang's palm, a thin veil of light mist emerged, blocking all flames with unwavering steadiness. The searing flames swiftly engulfed half of the stage where Li Qi stood. He hurriedly retreated, but the flames quickly dissipated, leaving several large holes burned into his clothing and dark marks upon his handsome face. Li Qi's expression turned ashen, his eyes reflecting fear. How can this person be so formidable? It seems you have yet to fully master this sword, Yi Huang remarked nonchalantly. The fire dragons had indeed erupted from Li Qi's sword. Showcasing the weapon's inherent capabilities, this spiritual sword was at least of high-grade Shen level. Yi Huang glanced at her own sword, which was originally of the highest grade Shen level. However, some time ago, Yi Sui Feng had casually refined it, then now it had transformed into a true treasure of heavenly quality. Why, Yi Huang, do not get too complacent, Li Qi retorted angrily, wiping the soot from his face. Though being pushed back was bearable, he could not accept being lectured on his cultivation by someone younger than himself. Then, put in more effort, Yi Huang replied coolly. Li Qi's anger surged within him. This is your own doing. He gripped his long sword tightly and once more employed the flickering shadow step. This time, the stage was filled with even more afterimages, moving in unison and nearly indistinguishable. 10,000 sword forest, all of Li Qi's figures shouted simultaneously. In an instant, countless ominous sword lights surrounded Yi Huang, dense and overwhelming, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. This was yet another mid-tier sword technique of the Shen level. Combining the flickering shadow step with the 10,000 sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwining together. He was evidently well prepared. I cannot imagine how Yi Huang will withstand this attack. The audience's expressions were anxious, their concern for Yi Huang palpable, yet Yi Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only practiced in the 9 heavens for a mere month, she had been exposed to concepts of destruction at the heavenly level. The sword lights before her were truly trivial. With a single hand motion, Yi Huang wielded her sword sheath, deftly identifying all the real sword lights, parrying them one by one. Too weak, her father's words rang true. They were indeed far too weak. While deflecting Li Qi's attacks, Yi Huang continued. Li Qi, your anger only fuels your futility. Li Qi, burning with rage, unleashed all his strength in an attempt to breach Yi Huang's defenses. Yet it was all in vain. Enough, let us conclude this swiftly. Yi Huang declared, and for the first time she drew her long sword, executing a horizontal slash. In an instant the myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi's figure was sent flying like a kite with its string severed, blood spilling across the ground. Brother Li Qi, Li Qinga gasped in shock. Chia, on the stage, Li Lu Su finally lost the perpetual smile that had adorned his face. Yi Huang slowly returned her sword to its sheath. She had only drawn her sword once throughout this battle, and remarkably, she had not moved from her original position even a single step. Chapter 50, Let the Schemes Unfold. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat rendered the entire arena silent. Everyone knew that Yi Huang was formidable, yet Li Qi was also a prodigy, not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he possessed a high-grade Shen level technique, was practicing a high-grade Shen level sword technique, and his two skills could amplify each other, all while wielding a high-grade Shen level spiritual sword in Yunshao City. This was considered the pinnacle of excellence. Aside from the 3 great families, no other faction could cultivate such a terrifying existence. Yet before Yi Huang he appeared as feeble as a mere insect. ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Yi Huang, how can she be this strong? The Phoenix Fairy is magnificent, a voice strained and cracking echoed throughout the arena. Soon after, a tumultuous cheer erupted. They cried out Yi Huang's name. As if sharing in the glory themselves, the Yi family's section erupted in jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the key figures of the Yi family, were on the verge of tears. Look, this is the pride of our Yi family, this is our future. Their enthusiasm and fervor blazed like an unquenchable fire, yet the Li family stood in stark contrast. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the stage. With Li Qing'er collapsing upon him, tears streaming down her face, several clan elders hastily surrounded them assessing Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lusu nearly lost control, wanting to leap into the arena himself. That was his son, however he restrained himself. In such a setting, it would be a tremendous blow to the family's reputation if the head of the family were to lose composure. Soon after, someone approached the platform. Whispering a few words to Li Lusu, gradually easing his anxious demeanor. Yi Sui Feng, your daughter is truly ruthless, Li Lusu remarked in a low voice. At that moment, he had completely discarded any pretense. Not at all, Yi Sui Feng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead, merely a few broken bones. You, Li Lusu seethed with rage, nearly lunging at Yi Sui Feng with a fist. Yet he held back, having been the head of the Li family for so many years. He was not without strategy. An unrefined genius is merely a genius. I advise you to keep her in check, lest she brings calamity upon herself, Li Lusu warned coldly. This was a threat. Yi Sui Feng merely chuckled, remaining silent. Some individuals seemed to enjoy narrowing their own paths beside them. Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Yi Huang was indeed unfathomable, uncertain of whether the scions of her family could once again rise to prominence. Gu Wanxin found herself once more on the arena stage. She gazed at Yi Huang with a complex expression. The young girl had truly exceeded her expectations. However, what truly astounded her was the question of what Yi Sui Feng had done to her. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's brilliance was undoubtedly intertwined with Yi Sui Feng. Yi Huang, do you wish to challenge once more? Gu Wanxin inquired. Of course, Yi Huang replied with a smile, her gaze drifting towards the Tang family's preparation area. As her eyes swept over the 5 individuals there, they immediately tensed up. After witnessing the previous battle, no one could afford to underestimate the formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenge Tang Xiao. Yi Huang prepared to announce her opponent but suddenly paused. Casting a glance at her father on the high platform, she resignedly stated, never mind, let them choose their own challenger. The crowd was taken aback. Given Yi Huang's overwhelming strength, she could have easily selected one of the Tang family's strongest to defeat, thereby paving the way for the remaining 4 combatants from the Yi family. Instead, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family more options. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule. Moments later, as anticipated, the Tang family dispatched their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, who was at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Having suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Li Qi, he stood no chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended to use their lesser warriors to hold back the elite of the Yi family. This tactic was entirely expected. However, the audience was uninterested in the intricacies of strategy, their jeers echoing through the arena as they perceived the Tang family's cowardice. Tang Wuhua stepped onto the stage amidst the boos, his face despondent. Let the battle commence. Tang Wuhua cupped his fists towards Yi Huang. I hope you can show mercy. But before he could finish his plea, a foot connected with his chest, sending him soaring from the stage, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Unconscious. A decisive victory. After accomplishing this, Yi Huang did not wait for the results. She turned and strode towards the Yi family's preparation area with effortless grace. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, eventually announced, Yi Huang has defeated Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the second combatant from the Yi family, Yi Long. A thunderous cheer erupted. Although Yi Long lacked the fame of Yi Huang, the title of the true Dragon Pavilion Master still resonated powerfully. As Yilong ascended to the stage, he brushed past Yi Huang. "Was it uncle who instructed you to do this?" Yilong asked. "Why?" Yi Huang shrugged. "He said to let you all have your fun." Yilong felt a pang of embarrassment. "For uncle, this battle was merely a game." "Then, let us play well." A formidable fighting spirit erupted from Yilong. Countless past defeats on the ancient arena had tempered his indomitable will, rendering it as blazing as the sun. "I challenge Tang Shaoqing of the Tang family." Before Gu Wanxin could respond, Yilong declared his target. He, too, intended to engage in a series of challenges aiming to confront the strongest of the younger generation in Yunshao City. The audience nearly lost their voices in excitement. The descendants of the Yi family were undeniably domineering. Their favor was palpable. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Tang Shaoqing stepped onto the arena. "I have long admired your reputation." Likewise, they exchanged cordial greetings, yet, in an instant, they were locked in combat. Yilong wielded his spear with grand movements, exuding an overwhelming presence, yet Tang Shaoqing, equally renowned, had achieved the 12th level of Qi transformation. Concealing his true prowess, with a fan in one hand, he moved with an ethereal grace. Both combatants unleashed their techniques, creating a whirlwind of danger as they battled fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. The audience roared with exhilaration. This was the spectacle they had truly yearned to witness. While Yi Huang's previous fight had been thrilling, it had been far too swift to fully satisfy their craving for excitement. Yilong and Tang Shaoqing were the finest representatives of their respective families, each already acclaimed far and wide. Their clash was a long-awaited event for many. As time progressed, Yilong bore several bloodied wounds. Yet his fighting spirit only intensified. His spear surged forth like a true dragon, intimidating the heavens. Ultimately, in the midst of Yilong's frenzied assault, Tang Shaoqing, caught off guard, was struck fiercely, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered to the ground. Yet Yilong's attack came once more. "I concede," Tang Shaoqing shouted. The sharp point of the spear halted mere inches from his throat. With a resounding thud, Yilong withdrew his spear, grounding it firmly. A gust of wind erupted from his center, sweeping away the dust around him. The spectators were left with widened eyes. The hardened arena floor bore deep cracks, a shocking sight. Yilong has triumphed over Tang Shaoqing, Gu Wanxin proclaimed loudly. Following this, like Yi Huang, Yilong opted to allow the Li family to select their own combatant. The Li family, without hesitation, chose their weakest member, Li Shueping, as cannon fodder. Unsurprisingly, Yilong swiftly defeated Li Shueping in just a few moves. Returning to the Yi family's preparation area, thus far, the Yi family, with both Yi Huang and Yilong, had secured 4 victories, illuminating their path ahead. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng bore expressions akin to that of a scorched pot. After all, the strongest individuals from both families had been vanquished. "Brother Tang Shaoqing has also fallen," Li Liusu remarked suddenly. The two exchanged glances, and a flicker of malice sparkled in Li Liusu's eyes. Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. Seated between them, Yi Suifeng feigned ignorance. A conspiracy, let the schemers scheme as they will. Chapter 51, The Law of the Rope. The Yi family had achieved 2 consecutive victories, triumphing over the strongest representatives of both the Li and Tang families. This propelled the Yi family's acclaim to unprecedented heights. The only regret among them was that the strongest combatants typically made their appearance last. Why unveil their trump cards at the outset, rendering the subsequent battles seemingly pointless? Yet the third contestant, Yi Qinyao, once again shattered their expectations. Yi Qinyao, with her ethereal grace and stunning beauty, resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. She too chose to issue a challenge. But rather than specifying her opponent, she invited them to select anyone they wished. Given Yi Qinyao's formidable reputation, the Li family, for the sake of caution, dispatched a relatively weaker member, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. Yet Yi Qinyao unleashed her full power upon entering the arena, demonstrating a mastery of Qi transformation at its pinnacle. Her aura was significantly more potent than that of Tang Shaoqing. The audience was left dumbfounded. What was happening with the Yi family? they had presumed that Yi Huang and Yi Long were their strongest warriors, only to be confronted by an even more powerful contender. Was this truly a member of the Yi family? The revelation was utterly staggering. Undoubtedly, Li Ming stood no chance against Yi Qinyao's unrestrained might, failing to withstand even a single blow before being sent crashing out of the arena. In the aftermath, the Tang family, their faces darkened, opted to forfeit as they believed that no one aside from Tang Shaoqing could hope to challenge Yi Qinyao. Soon, the fourth battle commenced. The combatant from the Yi family was Yi Qian. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian stepped onto the arena with deliberate calm. Similar to Yi Qinyao, he fully unleashed his Qi transformation at the 6th level. The audience exhaled in relief. This was the expected turn of events. Yi Qian, give it your all, we have faith in you, Yi Shidi. Two young boys and girls shouted enthusiastically, their faces flashed with excitement as they rallied around him. Yi Qian smiled warmly at them. Offering a reassuring gesture, Elder Gu, I choose to challenge Li Sheng from the Li family. With that, Yi Qian declared his challenger. The Li family erupted in joyous cheers, for Yi Qian appeared to be the most easily defeated opponent among them. They had previously feared he might select a weaker foe, yet he chose Li Sheng, a powerful genius second only to Li Qi. This was akin to courting disaster. Teach him a lesson, the Li family members clamored with fervor. Watch and learn. Li Sheng smiled lightly, gracefully leaping onto the arena to face Yi Qian. So we meet again, defeated one, he said, wielding a round fan and chuckling softly. His skin was fair, and his twinkling peach blossom eyes resembled those of a fabled fox spirit. I told you I would personally bring you to justice, Yi Qian replied quietly. Hearing their exchange, onlookers were left puzzled. Did these two harbor a past grudge? Indeed, the little girl who had just cheered for Yi Qian had tears brimming in her eyes. Her face etched with deep-seated anger. Oh, what transpired? A nearby person inquired. The little girl, her expression sorrowful, recounted her tale. It turned out that she had been a resident of Qingxi town, a domain governed by the Li family. Her parents were humble clothing craftsmen, and she had an older sister. Though not wealthy, their family had lived contentedly. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of one individual shattered this peaceful existence. Li Shengyi as a co-descendant of the Li family. He visited Qingxi town, and many were excited by the prospect of gaining favor. Li Sheng had come to the town specifically because of its high-quality garment-making standards, seeking to commission a set of clothing. After inspecting various shops, he had yet to find his desired choice. However, he set his sights on another target, the little girl's sister, when Li Sheng proposed to have the girl's sister serve as his maid. Envious glances were cast by those nearby, yet the girl's parents were horrified. They were simple folk who had never considered marrying their daughter into wealth, thus they rejected Li Sheng's advance. He bore no resentment, even praising their principals, and gifted them an expensive jade pendant. Yet that very night a group of masked assailants stormed into the girl's home, seizing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The little girl hid beneath the bed, bearing witness to the harrowing events that unfolded. The following day, the town's authorities arrived, hastily concluding that a greedy individual had committed murder for wealth. From that moment onward, the girl found herself wandering the streets, utterly alone and forlorn. It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, a young man who, apart from her parents and sister, brought her a sense of security. Upon learning of the girl's plight, Yi Qian resolved to track down the avaricious villains responsible for her suffering and bring them to justice. Despite their considerable experience, the miscreants were ultimately traced by Yi Qian, who followed the clues relentlessly, leading him to an unbelievable figure, Li Shengji. Li Shengga dismissed Yi Qian's presence with contempt, even going so far as to toss the girl's sister aside, yet the poor girl was left battered, her spirit shattered, barely resembling a human being. In the end, she succumbed in Yi Qian's arms. Enraged, Yi Qian sought out Li Shengga with his sword in hand. However, at that time Li Shengga had already attained a formidable level of mastery. Whereas Yi Qian was still in the early stages of cultivation, predictably, he was swiftly overwhelmed, suffering grievous injuries and humiliation. Despite being on the brink of death, Yi Qian's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. I will ensure you face justice, he declared to Li Shangge. With a derisive laugh, Li Shangge replied, You can forget about it for this lifetime. After recounting this tale, those surrounding the little girl were engulfed in fury, their indignation palpable. How despicable, they exclaimed. I had heard whispers that Li Shangge often ventured forth to abduct young women and torment them, but I never imagined it to be true. He is nothing short of a scoundrel. They cursed, hoping fervently that Yi Qian would deliver a fitting punishment to him. As Yi Qian gazed upon the arrogant Li Shangge, he slowly raised his head. Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have harmed, he proclaimed, and with that he clenched his fist and launched an attack at Li Shangge. You overestimate yourself, Li Shangge sneered, casually unfurling his fan, unleashing the full force of his cultivation, which collided with Yi Qian's fist. With a thunderous crash, Yi Qian was sent flying several meters, nearly toppling out of the arena. In the past, you were worthless before me, now, you remain the same, Li Shangge jeered, yet, in the midst of his defeat, Yi Qian did something unexpected. He produced a brush, and to the astonishment of onlookers, he began to write in the air. A vertical stroke, bend, followed by another vertical stroke. He crafted the simplest of characters, mountain. But upon completing this stroke, a monumental force descended from the heavens. The crowd instinctively looked up, yet saw nothing. However, in Li Shangge's eyes, an enormous black mountain materialized, bearing down upon him with tremendous weight. With a startled cry, Li Shangge attempted to evade the impending mountain, but its descent was alarmingly swift. With a resounding thud, it landed heavily upon his shoulder, bending his back and forcing him to his knees. How is this possible? Li Shangge gasped, his expression one of sheer terror. The mountain, while not as terrifying as a real peak, bore down upon him with an oppressive weight that drained every ounce of his strength. Only by exerting his utmost effort could he resist being crushed. Li Shangge struggled desperately, yet no matter how hard he tried, the mountain loomed at the very edge of his limits, inflicting unbearable pain. Do you see, this is the suffering of those you have harmed, they are ever present, watching you from above, Yi Qian said coldly. At those words, Li Shangge looked up in horror. No longer was the pressure upon his shoulder merely a mountain. It was a multitude of familiar figures. Among them was the girl's sister, gazing at Li Shangge with blood tears streaming down her face, silently accusing him of his crimes. No, this cannot be, Li Shangge screamed, a chill running down his spine. It's all a lie, you cannot frighten me, he bellowed, unleashing his full might and striking at the ominous clouds above, but he struck nothing. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, leaving only the bewildered audience. What has happened to Li Shangge? They wondered. I have no idea. He suddenly knelt before Yi Qian, then began to attack the air like a fool. The crowd laughed, gasping for breath. Li Shangge's face was ashen. He realized that the illusion must have been conjured by Yi Qian. Rage surged within him. He turned to face Yi Qian, an inferno of anger threatening to consume him. Yet at that moment, Yi Qian inscribed a second character, C. A chilling breeze swept through Li Shangge, penetrating to his core. Not this again, he roared in fury, preparing to charge at Yi Qian, but before he could move, a fierce wind howled, nearly knocking him off his feet. A moist scent, tinged with the metallic tang of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath him, he felt a liquid beginning to flow. Just an illusion, nothing but an illusion. Is that all you have? Li Shangge shouted defiantly, opening his eyes. Before him lay a vast expanse of crimson sea, blood. No wonder it had felt so viscous beneath his feet. The blood sea continued to rise, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, blood pooling in his palm, trickling down. You once claimed that blood was your favorite thing, that you reveled in it. Well then, enjoy. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. It's just an illusion, Li Shangge bellowed. Once I escape, I will surely kill you. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could find peace, he would surely break free from this illusion. The blood sea continued to rise, gradually submerging his nose. The overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with a suffocating sensation, struck him like a tidal wave. Lishanga fought to soothe his anxiety. It was merely an illusion, devoid of lethal power, yet the suffocation intensified. If this continued, he would truly perish. Unable to withstand it any longer, Elishanga let out a primal scream, releasing a torrent of bubbles, and then swam desperately towards the surface of the blood sea. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free or reach the surface. A sense of despair began to bloom in his heart, swiftly spreading. Panic, rage, discomfort, regret, fear, these overwhelming emotions intertwined, filling him with the scent of death. Ultimately, he felt consciousness slipping away. With a splashing sound, Lishanga collapsed to the ground, gasping for the long-lost fresh air. You once said you tormented others simply to understand what despair felt like. Do you know now? Yi Qian spoke coldly. Lishanga lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Yet Yi Qian began to write once more. This time, he inscribed 2 characters. I vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that if you were to die amidst your most cherished thing, it would be the best fate for you. With that, Yi Qian completed the final stroke of his brush, Fox Immortal. No one knew what visions danced in Lishanga's mind, but his behavior sent chills through the hearts of onlookers. He laughed maniacally, then wept, his face contorting in anguish, alternating between terror and pleas for mercy. He laughed as he tore at his clothing, his fingers leaving trails of crimson across his body. He cried out apologies while he broke his toes, shattering his kneecap with his own hands. Enough! Liliosu, high atop the platform, could no longer contain himself, shouting fiercely. If this continues, not only will Lishanga perish, but the reputation of the Li family will be utterly ruined. Yet the presiding combatant, Gu Wanxin, appeared to ignore him entirely. Why Yi Suifeng? This has gone far enough. Liliosu directed his gaze towards Yi Suifeng. Why Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This boy has actually grasped the path of killing from the mountain and sea compendium. This is quite contrary to his usual principles. It's likely just his obsession, he mused. Why Yi Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Liliosu rose in furious protest. I am listening, Yi Suifeng replied loudly. Yi Qian, enough, cease tormenting him. Yi Qian on the platform nodded, erasing the words Fox Immortal. Only then did Liliosu half, settling back into his seat. Just kill him already, Yi Suifeng said indifferently. Chapter 52, A Change is Due. In the Tenyun Duel arena, Yi Qian stood at the center, holding a bloodied head aloft. Following Yi Suifeng's command, he charged forward and struck down Lishanga with a single stroke of his sword. He tilted his head back, exhaling a long sigh, and casually discarded the head at his feet. He then took the broken brush in both hands, snapping it in two, and offered a smile to the little girl on the platform. Tears streaked her face as she buried her head between her legs, sobbing softly. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Yi Suifeng observed the scene, nodding slightly. Why Yi Qian's slaying of Lishanga was a victory over his inner demons. Breaking the brush signified a severance from the past, the return to his true self. This boy had clearly made his decision before stepping onto the stage. How reassuring! He had worried about whether Yi Qian had fallen into darkness. Thank goodness, yet someone was not pleased at all. Liliosu's eyes burned red as he glared at Yi Suifeng. You have gone too far, he growled softly. In battle, how can there be no casualties? Yi Qian merely lost control of his strength. You are, after all, the head of your household, one of the 3 esteemed representatives of Yunshao City. You should maintain your composure. Why Yi Suifeng grinned, resembling a villainous mastermind. Liliosu, exasperated, had veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly, yet he restrained himself. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today, he declared with a menacing tone before retreating into silence. Yi Suifeng, indifferent, dismissed him. It is only the weak who endure. If you possess courage, come and confront me. I assure you, I shall only use my tribulation stage strength. His gaze returned to the arena. Why Yi Qian's kill of Lishanga stirred quite a commotion in the fighting grounds. The first fallen prodigy, all present were cultivators, passionate warriors. Such battles were worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the conflict. Yi Qian vs Li Shanga, with Yi Qian emerging victorious. Gu Wanxin announced the outcome of the battle. Next up was the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's bizarre and ruthless demeanor, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not challenge him. They opted for forfeiture, met with a chorus of disdain from the crowd. Following was the last contender from the Yi family. Let us welcome Yi Xiaoxiao. Amidst the thunderous applause, a figure leaped onto the stage. She was petite, her long purplish red hair trailing nearly to the ground. As she bounced with energy, her movements were delightfully charming. In her mouth, she chewed on a special candy, capable of producing colorful bubbles. Is she not just a child? Someone remarked. The onlookers cast scornful glances at him. Had the first four from the Yi family not taught you a lesson? How could their fighter possibly be weak? Everyone eagerly anticipated what talents this adorably captivating girl would possess. Yi Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanxin, grinning mischievously. Sister Gu, you look splendid today, so fair and round. Gu Wanxin glanced down at herself, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment. It is merely the attire for the grand occasion. Do you wish to follow the usual rules, or challenge someone else? She hastily shifted the topic. Of course, I shall challenge someone, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her big eyes darting to the last remaining member of the Li family. Li Ran's heart raced. The four from his family had not fared well, yet Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered past him, ultimately resting on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It is you, Tang Yinying. Yi Xiaoxiao had chosen her challenger. Tang Yinying paused, then huffed, swaying her voluptuous figure as she approached. The battle commenced. Why have you changed your clothes? As Tang Yinying prepared to attack, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. She was taken aback, then noticed the undergarment in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, embarrassment and anger flooding her. How could you? I remember now, it was you who caused the incident at the Drunken Dream Conference. Tang Yinying's realization ignited her fury. The embarrassing incident at the Drunken Dream Conference had humiliated her greatly. Indeed, how would you like to thank me? Yi Xiaoxiao forcefully tossed the undergarment into the audience, inciting a scramble among some unsavory individuals. I will kill you. Tang Yinying's rage surged, drawing her long sword and charging forward. A blue halo appeared beneath Yi Xiaoxiao's feet. The long sword sliced through empty air. I'm right here. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice echoed behind Tang Yinying, and in her hand appeared a pink undergarment. Give that back. Tang Yinying rushed at her again. If this continued, she would be left utterly exposed before thousands. However, with a flash of blue light, she missed once more. Uncle Wan, what is this technique? Mi Feng from Haishi City, astonished, inquired. The middle-aged man beside him wore a look of embarrassment. He was Mi Feng's protector, primarily responsible for his safety and guidance during this journey. The battle in Yunshao City presented an excellent opportunity for observation. However, this time it was simply bizarre. First, there was Yi Huang, who crushed everything without lifting a finger. Aside from the word strong, there was little to explain. Wai Long and Yi Qiniao were manageable, but Yi Qian's methods were perplexing. He could not discern the type of technique Yi Qian employed. And now, Yi Xiaoxiao was even more peculiar. Her movements resembled those of a portal to the void. Such divine prowess could not possibly be wielded by a mere girl of the Qi transformation realm. I am still confirming, the middle-aged man replied. Uncle Wan, did you not claim to know everything below the golden core stage? Mi Feng questioned, puzzled. The middle-aged man twitched at the corner of his eye. You little brat. Life is tough. He fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the arena. There Yi Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yinying. With each leap, she produced yet another item. Sometimes it was clothing, other times an accessory. Tang Yinying was on the verge of being completely stripped bare. Yi Xiaoxiao, you are being too much. Tang Yinying was nearing a breaking point. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Don't be angry. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly appeared in her hand. which she tossed at Tang Yining. Tang Yining dodged, but as the orb passed her, it erupted. A pale blue arc enveloped her. "Have a sweet dream," Yi Xiaoxiao said, and Tang Yining's eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground. Soundly asleep, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What was this? She could put anyone to sleep at will. How wonderful it would be to possess such a technique. Seeing her move successfully, Yi Xiaoxiao bounced over to Tang Yining. Leaning down to admire her peacefully sleeping face, "Fairy Xiaoxiao, please show mercy, I concede on her behalf," came a plea from Tang Xiaoqing below the stage. Why, Yi Xiaoxiao huffed, "Your words are quite sweet." "Very well then," she twirled her eyes, producing a colorful pen from nowhere, and began to draw an abstract design on Tang Yining's face. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Tang Yining stirred and awoke. Her expression one of bewilderment. "What happened to me?" Tang Yining questioned, confusion etched across her face. "It is nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon seeing Tang Yining's face, he nearly choked. "We lost, let us depart," yet he managed to hold it in. "Remember, do not look up." After Tang Yining left, Gu Wanxin announced Yi Xiaoxiao as the victor. Finally, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the battle could commence, he hurriedly chose to forfeit. There was no choice. The Yi family's members genuinely frightened him. Thus, the Battle of Yunshao City concluded in a manner none had anticipated, with the Yi family achieving a perfect 10 wins. Then, since the Tang family had lost all 5 members, leaving only Li Ran as the sole combatant, the Tang family placed second while the Li family came last. Esteemed family heads, let us discuss the upcoming distribution of resources, Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu, his expression dark, glanced at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Moments later, Li Liusu rose. Why, Yi Suifeng, the outcome of this Yunshao City battle is rather absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 families should be revised. Chapter 53, 2 choices at the highest viewing platform of the fighting arena. Li Liusu wore a grim expression, his malevolent gaze fixed intently on Yi Suifeng. It is utterly foolish to allow a few inexperienced youths to dictate the future development of our families for the next 2 years. Therefore, I propose we abolish this regulation starting today. Brother Tang, what is your opinion? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, remarking, "It does seem somewhat farcical. The 3 of us, as the ruling families of Yunshao City, bear a heavy responsibility. It would be best to consider the comprehensive strength of each family when determining the distribution of benefits." He appeared deep in thought, clearly indicating that he and Li Liusu had reached an agreement long ago. Even if the outcome of today's battle were different, this proposal would likely have been made. Why, Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. The original purpose of establishing the Battle of Yunshao City was to encourage the younger generation of the 3 families to strive for improvement and progress together. It must be said, it was quite an astute approach. However, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had evidently forgotten this initial intent when they suggested using the family's comprehensive strengths to divide the spoils. Yi Suifeng fell silent, contemplating the unexpected benefit. I concur with your thoughts," Yi Suifeng said. Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Yi Suifeng, with his youthful temperament, to react impatiently. "Are you certain?" He could not help but ask again. "Indeed," Yi Suifeng affirmed, with a positive response. Li Liusu's frown slightly eased as he said, "You are indeed perceptive. Very well, let us draft a preliminary proposal. In terms of strength, it is indisputable that Brother Tang is the most formidable, followed by our Li family, and lastly your Yi family. So, wait a moment. Why, Yi Suifeng interrupted Li Liusu, turning to face him, and inquired, "Are you considering your so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Yi family ranks last?" Li Liusu could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. While he was indeed somewhat plump, he was not at the point of being excessively fleshy. "What, do you have a question?" He glared. "Indeed, I have many questions," Yi Suifeng replied calmly. Li Liusu suddenly laughed. "Yi Suifeng, do not delude yourself into thinking that just because you stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and acquired some wealth, you can act with impunity in Yunshao City. In this world, the strong always prevail. The rules are eternally set by the powerful. with that he waved his hand, and 3 gaunt elders materialized on the highest platform. Encircling Yi Suifeng completely. Upon seeing them, Yi Suifeng realized that these were 3 terrifying beings at the Yuan-ing stage. How terrifying! I was nearly frightened to death. Then Li Liusu turned to face the tens of thousands gathered in the Tengyun arena. Everyone listen, those who are not part of the 3 great families must vacate the Tengyun arena immediately. We have some internal matters to discuss. His resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. Soon after, over 100 formidable cultivators descended to the center of the arena. Prepared to swiftly expel all others, they were all members of the Li and Tang families, each at least at the golden body stage. The crowd erupted in confusion, unaware of the sudden turn of events. Yet, under the pressure from the opposing side, they began to leave one after another. This is bad, they are targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng looked anxious. Uncle Wen, think of something. Uncle Wen's expression grew grave. The 3 figures that had appeared on the highest platform exuded immense power, clearly above the golden core stage. He was merely at the late golden core stage. How could he concoct a plan? Seeing his silence, Mi Feng understood something. Suddenly, he dashed towards the periphery of the crowd shouting, "Huang Xianzi, be careful!" Just as he uttered those words, he felt a sharp blow to his shoulder and was knocked unconscious by Uncle Wen. Holding Mi Feng's limp body, Uncle Wen glanced at the young figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. Ye family head, I hope you have good fortune. In another direction of the arena, several young individuals clad in simple usher garments were also making their way out. The Yi family seems to be in trouble. Zhongdong, think of a way those few from the Yi family might qualify for our academy. The tall Zhongdong looked towards the Yi family's direction but ultimately shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned and slowly departed under the coercion of the hundreds of powerful figures. The Tengyun arena soon became desolate, leaving only the core members of the 3 great families and numerous powerful cultivators from the Li and Tang families, all eyeing the situation with predatory intent. Yi Suifeng, do you now understand why I placed the Yi family last? Li Liusu turned, looking down from his elevated position. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, these individuals represent less than a third of our combined strength. And what of your Yi family? In existence for less than a century, lacking any foundation, what do you have to contend with us? What do you possess? At this moment Li Liusu was brimming with confidence and grandeur. Yi Suifeng rested his chin on one hand and suddenly smiled. We have me, you, Li Liusu laughed uproariously, you who just half a year ago was a well-known waste, merely a newly rich fool with luck on your side. I am grateful that you do not understand humility, nor the virtue of patience. After acquiring wealth, all you know is endless extravagance. Do you comprehend what this means? It signifies that the heavens do not wish for you to possess this wealth alone. A triumphant smile graced Li Liusu's face. At that moment, Tang Zheng also stood up, speaking solemnly. Yi Suifeng, the situation in Yunshao City has always been stable, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have shattered a century of peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person does not err? But your mistake lies in amassing wealth beyond your control. Such things can inflate one's ego and drive one to madness, making you forget that in this world wealth is merely a supplement, only strength is paramount. Tang Zheng stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a sage filled with righteousness. Yi Suifeng understood, ultimately you two are merely eyeing my scant spirit stones. Just say it, look at how uncomfortable you both are scheming this and that. Aren't you exhausted? You are both absolutely correct. Yi Suifeng rose and leisurely walked to the railing of the viewing platform, gazing into the distance. In truth, I have always understood that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp consume minuscule creatures. I am not particularly fond of such a world. However, how should I put it? Everyone is different, with differences come comparisons. with comparisons, conflict arises, and with conflict there is strength and weakness. The best scenario is for the strong to set the rules while the weak adhere to them. In this way, strength and weakness can coexist. Why Iswefong turned back. You are indeed correct. Iliosu's face twisted into a cold smile. So, does that mean you agree with our resolution? Yes. Iswefong nodded. Yunshao City indeed requires new rules and a new order. Liliosu exchanged a glance with Tang Zheng, both nodding slightly in agreement. Then how do you intend to handle this matter? Iswefong regarded them and replied, I have two options for you. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunshao City, and then take your people far away from the city's jurisdiction, never to return. In light of our century of coexistence, I will generously grant each of you 100 million inferior spirit stones as travel fare. If you do not agree, he paused, then let it all be destroyed. Chapter 54, The Change of Times. After Iswefong uttered these words, a profound silence fell upon the high platform. Iliosu and Tang Zheng both frowned. Seemingly unable to believe their ears, they thought Iswefong was jesting. However, upon seeing his indifferent expression, they realized he was entirely serious. Why Iswefong? Liliosu's anger surged. You are truly courting death. We have three. Enough. Boom. Suddenly Liliosu felt an overwhelming pressure descending from above, crushing his arms, bending his legs, forcing him heavily to kneel on the ground. The reinforced high platform cracked with alarming fissures, clearly visible. You have spoken enough. Iswefang's tone was devoid of warmth, his eyes glacial. Tang Zheng and the three Yuan-Ying elders standing nearby seemed momentarily stunned. They turned to look at Liliosu, discovering that the once mighty figure now bled from his mouth and nose. Trembling as he braced himself on the ground, Ancestor, kill him, Liliosu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the unbearable pressure and pain he was enduring. This fool seeks death. The three Yuan-Ying elders acted almost in unison, unleashing their formidable powers, which had been honed over centuries, directing their immense might towards Iswefong. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a towering cloud of dust that soared into the sky within the arena. The spectators who had just departed the arena had not gone far. They gathered at the periphery, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the commotion, they looked up in astonishment. They've made a move, someone exclaimed. The head of the Yi family is still too young, he shouldn't be so ostentatious. Another lamented, damn it, if anything happens to Huang Shenzi, I swear I will not rest until the Li and Tang families are annihilated. Some young cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Wan observed the billowing dust and felt the ground tremble. Sighing slightly, there was no doubt that a Yuan-Ying expert had made a move. The head of the Yi family was in grave danger. In the distance, Zhong Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the recent commotion, an energy that should not exist in Yunshao City. What has happened to the head of the Yi family? In the Tengyun arena, the highest platform was cracking inch by inch, barely held together by the participating formations, preventing it from collapsing entirely. Liliosu lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and barely alive. The three Yuan-Ying cultivators who had attacked lay scattered at the edges of the platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly lifeless. Yet Iswefong remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged. As for Tang Zheng, he sat on the ground, his face finally paling. Impossible, how could this be? He muttered to himself, the scene before him defying all comprehension. In the face of a full-force assault from three Yuan-Ying experts, Iswefong had merely waved his hand, killing them all. It was utterly terrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zheng could only hope to awaken swiftly. In the distance, among the Yi family's seats, Yi Huang gazed at her father on the high platform, filled with admiration and pride. That was her father. I am the daughter of Iswefong. The others were equally invigorated. Iswefong was their steadfast anchor. Meanwhile, the members of the Li and Tang families, including the formidable figures above the golden body stage, stood frozen in place, paralyzed. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they could not master the slightest movement. You said it yourselves, this is a world where the strong reign supreme. Yi Suifeng straightened his posture and walked slowly towards Li Liusu, looking down upon him. Li Liusu was still alive. Struggling to turn his head to gaze at the figure blocking the sunlight, his eyes filled with boundless terror. Why is he so powerful? Li Liusu regretted his decision to target Yi Suifeng. Such existence is far beyond the capability of the Li family to provoke. Li Liusu's lips quivered as he struggled to articulate a plea to Yi Suifeng, yet he found himself unable to utter a single coherent word. It was too late. Yi Suifeng responded with an icy indifference. He is capable of acts of mercy, yet he is not a merciful man. When Li Liusu hinted at a threat towards him through his daughter, the fate of the Li family was sealed. Yi Suifeng crouched down. If it were I lying on the ground today, think about it, would you spare me? You have long desired to see me torn to shreds. Heaven to you. He spread his palms, and suddenly a drop of Li Liusu's blood floated out, landing in the palm of Yi Suifeng. The blood droplet spun gently, rising and falling as if it were a living entity. Accompanied by his breath, a halo of hazy brilliance encircled it, both enchanting and resplendent. So you were not mistaken, indeed the power here is only a third of what the Li family possesses, Yi Suifeng remarked. A flicker of red light dancing in his pupils, sending a chill through Li Liusu's bones. What do you intend to do? Li Liusu finally cried out. Do you wish to see? Yi Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, magnifying the droplet of blood in his gaze. Countless minuscule images became vividly clear. He saw Li Chi still unconscious, he saw the Li family's disciples arguing in the streets, he saw two ancestors still in deep meditation underground. He saw himself lying on the ground, witnessing the entirety of the Li family's bloodline. No, Li Liusu had never encountered such a method, yet he vaguely comprehended Yi Suifeng's intentions. I was wrong. Two streams of bloody tears flowed from Li Liusu's eyes. At this moment, he was consumed by endless regret. Countless times, he had advised his descendants to be cautious, to be prudent, to thoroughly understand their enemies before making plans, lest they commit a grave error. Yet today, due to his underestimation of Yi Suifeng, he had made a mistake that might never be rectified. Li Liusu gazed into Yi Suifeng's eyes, filled only with boundless supplication. Farewell, not all pleas will yield the desired outcome. The blood droplet in Yi Suifeng's palm suddenly began to spin wildly, exploding into an infinite radiance. Li Liusu could only watch in horror as the moment it reached a certain limit, it detonated. All images shattered like a mirror. In the streets of Yuntian City, a young member of the Li family, with a triumphant smile on his face, stood over the person he had just quarreled with, who now lay on the ground spewing blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again relied on his family's might to win this confrontation, yet suddenly his brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss within his body. A thin vein appeared on his face. He staggered and turned, looking around. However, everything before him had transformed into a blood-red world. He attempted to say something, but the abrupt dizziness overwhelmed him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Completely losing consciousness, the crimson veins on his face deepened in hue, ultimately fading into darkness. The surrounding attendants rushed forward to help him, only to discover that he was devoid of life. Such scenes unfolded throughout Yuntian City, within its jurisdiction, and even in distant realms. All those connected to the Li family bloodline perished within mere breaths. In the Tunyun Dul arena, silence reigned over the Li family's seats. On the high platform, Li Liusu watched as one scene after another shattered before his eyes. Tears stained with blood filled his gaze as he looked skyward. With his last ounce of strength, he let out a howl. It was uncertain whether he was lamenting Yi Suifeng or regretting his own choices. Soon after, all vitality was extinguished. Yi Suifeng observed his face, shaking his head slightly as he rose to his feet. The Li family had many bloodlines holding significant responsibilities throughout Yuntian City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly impact the city's governance greatly. Yun Huan. Yisui called out, "Present." The two responded in unison, "You will personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yuntian City, taking full control of all the Li family's and Tang family's assets. From this moment forth, Yuntian City shall belong solely to the Yi family." Chapter 55. A new beginning. Yuntian City descended into chaos. Prominent figures suddenly dropped dead in broad daylight. Panic ensued as people feared for their safety, but once they discerned the deceased were all members of the Li family, they stood bewildered, questioning what had transpired. On the streets, a carriage sped along. "Miss, are we truly not waiting outside the duel arena? That is the Yi family, our most important guest," a maidservant inquired. "There is no need to wait, the outcome is already determined." Gu Wanxin reclined languidly against the soft cushions of the carriage, the figure of that man lingering in her thoughts, refusing to fade. The powerful being of the transformation realm had knelt at his feet. The Li family, the Tang family, to that man, they were merely ants that could be crushed at will. Yuntian City may descend into turmoil, we must be fully prepared, Gu Wanxin stated. Her personal maid nodded in agreement. "I hope the Yi family is unharmed. I truly admire Huan Xianzi, and I also have a fondness for Yi Xiaoxiao. I really hope nothing happens to them." Concern filled her face. "Fear not, they will be fine." Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left a profound impression on her today, simply because they were extraordinary in every sense. Such individuals Gu Wanxin had only encountered once in her life. His name was Shen Tianming, a co-genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who had reached the heights of the transformation realm at the tender age of 27. Could the Yi family truly rival such an ancient power as the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet she understood well that the transformation of Yi Huan and her companions was solely due to one person, Yi Suifeng. "Perhaps I could attempt to bring my little niece," Gu Wanxin pondered. Outside the Tenyun duel arena, many awaited anxiously to learn the outcome of the negotiations between the three major families. Suddenly, several figures shot out from above the arena, dispersing rapidly in all directions. It's Huan Xianzi, someone recognized the leader among them. "They are all safe, that's wonderful. I hope the head of the Yi family is also unharmed." "Nonsense," the crowd cheered. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of most, and they did not wish for such a family to perish. To think it would end this way. How on earth did he accomplish it? Wan Shu felt puzzled, unable to fathom how Yi Suifeng had survived against three formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the Yi family possessed hidden strengths after all. "Kid, the goddess you admire may not be easily attainable." Wan Shu glanced at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. "Let us go, the victor has been decided." Zhong Dong watched the Yi family members depart, stepping forward. "Senior, who emerged victorious? It must have been the Yi family." Several other young individuals hurriedly followed suit. Zhong Dong nodded. "Prepare to visit the Yi family tomorrow, in the Tenyun duel arena." Upon Yi Suifeng's command, all core personnel of the Yi family departed to quell the chaos in the city and take control of Yuntian City. Standing atop the platform, Yi Suifeng turned to face Tang Zheng. At this moment, Tang Zheng had lost all his previous arrogance. Sitting on the ground, utterly depleted, his expression one of trepidation. Each death among the Li family felt like a dagger piercing his courage. Yi Suifeng was not a being he could comprehend. When Yi Suifeng cast his gaze upon him, Tang Zheng's heart raced to his throat. Yi family head, I was wrong, he trembled. Where did you go wrong? Yi Suifeng suddenly smiled broadly. Tang Zheng hesitated, then quickly continued, I should not have heeded Li Liusu's deceptive words. I should not have been blinded by wealth. I should not have opposed you. Please spare me, spare the descendants of the Tang family. Tang Zheng knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head as tears and snot nearly splattered onto Yi Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today to target the Yi family must perish. Yi Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng, with blood on his forehead, gazed at Yi Suifeng, understanding the implication of his words. The Tang family would not meet the same tragic fate as the Li family, wiped out entirely. However, the remaining members of the Tang family would forever be unable to cultivate. I will give you a cup of tea's time to consider, Yi Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his eyes clouded. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists clenched tightly, but moments later, they fell in defeat. Better than dying, I suppose. To live as an ordinary person, forever distanced from the realm of cultivation and its complexities. Perhaps that too is a form of happiness, yet he wished to make one last appeal. Yi family head Shaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plan. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon him and ultimately nodded. You have 10 slots, decide for yourself. Tang Zheng's body trembled, then he bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Murky tears flowed from his eyes. In a short while, a piece of paper with 10 names appeared in Yi Suifeng's hand. Tang Shaoqing was prominently listed. However, Yi Suifeng was mildly surprised to note that Tang Zheng had not included his own name. The names listed were all the most outstanding young disciples of the Tang family. Have you decided? Yi Suifeng inquired. I have decided, Tang Zheng whispered softly. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. He was reluctant to utter too many words, for he now bore the title of villain. Whatever he said would ring hollow. Having resolved to kill, he would carry it out. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger, his body trembling as he delivered his blood into Yi Suifeng's palm. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young members of the Tang family, seated at the table, regained their mobility, their faces etched with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, head of the family, Tang Shaoqing and others looked anxiously at Tang Zheng on the high platform. Shaoqing, go back, leave everything behind, lead our kin, and depart from Yunshao City, never to return. Tang Zheng spoke slowly. The sorrow was palpable on Tang Shaoqing's face. Father, he croaked, get out. Tang Zheng bellowed. Tang Shaoqing fell silent, kneeling before the high platform. Bowing deeply 3 times, then he rose, leading the remaining Tang family members away without a backward glance. Just as he stepped out of the arena, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the spot where the Tang family had been, now transformed into a river of blood. Shaoqing Gu. Tang Mengxian hesitated to speak. Return. Tang Shaoqing growled, not turning back as he strode forward. At that moment, only Yi Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the arena. Yi Suifeng opened his palm, and within the droplet of blood lay a black mark etched upon it. It was a bloodline curse. Empowered by the will of the heavenly path, unsolvable in this world, the curse would manifest after 3 days, granting the surviving members of the Tang family enough time to endure the perilous onset. Yi Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng did not include himself in the list, which Yi Suifeng found rather admirable, hence, he allowed them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay motionless on the ground, having already severed his own fate. Thus the Li family and the Tang family were utterly erased from Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng sighed softly, rising to soar into the sky. Below him, Yunshao City gradually diminished in size. The layout of the buildings unfolded before his eyes. The 3 major families occupied the central position, yet the area of the Yi family was the smallest. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a colossal character for Yi in the sky. As the final stroke was completed, an endless radiance emanated from the character, resounding through the great path, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the very heart of Yunshao City, the domain of the 3 major families. From this day forth, this place shall belong to the Yi family. A new beginning. Chapter 56, Chaos in the dim. Narrow underground passage. Bang! With a deafening crash, a heavy iron door was flung open from the outside, and a figure dashed past. It was a young man, his face smeared with blood, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with fear. He ran at breakneck speed through the labyrinthine tunnels, repeatedly smashing through one massive iron door after another. As he sprinted, he glanced back as if some monstrous flood were pursuing him. Finally, he reached a smooth blue stone wall. The young man threw himself against the wall, hands and feet frantic, pulling out a finely crafted circular object from his pocket and pressing it against the surface, manipulating the mechanisms with his fingers. With a series of clicks, the slender crack appeared in the glowing bluestone, gradually widening. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, chilling footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting in terror, without waiting for the gap to widen further. He exerted every ounce of strength to force himself through. His ribs felt as if they might shatter. At last he squeezed through, collapsing onto the ground. He raised his head. Here lay a vast underground chamber. Brilliantly lit, filled with fragrant aromas. At its center stood 3 ancient coffins, one of which, on the left, had already been opened. Ancestor, save me, save your family, the young man shouted hoarsely, scrambling to the coffin and banging on the lid. However, no one responded. Ancestor, wake up, the young man pounded the coffin, blood oozing from his forehead, until at last, the tightly shut lid cracked open a wide gap. A wave of deathly energy wafted out. Still, no one answered. Tap, tap, the footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and despair washed over the young man's face. He turned slowly, leaning against the coffin, staring at the ajar bluestone door. As the footsteps neared, a figure cloaked in purple appeared in his line of sight. So this is where the foundation of your Li family lies, Yi Huang remarked as she entered, surveying the surroundings. A dozen followers trailed closely behind her. No wonder it was called a foundation. This place was at least dozens of fathoms below the surface. She stepped forward, standing directly before the young man at the 3 coffins. You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors? Yi Huang leaned in, scrutinizing his face. The young man's gaze flickered, and he muttered, my aunt is the primary consort of the 3rd master of the Li family. Why? Yi Huang's expression shifted, so he was a distant relative. When she and her 2nd uncle swept into the Li family, only the external relatives and a group of outsiders remained. They were in disarray, still oblivious to what was happening. Why? Yi Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied assault. However, under her 2nd uncle's nascent soul strength, no one could withstand the Yi family's onslaught. In mere moments, they were routed, transforming into a chaotic game of cat and mouse. Why? Yi Huang had followed this young man to this underground space while in pursuit. Spare me, I am merely. Clang, the flash of a sword. The young man's head was severed, rolling onto the ground. Why? Yi Huang sheathed her sword, devoid of any compassion in her gaze. Should the Li family's ancestors truly awaken, the dead would be none other than herself and all those who stood behind her. Why? Yi Huang straightened, casting one last glance at this artificially created space. Detonate it all with explosive talismans. We, the Yi family, have no need for such buried foundations. Moments later, the earth trembled, accompanied by a deafening roar as the majority of the Li family's surface structures collapsed in ruins. Why? Yi Huang and Yi Sui-yun stood together, surveying the scene before them. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness the downfall of the Li family. Yi Sui-yun mused softly. Cousin Yilong and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we rush over? Yi Huang inquired. No need. Why? Yi Sui-yun raised his gaze to the colossal character for Yi hovering high above, a jade pendant at his waist flickering with a faint glow. The moment that character appeared, he felt the pendant representing his family's affairs undergo a transformation. It had already become a treasure capable of both offense and defense. Now, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had anyone who could stand against them. On the streets of Yunshao City, chaos reigned. The sudden destruction of the Li family sent the Tang family into disarray, scattering in all directions. The shops that had belonged to the 2 major families closed their doors, hastily packing their belongings to flee. In a lavishly furnished pill shop, the gaunt middle-aged man frantically activated his storage ring, drawing in all the surrounding jars and vials, just as he prepared to leave. A thunderous crash echoed as the shop's doors were kicked open, several figures blocking his path. The leader was none other than Yichinyao, Master Du. Yichinyao froze upon seeing the man. This middle-aged figure was Du Haisheng, a fifth-grade alchemist who had betrayed them after years of teaching at the Yi family. Previously, he had secretly forged an alliance with the Li family, abandoning the Yi family during their darkest times while taking a large number of talented apprentices and many secrets with him. They had thought they would never meet again, yet here they were, crossing paths in a shop belonging to the Li family. Odd Shaoqin, Du Haisheng chuckled, unfazed by the group. I never expected you to achieve such success. Nor did I expect you to throw yourself into the arms of our enemies, Yichinyao retorted. The atmosphere grew tense. I was never one of your Yi family, Du Haisheng suddenly erupted, declaring loudly. I was merely a guest elder you hired. When someone offered me better terms, it was only natural for me to leave. People naturally seek higher ground, just as water flows downward. Yichinyao regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. That does not justify your betrayal of the Yi family's secrets to the Li family. When three masters from the Yi family deserted simultaneously, the losses incurred were not merely those of instructors. Most critically, they had sold off a multitude of internal secrets. Du Haisheng fell silent, unable to refute the truth. Betrayal was betrayal. The tension between them escalated, and it seemed inevitable that blades would be drawn. Alas! Why? Yichinyao sighed softly. Regardless, you were once my alchemy teacher. I do not wish to fight you. Leave everything behind and depart from Yunshao City. With that, Yichinyao extended her hand. From this day forth, we hold no further ties. Du Haisheng's face darkened as he stroked the storage ring on his hand. Within it lay the wealth of the entire shop, enough for him to live lavishly for a lifetime. Yet, facing the formidable Li family members, the likelihood of him living with his spoils seemed exceedingly slim. After a moment, Du Haisheng sighed, removing the storage ring from his finger. He then stepped forward and placed it in Yichinyao's palm. Little Qin, you are the most astute student I have ever taught. Before I take my leave, allow me to impart one more lesson. Never underestimate the malevolence of the human heart. Suddenly, a fierce expression flashed across Du Haisheng's face as he curled his fingers like claws, reaching for Yichinyao's neck. As a formidable practitioner at the Golden Body Realm, the distance was too short for the few individuals behind Yichinyao to intervene in time. If he could seize her, he would undoubtedly escape Yunshao City with riches. His movements were swift, and he was on the verge of grasping Yichinyao's neck when, all at once, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his actions. A mirror appeared in Yichinyao's hand. I have never underestimated, she declared. My apologies, Master Du. Upon her words, Du Haisheng, illuminated by the red dust mirror, visibly aged before ultimately collapsing to the ground as a withered corpse. Outside Yunshao City, a group of several dozen individuals hastily fled into the distance. After covering several dozen miles, they finally slowed their pace. The Yi family hasn't pursued us, have they? No, it seems they have let us go. But now we are left with not a single coin. What should we do? Shaoqing Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the faint outline of Yunshao City. We leave. He turned and began to walk forward step by step. Chapter 57, Reconstruction in the Yi family's patriarch's study. An octagonal formation plate lay upon the desk, with each corner adorned by a dazzling high-grade spirit stone. Intricate patterns of array connected the 8 spirit stones. Yi Suifeng channeled a stream of spiritual energy, causing the entire formation plate to illuminate instantaneously. A familiar city emerged above the formation plate, its contours distinctly visible. It was indeed Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng executed a hand sign, causing the illusory Yunshao City before him to expand in an instant, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately fixing upon the architectural clusters of the 3 prominent families. Why does this evoke a sense of futuristic technology? Yi Suifeng mused, astounded. The formation plate had been discovered in the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yunshao City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. There were numerous similar trinkets unearthed from the treasuries of the 2 families. including hovering boards for travel, makeshift lofts that could be erected in a flash, even mattresses for massages, and large iron pots that could cook automatically, while they bore no utility in combat or cultivation. They significantly aided in various aspects of daily life. This utterly refreshed Yi Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation world. Shouldn't the cultivation realm solely revolve around practice and conflict? Yet he soon grasped the reality: the civilization of this world had flourished for countless centuries. Even if the primary focus was on cultivation and ascension, everyday life could not possibly lag behind. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients offered a startling variety of culinary delights, far beyond what could be compared to in his previous life. Yi Suifeng realized that his aspiration to savor the myriad cuisines of the world was indeed a daunting task. Big Brother. At that moment Sui Yun entered from outside. "What is the situation?" Yi Suifeng did not look up and casually inquired. "It's basically stabilized," Sui Yun replied. "Initially it was quite chaotic. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were suddenly unattended, allowing many to seize the opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. We owe it to those youngsters who brought back a multitude of cultivators a few months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Yunshao city would have been quite a challenge. The management of a city cannot be accomplished without sufficient manpower. The recently recruited loose cultivators have played a critical role. Now, only our Yi family remains in Yunshao city, and numerous cultivators are vying to join our family." Sui Yan's face brimmed with excitement. This scene was something he had never even dreamed of. "I reiterate, establish a clear hierarchy. Those who join now must be treated differently from those who were here before. Do not employ any notions of equality." Yi Suifeng instructed. Sui Yun nodded. Having long occupied a high position, he naturally understood that treating everyone equally was akin to serving a seemingly delectable poison. By the way, Big Brother, the Li and Tang families have been thoroughly looted, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage, especially the Li family, whose underground space was blown apart, nearly collapsing half of it. How should we handle that? Sui Yun inquired. Yi Suifeng raised his hand. Fixing the formation plate map upon the architectural cluster of the three families, the map had not yet updated, so all the buildings on it remained intact. Demolish them and rebuild, Yi Suifeng stated. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Big Brother, there are still many intact buildings within. I know. I simply find them displeasing to the eye," Yi Suifeng replied flatly. Sui Yun couldn't help but be astonished. "Furthermore, after demolishing them, we will construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family. It's a bit cramped with so many people at home." Yi Suifeng drew a large circle on the map. "Its area more than 10 times that of the current Yi family. Big Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? The family members aren't numerous enough to warrant such a space." Yet Sui Yun felt it was somewhat extravagant. "Surely there will be more in the future." Yi Suifeng glanced at him. "I heard that your sister-in-law is recently with child." Sui Yan's face turned crimson, and he awkwardly chuckled. "Well, the family has been flourishing lately, and I'm quite pleased. A thriving lineage is indeed a good thing," Yi Suifeng remarked. "I hope you can spare some time to thoroughly explore the origins of life." "Understand." Sui Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, repeatedly affirming understood. Yi Suifeng shook his head. The world regarding matters of men and women was still far from as open as in his previous life. He then turned his gaze back to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yunshao city appeared rather chaotic. Crooked streets and numerous dead ends made it visually displeasing. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, centering around the Yi family, thereby segmenting the entire city into 4 parts. "Construct 4 major roads radiating outwards from here. Then find a highly skilled designer to properly organize the buildings within the city for me. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and thoroughfare. Do you understand?" Sui Yan's expression was one of astonishment. "Big Brother, are you intending to completely overhaul the entire city?" "Why not?" Yi Sui-fong replied, "This disarray is quite vexing, I want it redesigned." As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's position was slightly off-center in the city, causing misalignment with the 4 city gates if a cross were drawn from it. What to do about this? Sui-yun, "Look at this wall, it is large yet not circular, demolish and reconstruct it as well, it must be made perfectly round," Yi Sui-fong insisted earnestly. Sui-yun was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what Big Brother was attempting to accomplish. Nor did he dare to ask, but he was certain that Big Brother's actions were driven by some rationale, one that was likely beyond his comprehension. "Just do as instructed." "All right, I will arrange it right away." A mere circular city wall, Yunshao City would become the most unique one on the continent. However, unbeknownst to Sui-yun, his elder brother was merely indulging in a bout of obsessive-compulsive behavior. Let's leave it at that for now. Yi Sui-fong diverted his gaze from the map, fearful of conjuring yet another idea. By the way, how have the other factions within the city been faring lately, apart from the 3 prominent families? There were 3 other influential factions in Yunshao City. The first was the Wanbao Pavilion, the core gathering place for cultivators, bustling with an overwhelming number of patrons daily. The second was the Zuemang Tower, the highest-rated tavern in Yunshao City, which also featured the Zuemang Garden. The third was the Shangyun Garden, a place of intoxicating allure requiring no further elaboration. Has there been any activity from Wanbao Pavilion in recent days? Yi Sui-fong inquired. "No activity," Sui-yun replied. "Since the Battle of Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained unusually quiet, with its personnel hardly venturing outside, exercising great caution." Why? Yi Sui-fong nodded. Gu Wanxin was a clever woman. Unless he spoke, she would never act independently. "Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow? She still holds potential for collaboration." "What about the Zuemang Tower and Shangyun Garden?" Yi Sui-fong asked. Sui-yun responded. "Shangyun Garden has been quite docile, but the owner of Zuemang Tower seems unable to contain himself. Reports indicate he has been acquiring nearby land, likely intending to expand his scale." Why? Yi Sui-fong stroked his chin. Pondering for a moment, "Have them all come tomorrow, let us discuss life." Chapter 58, Rectification. Upon learning of the Yi family's intention to reconstruct Yunshao City, Dong Tianji was immensely excited. As a 6th grade formation master and a skilled architect with profound expertise, he had previously experienced some discord with the head of the Yi family. "I must prove myself in this endeavor." Dong Tianji silently made a resolution. Thus, he proactively approached the second master, Yi Sui-yun, to express his thoughts. Sui-yun, troubled by the lack of someone capable to undertake this task, was elated to see Dong Tianji volunteer and promptly handed over the rudimentary blueprints and requirements with unwavering confidence. Dong Tianji opened the plans only to be struck dumb in an instant. Whose ingenious design was this? He was utterly petrified, having never encountered such a layout. Placing one's family at the very heart of the city was one thing. But what was with the 4 direct roads leading straight to the family's estate? Wasn't that excessively conspicuous? And those so-called requirements, clean and orderly, did he think he was merely planning a backyard? Shouldn't the foremost consideration in designing a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? Most alarming of all was the circular city wall. By the heavens, was this meant to become the most peculiar city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th grade master craftsman, having traveled extensively and seen much. Hu Chuang might have encountered such peculiar architecture before. The designer of this city seemed to have overlooked the family's safety. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Hu Chuang also furrowed his brows like Dong Tianji. He too found the placement of the family to be rather conspicuous. In the event of a crisis, escape would prove exceedingly challenging. Then we shall commence from underground, he suggested. However, Hu Chuang soon conceived an idea, and together with Dong Tianji, they dedicated themselves to steering this whimsical design back on course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their headaches was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. "Eldest brother, they have arrived." Sui-yun announced as he entered, then let them come in one by one. Yi Sui-fong replied. I in the reception hall, 3 individuals sat awaiting Yi Sui-fong's summons. Point 1 was Gu Wanshin, who had visited numerous times before, appearing quite casual and relaxed. The second was a portly middle-aged man, pale-faced and impeccably attired in luxurious garments radiating an air of affluence. He sat confidently, a smile gracing his features. He was Fong He, the proprietor of Zui Menglu. The final figure was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a grave expression, her murky eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. She was Huopopo, the creator of Shanyun Garden. Gu Pavilion Master, it is good to see you well, Fong He greeted after a brief wait. You are indeed a frequent visitor at Zui Menglu. I recall you have dined with the Yi family head before. He continued, attempting to establish rapport. Yes, that indeed happened, Gu Wanshin replied, leaning back in her chair. Haha, then it seems your relationship with the Yi family head is quite special, Fong He remarked, observing her silence as an affirmation. Do you know why the Yi family head has summoned us today? He queried. Gu Wanshin did not respond. Instead, she shifted to a more comfortable position and smiled slightly. Fong bossed, haven't you been absent from Yunshao City of late? Fong He appeared momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. Gu Pavilion Master is truly perceptive. Indeed, I returned to Linjiang City in the south 6 months ago and have just come back. I had no idea Yunshao City had changed so dramatically. Linjiang City, one of the 9 city alliance, lay to the south of Su City, reputed to be even more prosperous. Gu Wanshin nodded, chuckling softly. That is indeed true. Had you been here recently, you would not have mentioned being invited. Fong He frowned slightly. Pavilion Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Gu Wanshin fell silent, unwilling to get too close to someone like him. Fong He felt perplexed, wondering why Gu Wanshin regarded him as if he were a fool. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Huopopo. Huopopo, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you, I have heard that the Yi family head possesses a noble heart, benevolent and charitable, intolerant of certain unsavory matters. You should choose your words carefully, he warned, a gleeful glint in his eyes. He harbored a competitive rivalry with Huopopo, and the prospect of her misfortune brought him joy. Huopopo merely huffed in response, her demeanor growing more tense. Indeed, the outside world held such rumors. Should Yi Sui-fong be intolerant of places that indulge in vice? Huopopo, please come with me, Sui-yun interjected as he appeared in the reception hall. Startled at being called, Huopopo involuntarily shuddered, then slowly rose, her expression grave as she followed Sui-yun out. She is surely in for it. Fong He smirked at Gu Wanexian. Gu Wanshin rolled her eyes and simply closed her eyes. Whether Huopopo would face consequences was uncertain, but if Fong He continued his antics, he would undoubtedly find himself in trouble. In the inner hall, Yi Sui-fong sat holding several sheets of paper. Huopopo entered, led by Sui-yun. Yi Sui-fong glanced at her. Take a seat, thank you, Yi family head, Huopopo responded respectfully. Why? Yi Sui-fong turned back, examining her as he spoke. Shanyun Garden in Yunshao City was established by you, correct? Yes, kidnapping virtuous young women, then training them to serve as playthings for the affluent was also your handiwork. The second question plunged Huopopo's heart to the depths of despair. Why, Yi family head? You need only answer yes or no, Yi Sui-fong interrupted her. Yes, I have done such things. Huopopo lowered her head. Why? Yi Sui-fong fell silent. An invisible pressure bore down upon Huopopo, causing her extreme discomfort, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her furrowed brow. After a moment, Yi Sui-fong set down the papers he held. From today onward, do not let me discover similar incidents again. Do you understand? Huopopo shot up her head, astonished by his response. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Yi Sui-fong raised an eyebrow. I understand. In fact, since Shanyun Garden has flourished, I have ceased such. Just understand, Yi Sui-fong interjected, signaling that she could leave. Huopopo stood, deeply bowing, before exiting the inner hall. I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Garden, Sueyun remarked with a smile. Eradicate it for what? Yi Feng shook his head. Such places have their reasons for existence. Destroy one, and another will immediately appear. It is better to find a more compliant one for easier control. With that, Yi Feng waved his hand. Let Feng He come in. This fellow seems rather inflated. Chapter 59, Tension Stone. I have long heard of the imposing stature of the Yi family head. Seeing him today, he truly is remarkable, youthful and accomplished. With a hearty laugh, Feng He stepped through the door, his face aglow. He clasped his fists and seated himself opposite Yi Feng. Why, Yi Feng, you are quite the familiar face. Boss Feng, Yi Feng remarked, glancing at the documents in hand, directly addressing the matter at hand. I have heard that you have been acquiring land near Zuimenglu these past few days. Haha, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, my young friend. Feng He laughed. The Yi family is formidable. In a single day you have eliminated 2 other families, which is truly impressive. Such a significant event has led me to sense a tremendous business opportunity. Hence my actions. Feng He sat confidently, as if he believed Yi Feng would be greatly intrigued by his so-called business opportunity. Why Yi Feng was at a loss as to where Feng He derived his confidence. After a moment of silence, seeing that Yi Feng seemed unmoved, Feng He continued, the Yi family head, this opportunity will allow us to make a fortune together. Yi Feng raised his hand. Stop right there. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was momentarily taken aback. Yi family head, that is a considerable amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, the profits will reach at least 100 billion annually. Don't tell me you are not interested in spirit stones. Feng He decided to dangle some bait. Having spent years in Yunshao City, he was well informed about the economic situations of the 3 major families. The Yi family's annual revenue was only around 10 billion. Even after eliminating the other 2 families, their wealth would not multiply significantly. The increase in wealth was not as simple as imagined, so he believed that an annual profit of 100 billion would surely entice Yi Feng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yunshao City for too long, he was unaware that times had changed. I am not as interested in spirit stones as you might think. I called you here for something else. Yi Feng declared, putting down the documents and presenting a design blueprint on the table. Yunshao City is preparing for reconstruction, and your Zuimenglu obstructs the construction of the main road. It needs to be demolished. Name your price. Feng He, taken aback by the scale of the proposed reconstruction of Yunshao City, faltered momentarily. Did the Yi family possess such financial capability? Yi family head, this seems rather unwise. When Zuimenglu first arrived in Yunshao City, we agreed to a mutual non-interference pact no matter what. Feng He's smile began to fade. Who did you make that agreement with? The Tang family. One of the 3 major families. Yi Feng gently shook his head as he gazed upon the fool before him. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered few imbeciles, yet this Feng He undoubtedly ranked among them. The current master of Yunshao City was the Yi family. If one wished to conduct business within its confines, adherence to the Yi family's arrangements was paramount. You may either present a price and sell Zuimeng to us, or you may gather your belongings and leave. I shall extend to you but a singular opportunity for choice. With that, Yi Feng dismissed him entirely. With a sudden clatter, Feng He sprang up from his chair, seething with anger. Why, Yi Feng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? He shouted. I answer to Linjiang City, and yet as he began to rage, a profound sense of suffocation enveloped him. He then beheld a golden orb, emanating a radiant glow, drifting from his dantian to rest in Yi Feng's hand. It was his golden core. Yi Feng held the golden core in one hand and produced a low-grade spirit stone. Placing it beside the core. One golden core paired with a spirit stone is sufficient to acquire all the assets of your Zuimenglu, is it not? If so, sign the agreement and take them away. Yi Feng's patience was waning. Had he known the caliber of the individual before him, he would have never consented to this meeting. Such individuals, when encountered frequently, surely diminish one's intellect. He now wished only to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng He stood frozen, his mind racing in terror. A golden core, how could Yi Feng so effortlessly seize it? What had transpired during his absence from Yunshao City? I shall sign, Feng He stammered. Soon, the agreement was finalized. With Yi Feng purchasing all of Zui Menglu's assets for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Afterward, Feng He finally reclaimed his golden core, clutching the scorching spirit stone, filled only with regret. Had he known, he would have acquiesced to Yi Feng's terms from the outset and sold Zui Meng Yuan without hesitation. Once Feng He departed, Yi Feng rubbed his temples. Such matters ought to be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others in the future. It was dreadfully tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Ye family master Gu Wanxin greeted, her hands clasped respectfully before her. I hope you can be somewhat normal today. I am quite vexed. Yi Feng gestured for her to take a seat. Gu Wanxin smiled warmly. It is rare to see you in such a state. She settled down. Is it because of Feng He? Let us not speak of that fool. Yi Feng replied, now tell me about you. Why have you been cooped up in Wanbao Pavilion, not setting foot outside? Gu Wanxin responded, I have been awaiting your instructions. Yi family master, you belong to Wanbao Pavilion, not the Yi family. There is no need for you to heed my commands, Yi Feng remarked as he sipped his tea. Gu Wanxin chuckled lightly but then sighed softly. If you do not take me in, I fear you may never see me again. Why is that? Yi Feng inquired, brow furrowing slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin queried. Why? Yi Feng nodded, recalling his curiosity as to why Wanbao Pavilion exchanged so many resources for spirit stones, which could not sustain life. Have you found any leads? Indeed, Gu Wanxin replied, retrieving a box made of an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered something extraordinary. Each year, the significant portion of the spirit stones earned by our various branches mysteriously vanishes during a specific time frame. Subsequently, a new item appears on the inventory list, something called tension stone. I intended to uncover the secrets behind this anomaly, so I sought an opportunity to connect with the individual responsible for managing the tension stone. Gu Wanxin looked at Yi Feng, her hands resting on either side of the box. However, I did not expect to uncover such a secret. With that, she gently pressed her hands down, with a series of clicks. The outer casing of the metallic box began to transform, shifting like countless tiny building blocks. Ultimately, it morphed from a rectangular shape into a Tai Chi-like formation. Above this formation floated 3 objects. On the far left was a small tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears, intricately adorned with numerous complex formations that intertwined, evoking a sense of unease. At the center stood a 9-tiered pagoda, entirely transparent and crystal clear, surrounded by ethereal clouds, exuding an air of mystery. On the far right was a glowing stone that appeared somewhat familiar. This is the Tiantian stone, Gu Wanxin stated, her expression one of disbelief. Only now do I realize that Wanbao Pavilion's vast accumulation of spirit stones was merely for the sake of this small Tiantian stone. Indeed, this Tiantian stone is forged from countless pure spirit stones. She continued. To fuse a single tension stone requires at least 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones, Gu Wanxin exclaimed in astonishment. Without your presence, the entire Wanbao Pavilion in Sacheng would only sell goods amounting to about 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones in an entire year. Yi Feng was similarly taken aback, having not anticipated the manner in which Wanbao Pavilion handled spirit stones. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that this tension stone was somehow familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he raised another glowing stone that mirrored the one upon the formation. Yi family master, you possess such a precious treasure. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The tension stone was not akin to heavenly grade treasures. It was a material of the utmost caliber with special properties. Attainable only by superpowers like Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Feng remained silent, coming to a profound understanding. No wonder he had not heard the term Lingjing for so long. It turned out people referred to this item as tension stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet, 36.5 trillion spirit stones. Chapter 60, The Origin Tower of all things. Yi Feng had initially believed that, with his reckless spending, he would soon deplete the remainder of the spirit stones in his wallet. However, he was taken aback to discover that spirit stones themselves were merely trifles. Alas, my perspective has been limited. If Gu Wanxin was correct, then one Lingjing equated to 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. How many upper-grade spirit stones did 36.5 trillion Lingjing represent, and how many lower-grade spirit stones? With so much wealth, how could one ever spend it all? He pondered anxiously. How did Wanbao Pavilion convert tension stones? Why were they converting spirit stones into tension stones? What purpose did the tension stones serve? Yi Feng stored the Lingjing away and unleashed a flurry of questions. Gu Wanxin reluctantly pulled her gaze from the tension stone and replied. Initially, I too harbored such doubts. This kind of secret is classified at a high level within Wanbao Pavilion, and I assumed I would need to exert considerable effort to uncover even a hint of the truth. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Wanxin glanced at the small tripod and pagoda upon the formation, forcing a smile. I cannot tell if this is fortunate or unfortunate. The method of converting spirit stones into tension stones, along with the purpose of the tension stones, is all contained within this box. Thus, family master, should you choose not to take me in, I will face certain death at Wanbao Pavilion. Originally, Gu Wanxin intended merely to borrow the tension stone and present it to Yi Feng for examination before making further plans. However, she never anticipated that the box concealed such a monumental secret. She understood all too well that by stealthily taking this box, her life was no longer solely her own. Yi Feng remained silent, slowly extending his hand toward the small tripod, which floated into his palm. At that moment, he realized that this was not a physical object. In truth, it was a blueprint, the meticulously detailed three-dimensional schematic. Yi Feng summoned forth his vast spiritual consciousness, enveloping it in an instant. In mere moments, he comprehended the entirety of the tripod's design. So that's it, Yi Feng realized. The small tripod was named the Spirit Power Furnace, serving but a singular function, the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 lower-grade spirit stones could be transformed into 1 middle-grade spirit stone, 100 middle-grade spirit stones could be converted into 1 upper-grade spirit stone, and 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones were required to yield a single Lingjing, which is to say a tension stone. The essence of the spirit power furnace was constructed entirely from tension stones and formations. The formations served as the foundation, while the tension stones acted as conduits, pathways that connected to the laws of heaven. The artificially arranged formations through the tension stones rooted themselves in the heavenly laws, drawing upon the power of the rules. Thus they could transform the very essence of spirit stones. No wonder Lingjing was referred to as tension stone. This type of stone could directly connect to the laws of heaven, serving as a conduit for rules. In this manner, practitioners could harness powers beyond human control, achieving feats of incredible creation. Well, let us give it a try. The spirit power furnace possessed 3 levels, differentiated by their conversion efficiency. The highest grade furnace required 10,000 tension stones, equivalent to the revenue of Sacheng over 10,000 years. It was utterly terrifying. With a grand gesture, Yi Feng summoned 10,000 tension stones, which floated before them as if they were worthless. Subsequently, Yi Feng rapidly altered the incantation, continuously casting one array after another, imprinting them upon the inner walls of the celestial array stone. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required for the spirit power furnace were enough to make one's scalp tingle. If Dong Tianji, a master arrayist of the 6th rank, were to undertake this task, even with flawless execution and relentless effort, it would take him at least several thousand years to complete. Even Yi Feng found it somewhat challenging. It took him the duration of a fragrant incense stick to finalize all the formation's success. At Yisuefang's command, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head and adorned with 3 pairs of ears, gently descended onto the table. As it landed, a sound reminiscent of a grand celestial melody seemed to resonate. This was a symbol of unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the small cauldron before her, her mind buzzing. The image of 10,000 celestial array stones floating in the air still filled her thoughts. All right, let us give it a try. Yisuefeng snapped his fingers, and Gu Wanxin's spirit regained clarity, prompting her to focus intently. Yisuefeng pondered for a moment before opening his wallet, releasing a stream of low-grade spirit stones into the small cauldron with fervor akin to dumping garbage, which made Gu Wanxin's eyes widen in astonishment. He continued until he had poured in 100 trillion stones before finally halting. Inside the cauldron lay a vast storage space capable of accommodating such an immense quantity. With a thought, he activated the first formation. After a brief interval, the radiance of the formation gradually faded. Yisuefeng extended his consciousness and discovered that all the low-grade spirit stones within the cauldron had transformed into mid-grade stones. Upon counting, there were precisely 100 billion. How intriguing. Yisuefeng chuckled and activated the second formation. Within mere breaths, this transformed into 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. The efficiency was quite impressive. Nodding in satisfaction, Yisuefeng initiated the final formation. The exterior of the cauldron flickered with light intermittently. This process lasted a full half of an incense stick before gradually ceasing. A profound aura emanated forth. With a gesture, a freshly forged celestial array stone materialized in his palm. Quite satisfactory. Yisuefeng felt pleased with this small cauldron. At last, he could manage the low and mid-grade spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those objects were far too numerous and vexing to behold. If Gu Wanxin were aware of Yisuefeng's sentiments at that moment, she would undoubtedly cling to his leg and exclaim, "Brother, allow me to bear your burdens." After testing the spirit power furnace, Yisuefeng shifted his gaze towards the small tower at the center. The cauldron was meant for merging celestial array stones, thus it must be the function of the celestial array stone itself, he mused. Gu Wanxin nodded with an expression of great complexity. All right, let me see. With a thought, Yisuefeng enveloped the small tower with his consciousness, revealing all its information in an instant. The Tower of All Things Origin. This was a 90-yard treasure tower, constructed entirely from celestial array stones and formations. Much like the spirit power furnace, each layer of the origin tower served a distinct purpose, and the number of celestial array stones required increased tenfold with each ascending layer. Furthermore, for each additional layer, the effects of all preceding layers multiplied tenfold. First layer generates 1 drop of spirit energy essence annually, requiring 1,000 celestial array stones. Spirit energy essence, an extraordinarily pure liquid that can be directly utilized for cultivation. Alter the spirit energy concentration within a certain radius and nurture spirit tools, among other myriad applications. Second layer generates 1 drop of body tempering essence annually, requiring 10,000 celestial array stones. Body tempering essence refines the body, capable of merging with any auxiliary body tempering treasures, enhancing their effects manifold. It can also bolster cultivation talent to a certain extent. Third layer generates 1 drop of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 celestial array stones. Soul essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. The fourth layer produces life essence, a liquid that embodies the essence of life, capable of healing injuries and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth layer, innate essence, cultivates various innate physics. The sixth layer, sacred essence, cultivates defying divine abilities. The seventh layer, creation essence, allows for the transcendence of life limits, becoming a true child of the heavenly Tao. The eighth layer, rule essence, grants mastery over the rules of heaven and earth. The ninth layer generates 1 drop of heavenly Tao essence annually, requiring 100 billion celestial array stones. Heavenly Tao essence governs and creates rules. After reviewing this information, Yi Suifeng finally comprehended. No wonder these superpowers could effortlessly dominate most of the extraordinary talents from ordinary great powers. The reason lay herein. Chapter 61. Let us start with 100,000. Upon absorbing all the information regarding the Tower of All Things' origin, Yi Suifeng leaned on the table, resting his chin in contemplation. If the information were accurate, a anointed Tower of All Things' origin could produce 100 million drops of spirit energy essence, 10 million drops of body tempering essence, then 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These three essences were fundamental to cultivation. Just how many formidable beings could they nurture, not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and creation essence? With such resources at their disposal, even the most extraordinary prodigies could be cultivated. If it weren't for Gu Wanxin fortuitously discovering those numerous spirit stones and crystals he possessed might have remained dormant for an eternity. Apologies ahead of the Yi family, Gu Wanxin said, observing Yi Suifeng's silence with a face full of regret. I was so stunned earlier that I forgot to inform you. The Origin Tower is the true treasure that requires the most celestial array stones. We shouldn't have wasted that 10,000 celestial array stones on the spirit power furnace. It's all my fault. Her tone was laden with self-reproach. Yi Suifeng paused, quickly realizing that this young woman had misunderstood. She thought he was left with only 10,000 celestial array stones. It's quite all right, you have been a tremendous help to me, Yi Suifeng replied with a hearty laugh. Gu Wanxin blinked, head of the Yi family. Call me Brother Yi, he interjected. By the way, you should be younger than me, right? He had never inquired about Gu Wanxin's age, and now that he was ready to consider her a friend, he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Using his consciousness to probe was rather impolite. Gu Wanxin looked at Yi Suifeng but did not disclose her age, merely offering a gentle smile. Brother Yi. Yi Suifeng nodded. By the way, where did you obtain this box? Such an item seems ill-suited for the vicinity of Su City. Yi Suifeng inquired. The box contained all the information regarding the spirit power furnace and the Origin Tower. How could such a monumental secret be casually carried around? It was from an attendant of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Gu Wanxin explained. He has been responsible for resource allocation and spirit stone collection within the Su City area. In truth, I initially thought the box contained merely a single celestial array stone. As she spoke, Gu Wanxin suddenly furrowed her brow and said, perhaps this matter has some relation to you, Brother Yi. How could it concern me? Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Well, Gu Wanxin chuckled softly, over the past 6 months, your spending has been exceptionally lavish, and the upper echelons of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion have taken notice. Moreover, all your payments have been in low-grade spirit stones. You may not know that the warehouses in Su City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Thus, I suspect they may have brought the construction methods of the spirit power furnace and Origin Tower for the sake of convenience in transportation. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. This explanation seemed somewhat forced. They could easily have brought a finished furnace instead of the design blueprints. However, at this point, they could hardly explain why the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would act in such a manner. Forget it, it doesn't matter now, as the blueprints are in hand. The attendant of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion must have been far more powerful than her. How did she manage that? Yi Suifeng inquired again. Gu Wanxin hesitated for a moment before responding. Brother Yi, you know, in such matters, being a woman provides certain advantages. She did not elaborate, but Yi Suifeng surmised the implication. It made sense. A woman without connections surviving in a complex organization like the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would undoubtedly require some means. It was remarkable for her to have risen to the position of pavilion master. Yi Suifeng held a great deal of respect for such individuals. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety, and you won't need to engage in such activities again. Yi Suifeng said earnestly. Really, Brother Yi, I am truly grateful. Gu Wanxin felt a weight lift from her heart. Then a hint of melancholy crossed her face. So, I will be living with the Yi family from now on. Yi Sui-fong regarded her and replied with a smile, "If you prefer, you may remain at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and continue your dealings with the Yi family." Gu Wanxin was taken aback, having taken such an important item from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. "I should not be able to return, right?" Yi Sui-fong chuckled. "As long as you desire it, there will be no issues. I will handle this matter." Gu Wanxin stared at him, wide-eyed. For so many years, she had navigated through the murky waters of class transactions, teetering on the brink of death countless times. No one had ever offered her such words. It was a reassuring feeling. "Thank you, I will still return," she began, but then suddenly felt awkward. Brother Yi. It's not that I dislike the Yi family, nor do I think poorly of it. I just, alright, enough of that. Why?" Yi Sui-fong, with a smile, interrupted her words, saying, "I also need you to temporarily remain at Wanbao Pavilion to procure goods for the family." Gu Wanxin smiled in relief. "Alright, then let us hasten back to reopen. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time." Why? Yi Sui-fong closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. "Who?" Gu Wanxin inquired. "That person from last time in Sioux City." "Alright, Shen Tianming, he must be here for the box." As he spoke, Yi Sui-fong extended his index finger and marked a faint red dot on Gu Wanxin's forehead. He then produced 100 Tianzhen stones and handed them over. "Deliver this to him and say it is as if nothing ever occurred. Otherwise, I will purchase all of Wanbao Pavilion from the Jiucheng Alliance with just one inferior spirit stone." Yi Sui-fong declared. Are you really saying that?" "Indeed, rest assured, with this in hand, there is no need to worry about safety," Yi Sui-fong assured her, gesturing towards her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously and swiftly exited. Once she was gone, Yi Sui-fong exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had truly been of immense help. The cultivation of the Yi family's descendants had reached a bottleneck. The investment in resources had reached saturation. Increasing it further would not lead to a qualitative change unless more rare resources were acquired, or, like Yi Huang and Yi Long, training was tailored to each individual's specialties. However, that was too cumbersome. Yi Sui-fong was not a caretaker. He was only responsible for the most outstanding co-disciples. Thus, the origin tower had arrived just in time. How many should be built? A single 9-story origin tower required 1 trillion Tianzhen stones. Let us start with 10,000. Too many would be impractical to store. That's 10 trillion Tianzhen stones. This time, Yi Sui-fong truly bled profusely. In Yunjiao City, a Wanbao Pavilion, all guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the center of the first floor, his expression dark and brooding. Beneath him, the steward responsible for managing spirit stones lay on the ground, bloodied and broken, utterly incapacitated. He awaited anxiously, his impatience palpable. The second 9-story origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion was about to be completed. There could be no mistakes on my watch. We must become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62, Mirror Lake. For a full 3 days, Yi Sui-fong immersed himself in his study, tirelessly refining the origin towers. For him, crafting such a thing was relatively easy, yet it was undeniably complex. Each level contained thousands of different formations, intricately intertwined and densely packed. Refining 10,000 towers was akin to requiring a student to transcribe the characters Long Xingda 1,000 times each. Eventually, Yi Sui-fong managed to refine 10 towers at once and completed the entire batch of 10,000 9-story origin towers within 3 days. Once finished, the study was filled with origin towers, to the point where one could scarcely lift their head without bumping it. Alas, these items possessed their own special properties and could not be stored in a special ring. How to deal with them? Yi Sui-fong found himself in a quandary. Simply handing all 10,000 origin towers to Sui Yun would undoubtedly frighten him to death. He needed to devise a method for uniform management. Lost in thought, Yi Sui-fong rose and walked outside. As he moved, the floating origin towers clinked together, with many unwittingly obstructing his path. Get out of the way, you cursed origin towers. After a moment, Yi Sui-fong exited the study. First, he wanted to see how the new city was progressing. With a thought, he flashed into the sky, gazing down upon Yunjiao City. Compared to 3 days ago, the city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former residences of the Li and Tang families had been completely razed, and a high wall now encircled the area. A group of figures was actively setting up formations on the walls. This was the new Yi family. From the new Yi family, 4 exceptionally wide roads stretched straight in all directions, directly reaching the city's edges. At the ends of these roads, 4 brand new city gates had been constructed. And the new city walls were taking shape. A large gathering of people congregated there, akin to foreman overseeing the construction. Yi Sui-fong recognized 2 of the figures, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Many aspects of the new Yunjiao city's design involved their contributions. Meanwhile, within the city, construction was in full swing. Large, irregular buildings had been demolished, and new pavilions stood in orderly rows, creating a far more pleasant environment than before. Yi Sui-fong nodded in approval. The pace of construction was astonishingly swift. Of course, upon reflection, this was to be expected. After all, this was a realm of cultivation. Individual strength was tremendously potent, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. They could resolve matters with a mere gesture. Moreover, this world indeed possessed specialized construction teams equipped with puppets designed for building, which, when scattered, could erect a brand new building in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city had been established in just a few days. Next came the tasks of setting up formations and reinforcing the city walls, among other duties which Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang were responsible for. Yi Sui-fong observed for a while, noting no significant issues, and chose not to linger further. He only wished to arrange the 10,000 origin towers. Firstly, regarding storage, since ordinary special storage was inadequate, he would need to create a separate space. This was straightforward enough. However, such a space would function as an entirely different world, making it somewhat inconvenient to utilize. Furthermore, the production of low-tier original liquid was exceedingly rapid. Even distributing it among the entire city's populace would leave an excess. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so. A 9-story origin tower could produce 100 million drops of spiritual liquid each year on its first level. If accumulated, it would amount to roughly 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers that equated to 10 million cubic meters annually, within just over a year, it could yield a volume of spiritual liquid equivalent to that of the entire West Lake from his past life. And that was spiritual liquid. Yi Sui-fong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before his eyes suddenly brightened. Right, the West Lake. We could also create a lake here. He surveyed the recently leveled grounds of the Li and Tang families. An idea forming in his mind, suddenly he flickered and appeared behind the old Yi residence on the newly cleared land. This will do. Yi Sui-fong extended his finger, drawing a perfect circle in the air before pressing his palm downward. Boom! The ground trembled as the freshly leveled land caved in, forming a massive pit over 100 zhong deep. What just happened? Did a powerful being arrive? The townsfolk were thrown into disarray, some rushing out in their nightclothes. Startled from sleep, following the tremors, several figures rapidly ascended into the sky, racing toward the Yi family's location. Sui-yun was the first to arrive. Upon seeing the sudden pit, his expression shifted dramatically. However, upon noticing Yi Sui-fong lost in contemplation, he gradually relaxed. No worries, continue with your tasks. Sui-yun dismissed the arriving Yi family members and landed beside Yi Sui-fong. Big brother, at least give me a heads up next time. Sui-yun wore an exasperated expression. I was merely testing the structural integrity of the newly erected buildings, Yi Sui-fong replied, his demeanor unflustered. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had forgotten such matters. Nevertheless, Sui-yun did not press further, glancing at the enormous pit and asking, Big brother, what are you planning to do? Creating a large lake, Yi Sui-fong replied, now that we have ample space, I intend to cultivate a grand garden here for leisurely strolls when time permits. Sui-yun, big brother, for such matters you could simply inform me. there's no need for you to do it personally, you wouldn't understand. Yi Sui Fong shook his head, saying, wait here a moment. I'll explain how we'll proceed shortly. With that, he rose and soared into the sky before the colossal character Yi. Then, with a wave of his hand, the myriad origin towers from his study formed a long, orderly line, converging before him. Let us place them here. Yi Sui Fong delivered a powerful punch, shattering the void before him, creating a pitch-black spatial realm. He then pressed his hand against the character Yi, causing countless shards of space to adhere to its outline, coalescing rapidly. In no time, the white character transformed, taking on a shallow golden edge that glimmered faintly. This was a newly opened space, and the immense character Yi served as the gateway to that realm. In you go. Yi Sui Fong kicked the leading origin tower, prompting the line to begin moving one after another through the gateway and into the subsequent space. Once all the origin towers had entered, Yi Sui Fong flickered and followed them into the space. This area was not particularly large, roughly the same size as Yunjiao City. Next, he would need to establish a passage. The ancient Qian Quan translocation array seemed perfectly suited for this. Recalling the formation, Yi Sui Fong traced his finger in the air, soon revealing a massive array on the ground. A dark pit gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was precisely the enormous pit Yi Sui Fong had just created with his palm. After some contemplation, he executed a sealing technique, dividing the pit into 10 distinct layers from top to bottom. Subsequently, Yi Sui Fong summoned the origin towers, arranging them in orderly circles, floating precisely above the pit. With a commanding shout, all origin towers connected to the pit at every level. The first layer of the origin tower linked to the second layer of the pit, continuing downward until the 9th layer, which connected to the very bottom of the pit, come forth. Yi Sui Fong clenched his fist. The layers that had already produced the primary liquid began to slowly channel it into the corresponding levels of the pit. On the ground, Sui Yun, who was awaiting Yi Sui Fong, suddenly sensed a peculiar change occurring in the large pit before him. He looked up to see the area below 10 meters from the ground enveloped in a hazy white mist, within which faint starlight shimmered, resembling the Milky Way. What could that be? He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yi Sui Fong's figure appeared beside him. Water. As Yi Sui Fong spoke, clear spring water manifested out of thin air, surging into the large pit. Within just a few breaths, it filled to the brim. The pit had transformed into a vast lake. Oh, this is splendid. Yi Sui Fong nodded. He connected 10,000 origin towers to this lake. Henceforth, all the primary liquid produced would be stored beneath the surface of the lake before him. Moreover, each layer corresponded accordingly. The first layer was the lake water, the second layer was the spiritual liquid, and so forth. Let us construct a garden around it, and perhaps stock it with some fish and lotus flowers, while planting willows and various flowers around, Yi Sui Fong suggested. Indeed, Sui Yun, savoring the fragrant aroma emanating from the lake water, incredulously inquired, brother, this lake water must be extraordinary, right? Yi Sui Fong nodded. Under the nourishment of the 9th layer of primary liquid, the surface layer of the lake water had transformed into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings living here might experience intriguing changes, divert a few small rivers from this lake, create some rockeries or whatever fanciful designs, and ensure the lake water flows throughout the family estate. Do you understand? Sui Yun nodded in agreement. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Yi Sui Fong suddenly felt overwhelmed. He despised naming things. Look at it, so vast and round, and the water is so clear, like a mirror. How about we call it Mirror Lake? Chapter 63, Time to depart. With the main structure of Mirror Lake completed, Yi Sui Fong encountered a new dilemma. Although the lake was expansive, it could hardly accommodate the thousands of origin towers tirelessly producing primary liquid. Particularly with the spiritual liquid, it was estimated that within half a year it would reach saturation. Well, an excess of this substance serves little purpose. The remainder shall be dispersed throughout the territory of Yunshao City. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Suifeng began to take action again. He then devised a timed array whereby at specific intervals a mirror lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion of its water, merging it with the vapor in the sky, which would then condense into rain that descended each month within the sphere of influence of Yunshao City. A rain infused with spiritual liquid would fall to nourish the land. Every quarter, a transformative rain laced with body-refining liquid would descend to reshape all things. Annually, a soul rain enriched with divine soul liquid would fall to enlighten all beings. Every 3 years, a life rain infused with life liquid would descend, prolonging life. Each year, 3 innate stones would fall. Whoever obtained them would awaken an innate body. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would fall. Those who acquired them would awaken divine methods, ascending to sanctity. Every decade, 3 creation stones would descend. Whoever claimed them would become a true child of destiny. Collectively, these would consume 1/10 of the output from the origin towers, while the remainder would be reserved for the Yi family's use or stored away. As for the subsequent rules liquid and heavenly path liquid, they remained somewhat precious, thus would initially not be released to the outside world, reserved for the core members of the family. Even so, it could be anticipated that in the near future Yunshao City would witness a surge of talent, transforming into a true sanctuary for cultivation. Rather than seeking out talents, it is better to cultivate them. Yi Suifeng smirked. Once all these tasks were completed, Yi Suifeng entrusted the remaining matters to Suiyun. In the following days, the entirety of Yunshao City was engulfed in a wave of construction fervor. As the circular city walls were finally completed, a brand new city arose from the ground. The former visage of Yunshao City had been completely obscured within the annals of history. Internally, Yunshao City has stabilized. We have eliminated the residual forces of the Li and Tang families, consolidating all their shops and lands, Suiyun reported. However, many disturbances still lingered in the outer territories, and Sui Leopard and Yi Huang were already geared up, prepared to venture out of the city today. In the study, Suiyun conveyed the recent developments. Yi Suifeng, feeling rather uninterested, nodded. Now, the Yi family reigned supreme in Yunshao City, and no faction could rival them. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once everything settled, perhaps it would be time to explore other regions of the world, the eastern nations embroiled in conflict, the southern sects and holy lands, the exotic western lands, and the vast northern snowfields. He wondered what delightful delicacies awaited him there. Brother, are you listening? Suiyun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Oh yes, Yi Suifeng replied, regaining focus. Make haste, those who are arrogant should be dealt with decisively. Yunshao City shall never lack cultivators in the future. Suiyun nodded. By the way, brother, this morning someone came to visit, wishing to meet you. Who are they? Yi Suifeng inquired. A group of young individuals dressed in simple blue garments, all hailing from Tianfu Academy. The leader appears quite remarkable. Though his cultivation is inscrutable, his name is Zhongdong, Suiyun explained. Tianfu Academy, Yi Suifeng mused. He had never heard of this name before. I hadn't heard of it either. It was only after inquiring that I learned it is a massive force on the continent, widespread in various locales. Moreover, anyone who can enter the academy for cultivation is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. I believe they have come to recruit some individuals from us, Suiyun elucidated. Yi Suifeng nodded. With the family's growing strength, they would inevitably encounter higher-level forces, and Tianfu Academy was merely the first. He held no significant opposition to family members joining the academy. Although the Yi family was currently thriving, true growth often necessitated venturing beyond. For instance, even the Holy Lands would occasionally send disciples into the mortal realm for training. Let them come, Yi Suifeng stated. After some time, Yi Suifeng appeared in the reception hall, where a group of young individuals in blue sat below. They were all quite youthful, around 20 years of age, yet the weakest among them was already at the golden body realm, while the strongest, Zhongdong, was merely 25, yet had achieved the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. Just a step away from the transformation stage, he was hardly inferior to Shen Tianming from the Wanbao Pavilion. This clearly illustrated that Tianfu Academy was indeed extraordinary. First, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunshao City. Zhang Dong began, ever since the Battle of Yunshao City, I've long wished to meet you. However, I understood the upheaval that followed kept the Yi family busy, hence I only dared to intrude today. Zhang Dong spoke calmly and politely, though he bore a hint of scholarly arrogance. No offense taken, Yi Suifeng replied. If you have business today, feel free to speak plainly. The head of the Yi family is indeed forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his fists. I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy warmly welcomes talented individuals from across the land. After observing the Yi family's disciples during the Battle of Yunshao City, I believe they are all hidden dragons in the wild. Therefore, I wish to inquire if the head of the Yi family would consider allowing them to come to Tianfu Academy for study, thus transforming into true dragons. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous. Yet there lingered an air of superiority in his words. Hidden dragons in the wild, was that not implying Yunshao City was a mere wilderness? Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. Whom do you have your eyes on? It is precisely the 5 disciples of the Yi family who participated in the Battle of Yunshao City, Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng casually remarked, well, it's not impossible. However, such matters must depend on their own wishes. Upon hearing this, one of the academy students suddenly leapt up. Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. To let people from such a place join us is your fortune. And you still hesitate? The young man wore an incredulous expression, as if Yi Suifeng had uttered something utterly absurd. Guanmu, be quiet, Zhang Dong exclaimed sternly before Yi Suifeng could respond. Guanmu was taken aback. Looking at Zhang Dong Sr., he is merely the patriarch of a rural clan. How can he be so presumptuous? This is utterly disrespectful to our Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's expression darkened under Zhang Dong's fierce glare. Guanmu glanced at Yi Suifeng, snorted, and left in a half. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, Zhang Dong said after Guanmu departed. Why? Yi Suifeng supported his chin with one hand, smiling. You ought to manage him properly. He certainly carries an excess of pride from his prestigious southern sect upbringing, Zhang Dong replied. Why? Yi Suifeng remained silent. In truth, this group of individuals all bore similar dispositions, Zhang Dong included, constantly flaunting their backgrounds. However, such an environment was indeed suitable for young people to hone their skills. Head of the Yi family, you just mentioned that it should depend on their own will. May I ask where they currently are? Zhang Dong inquired. They have gone out of the city to attend to matters and will not be returning in the short term. Why? Yi Suifeng straightened his posture and said, you should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire. If anyone is willing, they will naturally seek you out. He had gained a general understanding of Tianfu Academy and was prepared to conclude this meeting, for he did not particularly favor this group of individuals. Zhang Dong appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. I shall not disturb you further. However, we can only remain in Yunshao City for 5 more days. If we do not obtain results, we will have to return. Why? Yi Suifeng nodded slightly, acknowledging the statement. Subsequently, Zhang Dong cupped his hands in farewell, leading the other young individuals as they turned to depart. Yi Suifeng quietly watched them leave, and after a prolonged silence, the barely perceptible sigh escaped his lips. It was indeed time to depart. Chapter 64, Aspirations aflame under the concerted efforts of Yi Huang, Yi Long and the core forces of the Yi family. The rebellious elements within the territory of Yunshao City were swiftly eradicated in just 4 days, alongside the involvement of the Li and Tang families. In a flash, the names of Tenluan Hall and Zhonlong Pavilion resonated throughout the region. Upon their return, Yi Suifeng immediately summoned Yi Huang and the other 4 to the courtyard, having experienced the Battle of Yunshao City and numerous rebellions. These 5 brilliant jewels of the Yi family had truly blossomed. While Yi Huang and Yi Long's cultivation had surged significantly, each breaking through a minor realm nearly every 2 days. At this point, Both had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were slightly less impressive but had nonetheless made considerable progress. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be confidently stated that even within the bounds of Su City, no peer could rival them. Well done, Yi Suifeng commended them. The group was instantly invigorated, for the acknowledgement from their patriarch was indeed a rare honor. The matters of Yunshao City had reached a conclusion. Now, share your thoughts. Yi Suifeng inquired directly. The sudden question rendered the group momentarily speechless, yet after some contemplation they came to the realization that Yunshao City was far too small. Even Su City was merely a peripheral territory of the continent. In the absence of competition and rivals, their progress would be significantly hampered. Noticing their silence, Yi Suifeng continued, a few days ago, someone from Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join their ranks. The academy is located in the southern part of the Nine Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It is an excellent ground for honing your skills. So, is there anyone who wishes to go? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of their decision. Further, after a brief pause, Yi Huang spoke up. Will you be going? Me? Yi Suifeng shook his head slightly. That is a stage for you young ones. What purpose would I serve there, engaging with a bunch of arrogant individuals all day long? I have my own plans. To be honest, if he were to attend Tianfu Academy, it would merely be to play the fool or perhaps to tease the female instructors. There was little else for him to do. Yi Huang responded with a soft "Oh, then I shall not go either." Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng frowned. You cannot forever exist under my protection. All of you cannot. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback but quickly waved her hands, saying, No, that is not what I meant. I meant to say, if you go, then I will consider it. If you do not, I will continue pursuing my own desires. Observing Yi Huang's beaming smile, Yi Suifeng felt a wave of surprise wash over him, and he curiously inquired, Then what do you wish to pursue? I want to lead the members of Tianluan Hall to break out from Yunshao City, Yi Huang declared, standing tall, her cloak billowing without wind. I want to establish the name of Tianluan Hall. I want to elevate the name of the Yi family. I want to make my name known. I want the entire world to recognize that the daughter of Yi Suifeng is called Yi Huang. A regal aura erupted from Yi Huang. A smile began to grace Yi Suifeng's face. And how do you plan to achieve this conquest? Yi Huang replied without hesitation. Then she chuckled. In fact, during the eradication of the rebellion on our way home, I contemplated this. We cannot always remain hidden at the edge of the world, overlooked by others. Therefore, I shall break out from Yunshao City and continue fighting until everyone knows of our existence and recognizes the Yi family. Yi Suifeng fell silent. This time, his daughter had genuinely surprised him. He recalled when he first arrived in this world, she was fragile and self-effacing, with only a tiny flicker of flame burning deep within her heart. Now that flicker had blossomed into a blazing inferno. I am gratified to see you harbor such aspirations. I support you, Yi Suifeng said. Yi Huang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, father. Yi Suifeng nodded and then turned his gaze toward Yi Long, asking, What about you? Yi Long, gripping his spear, turned to Yi Huang with such resolve from the leader of Tianluan Hall. How could Zhonglong Pavilion fall behind? Uncle, my intentions align with Yi Huang's. We must break out from Yunshao City and make our names known. Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang's favor, Yi Long echoed her sentiment. Cousin Long, are you trying to compete with me? Yi Huang gazed at Yi Long. Yi Long chuckled. What, are you afraid of being outdone by me? The two exchanged glances, unflinching, a dragon and a phoenix, both ablaze with fighting spirit. Enough, Yi Suifeng observed these two outstanding heirs with a gentle smile. The world is vast, and the path you have chosen is still long. How about this? Each of you chooses a direction to break out, and we shall see who emerges victorious in the end. Upon hearing this, both nodded in agreement. I will choose the east. Sioux City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness the prowess of Nye Xiaoyin's 16-year-old foundation establishment, Yi Huang declared fast. Very well, then I shall head west. I have heard that the 2 cities in the west of the 9 cities alliance possess formidable martial prowess, and I intend to test my mettle against them. He Long followed suit. Excellent, Yi Huang exclaimed, then we shall encircle the region of the 9 cities alliance, and whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be declared the winner. Cousin, what say you? Yi Huang teased with a challenge. Agreed. Yi Long was undeterred. The 2 most illustrious heirs of the family had made their choices. Next, Yi Suifeng turned his attention to Yi Qingyao, his niece who had undergone trials in the red dust mirror.